In this world, English is a forbidden curse. There was an old man standing in the desert with his hands behind his back. He simply said wind. Suddenly, the sky became filled with dark clouds and strong winds. Then he said rain. Immediately, there was thunder and lightning in the sky, and it started pouring rain. I was amazed by this scene and accidentally said grass. The dry desert instantly turned into an oasis, full of vitality. The old man, upon seeing this, hurriedly asked how this was done. Afterwards, he took me to a place called the Eternal Sect. Through understanding, I realized that I had been reborn into a world where words have power. English is the divine language here. However, the people in this world only use English as a technique and do not understand its meaning. English is difficult for the people in this world, but for me, it's just too easy. It's because I was originally a language major in college. I woke up one morning and found that I had crossed over. Then I lined up in a long queue, waiting for the assessment. Just at that moment, the elder of the sect announced that whoever could recite the divine text on the longevity bell could ring the longevity bell. The longevity bell rings a total of 9 times. Ordinary people can only ring it 3 times, but those who can ring it 9 times can become a godchild. After hearing this, I grabbed a nearby fat man and wanted to ask him why they didn't mention what would happen if it rang 10 times. I saw the fat man looking at me disdainfully and saying, "Are you out of your mind? Only the powerful at the Emperor realm, who can make the longevity bell ring 10 times. Do you think such a person would participate in the test?" After listening, I smiled and remained silent, just a little excited about the divine text that the longevity bell would produce. At the same time, the examiner Chishan sighed slightly while standing on the platform. It's been 50 years since a disciple has rung the bell more than 6 times. The 3 elders beside him smiled when they heard this. It's not the fault of the examinee's lack of talent. Indeed, very few people can reach 6 rings. Now it's finally my turn to ring the bell. I took a deep breath and looked at the divine bell. 3 divine texts appeared on the surface of the bell. I looked at them with an incredulous expression. The 3 large characters that appeared were unexpectedly from the Tao Te Ching. I had just read the 3 characters on the bell's surface. Then I heard the bell ring once. Immediately after, I read out a new divine text that appeared. Chishan showed a surprised expression after seeing this. The seemingly ordinary person in front of me unexpectedly read out 2 divine texts so quickly. At this moment, I was already immersed in the pleasure of reading the divine texts. Although I can't recite the Tao Te Ching, reading it out is still quite simple. The beginning of the nameless world. Then there were 2 more bell rings. Chishan felt his blood boiling with excitement after hearing this. The 3 elders sitting in the chairs also looked at me. This young man unexpectedly read out 4 divine texts in one go. He's quite a talent. Just when everyone thought I wouldn't ring the long bell again, a shocking scene appeared before them. The long bell rang 2 more times, and after the 6th ring, it emitted waves of golden light. The disciples in the square were suddenly in an uproar, and everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Even Chishan's mind went blank. The 3rd elder suddenly stood up from his chair. Trembling, he said, "There has been no assessment in 50 years. The disciple of the 6th ring asked in an incredulous tone, "Have you studied divine text before?" At this moment, I also recovered from the shock just now. "Isn't divine text just English?" Then I immediately answered, "No." "Then you are a naturally gifted child. I'll say a few divine texts, and you try to repeat them to me." I shook my head and said to him, "Wait a moment. I haven't finished the assessment yet." Then I read the remaining 3 sentences of the divine text in one breath. The bell rang 3 times in a row again, and after the 9th ring, the divine child appeared. At this moment, the 3 bronze ancient coffins deep in the sect suddenly burst open. Following that, in the previously cloudless sky, suddenly gathered a pile of thunderclouds, and 3 pairs of eyes that peered into everything appeared. The 3rd elder's mouth gaped wide, muttering, "Monstrosity. This child is a monstrosity." At the same time, dozens of figures burst forth. The head elder Lin Feng hurriedly asked about the longevity bell, how it could ring 9 times. The 3rd elder pointed at me, his voice trembling, and said, "This kid rang the longevity bell 9 times in 1 minute. Lin Feng squinted at me and then asked, "What's your name?" "The disciple's name is Qianchen." He glanced at me and then said, "Next, I'll say a few divine words, and you try to repeat them." "Zhuguang Lianhua." Lin Feng said an English word, and immediately, a pink lotus flower appeared in his hand. I immediately repeated it, and then, a lotus flower appeared in my hand, identical to the one in Lingfeng's hand. Lingfeng was stunned for a moment, then shouted in his heart, and immediately said another divine word, "hurricane." Then, a wind ball appeared in his hand. After throwing it into the sky, a sudden gale swept across the square. Then I raised my hand above my head and shouted, "Super hurricane." When people heard me say this, they all said it was wrong. He's wrong. The divine words he said are completely different from the ones the elder said. Humph, this kid just got lucky. He thinks he's so great for being able to say a few divine words. No one wants to believe that a peerless genius has appeared among those taking the assessment. Why does he have such talent? However, the next second, a larger wind ball appeared in my hand, and then I threw it, imitating the elder's actions. In an instant, towards the sky, many items and disciples on the assessment square were blown away. Several elders quickly used their magic to protect them. After waiting for the strong wind to calm down, the Grand Elder trembled and said, "Why is the magic you used the same as mine, but the power is so much stronger?" I was stunned for a moment and said, "I made some improvements. In fact, I can unleash even more powerful magic." "What? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Elder Lin, please step back. He is not someone you can test." At this moment, a supreme elder arrived. It was Elder Bai. He then said to me, "Your extraordinary talent made the longevity bell ring 9 times, but you still need to undergo the Elders' Pavilion's test, not just the Supreme Elders, to fully establish this identity." Elder Bai paused and continued, "At what level is your cultivation?" After hearing this, I asked with a bewildered expression, "Cultivation? What is that?" As soon as this was said, all the disciples burst into laughter. He actually didn't even know what cultivation level was. How did he manage to read the divine text? Someone who doesn't understand cultivation levels, even if they can read the divine text, is just a useless waste. Elder Bai was speechless, obviously not expecting that I, who could read the divine text, didn't know what cultivation level was. But based on my extraordinary talent, he patiently explained to me that cultivation level is a division of levels. There are a total of 10 cultivation levels, from the Stillwater realm to the Emperor realm. So, which level are you at? I shook my head and honestly replied to Senior Bai, "I don't know what realm I am in, how can I know?" "You need to understand this. A divine text should not be difficult for you," he said softly. As I stood up, a 10-meter tall light shadow instantly appeared. The disciples around couldn't help but applaud when they saw it. "This is the Reincarnation Realm's immortal wing. So cool, when can I reach that?" I glanced at my realm, then suddenly said in English, "Level up, level up." Soon, a light shadow appeared behind me, but it was only 2 meters high and white. The disciples around burst into laughter. "What? I thought it was so powerful, but it's just a still water mirror in cultivation. Even my dog has a heavenly mirror. It's hilarious." I heard people's comments and realized that my cultivation might be pitifully low, which made me feel disappointed. Then, a bright idea flashed in my mind, and I tentatively said, "Level up, level up." Senior Bai beside me didn't understand what it meant. The next second, his face instantly turned pale. The immortal shadow behind me grew taller and taller. It changed from white to blue. The blue turned into yellow. Soon, the immortal shadow had grown to a height of 10 meters, and the color turned into purple. However, it didn't stop there. The immortal shadow behind me grew taller again, reaching 15 meters in height. The purple turned into red. It really works. But just then, 3 black figures suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly attacking in my direction. Hearing the chime, the 3 elders couldn't sit still any longer and flew towards me. The 3 of them are Bodhi Elder, Void Demon King, and Boundless Sword Saint. The leader, Boundless Elder, spoke first. "The young man has rung the longevity bell 9 times, and has been named the Eternal Sect's Divine Son. Are you willing to accept me, Boundless Sword Saint, as your master?" The crowd was shocked. Boundless Elder is an extraordinary figure, having already reached the realm of immortality, just 1 step away from the Emperor realm. Boundless Sword Saint, I was covered in cold sweat when I heard this. This is not the same person from the original world. Is he one of the heroes in the League of Legends? Then, weakly, I said to him, "Your sword is my sword," before Boundless Elder could respond. The other 2 elders, thinking I was about to accept the inheritance of the Sword Saint, hurriedly said, "Don't listen to that boundless old man, he's just skilled with the sword. You should accept me, Bodhi Law Elder, as your master, and I will teach you the longevity technique. I can teach you many lost secret techniques." "Bodhi, you're a bit shameless. In the Eternal Sect, who among the 3 of us doesn't know? Do we still need you to teach? I am Void Dragon Saint. If you accept me as your master, you only need to practice for 2.5 years to learn the dragon encounter technique. Reclaiming the stars in the Void Star realm, having a dragon as your mount is just a small matter." The 7 elders still standing on the assessment square have long recognized each other. Even Elder Bai was stunned. The 3 great ancestors, vying to take Shen Shen as their disciple. This is the treatment of the Eternal Sect's divine child. After a brief argument among the 3 great ancestors, Ancestor Wuji was the first to break the deadlock. He said to the other 2 ancestors, "Let's not argue among ourselves. Why don't we ask the divine child who he wants as his master? Then the three great ancestors all turned their gaze towards him, and I also waited in my heart. These three great ancestors are the top figures of the Eternal Sect. It wouldn't be a loss to have any of them as a master, but choosing one would undoubtedly disappoint the other two great ancestors. This is something I don't want to see. It would inevitably disappoint the other two great ancestors, something I am unwilling to see. Suddenly, I had a moment of inspiration and said, Disciple Chen Chen, not knowing how to choose, why don't the three great ancestors accept the disciple at the same time? As soon as these words were spoken, those disciples immediately began to ridicule and mock, giving him a hard time. He actually wants to worship all three great ancestors as his masters. Since the establishment of the Eternal Sect, there has never been a disciple who asked to have multiple masters. Too arrogant, too arrogant. This kid really doesn't know the severity of the situation. Doesn't he know that the three great ancestors have always been at odds? He actually said such absurd words. I'm afraid this kid's position as the divine child will be revoked. As the disciples were discussing, and everyone thought my position as the divine child was going to be revoked, the three great ancestors looked at each other. In unison, they said, let's do as you suggested. What the crowd didn't know was that this was not the first time they had been shocked. Their hearts were somewhat numb, as it was unbelievable to have three ancestral masters teaching one person at the same time. As soon as I heard this, I immediately knelt down and said, Disciple Qianchen pays respects to the three masters. The ancestral master Wujia said with a smile, You've just joined the sect. Get familiar first, and come to the sacred place in the back mountain early tomorrow. Come find us three old folks. As per your orders, the three ancestral masters left here. The sky above returned to calm. At the assessment square, at this moment, I also recovered from the previous advancement in cultivation. Feeling full of strength all over, I am truly invincible this time. Advancing is not just a casual matter. With the strength I've gained from reading so many novels, I am certain that I will thrive in this cultivation world. Overjoyed, then I looked at Elder Bai. Elder Bai, what procedure do I need to go through now to truly join the sect? Elder Bai, still in awe, chuckled and said, Shinji, the process of joining the sect is no longer something I can decide. This requires consultation with the sect leader. Yes, sect leader. You are now a member of the Eternal Sect, Shinji. Apart from the three ancestral masters and the sect leader, the Elder Council and us, the Supreme Elders, all need to show you respect. This process of joining the sect naturally needs to be decided by the sect leader. Then where is the sect leader? The sect leader is here. Just as I finished asking, a voice came over. A woman appeared in the sky, walking through the air. My name is Qi Ruyan, the current sect master of the Eternal Sect, Qi Ruyan said. I was startled when I saw her, and immediately said, Disciple pays respects to the sect master. Qi Ruyan looked me up and down, with a look of confusion in her eyes. She has a pair of very magical eyes, the Sicilian pupil, which is a special type of eye. She can see a cultivator's cultivation, realm, and talent. Just now, when she struck the sixth long bell, she cast her divine sense to witness my instant advancement of 5 levels, which greatly shocked her. The process of joining the sect is very simple. Just tell me the divine text you used to instantly promote yourself, and you can join the Eternal Sect. I was stunned for a moment after hearing this. A myriad of thoughts raced through my mind. Is this joining the sect or robbery? Sect master, don't you know this divine text? Qi Ruyan said solemnly, to be honest, I don't know. Now I understand that people in this world only use English as a method, but do not understand its meaning otherwise. The simple words I used just now to upgrade my cultivation, they couldn't possibly not know. Thinking of this, I also understood. Well, the divine text I just mentioned is for upgrading cultivation. Can you repeat it? I asked in confusion. Upgrade what? For upgrading cultivation. What cultivation? Upgrade cultivation. Upgrade what? I said it several times in a row, but it was still wrong, and it even caused me to advance 3 levels. Chen Ruyan then spoke this divine text and asked me to follow him to the sect and write it down later. Then Chen Ruyan loudly announced that when the bell rings 9 times, apart from the 3 elders and the sect leader, everyone must half kneel and pay respects when they see the divine child. The crowd present all shouted in unison, following the sect leader's orders. Chen Ruyan then led me into the main hall. After writing down the divine text, he asked me to rest first. After I left, Chen Ruyan in the main hall had a worried expression and said to himself that he didn't know if this person could help our sect survive this once-in-a-millennium natural disaster. When I returned to my room and settled down, I found many books about cultivators here. In order to quickly integrate into this world, I picked up these books and planned to learn all about cultivators. I then picked up the book and said read 10 times faster, glancing through, not forgetting, 1 page at a time. My eyes instantly flashed with golden light, and I quickly flipped through these books. In a moment, I had already memorized the knowledge about cultivators in my mind. I basically understood the general idea of this world. But the thing I most wanted to do now was to enter the Void Star Realm. To enter, I must be able to speak the divine text that opens the Void Star Realm. But there are so many divine texts to open the Void Star Realm that ordinary people simply can't speak them. So even though the divine texts to enter the Void Star Realm are known to the world, only a few highly skilled individuals can enter, and then I began to recite it. Since you asked sincerely, I will compassionately tell you that it is to prevent the world from being destroyed and to maintain world peace. Embodying the evil of love and truth, the lovely and charming Dragon Bones, we are the little dragons shuttling through the Void Star Realm. A white tomorrow is waiting for me, that's it. After I finished reciting the divine text in the book to enter the Void Star Realm, with a strange look, he said, "Isn't this a line from the Rocket Team in Pokémon?" In an instant, above the sky of the house where I live, there was a strange sound in the sky. Tearing open a void crack from the sky, the surrounding space became distorted. Deep in the valley, the ancestor Warjian's face was extremely pale. Who opened the void gate leading to the Void Star Realm within the sect? Bodhi Ancestor's face was equally unsightly. It's impossible for anyone within the sect except for us three old guys to open the Void Star Realm. Even Chaya too couldn't open it. If it weren't for the invasion of the Holy Realm experts from the external sect, the three ancestors immediately shrouded the entire Eternal Mountain with their divine thoughts. I found the void gate of the Void Star Realm, and it was actually opened above the sky where I live. The next moment, I flew directly into the Star Realm. After entering, what came into view was a void. There were strange scenes and mist everywhere, and I was floating above this void of war and mist. Looking closely, there was a huge bronze gate in the distance. Above the bronze door, there is a very strange image, resembling an enormous eye. Then I flew towards the bronze door, but as soon as I got near the bronze door, a roar suddenly came from inside the door. The sound was deafening. Who dares to disturb the rest of this place? A deep voice came from within the stone door. I was stunned after hearing this. He called himself an emperor. Could it be that he is already a practitioner of the Emperor realm? Then his realm of cultivation is higher than that of my three masters? I cautiously said that I came to find the Starry Sky Dragon. May I ask, where can I find it within the void of the starry sky? After a moment of silence, the expert inside the Starry Sky Dragon gate said, "You shouldn't be here. Do you want to find the Starry Sky Dragon as a mount?" Ha! The person inside the gate seemed to have heard a huge joke, and the laughter was very loud, and I didn't understand at all why he found it so funny. "Mortal, do you even know what you are talking about? The Starry Sky Dragon? How can a practitioner of your realm control it? Ignorance, truly ignorant. Take advantage of my good mood today, and get out of here quickly." Before I could even react, the bronze door suddenly opened, and a huge hand reached out from it, directly tearing open a crack in space. After that, I was pushed out directly. After coming out, I happened to see my three masters, and they were all stunned at the same time. "Disciple, how did you come out? You still haven't figured out the situation." So, I stood there dumbfounded and said, my disciple had just opened the door to the Void Star Realm. Shortly after entering, he was driven out by a seemingly Imperial Realm powerhouse. The three ancestors' faces changed drastically. Bodhi Ancestor said, "What are you saying? Are you implying that you opened the Void Door?" "Yes, it's recorded in the books in the room, opening the Void Star Realm." Questioning, the three ancestors all took a sharp breath, looking at each other. "How is this possible?" Wuji Ancestor took a step forward. He looked up and down. I again questioned, "Can you understand that divine text?" I nodded. Wuji Ancestor's face was suddenly full of joy, even his eyes turned red with excitement. The Eternal Sect has produced a once-in-a-millennium genius. At the same time, in a hidden river, a scattered white bone suddenly rushed out of the river, and the surrounding immortal energy quickly gathered. A transparent body was formed for this white bone. He opened his eyes, with a faint blue light in them, and an immensely large black immortal shadow behind him, symbolizing his Imperial Realm status. While in slumber, he sensed the Void Star Realm being opened, and from within, the aura of the Void Emperor was revealed. "The Void Emperor, how could his aura appear at the Eternal Mountain?" murmured the white bone. Including three ancestors who are unaware of it, the opening of the gate to the Void Star Realm this time has already attracted the attention of many Emperor Realm powerhouses in the ancient continent due to the aura emanating from it. After that, I was taken to the back mountain and began to cultivate. First, Patriarch Bodhi said, "Your talent in understanding divine texts has already exceeded our expectations, but among cultivators, it's far from enough to just have a good grasp of divine texts. After all, divine texts are only used to cast immortal techniques. True strength lies in your cultivation, realm, soul power, and your physique. Only when these three aspects are combined can one become a true powerhouse. After saying that, Patriarch Bodhi began to teach how to cultivate one's physique, and many parts of it require the assistance of divine texts. This is simply a piece of cake for me. After teaching me the cultivation method, he said to me, "Alright, for the next 3 days, you should focus on cultivation. After 3 days, I will come to check your physique." Normally, it takes 5 to 6 years for cultivators to comprehend it fully, but with your understanding, you must reach at least 30% in 3 days. Having said that, Patriarch Bodhi then treaded on air and left the forest. I was the only one left in the forest. Then I found a rock below the waterfall and sat on it. Withstanding the immense impact, I began to silently recite the technique taught by Patriarch Bodhi in my mind. This technique consists of half the language of this world and half English. I comprehended the first stage in just 10 minutes. Next is the second stage, and if there are any parts that I can't understand during the process, in English, it's like understanding and penetrating, in less than an hour. I've already completely understood the techniques. After practicing the techniques, I felt an unprecedented comfort all over my body, and went straight back to my residence to sleep. I was sleeping soundly in bed at night, but I've had a bad habit since I was young, which is talking in my sleep, drooling, murmuring in English, earth explosive celestial star, in an eternal moment. A purple-red night pearl appeared in the night sky above, gathering the surrounding immortal energy. Afterward, a large number of stones began to gather around this night pearl. Starting from the size of an apple, it gradually grew into a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The night pearl is still growing, and this terrifying aura has alarmed the 5 supreme elders. The white elder suddenly opened his eyes in his sleep, sensing the terrifying immortal energy outside. Shouting enemy attack, all the elders activated the protective formation of the sect. In an instant, the white elder disappeared from his room and reappeared in the square of the main hall. The other 4 supreme elders also arrived successively. The second-ranked elder one was shocked. "What's going on? What on earth is that giant stone in the night sky?" As he spoke, Qi Ruyan also appeared in the square of the main hall. He frowned and looked at the giant stone in the night sky. "This shouldn't be an enemy. The aura is much stronger, but the soul power of a person with a strong aura is obviously very weak. I think only the level of the white soul can dominate." The white elder's face showed concern. If this is not the direct line, who else would dare to release such an arrogant immortal technique above the main hall? At this moment, I muttered to myself in the room, "The will of all things." A crack tore through the dark night sky, and a large number of extraterrestrial meteorites flew out from it, heading towards the Eternal Sect at an extremely fast speed. When Qi Ruyan saw this scene, her expression changed, and she instantly had a bold guess in her mind. Then she said, "5 elders, quickly activate the defense barrier. Although this immortal technique is strange, its power is not great. You can withstand it. I'll be right back." Outside my room, Qi Ruyan was already standing at the door. When she just saw the obviously powerful immortal technique, and the soul power in it was unexpectedly weak, she immediately suspected whether I had done it. Before Qi Ruyan could push the door open, 3 ancestors had already appeared behind her. "Which blind sect is Qi Yatta from?" Night Attack Bodhi ancestor stroked his beard. Qi Ruyan was also surprised to see the 3 ancestors and quickly replied, "It's not an attack from an external sect. I suspect it's done by the divine child." Then she pushed open the door to my room. She found me sleeping, muttering about the earth-shattering starburst and the will of all things. Occasionally, I was missing his sentence. The technique taught to me by the Bodhi ancestor. The 3 ancestors and Qi Ruyan were all frozen in their movements, especially Qi Ruyan, incredulously saying that this is divine text. While he was sleeping, he was still saying that the phenomenon outside the divine text was really caused by him. Divine text is the most advanced immortal technique in this world. Ordinary cultivators need a lot of effort to read the divine text even when awake. However, I just treat it as sleep talk when I'm asleep. Abnormal. This is the only word Qi Ruyan can think of to describe me at the moment. Then Ancestor Wuji woke me up from my sleep. I opened my eyes, and found my 3 masters and the sect leader standing by my bedside. 3 masters, and the sect leader, how did you come here? I looked at the still dark sky outside the window and said, "It's not yet dawn." Ancestor Wuji smiled bitterly and said, "My good disciple, if you don't wake up, you will destroy the eternal sect." Then I looked at them in confusion. I was clearly asleep. How did I destroy the eternal sect? When you were sleeping, you were restless and muttering divine text that we masters have never known. If it weren't for your current cultivation, realm, and soul power not being high, you would have destroyed the eternal sect. At this moment, I got out of bed and walked outside, only to find an incredibly huge sphere hanging in the square of the main hall. All of this is too familiar. This is not the boss skill from that anime in my original world. Did I subconsciously blurt it out while sleeping? So I tentatively said, show. Sure enough, the giant sphere instantly disintegrated into pieces. When people saw the sphere in the night sky disappear, they all breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, Patriarch Bodhi stepped forward and said, from now on, you must keep your mouth tightly closed when you sleep, to avoid causing another blunder like tonight. I understand, Master. But who can stop me? I love talking in my sleep. What am I going to do? After that, the three patriarchs returned to their immortal caves. Only Qi Ruoyan and I were left in front of the main hall. Sect Master, do you have something to discuss with me? She glanced at me and indifferently said, I forgot to tell you earlier, I also have 2 disciples. They will finish their training tomorrow and return to the sect. You should interact with them more in the future. After Sect Master left, I didn't feel sleepy at all. I meditated while pondering how to stabilize my own realm. You see, if my foundation is unstable, it's easy to go wrong. Even though I exist in this world like a cheat code, I still have to be cautious. Then, I furrowed my brow and meditated extremely seriously on the bed. I kept muttering stabilize the realm, accelerate stabilizing the realm, ultra-fast stabilizing the realm in my mouth. After daybreak, I headed to the main hall. While advancing in realm, it is also necessary to enhance soul power, which can only be obtained from the soul tower. The soul tower has always been controlled by the sect master, so now we can only go find Qi Ruoyan. At this moment, a man and a woman are standing in the main hall. The young man has distinct features and looks very handsome. The girl beside him is also graceful, with crescent-shaped eyes, dimples at the corners of her mouth, and tiger teeth, making her look extremely adorable. These 2 are the disciples of Qi Ruoyan, the sect master of the Eternal Sect, Xuanan and senior brother Muyu. It is said that the patriarch and the others awakened from their slumber and jointly accepted a disciple. Xuanan raised an eyebrow in surprise after hearing this. How could it be possible for the 3 patriarchs to accept one person as their disciple at the same time? What is this person's identity? According to the disciples of the inner hall, a few days ago when the sect was accepting disciples, this person rang the longevity bell 9 times and was recognized as the divine child by the masters and the patriarchs. Xuanan instantly furrowed his brow, clenched his fists tightly, although his face remained expressionless. But the anger in his heart has already killed the unknown divine child 1,000 times, killed him 10,000 times. Xuanan entered the Eternal Sect at the age of 15 because his family and his innate soul power did not separate. He was singled out by the sect master Qi Ruoyan at first sight. She took him as her disciple, and after 3 years of training, he finally had the qualifications to be selected as the divine child. Unexpectedly, he was preempted by someone who had just passed the assessment on the way. Where is he now? Zonan is almost gnashing his teeth, and at this moment, Zonan noticed a leisurely, whistling young man walking in from outside the main hall. He had a wild and unrestrained look on his face, obviously lacking the discipline of an Eternal Sect disciple. Apart from the sect master and the supreme elder, no one else should be able to enter the main hall. However, Zonan and Muyu, as disciples of the sect master, have the privilege to enter the main hall. And now, this utterly undisciplined young man appeared in the main hall, angering Zonan. Who is he to dare to barge into the Eternal Sect's main hall? Zonan stood in front of me with a cold expression, asking, whose disciple are you to dare to barge into the main hall? Looking at the man and woman in front of me, I was momentarily puzzled. Then I raised an eyebrow and said, I am a disciple of the 3 ancestors. Besides the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master, I have also been granted the privilege to enter the main hall. Muyu covered her mouth, amazed, and exclaimed, Oh my, you are the chosen one. Looking at the lovely girl in front of me, she gave off a naturally endearing vibe. I smiled and nodded at him, yes, I'm Qianchen. Muyu immediately replied, My name is Muyu, and I am the Sect Master's disciple. The person next to me is my master. But Muyu didn't finish her sentence. Zonan interrupted their conversation, looking at me with a cold expression. The next moment, a huge blue fairy shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Muyu hastily said, Senior brother, what are you doing? I just scanned him with my mind. He's just a practitioner of traditional and white soul cultivation. With his aptitude, he definitely cannot be a divine child. Who are you? Trespassing the main hall, impersonating a divine child, this is a capital offense. After saying this, Zonan activated the immortal technique and rushed directly towards me. I haven't figured out the situation yet, but I won't just stand there foolishly, waiting for the young man opposite to strike me, then instantly gathering a red immortal shadow, appearing behind him, activating the immortal technique, muttering shadow under his breath. Shadow clone technique. Petty tricks, thinking he's arrogant just because he knows a few divine texts. Zonan snorted coldly. The next moment, he disappeared in front of me. With just a glance, he completely dispersed my clone. I still suffered a loss due to my weak soul power. Then I made a quick decision, using a flash step to create distance from Zonan. At the same time, I also realized that the young man in front of me is superior in the application of immortal techniques and soul power. Relying on normal immortal techniques, he is definitely not my match. He is definitely not his opponent. Then I ran outside the main hall, with Zonan chasing after me shouting, trying to escape? The main hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Seeing Zonan closely chasing, every move is deadly. I immediately thought that I could only use that technique, the immortal technique temporarily prohibited by the three ancestors. The will of all things, in an instant, a tear appeared in the night sky above. Instantly, dozens of burning meteorites appeared from within, hurtling towards Zuanan at a terrifying speed. Zuanan's face changed drastically as he witnessed this scene. This is the activation of otherworldly magic. With his level of cultivation and soul power, how is this possible? Zuanan's face gradually turned pale. With his current strength, he was completely unable to stop such magic. Muyu, who was on the side, panicked upon seeing the meteorites falling from the sky. But at this critical moment, a woman's figure appeared in front of Zuanan. Instantly, a huge aura was released, launching magic to block this attack for him. Zuanan broke out in a cold sweat. This was the first time since he entered the Eternal Sect to cultivate. He felt so close to death for the first time. The one who blocked this fatal blow for him was none other than the sect master of the Eternal Sect, and also his and Muyu's master, Qi Ruyan. Seeing that it was Qi Ruyan who blocked my attack, I was not surprised, and could only angrily withdraw. Shinji, why did you use forbidden magic to harm my disciple? Qi Ruyan looked at me with a cold expression. I hesitated for a moment and said to him, reporting to the sect master, he accused me of impersonating a Shinji and trespassing the temple. He immediately used magic against me without any discussion. Qi Ruyan's face turned even colder, and instantly turned away in disdain. Staring sternly at the seated Zonan, are all the things Zonan Shinji said true? Zonan had never seen his master with such a cold gaze, and was immediately frightened and at a loss. So he said, it's not like that, master. When I saw the Shinji approaching, I treated him with the utmost respect. But the Shinji immediately attacked me without giving me a chance to explain. After hearing this, Qi Ruyan looked at me with a disappointed expression and said, Shinji, we in the Eternal Sect have always treated you well. Why are you like this? Seeing this scene, I was speechless and my gaze gradually turned cold. I didn't explain to them, I just slowly said, illusionary art of reading. However, Qi Ruyan interrupted me, indicating that she had already figured it out. She took a deep breath and looked at me, saying, Shensi, it's up to you to decide how to deal with Zuanan. Except for the three elders in the sect, no disciple can use immortal techniques against you. He has violated the sect's rules. Qianchen was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, forget it, forget it. It's not his fault for not knowing that I am the son of a god. Fortunately, master, you intervened in time, otherwise my immortal technique would have probably seriously injured him. Shiruyan never expected that Qianchen would choose to let Zonan off. She knew very well that although Qianchen was the son of a god, his strength was indeed not as good as her disciple Zonan's. The reason Qianchen was able to suppress Zonan just now was only because Zonan was careless and didn't expect Qianchen to have such powerful immortal techniques. So, being put in such a difficult situation by Zonan, Qianchen actively chose to forego punishing him, which made Shiruyan have a new understanding of Qianchen once again. Not showing off when one is strong, not revealing dissatisfaction. Very good, truly worthy of being the son of a god. Shiruyan praised. More praise from the master. Muyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was fortunate that Qianchen didn't hold a grudge, otherwise senior brother Zonan would have been in trouble. At the same time, she carefully observed Qianchen and found that his body was imposing, his eyes were sharp, and his broad chest exuded righteousness. Unintentionally, Qianchen had already left a very good impression on Muyu. However, Zonan, who had just been frightened by Qianchen, did not feel grateful for Qianchen's leniency, but instead harbored intense resentment. Zonan felt that Qianchen was truly hypocritical. He had clearly used lethal force against him just now. If Master hadn't arrived in time, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. Now he was putting on a hypocritical appearance. What else could it be if not hypocrisy? Furthermore, Qianchen had also preempted the position of the son of a god that he had just taken, which made Zonan hate him to the core. After the farce ended, Shiruyan asked Qianchen what he was doing in the main hall. This shouldn't be the time for him to practice. Master Wuji said my soul power is too weak, so I'm not suitable for practicing martial arts for the time being. He asked me to go to the Soul Tower to enhance my soul power. I originally planned to come to the main hall to find you, but then I ran into Shiruyan nodded, then said to Muyu and Zonan standing beside her, Zonan, you have just returned from your training, so it's a good time to test your soul power. You two take the son of a god to the soul tower. Muyu and Zonan took Qianchen to the soul tower together. Zonan remained silent with a sullen expression, while Muyu and Qianchen chatted enthusiastically. Son of a god, are you really just in the reincarnation realm and possess a white soul? How did you manage to understand the divine text on the eternal clock and make it ring 9 times? Maybe it's talent, he. Qianchen looked at the girl beside him. She seemed to be about the same age as him, but she had an indescribable temperament. Zonan, who had been silent all along, snorted and said mockingly, Talent? Are you talking about talent to Yuer? She entered the unbreakable realm at the age of 13, and then spent 5 years to cultivate to the current firmament realm. Qianchen was surprised to learn that Muyu had entered the firmament realm at the young age of 18. It should be noted that the 5 highest elders in the sect were only in the reincarnation realm, and they were all in their early 30s. Seeing Qianchen's surprised expression, Zonan became even more proud. Throughout the entire ancient continent, there are very few cultivators in the firmament realm at the age of 18. How dare you talk about talent in front of Yuer? Zonan's aggressive words finally made Qianchen understand that the person in front of him, named Zonan, held a strong grudge against him. Qianchen remained calm and looked at Zonan. Yes, her talent is indeed terrifying, but that's her talent. Why do you speak as if this 18-year-old cultivator in the firmament realm is yours? After speaking, Qianchen looked at Zonan again and said, although you are also a cultivator in the firmament realm, if I guess correctly, you should be 25 years old, right? Zonan's face instantly turned red, and he retorted, so what if I'm 25? What about you, a mere void realm cultivator, boasting about what? Although it can be considered a high level, your soul power is only a white soul, not as good as most non-breaking realm practitioners. Muyu saw that the atmosphere was not right, so she quickly stepped forward to mediate. She pulled Zuanan and said, Senior brother, don't be like this. Master knows that you are disrespectful to the Divine Son and will punish you. Zuanan, seeing his beloved junior sister, no longer provoked Qianchen with words, snorted, and walked ahead quickly. Qianchen narrowed his eyes and did not engage with Zuanan. Qianchen thought, you trash, I only took 1 minute to advance from the Stillwater realm to the Azure Sky realm, while you spent 25 years to reach the Azure Sky realm. Aren't you just a clown? However, to Qianchen's surprise, Muyu, as Zuanan's junior sister, did not immediately follow Zuanan, but stayed by Qianchen's side. Muyu blinked her big watery eyes at Qianchen and whispered, Divine Son, don't be angry with my senior brother. That's just how he is. He's always harsh with his words, but he's actually very kind at heart. It's okay, I'm not angry with him. You don't have to keep calling me Divine Son, it's awkward. We're the same age, just call me by my name. Okay, then you can call me Xiaoyu. Qianchen? For some reason, when Muyu called him that, Qianchen's heart raced, and he couldn't help but blush. In his previous world, Qianchen was just a homebody who liked to read novels and watch anime, and had hardly interacted with the opposite sex in 18 years. Now, with Muyu, a sweet and gentle girl, talking to him, he couldn't help but feel a little shy. Seeing Qianchen blush, Muyu, intentionally or not, approached him and asked, Qianchen, senior brother never cares about the affairs of the sect, but I'm different. I heard that you were only at the Stillwater realm during the assessment, and with just 1 divine script, you immediately advanced to the Void realm. Qianchen grunted, not used to being so close to the opposite sex, and instinctively took a step back. So, my talent is not worth mentioning in front of you. After Muyu finished speaking, she gave Qianchen a shallow smile and walked ahead with her hands behind her back. Qianchen followed Muyu and Zuanan into the Eternal Sect's inner hall, which was not as spacious and empty as the main hall, but was filled with many disciples and mentors. The tallest building in the inner hall was the Soul Tower. When Qianchen saw the Soul Tower for the first time, he was shocked by its imposing appearance. The Soul Tower was 100 meters high, with a deep red body and a halo surrounding it every 20 meters, with a total of 5 halos, each larger than the last. Even before approaching the Soul Tower, Qianchen could feel its powerful soul force emanating faintly. This is the Soul Tower. Zuanan saw Qianchen's naive appearance and thought, where did this country bumpkin come from? How did he become the Divine Son? Thinking this, Zuanan became even more angry. He hasn't even seen the Soul Tower. Zuanan sneered. Muyu stood beside Qianchen and explained to him, the Soul Tower is also divided into 3 levels, the 10-meter tower, the 100-meter tower, and the 1,000-meter tower. Usually, small sects have a 10-meter tower, and only powerful large sects have a 100-meter tower. The only 1,000-meter tower on the Eternal Continent is located in the Temple of the Heavenly God. Qianchen silently thought, Temple of the Heavenly God. What kind of organization is this? All the disciples of the Eternal Sect knew Zuanan and Mu Yu, as they were the strongest practitioners in the sect after the three elders and the sect master, especially Mu Yu, who was regarded as a goddess by many male disciples within the sect, and had a large number of admirers. Look, isn't that senior sister Mu Yu and senior brother Zuanan? They've returned from their training. Senior sister Mu Yu looks even more beautiful. I heard that senior sister Mu Yu and senior brother Zuanan are not planning to advance in their cultivation realm for the time being. They are currently attempting to break through to the fierce soul from the late moon soul stage. Many disciples around them saw the two of them discussing and were in a flurry of discussion. However, they quickly discovered something astonishing. Behind Mu Yu and Zuanan, there was another person, and Mu Yu was chatting and laughing with this person. Cabinet disciples were not allowed to leave the cabinet during their cultivation, so on the day of accepting disciples, they only heard the sound of the eternal life bell and learned that someone had been accepted as a disciple by the three ancestors and was established as the sect's divine child, but no one had seen what the divine child actually looked like. Therefore, these disciples did not know who Qianshen was, but he was actually able to chat and laugh with senior sister Mu Yu. How could this be? Who is that kid next to senior sister Mu Yu? He doesn't even wear the cabinet's sect attire. Is he just a disciple from an external cabinet? Nonsense, he doesn't even wear the external cabinet's sect attire. He's probably a disciple from another sect. This kid looks like he has a low cultivation level, just a low-level cultivator. What qualifications does he have to chat and laugh with my senior sister Mu Yu? Qianshen had no idea that he had already incurred the resentment of a large number of cabinet disciples before even entering the Soul Tower. Mu Yu, Qianshen, and Zuanan arrived under the towering Soul Tower. Mu Yu said to Qianshen, because you haven't entered the Soul Tower before, you need to test your soul power in front of the Soul Tower's gate first. Qianshen nodded and walked towards the gate of the Soul Tower. In front of the Soul Tower's gate was an ordinary elder, and on the day of the assessment, he had not seen the true face of the divine child, so naturally, he did not recognize Qianshen. Hello, I want to take the soul power test, said the elder guarding the tower, named Sitaming. Sitaming, upon seeing Qianshen not wearing any sect attire, paused for a second and asked, "What's your name? Why aren't you wearing sect attire?" In the Eternal Sect, apart from the sect master's disciples and the ancestors' disciples, all other disciples must wear the corresponding level of sect attire. Sitaming, upon seeing Qianshen not wearing sect attire, immediately became stern. Practicing without wearing sect attire was a major taboo and had already violated the sect's rules. Sect attire? I don't have sect attire, Qianshen truthfully replied to Sitaming. Nonsense, all Eternal Sect disciples have sect attire. To enter the Soul Tower, you must wear sect attire. You say you don't have sect attire. Could it be that you are not a disciple of the Eternal Sect? I am a disciple of the Eternal Sect. But I saw that Mu Yu and Zuanan also didn't wear any sect attire, so why should I wear it? Sitaming seemed to have heard the biggest joke, and he burst into laughter, attracting the attention of many disciples around him. Even the disciples preparing to enter the Soul Tower gathered around to see who had made the elder Sitaming lose his composure in front of the Soul Tower's gate. Who are Mu Yu and Zuanan? They are the sect master's disciples, Eternal Sect disciples. Only the sect master and the three great ancestors' disciples do not need to wear sect attire. All other disciples must wear it. Qianshen casually responded with an "oh" in a very calm tone, and said, "Then hurry up and test my soul power." Sitaming was stunned, thinking, didn't he understand what I said clearly enough? Even the surrounding disciples couldn't help but curse Qianshen for not understanding. Among them, a man stepped forward and said to Qianshen, "You brat, are you not understanding? Can't you understand Elder Situ's words? Without sect attire, you cannot enter the Soul Tower, let alone test your soul power." The people around them gasped, because the person who spoke to Qianshen was Yi Xiu, a disciple of the 10 highest venerables among the Eternal Sect's disciples. Yi Xiu was one of the top 10 cultivators in the Eternal Sect, and all the disciples knew that he held a grudge against those who violated the sect's rules. Qianshen tilted his head and looked at Yi Xiu, saying, "And who are you?" All the disciples were stunned, thinking that this fool not only didn't wear sect attire but also didn't recognize senior brother Yi Xiu. Could he be a new disciple of the sect? He's so ignorant. It's impossible. Even if he's a newcomer, on the first day of joining the sect, the elders would teach the sect's rules. He wouldn't be so ignorant. Yi Xiu obviously didn't expect that there would be people in the sect who didn't recognize him. Yi Xiu said, "Who I am is none of your business. Since you don't have the sect's attire, then quickly leave here and don't block the way." Qianshen narrowed his eyes and said, "If I must test my soul power today and also enter the Soul Tower, then I will let you know what it means to have family rules and sect regulations." Muyu, who was standing behind the crowd, saw that the situation was not right and wanted to help Qianchen, but was stopped by Zhuo Nan next to him. Senior brother, Qianchen is a god's child. I can't just stand by and watch them make things difficult for him, Muyu said anxiously. Zhuo Nan shook his head and said calmly, he is a god's child. If he can't even solve this little trouble, he doesn't deserve to sit in that position. But, Xiaoyu, listen to me. You don't want the sect to have a waste as a god's child, do you? In the end, Muyu was still stopped by Zhuo Nan and could only watch Qianchen being surrounded by the crowd. The atmosphere between Qianchen and Yishou became tense, but Qianchen didn't want to conflict with Yishou deep down, because he had just caused a misunderstanding with Zhuo Nan in the main hall, and if he were to fight with a fellow disciple now, he would inevitably be scolded by his three masters when he returned. Qianchen took a deep breath and said to Situ Ming, Elder Situ, I really don't have any sect attire. My master has never mentioned this to me. Situ Ming frowned and asked, who is your master? Eternal No. 1. Bodhi No. 1. Void Kuan No. 1. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, and after a few seconds, everyone burst into laughter. Situ Ming's face turned black, thinking that he had been played by a junior. So, according to what you're saying, you are a god's child? Yishou sneered. Qianchen nodded. This time, Yishou didn't waste any more words with Qianchen. He gathered his energy directly, and his celestial shadow instantly appeared behind him, causing the nearby disciples to retreat several steps, but Qianchen, who was closest to Yishou, didn't move at all, not even blinking. This surprised Yishou. How dare you? Not wearing the sect attire, speaking arrogantly, and impersonating a god's child, you have violated 3 sect rules in a row. According to the sect's regulations, I can punish you on the spot. Qianchen looked at the purple celestial shadow behind Yishou and said to himself, but it's just the reincarnation realm. Upon hearing this, Yishou became even more furious. In this person's eyes, the reincarnation realm was described as just? Well, I want to see if the reincarnation realm that you look down upon can make you kneel under this soul tower today, Yishou said, and immediately used his celestial arts. Situ Ming, who was on the side, wanted to stop Yishou, but it was too late. He silently exclaimed that it was not good. The surrounding disciples were also surprised. They didn't expect Yishou to directly attack Qianchen here. They had already anticipated that Qianchen would be knocked away in the next second, paying the price for his ignorance. However, the next second, a surprising scene appeared. Qianchen's hands were behind his back, and he uttered gather energy. A huge red celestial shadow instantly expanded behind him, and then, in an indifferent tone, he said a divine text, hurricane. In an instant, a towering hurricane rose up around Qianchen. It seemed that Yishou's celestial arts were about to hit Qianchen, but this suddenly activated divine text celestial arts directly bounced it away. Yishou reacted quickly, only retreating a few steps and stabilizing his posture, but his disdainful expression had already turned into disbelief. How is this possible? The color of the celestial shadow behind him is the void realm, and that divine text celestial arts is actually the usual celestial arts of Elder Lingfeng. Not only Yishou was surprised, but the other disciples were also completely dumbfounded when they saw the red reincarnation realm celestial shadow behind Qianchen. Yishou's surprised expression quickly disappeared, and he immediately drew his sword and launched an attack on Qianchen. Yishou's master, Venerable Wan, was also a practitioner of swordsmanship, and he had passed on this sword technique to Yishou. Little Thunder Art. Qianchen almost laughed when he heard Yishou using his celestial technique. Little Thunderous Secret? Are you sure you're not here to joke around? Qianchen thought, perfect, since someone is offering themselves, I'll try out the swordsmanship I just learned. Qianchen no longer tangled with Yishou, immediately taking out the black roar bestowed upon him by the ancestor Wuji. He joined his fingers and slid them across the sword, and the black roar instantly emitted a black sword aura, eerie and domineering. Ascension Thunderous Secret. As the words were spoken, the black roar in Qianchen's hand emitted a cold light, and even the celestial shadow behind Qianchen had a magnified version of the black roar in its hand. With a swift motion, the sword aura directly cleaved towards Yishou. Yishou's face turned pale at the sight. Ascension Thunderous Secret. That was the famous celestial technique of Ancestor Wuji. Why could he use it? Yishou finally realized that the person in front of him, who was not wearing the sect's attire, was indeed a divine disciple. The black roar in Qianchen's hand erupted with immense power, and the black sword aura cleaved towards Yishou, instantly shattering his little thunderous secret, and Yishou was sent flying. As he fell to the ground, Yishou's celestial shadow shattered instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. In addition, a sword mark was left on the ground where the sword aura had cleaved, emitting a faint black aura. The disciples who had been mocking Qianchen just now were all dumbfounded, none of them dared to speak. This is the Ascension Thunderous Secret, the genuine Ascension Thunderous Secret. One disciple regained his senses, sounding extremely shocked. Senior brother Yi Xiu couldn't even withstand a single move. My goodness, is he really a divine disciple? These onlookers began to stir again, as everyone within the sect knew about the Ascension Thunderous Secret, the renowned celestial technique of Ancestor Wuji. Another disciple recognized the black roar in Qianchen's hand. He must be the newly appointed divine disciple, and that sword in his hand is Ancestor Wuji's black roar. The situation instantly reversed, and everyone was convinced that this young man who had defeated Yi Xiu with a single strike was indeed a divine disciple. Qianchen put away the black roar and glanced indifferently at the fainted Yi Xiu, not overly concerned. He had held back his strength, otherwise, with such a powerful celestial technique, Yi Xiu would have been doomed without using any defensive celestial techniques. Elder Situ, can you test my soul power now? My three masters really didn't give me any sect attire. Qianchen looked at Situ Ming. Situ Ming, who had just come to his senses from the shock, twitched at Qianchen's words, thinking to himself, can I dare not test you? You might end up killing this old man, right? Sect attire? Of course, the divine disciple doesn't need sect attire. Yi Xiu was quickly carried away to the medical pavilion by the other disciples who followed him, seeking treatment from the sect's physician. In the back, Zuanan, who had wanted to watch the excitement, had a look on his face as if he had just eaten a fly. He had originally wanted to mock Qianchen, but he hadn't expected Qianchen to defeat Yi Xiu with just one strike. I didn't expect him to be so skilled, Zuanan said resentfully. Muyu gave Zuanan a strange look, thinking that his senior brother had become strange since returning to the sect, always targeting Qianchen. At this point, Situ Ming began the soul power test for Qianchen. All the disciples immediately changed their attitudes upon learning that Qianchen was indeed a divine disciple, showing a complete reversal. I knew he was a divine disciple. Besides Muyu and senior brother Zuanan, only the divine disciple doesn't need to wear sect attire. I heard that on the day of the assessment, the divine disciple was only at the Stillwater realm. He used a single divine text and instantly advanced 5 realms in a row to reach the Void realm. That's a 5-realm advancement in a single day. The divine disciple's soul power level must be high, at least at the end of the month soul stage, and thinking more powerfully, he might have already stepped into the fierce soul stage. These onlookers were always like this, changing their tune based on the wind, boasting about whoever had the stronger identity and strength. Upon learning that Qianchen was indeed a divine disciple, Situ Ming also felt some anticipation for the test results. Because over the years, apart from some disciples with naturally strong soul power, most of the disciples only had the strength of a late-stage white soul during the test. The amount of immortal arts released by a cultivator depends on the level of soul power. Only with a higher level of soul power can a large amount of immortal arts be released in a short period of time. God's son, please place your hand on this soul stone and gather your energy immediately. Qianchen followed Situ Ming's instructions and placed his hands on the soul stone the size of a watermelon, then gathered his energy again. Everyone had high expectations for Qianchen. Perhaps he could break the record of the Eternal Sect's soul power test. The record of the Eternal Sect's soul power test was set by the current sect master Qi Ruyan. When she first joined the Eternal Sect and underwent the soul power test, she directly measured at the level of early-stage fierce soul. It should be noted that for a normal cultivator, it is more difficult for soul power to reach the level of fierce soul than to cultivate to the level of the Azure Sky realm. However, Qi Ruyan was born with a fierce soul, which directly surpassed many cultivators, and this eventually led her to become the new sect master of the Eternal Sect after many years. The soul stone sensed Qianchen's gathering of energy, and the originally black-gray surface of the soul stone began to change. After a minute, 4 words appeared on the soul stone in a twisted manner. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Situ Ming to announce the test results. Situ Ming saw the 4 words on the soul stone and took a sharp breath, thinking for a moment that the soul stone might be broken. However, the soul stone did not show any abnormalities, indicating that the test results were accurate. Situ Ming announced the results with a hint of confusion. God's son Qianchen's soul power test result is late-stage white soul? This test result shocked everyone. They couldn't believe that as the sect's God's son, who could make the longevity bell ring 9 times and release 5 realms in a day, Qianchen's soul power test result was only at the late-stage white soul. For any cultivator with a bit of talent, the result of the soul power test should be at least at the mid-stage white soul. As a naturally gifted God's son, could it be that his soul power was not even as good as an ordinary cultivator's? Upon hearing this result, Zuanan couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was as if he had released a breath he had been holding in. Muyu looked at Zuanan with a hint of disgust in her eyes and muttered to herself, How did senior brother lose all his grace? But how could Qianquan's soul power be only at the late-stage white soul? Qianquan also felt extremely embarrassed, his face turning red involuntarily. Damn, what's going on? Is my soul power talent really this bad? Qianquan wished he could find a hole to hide in immediately. It was bad enough to be seen by so many disciples, but the key was that Muyu was right there. She had just looked up to him, and now his soul power test result had embarrassed him. Qianquan scratched his head, showing an embarrassed and impolite smile. Ahem, Elder Situ, since the result of the soul power test is out, please let me enter the soul tower for cultivation as soon as possible. Elder Situ was stunned, still somewhat confused, and couldn't understand why the godson's soul power was only at the late-stage white soul. If that was the case, how did he release such a powerful immortal art like the Ascending Thunder technique just now? Godson, please go in quickly. Oh, by the way, I need to tell you about the rules of the soul tower. The soul tower has 100 levels, and the higher your soul power level, the higher you can go. Conversely, if your soul power level is too low, even if you insist on going up, you will be restricted by the soul tower itself and unable to reach the higher levels. So once you can go to a higher level, it means that your soul power level has improved. Of course, you can't come to cultivate in the soul tower every day, as this will cause damage to the cultivator's soul, making it difficult to improve soul power later on. Qianquan nodded, thanks Sitaming, and then did not rush to enter the soul tower. He turned to look at Muyu and smiled, saying, Xiaoyu, didn't the sect master ask you to test your soul power? Come and test it quickly. This is your first time coming to the soul tower, and I'm still waiting for you to go in and teach me how to cultivate. Qianquan's words to Muyu attracted the jealousy of countless disciples. Zuanan beside him also clenched his fists, staring at Qianquan intently. Muyu nodded in surprise and then walked to Sitaming, giving him a shallow smile. Elder Situ, could you please? Oh, Little Rain, I haven't seen you since you left the sect for training outside. Let me see the results of your training this time. Sitaming took out the soul stone and asked Muyu to place her hands on it to gather energy. After a moment, the soul stone displayed 4 large characters. Sitaming smiled with satisfaction and announced loudly, early stage of the fierce soul. The crowd was shocked by Sitaming's announcement. Among all the disciples of the Eternal Sect, apart from the disciple known as Soul Child, Muyu now had the strongest soul power level. Just a month ago, before Muyu left the sect for training, her soul power level was only at the end of the month soul stage. In just a short month, she had already broken through to the early stage of the fierce soul. Well done, Little Rain, you are now at the early stage of the fierce soul. With your talent and cultivation speed, it's not a problem for you to advance to the middle stage of the fierce soul within a year. Muyu stuck out her tongue. Elder Situ, you're too kind. Senior brother Zuanan trained with me this time, and his improvement in soul power is not inferior to mine. After Muyu finished speaking, she stepped back and gave her place to Zuanan. Zuanan calmly placed his hands on the soul stone, gathered energy, and the test results quickly appeared. Zuoju's disciple Zuanan, soul power test result. Mid-stage of the fierce soul. Zuanan looked proud, slightly raised his head, and cast a glance at Qianquan, as if to say, see, waste, mid-stage of the fierce soul. Do you, a waste at the early stage of the white soul, even deserve to be a godson? Qianquan ignored Zuanan's provocative gaze and turned to Muyu. Let's go, Little Rain. Teach me how to cultivate soul power in the soul tower. You are already at the early stage of the fierce soul, so you should impart some experience to me. I'm just at the early stage of the white soul. Seeing himself being ignored by Qianquan, Zuanan felt a bit awkward and thought, does this kid really have no shame? But Zuanan didn't know that Qianquan could easily look down on him, a mid-stage of the fierce soul, if he wanted to. Entering the soul tower, Qianquan was surprised to find that each floor had dozens of rooms for practitioners to cultivate soul power. Qianquan, I have to go to the 60th floor to cultivate. I can't stay with you here. By the way, the 3 ancestors should have taught you how to cultivate soul power in the soul tower, right? Muyu asked. Qianquan sighed. My 3 masters really didn't teach me how to cultivate in the soul tower. After teaching me the techniques, they just went back to sleep. Ah, the 3 ancestors are not sleeping, they are in hibernation. Hibernation? As far as I know, my 3 masters are the top combat powers of the Eternal Sect, all of them are Holy Realm experts. Why do they need to hibernate? Muyu didn't expect Qianquan to be unaware of this common knowledge. She recalled the various things that had happened before and felt that Qianquan didn't seem like a cultivator. He hardly knew anything about cultivators, yet he was a godson, which was contradictory. Muyu thought to herself, maybe that's what a genius is like. Well, after reaching the realm of the Holy Realm, the spiritual body can leave the physical body and appear in reality, relying on its own soul power, which is called soul embodiment. If an ordinary cultivator's physical body is severely injured, they are likely to die directly, but a cultivator who has reached the holy realm will use soul embodiment to survive in the state of the spiritual body, letting the physical body hibernate. Cultivators divide holy realm practitioners into two types. One is called a hibernating holy realm expert, and the other is called a traveling holy realm expert. The three ancestors suffered serious physical injuries in the 100 Sex War 200 years ago, so they could only become spiritual bodies and become dormant holy realm powerhouses. I see. Xianchen suddenly realized, no wonder each of his three masters could only come out for a short while and then go back to rest. It turns out that they appeared in front of him in a spiritual body form. It must be very exhausting. Xianchen thought to himself, there are still too many rules in this world that he doesn't know about. He must consult Muyu more in the future. After all, she is the disciple of the sect master Qi Ruyan. It shouldn't lower her status if the godson asks her questions, right? Quickly teach me how to cultivate soul power in the Soul Tower. I will try to come to the 60th floor tomorrow to practice with you. Muyu widened her eyes, covered her mouth in surprise, and exclaimed, tomorrow. But you are only in the early stage of the White Soul now. Just as Zuanan walked into the Soul Tower, he heard Xianchen's words and sneered, are you joking? Do you want to break through from the early stage of the White Soul to the Intense Soul in one day? No one has ever done that in the cultivation world. Don't think that just because you are the god's son, you can talk big. Xianchen glanced at Zuanan and still didn't pay attention to him. After the surprise, Muyu thought of Xianchen's precedent of advancing 5 realms in one day, and she vaguely felt that it was not impossible for Xianchen to break through to the Intense Soul in one day. Xianchen casually chose a practice room. There were no other decorations in the room, and a strange device stood in the center of the room. Muyu introduced this as the Soul Gathering Device. As long as soul power is input into the soul gathering device and the intention controls the blending and tempering of soul power with the industry fire in the soul gathering device, soul power will increase. After that, Muyu demonstrated it to Qianchen once, and Qianchen immediately learned the method. He nodded and smiled, it's quite simple. I'm sure I can come to the 60th floor to find you tomorrow. I believe you can. You are the god's son. Muyu made a gesture of encouragement, blinked at Qianchen, and then left. After Muyu left, Qianchen's face returned to a serious expression. In fact, when he tested his soul power and found that he was in the early stage of the White Soul, he felt extremely surprised, and even a little unacceptable. Damn it, the sect master is naturally an intense soul. Why am I naturally a White Soul, and still in the early stage? This is unfair. Xianchen cursed in frustration, then infused his soul power into the soul gathering device and began to blend and temper it with the industry fire. After an hour, Xianchen felt that his soul power had not increased much. He knew that if he continued to cultivate at this speed, the increase in soul power would be too slow. Immediately, Xianchen used the divine language, which is English, to say, double the cultivation, super double. Xianchen once again infused his soul power, and this time the speed of increase was significantly faster, but Xianchen was still not satisfied. After all, he had just boasted that he would go to the 60th floor to find Muyu for cultivation together tomorrow. At this speed, he would at most reach the late stage of the White Soul tomorrow. However, no matter how he used the divine language to say double the cultivation, it seemed to be of no avail, as if it had reached its peak. After thinking for a moment, Xianchen suddenly had a bold idea. He stood up from the ground, gathered his energy, took a deep breath, and said, Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow Clone Technique. With just one sentence, 2 people exactly like him appeared beside him. These people looked dull and seemed very dazed. Xianchen was surprised to see them and exclaimed, damn, it really works. Xianchen waved at the Qianchen who came out of his clone, hey, can you speak? The clone did not respond, with a vacant and dull expression. Xianchen tried to control the 2 clones and found that although they had no self-awareness, he could manipulate them to release spells, but only half the power of his own spells. Xianchen was extremely excited. If he could create more clones and cultivate soul power at the same time, with the double cultivation, he would be several times faster than ordinary cultivators. He wanted to split himself again, but quickly found that he was unable to do so. He no longer had the extra soul power to split himself. However, Xianchen also learned the principle of this shadow clone technique. The stronger his soul power, the more clones he could create. At that time, it might even be possible for them to speak, and he could use them as his main body to go to certain dangerous places. Forget it, since neither of you can speak, just follow my orders. Each of you will have a separate training room to cultivate your soul power. After the 2 shadow clones received their orders, they each entered a training room. Xianchen once again used the divine text to activate double cultivation, and then began to cultivate his soul power at a speed nearly 10 times faster. What Qian Shen did not know was that in this cultivation world, the shadow clone technique was considered a divine skill, overseen by the entire Hangu continent. Even many quasi-emperor realm cultivators were unable to perform such a divine skill. At the same time, in a secluded river at the Eternal Mountain, a huge vortex appeared, from which emerged a skeleton. This skeleton was the same one that Qian Shen had noticed in the Void Star realm, after being driven out by the powerful figure behind the bronze door. Hiss! There is actually someone in the Eternal sect who can perform a divine skill like the Shadow Clone technique. It shouldn't be those three old guys. They have already become dormant Holy Realm cultivators and would not be able to perform such a divine skill. The skeleton of the Emperor Realm murmured, then who could it be? Could it be the person who opened the Void Star realm last time? With this thought, he directed his divine sense towards the direction of the Eternal sect's Soul Tower. As an Emperor Realm cultivator, his divine sense would not be noticed by any cultivator below the Emperor Realm, so even the three old ancestors did not sense it. Through the Soul Tower, the Emperor Realm skeleton saw that Qian Shen was the one performing the Shadow Clone technique, and couldn't help but be greatly surprised. There was a momentary fluctuation in soul power, which made the three dormant ancestors aware of something. The skeleton immediately retracted his divine sense and returned to the river. The infinite ancestor stroked his beard and frowned at the other two ancestors. Why do I feel like someone is watching our eternal sect? Perhaps it's a powerful figure from the Emperor Realm passing by in the sky, just happened to glance at our eternal sect. It's not surprising. After all, the 100 Sects Conference is about to begin, and many cultivators are rushing towards the North Cold Island. Our eternal mountain is not far from the North Cold Island. The Bodhi ancestor replied nonchalantly. That's true. Let's have our little girl bring our good disciple to participate in the 100 Sects Conference this time. The Emperor Realm skeleton that had retreated into the river had concealed his aura for a long time, and then spoke again. It's a good thing that I reacted quickly, otherwise those three old undying ones would have sensed my presence, and I would have had to move to another place. But speaking of which, how did that kid in the Soul Tower, who was only at the Void Realm and White Soul level, manage to perform a divine skill? This kid is extraordinary, quite interesting. Inside the Soul Tower, Qian Shen only spent 2 hours before he broke through the late stage of the White Soul and began to impact the Moon Soul. Qian Shen withdrew his soul power and then attempted to perform the Shadow Clone technique again. As expected, with the increase in soul power level, he was now able to create 4 clones. As expected, if I can advance to the Fierce Soul level, I'm afraid I can create more than 10 clones. With this divine skill, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate other techniques at a speed dozens of times faster? Without delay, Qian Shen had the 2 newly created clones join in the cultivation of soul power. Qian Shen spent the entire night cultivating in the Soul Tower, not stepping out of the training room at all. The next morning, when Muyu and Zuanan came to the Soul Tower again, Muyu asked Situ Ming, Elder Situ, when did the young master come out after we left yesterday? The young master didn't come out at all, he stayed in the Soul Tower all night. Muyu was astonished. She had not expected that Qian Shen had actually spent the entire night cultivating in the Soul Tower. On the side, Zuanan laughed and said, he at least has some self-awareness, knowing that his soul power level is not as good as others, and he doesn't even sleep. Pausing, Zuanan continued with a disdainful tone, but so what? Does he think he can break through to the level of a fierce soul in just one night? Senior brother, Qian Shen is also a divine child. It's a bit disrespectful to speak of a divine child like that. The fact is here. When I advanced from the Moon Soul to the Fierce Soul, it took me half a year, and with your terrifying talent, it took you a full 3 months to advance from the Moon Soul to the Fierce Soul. He's just at the early stage of a White Soul. No matter how hard he tries, he's at most at the mid-stage of a White Soul now. Muyu wanted to retort, but Situ Ming spoke up, Xiaoyu, what Zuanan said is not wrong. Even for a natural soul power cultivator like a soul child, it's impossible to advance from a White Soul to a Fierce Soul in just one night. Muyu was left speechless, unable to argue. Although Qian Shen was a divine child, advancing from a White Soul to a Fierce Soul in one night was unprecedented on the Eternal Continent. As the three were talking, a yawning young man walked out of the Soul Tower. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes and looked exhausted. He was none other than Qian Shen, who had been practicing all night. Hey, Elder Situ, good morning, Xiaoyu, good morning, Qian Shen greeted as he yawned. Seeing Qian Shen, Muyu suddenly had an idea and asked tentatively, Qian Shen, what level is your soul power now? Soul power? I don't know. I practiced all night and I'm too tired. I need to go back and get some sleep first. I'll come back to the Soul Tower in the afternoon to find you, Qian Shen replied. Zuanan sneered, is not sleeping all night an excuse? Weren't you boasting yesterday about going up to the 60th floor to practice with us? Qian Shen glanced at Zuanan and spoke calmly, sorry, I only said I wanted to find Xiaoyu. When did I say I wanted to find you? You're stubborn through and through. Do you dare to test your soul power again and shall you see whether you're really a divine child or just talk? Xian Chen narrowed his eyes and noticed Muyu looking at him expectantly, so he nodded. Fine, I didn't want to test it originally, afraid that some people couldn't accept it. Since you insist on seeing, I'll show you. With that, Xian Chen had Sita Ming take out the soul stone, then placed his hand on it and gathered energy. The test result quickly appeared, leaving Sita Ming and Muyu speechless. Zhuan Nan, seeing their strange reactions, also leaned in subconsciously. At a glance, Zhuan Nan felt like his worldview was collapsing. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Everyone saw 4 big words on the soul stone: early fierce soul. Yes, Chen Chen had indeed broken through from the early stage of a white soul to the early stage of a fierce soul in one night in the Soul Tower. This was not only unprecedented in the Eternal Sect, but also unheard of in the entire Eternal Continent. Once this news spread, it would surely shake the entire cultivation world. Divine Child. This is the Divine Child. Sita Ming's voice trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. A few days ago, after Qian Chen and Muyu entered the Soul Tower, he had heard other disciples recount the Divine Child's actions during the assessment. First, he made the longevity bell ring 9 times, then casually replicated the Elder Ling Feng's immortal art, and finally used a sentence of divine text that even the elders and the highest dignitaries couldn't understand to continuously advance 5 realms in 1 minute. After a few days, the Divine Child once again achieved a terrifying feat by breaking through from the early stage of a white soul to the early stage of a fierce soul in just 1 night. I can't believe this old stubborn guy was just questioning the Godson. It's really a case of old eyes dimming. Looking at Muyu's stunned expression, Xian Chen showed a tired smile and said, Xiaoyu, I promised to go to the 60th floor of the Soul Tower today to practice with you. Muyu came to his senses and looked at Xian Chen with an admiring gaze. He felt that this man not only had extraordinary talent in cultivation, but also had a composure beyond his peers. This is impossible. You must have practiced some evil technique or soul pill to make your soul power increase so much overnight. After being slapped in the face, Zonan became angry and refused to believe that Xian Chen had truly entered the early stage of the Moon Soul's soul power level. Senior brother, that's enough. Muyu finally couldn't stand to see his senior brother's harassment and disrespect towards Xian Chen for the past 2 days. Xian Chen is the godson appointed by the 3 ancestors and recognized by the longevity clock. How dare you slander him for practicing evil techniques and soul pills? If the master and the 3 ancestors knew about your defamation of the godson, they would definitely punish you with a month of confinement. Zonan never expected that his junior sister, who had always obeyed him, would openly reprimand him for the sake of someone she had only known for a few days. Xian Chen looked at Zonan indifferently and said in a very calm tone, just because you can't do it, doesn't mean others can't. Practice more if you're not good enough. Practice more? Xian Chen left after saying this, leaving Zonan stunned in place, with his words echoing in his ears for a long time. Zonan had been pampered since childhood and had higher talent than most cultivators. Not only were his parents proud of him, but the clan also respected him immensely. After joining the Eternal Sect, he was taken in as a disciple by Chiruyan and became the esteemed senior brother of the Eternal Sect. He never expected that one day he would be told to practice more. Zonan stared at Xian Chen's back, appearing calm on the surface but seething with anger inside. He had already made up his mind to get rid of him. This person must not be allowed to develop peacefully in the Eternal Sect. Xian Chen returned to his residence and fell asleep. The night of cultivation had left him exhausted. In fact, Xian Chen himself had not expected that he could advance from the early stage of the white soul to the fierce soul in one night, thanks to the effectiveness of the shadow clone technique. Before breaking through to the late stage of the white soul, even with the assistance of 4 clones and the double cultivation divine text, one night was not enough for him to advance to the level of the fierce soul. However, after Xian Chen broke through to the late stage of the white soul and entered the moon soul, he found that the shadow clone technique could actually create 8 clones. With each level of advancement, the number of his clones doubled. By the time he reached the mid-stage of the moon soul, he could create 16 clones. At this point, with his 16 clones and the assistance of the divine text, his cultivation speed was equivalent to that of dozens of cultivators combined, all of which were infused into his main body. After waking up, Xian Chen felt refreshed and went to the Eternal Forest. Master Wuji, your disciple has followed your words and raised the level of his soul power. Xian Chen didn't know where to find his 3 elusive masters, so he shouted in the Eternal Forest. In an instant, Master Wuji appeared beside Xian Chen with a smile on his face. My disciple, it's only been a day, and I don't know how much your soul power has increased. You should focus on cultivating your soul power and come back to learn the techniques after a month. Xian Chen was stunned and felt somewhat disheartened. It turned out that in Master Wuji's eyes, the early stage of the fierce soul was not enough, and he needed to advance further. Master, your disciple understands. I will go to the Soul Tower to cultivate in seclusion. The three ancestors had long since retired and never cared about what happened within the Eternal Sect, leaving it all to the current sect master, Shuruyan, to manage. So the ancestor of Wuji felt that Qianqian had only practiced for a day. Even if he had extraordinary talent, he was at most at the mid-stage of the White Soul. He didn't know at all that Qianqian had already broken through the Fiery Soul last night. The ancestor of Wuji nodded with satisfaction and said to Qianqian, 5 days later is the 100 Sects Conference. I will let Chayata take you there together. 100 Sects Conference? The ancestor of Wuji explained to Qianqian that the 100 Sects Conference is organized jointly by the sects on the continents and islands of the entire cultivation world. The major sects from the ancient continent, the northern cold island, the extreme cold land, and the void star realm will all attend. Of course, not all sects can participate. There must be practitioners of the Holy Realm or above in the sect to participate in this 100 Sects Conference. The 100 Sects Conference is not only an exchange of immortal techniques between sects, but also a stage for sects to demonstrate their strength. If a sect produces a practitioner with extraordinary talent, after a joint vote by 100 sects, the elders of the 100 Sects Conference will reward the top 10 practitioners. Qianqian asked, what kind of rewards are there? Maybe it's a very powerful technique, or maybe it's a weapon of your choice, or maybe you'll be rewarded with a top-grade immortal body. These are all things that the Eternal Sect cannot provide you with. Master, do you hope that your disciple will win this reward at the 100 Sects Conference? The ancestor of Wuji laughed and then shook his head gently, looking at Qianqian with indulgent eyes. Good disciple, although you have extraordinary talent and have been appointed as a divine child, the practitioners at the 100 Sects Conference come from various sects from different places. This cultivation world never lacks geniuses. Your aptitude ranks first in the Eternal Sect, but it may be a bit dim at the 100 Sects Conference. After a pause, the ancestor of Wuji said, but the masters do not lack confidence in you, it's just that you have only been practicing for a short time. It's a bit early to try to surpass those old hands who have been practicing for years. This time, I just want you to go out and see the world, so that you know that there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens. You should focus on practicing in the sect for a few years, and I believe that you will definitely rank in the top 10 at the 100 Sects Conference a few years later. Alright, I'm going back to rest. You can't just focus on improving your soul power these days, you should review the Dragon Ascension technique. I will come to test you in a few days. After the ancestor of Wuji left, Qianqian silently repeated 100 Sects Conference in his mouth. Qianqian licked his lips and said to himself, there are people beyond people, and there are heavens beyond heavens? Master, your disciple will be that extraordinary person beyond people and heavens. Qianqian did not immediately go to the Soul Tower to practice. He wanted to try the power of his immortal technique after breaking through to the early stage of the Fiery Soul. He recalled the Dragon Ascension technique in his mind, and then took out his Black Roar sword and launched an immortal technique towards the waterfall flowing down from the valley. Dragon Ascension technique. A huge immortal shadow appeared behind Qianqian, and the immortal shadow wielded a sword energy, splitting the waterfall and even cutting a gap tens of meters long in the mountain behind the waterfall. Damn, is this for real? Qianqian couldn't believe that he had cut half of the 100-meter-high mountain. Was this really done by himself? It turns out that the power of immortal techniques becomes so powerful after the improvement of soul power. No wonder Master Wuji wants me to focus on practicing soul power. The Emperor Realm White Bone hidden in the Eternal Mountain quietly emerged from the river, concealing all its breath, and silently floated towards where Qianqian was. Rain Realm. The Emperor Realm White Bone casually launched an immortal technique. At this time, Qianqian was completely unaware that the area where he was located had been surrounded by a mysterious barrier, and people outside this area could not perceive anything inside the barrier. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, and it began to rain. Strange, it was sunny just now, and it's raining now. Well, let's try using the Shadow Clone technique to launch the Dragon Ascension technique, and see if it will have a miraculous effect. Qianqian gathered energy, then used divine text to chant the Shadow Clone technique. Hiding in the dark and observing Qianqian's Emperor Realm White Bone, even though it was the second time he had seen Qianqian release the Shadow Clone technique, he couldn't help but be shocked. This child is really interesting. Yesterday, he was just a mere white soul, and overnight he broke through to the early stage of the fierce soul. Throughout the entire cultivation world, this is unprecedented. The Emperor Realm White Bone muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that Qianqian had created 30 clones, each with a wooden expression and vacant eyes, devoid of any self-awareness. However, the clone at the end of the line showed a slight change in expression, and his eyes were not as vacant as the others, clearly indicating that he had self-awareness. Of course, Qianqian did not notice. Hiss. To be able to create 30 clones at the early stage of the fierce soul, looking at 30 people with the same appearance as oneself, it's somewhat eerie. Chen Chen suddenly dared not let all 30 clones simultaneously perform the ascending thunder technique. Just now, when he released it by himself, he had already shaved off half of the mountain wall. If he were to release all 30 at once, wouldn't it level this eternal mountain? Thinking this, Chen Chen immediately retracted the clones. However, the strange clone at the end quietly chanted the divine text instant blink and, unbeknownst to Chen Chen, hid in the forest. The hidden Emperor Realm White Bone saw this scene and raised an eyebrow, subconsciously saying, "Strange, it's really strange. To be able to produce a clone with self-awareness, this may be related to my Rain Realm, causing an anomaly after absorbing the Emperor's aura." The Emperor Realm did not take action to kill this clone, but allowed him to hide in the forest. After retracting the clones, due to the rain, Chen Chen left the Eternal Forest and headed to the Soul Tower to cultivate. The Emperor Realm White Bone quietly lifted the Rain Realm, and Chen Chen left without obstruction. After Chen Chen left, the clone hiding in the forest emerged. He looked at the departing Chen Chen with a pensive expression, but quickly used his immortal technique to hide himself and walked towards the outside of the Eternal Sect. The Emperor Realm White Bone watched this scene with great interest, releasing this clone that had been tainted with his Emperor's aura. Interesting, if I let him go, will it cause a stir in the outside world? Neither the Emperor Realm White Bone nor Chen Chen expected that this anomalous clone, in a very short time, would establish a force on the ancient continent that rivaled the Temple of the Gods. Of course, this is a story for another time. Arriving at the base of the Soul Tower, Chen Chen went straight to the 60th floor to find Muyu. After reaching the 60th floor, Chen Chen clearly felt that the surrounding soul power was much stronger than the lower levels, and it was likely that cultivating here would lead to a faster increase in soul power. However, there were hardly any other cultivators to be seen here. It was probably because, apart from Zuanan and Muyu, most of the cultivators in the Eternal Sect who had reached the fierce soul level or above were elders. They rarely came to cultivate in the Soul Tower. In a cultivation room, Chen Chen saw Muyu, who had closed his eyes and was cultivating his soul power. He chose not to disturb him and simply stood outside the door for a while. Then, Chen Chen unexpectedly saw a young boy who looked only 13 or 14 years old in another cultivation room. Ha! To reach the fierce soul level at such a young age? Chen Chen unconsciously muttered, but the young boy suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at Chen Chen. Are you the divine child that Grandpa Situ mentioned? The young boy spoke first, his voice slightly immature. I am the divine child, and you? The young boy walked up to Chen Chen. Although he was young, the determination in his eyes did not seem like that of a 13 or 14-year-old child. My name is Fengyun. The other senior brothers and sisters call me Soul Child. I heard that you only took one night to advance from the early stage of the White Soul to the early stage of the Fierce Soul? Soul Child? Chen Chen vaguely remembered hearing Muyu or Sitaming mention it. Listening to his nickname, Soul Child, it seems that he has achieved remarkable success in soul power cultivation. Chen Chen nodded at Fengyun and then asked, This is the 63rd floor of the Soul Tower, and you reached the martial soul at such a young age. To Chen Chen's surprise, the boy in front of him did not show a proud smile, but instead stared at him with a hostile look. I am 13 years old this year, and I am already in the late stage of martial soul, trying to break through to become a Soul King. Soul King? Chen Chen opened his mouth in astonishment and looked at the 13-year-old boy. He clearly remembered that his master, Wu Ji, was at the level of Soul King. The boy named Fengyun in front of him, only 13 years old, was already close to becoming a Soul King. Before Chen Chen could speak, Fengyun continued, You are the fastest cultivator I have ever seen, but the advancement of soul power levels before martial soul is relatively easy. It can be achieved completely within the Soul Tower. But from the early stage of martial soul, the effect of cultivation within the Soul Tower is not significant, so you have no chance of surpassing me. Then why are you still cultivating inside the Soul Tower? According to you, it's almost useless for you since you are in the late stage of martial soul, right? You don't understand this at all. It seems that you will never be able to surpass me. With that, Fengyun turned and returned to his cultivation room. Chen Chen did not understand why Fengyun seemed to harbor an inexplicable hostility towards him. No, calling it hostility was a bit far-fetched. Perhaps it was just the competitiveness of an immature youth. Chen Chen entered the cultivation room, immediately used his doppelganger, and then began cultivating again with the doubled cultivation divine text. However, after 2 hours, Chen Chen was shocked to find that his soul power had hardly increased at all during this time, only feeling that the soul power in his body had become more substantial. It seems that what the Soul Child said is true. After reaching the martial soul, the cultivation of soul power within the Soul Tower indeed does not have much effect, especially since I am cultivating under 100-fold amplification. Qianshen stood up and walked towards Feng Yun's cultivation room again. "Kid, I have something to ask you." "Kid," Qianshen called out several times, and Feng Yun finally became impatient. "Who are you calling a kid?" Qianshen chuckled, walked to Feng Yun's side, and casually patted his head, saying, "It's you, isn't it? I'm 6 years older than you. Can I call you a kid?" Feng Yun pushed away Qianshen's hand. "What do you want?" "I'm busy." "You have quite a temper for such a young age." "Well, I want to ask you, why is it that after I reached the martial soul, cultivation in the soul tower has no effect?" "Why should I tell you?" Qianshen originally wanted to use his identity as a divine disciple to pressure Feng Yun, but given his previous attitude, it was clear that he did not fear his status as a divine disciple at all, so he gave up on that plan. He thought for a moment and realized that Feng Yun was still a child, and dealing with a child required a child's approach, provocation. "If you don't tell me, it's because you're afraid I'll surpass you, right? You keep boasting about being a soul child, but it's not that impressive." As expected, Feng Yun became agitated as soon as he heard this and immediately said, "Nonsense. As a soul child, would I be afraid of you surpassing my soul power level?" After weighing it for a few seconds, Feng Yun finally spoke. "The 100th-floor soul tower has an auxiliary effect on the cultivation of martial soul and those below martial soul. Once you reach the martial soul, the soul tower only has a consolidating effect on soul power cultivation. If you want to make greater progress in soul power, you can only do so through actual combat or by going to the 1,000-layer tower." "The 1,000-layer tower?" Qianshen had heard of this 1,000-layer tower from Mu Yu. It was said that the only 1,000-layer tower in the entire ancient continent was located in a place called the Temple of the Heavenly God. "How can I go to the 1,000-layer tower to cultivate?" Feng Yun was stunned for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. Qianshen frowned and asked, "Why are you laughing? You want to go to the 1,000-layer tower to cultivate, isn't that funny? The only 1,000-layer soul tower in the ancient continent is in the Temple of the Heavenly God, and it's not a place you can just go to. How can I go to the Temple of the Gods? Are you really a demigod? Or just a fool?" Leaving the soul tower, Qianshen pondered what the Temple of the Gods really was, and why both Feng Yun and Mu Yu mentioned it with such reverence, believing it impossible for him to reach that place. The 100-level soul tower of the Eternal Sect did not provide much improvement to Qianshen's soul power, and he had no intention of continuing to cultivate within it. He wanted to enhance his soul power quickly through practical combat. From Mu Yu, he learned that leaving the Eternal Sect required approval from his own master, but Qianshen did not want to disturb the three ancestors' rest for such a trivial matter. Kneeling before the main hall, Qianshen said to the sect master Qi Ruyan, "Sect master, I want to leave the Eternal Sect for a few days." Why is that?" Qianshen replied, "My soul power has already reached the early stage of the fiery soul. There is no significant breakthrough for me in the soul tower, so I want to go outside and seek opportunities." Qi Ruyan was greatly surprised. The early stage of the fiery soul? She was well aware of Qianshen's soul power level. Just a few days ago, he was only a white soul, and now he had already broken through to the early stage of the fiery soul? She did not know that Qianshen had actually achieved this in just one night. Before Qi Ruyan could speak, the Supreme Elder, who sat in the position of the highest elder, stood up and said, "Demigod, as far as I know, just a few days ago, you were only at the early stage of the white soul. Today, you claim to have reached the early stage of the fiery soul. Isn't this deceiving the sect master?" This Supreme Elder was the master of Yixio, whom Qianshen had defeated with a single blow using the Ascending Thunder technique under the Soul Tower 2 days ago. The Supreme Elder had never accepted Qianshen, a mere mortal, becoming a demigod. When he learned that his beloved disciple had been injured by Qianshen, he was even more furious. But due to the demigod status, he could only swallow his anger and wait for an opportunity to help his disciple seek justice. Now, the Supreme Elder had found that opportunity. The early stage of the fiery soul? What a joke! It was impossible for someone to break through from the white soul to the early stage of the fiery soul in just 2 days. "I did not deceive the sect master," Qianshen said, glancing at the Supreme Elder and calmly replying. Words alone are not enough," the Supreme Elder sneered. Qianshen narrowed his eyes, not understanding why this Supreme Elder was so hostile towards him, but he did not waste words on him. He immediately gathered his energy and revealed his celestial shadow behind him. Except for the Supreme Elder, the other 4 highest elders, upon seeing the celestial shadow in the void, felt a sense of awe. After practicing for many years, they had only reached the reincarnation realm, while Qianshen, at just over 10 years old, had already reached the void realm. This was not the most terrifying part. After all, Qi Ruyan's disciple, Mu Yu, was only 18 years old and had already reached the firmament realm. The most terrifying part was what the White Elder had witnessed. He was the only highest elder sent to the assessment square. He returned and told the other elders that he had seen Qian Shen utter a single divine text, and he had ascended from the still water realm to the void realm. A 5-realm increase in 1 minute, how terrifying. The reason the Supreme Elder looked down on Qian Shen's void realm was because he was about to ascend to the firmament realm, becoming the highest-ranked elder in the realm. After revealing his celestial shadow, Qian Shen immediately released his soul power. The powerful soul power could not possibly be released by someone at the white soul level. The Supreme Elder was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Has he really reached the early stage of the fiery soul? Damn it! How did those useless people obtain this information? Wasn't he only at the early stage of the white soul when he tested his soul power with Sitaming? In the blink of an eye, the Supreme Elder felt as if he had been slapped in the face, and his face burned with embarrassment. Qi Ruyan looked at Qian Shen with a complex expression, surprised that he had truly reached the early stage of the fiery soul. At the same time, she glanced at the Supreme Elder. As the sect master, how could she not understand his thoughts? The Venerable felt ashamed and immediately said to Qian Shen, I didn't expect the Divine Child to be so powerful. Breaking through the early stage of the fierce soul in just a few days can be said to be a heroic feat. But, Divine Child, why did you injure my disciple a few days ago? If I hadn't used various top-grade medicinal materials, my disciple would probably have. After speaking, he wiped away some tears with a hypocritical look and said to Qi Ruyan, Master, you must stand up for my disciple Yi Xiao. Even if he is a divine child, he cannot act arrogantly within the sect and bully his fellow disciples. Moreover, Yi Xiao and the divine child are from the same sect. Is this establishing a divine child or a madman? Qi Ruyan's face turned cold. She had long known about the conflict between Qian Shen and Yi Xiao under the Soul Tower. Although Yi Xiao had provoked first, Qian Shen had indeed been too ruthless, directly using the ascending thunder technique passed down by the boundless ancestor. If Qian Shen had been a fierce soul at that time, with his current fierce soul, Yi Xiao would probably have been annihilated. After the Venerable mentioned that his disciple Yi Xiao had been injured by Qian Shen, the remaining several Venerables began to discuss. The Venerable smiled triumphantly and continued, Master, I suggest revoking Qian Shen's position as the Divine Child. If even the Divine Child acts arrogantly within the sect and bullies his fellow disciples, how will the outsiders view our eternal sect? The conflict had now escalated to the point of abolishing the Divine Child. Qi Ruyan no longer remained silent. Venerable One, choose your words carefully. After all, the Divine Child was established by the 3 ancestors. To abolish the Divine Child is to go against the 3 ancestors. Qi Ruyan looked expressionlessly at Venerable One. After a pause, she continued, however, the Divine Child is indeed at fault and should not have treated his fellow disciples so harshly. As punishment, revoke the Divine Child's residence in the main hall and let him live with the disciples in the inner hall. Qian Shen looked at Qi Ruyan with surprise, thinking that this was more like a reward than a punishment. After all, besides Qi Ruyan, the main hall only housed these 5 elderly venerables, and living in the main hall was rather dull for him. Venerable Wan's expression was also not very good. Obviously, he was dissatisfied with Qi Ruyan's insipid punishment, but he couldn't refute the master's authority. Oof. Qi Ruyan, as a mere woman, you are ultimately unworthy of the position of master of the eternal sect. I will soon break through to the Azure Sky realm, and with the secret technique of that person, it won't be long before I become a Saint Realm powerhouse. By then, the position of master will belong to me, Wan Zhang. Venerable One thought to himself, but still knelt down respectfully and said, Master is wise. After the punishment was over, Qi Ruyan looked at Qian Shen again. Divine Child, your application to leave the sect has been approved by the sect, but as the Divine Child, your safety must also be guaranteed. Let Zoa Nan and Mu Yu accompany you. Thank you, Master. After Qian Shen left, Qi Ruyan stared at his departing figure thoughtfully. Through her Sicily eye, she discovered that Qian Shen's soul and divine endowment were slightly lacking, but it was not a serious issue. What's going on? It wasn't like this when I last used the Sicily eye. At this moment, Venerable Bai stepped forward and knelt in front of Qi Ruyan, saying, reporting to the Master, yesterday, a village at the foot of the Eternal Mountain was slaughtered, with no survivors. Venerable One frowned. Who would dare to commit such a heinous act under the nose of the Eternal Sect? What about the disciples patrolling at the foot of the mountain? Didn't any of them intervene? Venerable Bai's expression was grim. After a while, he said, there was a small team from our sect patrolling nearby. Then why was the village still slaughtered? This team was composed of a mentor at the Unbreakable Realm and 10 disciples at the Heavenly Human Realm. Their bodies were found near the village, with very fine wounds. According to the elders' judgment, they were killed with a single blow. Several high-ranking elders all took a sharp breath, and anger instantly emanated from Qi Ruyan's body as well. He coldly said, "Attacking the mentor and disciples of the Eternal Sect is a provocation to the Eternal Sect. Send out 10 elders to investigate and see who dared to act under our noses." "Yes." Elder Bai disappeared in an instant from the main hall. Tang Zun on the side expressed some concern. To be able to instantly kill a practitioner below the unbreakable realm, the other party is at least a void realm expert. "Ancestor, should I also go with the elders to investigate?" Shi Ruyan thought for a moment and shook his head gently. "No need. I don't believe that person is unaware of the name of the Eternal Sect. If they dare to attack 10 elders, then you can take action at that time. The Grand Sect Assembly is about to take place soon, and the affairs within the sect need the elders to manage. Do not easily leave the sect." Wan Zun's mouth curved slightly. This was Qi Ruyan's chance to attend the Grand Sect Assembly. Leaving the main hall, Xian Shen returned to the Soul Tower, found Muyu, and told her about the order from the sect leader for them to leave the sect together. "Great, I was just thinking of going outside to buy some new clothes." "Oh, did you also ask senior brother to go with us?" Xian Shen glanced at the sulking Zuanan. He originally didn't want to bring him along, but considering it was an order from the sect leader, he nodded. "The master approved our departure from the sect just to protect this waste." "Forget it." Zuanan thought about the several times he had insulted Xian Shen before and was reprimanded by his junior sister. In order not to make her dislike him, he forcibly swallowed the words. At the same time, he was also somewhat excited. After leaving the Eternal Mountain and entering the city, it would be different from being in the sect. Because at that time, Xian Shen's status as a divine child would be completely useless, at most just a disciple of the Eternal Sect in the eyes of the ordinary people. But Zuanan was the young master of the Zhou family at the foot of the mountain, and their family had many practitioners. It would be a perfect opportunity to secretly get rid of Qian Shen. Humph, so what if he's a divine child? I don't believe he can withstand the attacks of dozens of practitioners at the same time. Xian Shen, Zuanan, and Muyu quickly left the Eternal Sect and headed towards the foot of the Eternal Mountain. Phew, the city is still lively. Xian Shen closed his eyes and took a deep breath, thoroughly enjoying the atmosphere. Zuanan looked at Qian Shen and cursed him as a country bumpkin in his heart. "It wouldn't be long before you become a dead bumpkin." "Xiaoyu, how do you usually improve your soul power when you leave the sect for training?" Xian Shen thought for a moment and realized he had forgotten to ask Fengyan where to find someone to spar with. He couldn't just randomly approach someone on the street and say, "Want to fight me?" "Well, you can go to some beast fighting arenas, where there are many different levels of soul beasts. Defeating them allows you to absorb their soul power to improve your level of cultivation. Or you can go to the arena and fight with other practitioners to improve your soul power through actual combat." Xian Shen nodded and asked, "Which method do you usually prefer to improve your soul power?" Muyu pouted and shook her head. "I don't like either of these methods. Hunting innocent soul beasts in the beast fighting arena, or signing a life and death contract in the arena, there are many practitioners who have accidentally died. It's better to cultivate in the soul tower." Xian Shen raised an eyebrow, not expecting the methods of improving soul power to be so bloody. Zuanan snorted, deliberately trying to provoke Xian Shen. With his abilities, he can only hunt some low-level soul beasts in the beast fighting arena. If he goes to the arena, he might wet his pants from fear. Compared to the beast fighting arena, the arena was certainly much more dangerous. Zuanan naturally hoped that Xian Shen would go to the arena, as he might encounter a very strong practitioner and accidentally die on the stage. Even if his master were to question him later, Zonin could still have an excuse. It was Qian Shen's own decision to participate in the arena. Qian Shen looked at Zonin, who thought his provocation had worked, and continued nonchalantly, "What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with what I said? You only dare to go to the beast arena." "No, there's nothing wrong. I really only dare to go to the beast arena. I'm afraid of being killed in the arena. After all, I am the son of the Eternal Sect, and I still need to cherish my life." Zonin was confused. Zonin's original intention was to deliberately provoke Qian Shen, but he never expected him to be so shameless. Muyu chuckled on the side, and Zonin felt as if he had punched cotton. The three of them immediately went to Kao City. As one of the 5 main cities on the Hangu continent, Kao City had a large-scale beast arena. Xian Shen was impressed by the scale of the arena, which was as large as the football fields in his original world. Even standing outside, he could hear the roars of the soul beasts inside. According to Muyu, the beast arena was not a place where practitioners could freely hunt soul beasts, as the authorities would not provide a free place for practitioners to hunt soul beasts. After all, these soul beasts were captured by official personnel of the arena, and each entry required payment. If one did not want to pay but still wanted to hunt soul beasts, they had to exchange an equivalent number of soul beasts. "Hey, if I have my own soul beast, why would I need to enter the beast arena to hunt?" Xianchen didn't understand. Soul beasts are also divided into different realms, and practitioners of different soul power levels require different levels of soul power. Soul beasts that are too low level are useless even if they are hunted. Only by hunting soul beasts 3 levels lower or higher than oneself can one's soul power be enhanced, Muyu explained, pointing to a large gate 10 meters high. So practitioners who come to the beast arena can exchange a large number of low-level soul beasts to enter the arena and hunt higher-level soul beasts. Xianchen suddenly realized and asked, "But I don't have money, where can I catch low-level soul beasts?" Zonin coldly interjected, "The habitats of soul beasts are in the foreign realms. Without high-level practitioners leading the way to catch soul beasts in the foreign realms, one would only be sending themselves to their death." Xianchen had heard about the foreign realms from Shukuan Laozu. In the world of cultivation, there were 4 major foreign realms: the Void Star Realm, the Dark Forest, the Divine Realm, and the Starry Night. The road to the Divine Realm was sealed off, as it was the dwelling place of ancient gods. "Oh, then why don't I go to the Void Star Realm and catch some low-level soul beasts to use as tickets to enter the Beast Arena?" Muyu thought Xianchen was joking. Opening the Void Gate to the Void Star Realm required at least the level of a saint, and one also needed to understand specific divine texts. Even though Xianchen had extremely strong talent in cultivation, it was impossible for him to enter the Void Star Realm at a higher level. She immediately said, "My senior brother and I both pay to enter. If you don't have money, I can help you." Xianchen realized that going to the Void Star Realm would definitely waste a lot of time, so he said to Muyu, "Alright, lend me some money first, and I'll pay you back when I have money." After muttering pretentious under his breath, Zonin put his hands in his pockets. "You still want to enter the Void Star Realm? Do you really think you can boast just because you have a bit of talent?" Little did Zonin know, Xianchen had already opened the Void Gate to the Void Star Realm and had even ventured in alone. As they approached the gate, the person collecting the fee asked expressionlessly, "Payment or exchange with soul beasts?" "Payment. Oh, what level of soul beasts?" Muyu looked at Xianchen, asking him what level of soul beasts he wanted to hunt. The classification of soul beasts is the same as that of cultivators, ranging from the Stillwater realm to the Emperor realm. It is said that soul beasts that reach the Emperor realm will have self-awareness and may even be able to transform into human form. Xianchen is still not very clear about the strength of soul beasts. To be on the safe side, he did not choose a soul beast in the same realm as him in the Void realm, but chose a soul beast in the Reincarnation realm instead. Xianchen, are you sure you want to choose the Reincarnation realm? Soul beasts are usually stronger than cultivators. My senior brother and I usually choose a soul beast that is 3 levels lower than ourselves to hunt when we are in better condition, and only choose one that is 2 levels lower than ourselves. It's very risky to choose one that is 1 level lower than ourselves. It's okay, it's just the Reincarnation realm. It can't do anything to me, Xianchen said calmly. Xianchen's words made Zonan ecstatic. This kid really knows how to show off. Both I and Xiaoyu are in the Sky realm and wouldn't easily choose a soul beast in the Reincarnation realm. But this kid in the Void realm dares to challenge a soul beast in the Reincarnation realm. Perfect, I don't need to do anything, he will die in the beast arena. Despite repeated dissuasion from Muyu, Xianchen still insisted on choosing a soul beast in the Reincarnation realm, and Muyu had to help him pay the fee. "Xianchen, if you insist on choosing a soul beast in the Reincarnation realm, you can apply for a group hunt. Although the soul power obtained in the end will be divided equally among the 3 of us, there will be no danger," Muyu said. In order to quickly improve his soul power level, Xianchen refused Muyu's offer to teach him the technique. Only by absorbing soul power alone can he rapidly increase his soul power. Of course, Xianchen was also prepared. If he really couldn't win in the end, he would immediately release the Forbidden Technique's Earth-Bursting Star and Myriad Realm's Heavenly Attraction that the 3 ancestors had forbidden him to use. After paying the fee, Xianchen, Muyu, and Zonan entered the beast arena. The strong smell of blood filled the air, and the roar of the soul beasts was deafening. The audience seats were already full of wealthy people who had come to watch the battles between cultivators and soul beasts. Xianchen was assigned to the preparatory area for the soul beast in the Reincarnation realm, because the soul beast in the Reincarnation realm was already a very strong presence, and there was only one cultivator in front of him, who was fighting on the stage. Muyu handed Xianchen a white mask and said, "There are many prominent families and foreign sects in the audience. Xianchen, as the son of a god, it's best not to expose your identity. Put on this mask." This time, Xianchen did not refuse and obediently took the white mask that Muyu handed to him. It was because of this mask that Xianchen later gained a terrifying nickname that made everyone in the beast arena tremble, the White Azura. While preparing, Xianchen carefully observed the cultivator who was fighting the soul beast in the Reincarnation realm on the stage. There was a purple fairy shadow behind him, indicating that he was only a cultivator in the Reincarnation realm. Qianchen asked in confusion. He is also in the reincarnation realm. Why does he dare to challenge a soul beast in the same realm as himself? Mu Yu's expression was not very good. There are very few people who dare to challenge a soul beast in the same realm as themselves, but there is an announcement in the beast arena that as long as you can successfully hunt a soul beast in the same realm as yourself, you can be exempt from the fee and receive a very high reward. After a pause, he continued, usually, these cultivators are very short of money, so they take risks for the high reward. But cultivators who can hunt a soul beast in the same realm as themselves are few and far between. As soon as Mu Yu finished speaking, the cultivator in the reincarnation realm on the stage was knocked flying by the soul beast with a single blow, and the soul beast quickly rushed up and swallowed him whole. The host in the beast arena shouted, "Reincarnation realm challenger, dead." The reincarnation realm is already considered to be a relatively strong presence among cultivators. Apart from some top sects, a cultivator in the reincarnation realm can completely hold the position of an elder or even higher. When the host of the beast arena announced the death of the reincarnation realm challenger, there was an intense cheer from the audience seats. Some people are celebrating, some are sighing, but they are not surprised by this, and they are more excited. These people are not high-level practitioners themselves, but they love to see high-level practitioners and soul beasts fighting. If they encounter the death of a practitioner who is already considered to be in the upper level, they are even more excited. After seeing the reincarnation level practitioner being killed, Mu Yu's expression became even more unpleasant, and he once again advised Qianchen. "Qianchen, why don't we apply to the arena for the three of us to challenge together? Look at that practitioner, who is only one level lower than you, but the reincarnation level soul beast killed him as easily as turning over his hand. Even though you are in the void realm, you can only hold on for a while at most, and the result." Regarding Mu Yu's proposal and advice, Qianchen had not spoken yet, and Zuan spoke first. "Xiaoyu, you have to believe in the strength of the divine child. Since he said one person is enough, then he is. You don't need to cause trouble." Zuan was happy to see Qianchen die in the arena, but his precious junior sister couldn't accompany him to his death. Qianchen also smiled and echoed Zuan's words. "Yes, Xiaoyu, Zuan is right. I can do it alone, you just watch." After that, Qianchen leaped onto the arena, and the host in the air also announced, "The new round of hunting begins. The challenger is a practitioner in the void realm, and the soul beast he is challenging is in the reincarnation realm." The audience once again erupted in excited cheers. Tisk, it's rare to see a practitioner in the void realm challenging a soul beast in the reincarnation realm, just like that fool who challenged at the same level earlier. Too arrogant. Just saw the reincarnation level practitioner die, and now we can see the void realm practitioner die immediately. This is not common in the arena. Tonight's ticket is really worth it. The void realm is already considered top tier in the middle realm. I wonder which elder of which sect this masked person is. Qianchen is fighting a soul beast called Rhino Horn, which belongs to the land series. There are three major series of soul beasts, namely land, flying, and marine. There are the most land series soul beasts, and the least flying series, most of which are of the dragon clan. Roar! The Rhino Horn let out a roar, and under the roar, Qianchen remained calm. In the instant when the Rhino Horn rushed over with its horn, Qianchen instantly burst into a fairy shadow. The fairy shadow stood behind Qianchen for tens of meters, and he pulled out Black Roar and slashed at the Rhino Horn, but the sword did not harm it at all. The defense of the Rhino Horn is extremely strong. If you don't use a burst of strong fairy magic to attack it, other attacks are almost ineffective. Qianchen is too reckless. "Senior brother, should we apply to stop the challenge?" Mu Yu anxiously watched Qianchen on the arena. Zuan was eager for Qianchen to die, but he couldn't reveal it in front of Mu Yu. "Xiaoyu, don't be so anxious. After all, he is the divine child. You don't need to worry so much for him." On the arena, Qianchen saw that the ordinary sword attack was ineffective, so he immediately released the auxiliary method in the Ascending Thunder art. Because Qianchen's soul power had reached the early stage of the Fierce Soul, these methods were enough to cause damage to the Rhino Horn, but it also angered it. The Rhino Horn let out another roar, and the horn on its head began to turn slightly red. This is the high-temperature horn anger of the Rhino Horn. The temperature of the horn on its head can reach up to thousands of degrees. It is said that the temperature of the horn of a Rhino Horn in the Void Realm can even reach tens of thousands of degrees. Even a practitioner in the Saint Realm would lose half of their life if they were hit. A bald, fat man in the audience said to his companion. Qianchen could already feel the gradually rising temperature of the Rhino Horn's horn from a distance, but he was not flustered. Instead, he directly inserted Black Roar into the ground and looked indifferently at the Rhino Horn. The crowd was dumbfounded by the scene. Qianchen not only did not avoid the rhinoceros fury but also put down his sword? Zuan laughed in his heart, wishing he could jump up and celebrate immediately. The host in the air was also at a loss, explaining with a puzzled face, "What is this Void Realm challenger doing? He actually put down his weapon. Does this mean giving up resistance?" The rhinoceros did not spare Qian Shen because he put down his weapon. When the temperature on the rhinoceros horn reached a certain height, it instantly charged towards Qian Shen. Qian Shen's eyes flashed with disorder, and he instantly slid past the rhinoceros, directly using his immortal technique, Soaring Thunder technique. In an instant, a huge and incomparable black sword appeared in Qian Shen's hand, and he slashed directly at the rhinoceros. The huge sword energy stirred up the dust on the beast fighting stage, shrouding the entire arena. When the dust gradually settled, only a young man wearing a white mask was sitting on the ground, and the rhinoceros had collapsed, gradually turning into a beam of light. This beam of light was the soul power formed by the soul beast after its death, and it slowly flew towards Qian Shen, merging into his physical strength. The entire arena fell silent, and no one reacted. Zuan Nan stared blankly at the scene, his body stiff, and his mouth trembled slightly. What? He killed the reincarnation realm rhinoceros with one blow? Zuan Nan knew very well that even as a practitioner of the Azure Sky realm, he could not achieve a one-hit kill on a reincarnation realm rhinoceros, but Qian Shen, who was only in the Void realm, did. When the dust completely dispersed, the host was the first to react and immediately announced excitedly, "The challenge is successful, the reincarnation realm rhinoceros has been killed." The audience in the arena immediately cheered, and many people began to discuss which sect or prominent family the challenger with the white mask on the stage belonged to. It is rare for anyone to be able to one-hit kill a soul beast in the beast fighting arena, and even if they could, it would be a soul beast 3 realms lower than themselves. However, Qian Shen not only killed a soul beast 1 realm lower than himself, but also did so in the most handsome manner. Qian Shen thought to himself, "This pressure makes me feel really comfortable." Mu Yu's heart, which had just been tense, suddenly relaxed, feeling both shocked and excited. This young man, who was about the same age as her, had already achieved so many impossible things in the past 2 days. Mu Yu made up her mind to have the elders in the family thoroughly investigate his background. How could a young man from which family have such talent? Qian Shen did not immediately leave the beast fighting stage, but said to the host in the sky, "Bring up 2 more reincarnation realm soul beasts, 1 is not enough to fight." The crowd had not completely recovered from the shock of Qian Shen's one-hit kill of the rhinoceros, but to their surprise, Qian Shen immediately requested to fight 2 more reincarnation realm soul beasts. Arrogant, overbearing, ignorant of the heights of heaven and earth. The audience, who had been admiring Qian Shen, immediately changed their attitude. They had never seen such an arrogant and overbearing person. "I thought he was a big shot, but I didn't expect him to be a fool." Even practitioners of the Azure Sky realm dare not easily fight 2 reincarnation realm soul beasts, but he, a mere Void realm practitioner, is so arrogant. Humph, he will have to pay the price for his arrogance. The audience's opinion suddenly changed. Those who had been curious about Qian Shen's identity now wanted to see him torn apart by the 2 soul beasts. Even the host in the sky did not expect Qian Shen to make such a request and tentatively asked, "Are you sure you want to challenge 2 reincarnation realm soul beasts at the same time? Don't you need a rest?" Qian Shen replied indifferently, "No need," stunning the entire beast fighting arena once again. The host nodded and immediately had the backstage personnel release 2 reincarnation realm soul beasts into the arena. Mu Yu in the audience was furious, stomping her feet and saying, "What is Qian Shen thinking? Even if he killed the rhinoceros in 1 blow, he can't be so arrogant. Isn't he asking for death?" Speaking, Mu Yu was about to rush up to the beast fighting arena to pull Qian Shen down, but was immediately stopped by Zuan Nan. "Xiao Yu, don't go up, it's too dangerous. The soul beasts have already been released from their cages." Zuan Nan blocked Mu Yu while feeling secretly pleased. Just now, Qian Shen had killed the rhinoceros beast in seconds, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Qian Shen could achieve what he couldn't, which was terrifying. Before he could react, Qian Shen actually volunteered to simultaneously battle 2 reincarnation realm soul beasts. "Ha, he's asking for death himself, no one else is to blame." Zuan Nan almost burst out laughing. At first, he thought Qian Shen was a person with both strength and brains, but it turned out he only had strength and lacked brains. On the beast fighting arena, the organizers had released 2 reincarnation realm soul beasts from the cages, a 3-headed wolf of the land type and a rhinoceros beast. Qian Shen held Black Howl in his hand, looking at them calmly, though he was actually quite uncertain. Killing the rhinoceros beast had nearly depleted half of his soul power, but absorbing the soul power after its death had significantly boosted his own. At this rate, Qian Shen understood that as long as he killed 10 more reincarnation realm soul beasts, he could advance from the early stage of the fierce soul to the middle stage. In order to advance his soul power level sooner, Qian Shen disregarded the fact that his soul power reserve was only half left and took the risk to challenge 2 soul beasts. Qianshen silently thought to himself, the ascending thunder technique is indeed the divine art of a Saint Realm powerhouse. Powerful as it is, it consumes too much soul power. I need to learn more divine arts when I return this time. This time, Qianshen did not arrogantly plant Black Howl in the ground, but watched the two soul beasts vigilantly, intending to take the initiative. Qianshen planned to directly use the shadow clone technique, so that in terms of quantity, he could match the two soul beasts. However, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not release this divine art, it will bring disaster upon you. Hearing this voice in his mind, Qianshen widened his eyes and was slightly stunned. He looked around, but there was no one around, only the audience in the stands. Qianshen immediately used his spiritual sense to observe, but did not find anyone suspicious. He wondered if it was an illusion or if the person who transmitted the voice had a very high realm, making it impossible for him to detect with his strength. Shaking his head, Qianshen intended to continue using the shadow clone technique, but the voice sounded in his mind again. Do not bother looking, I am tens of thousands of miles away from you. You will know who I am in the future. Before you reach the Saint Realm, do not use the clone technique again, otherwise not only you, but the entire eternal sect will be destroyed. The voice abruptly stopped. At this point, Qianshen was already sweating. Regardless of who this person speaking in his mind was, he was definitely a very powerful cultivator. He could actually transmit his voice into Qianshen's mind from thousands of miles away. Qianshen hesitated, worried that what the mysterious person said was true. If he used the clone technique again, it might bring disaster upon him, or even lead to the destruction of the eternal sect. However, the reason he dared to simultaneously challenge two reincarnation realm soul beasts was because of his powerful divine art of the clone technique, but now he couldn't use it again. Oh no, did I go too far? Qianshen smiled bitterly, suddenly realizing that he had overplayed his hand. Just as Qianshen was lost in thought, the three-headed wolf launched an attack on him, its originally 3-meter-tall body suddenly expanding to nearly 10 meters in height, occupying most of the beast-fighting arena. This is the first skill of the three-headed wolf, which can maintain this huge body for nearly 10 minutes. Oof. This kid is going to pay for his arrogance and ignorance with his life. I really want to see what he looks like being torn apart by the three-headed wolf. The Twilight Rain heard the crazy words from the audience, and she was almost in tears. If it weren't for the presence of powerful guardians in the arena, she would have rushed up to shut the mouths of those low-level cultivators. Qianshen saw the three-headed wolf grow larger and no longer held back, directly releasing the Pearl Light Lotus. Compared to before, Qianshen's soul power had reached the early stage of the Fierce Soul, and his release of the fairy technique Pearl Light Lotus had also made a qualitative leap. He could now hold the lotus flower in both hands at the same time. Holding the lotus flower, Qianshen pushed off with both feet, soaring into the air and attacking the three-headed wolf. Unlike the rhinoceros beast just now, the three-headed wolf reacted very agilely, dodging Qianshen's attack and causing his attack to miss. Qianshen also reacted quickly, immediately switching to the Black Howl, and releasing sword energy with full force. A blood mark was drawn on the abdomen of the three-headed wolf, and it roared, slapping towards Qianshen. Qianshen used the divine script to chant sword control, and immediately a flying sword appeared under his feet, and he flew away from the original position. He had a plan in mind. He wanted to use the advantage of the terrain to defeat the two soul beasts. Qianshen raised the Black Howl again and began to attack the rhinoceros beast on the side. The rhinoceros beast was quickly provoked and once again launched high-temperature Horn Fury, and then directly pounced towards Qianshen. Qianshen grinned, and immediately launched the Pearl Light Lotus at the three-headed wolf again, which also came towards Qianshen. The audience in the stands immediately burst into laughter. This kid is doomed, surrounded by enemies. Zonin finally couldn't hide his expression, revealing a triumphant look. Twilight Rain was so anxious, she covered her eyes and dared not look at the next scene. However, no one expected that Qianshen would soar into the air again and chant the divine script, Soaring Thunder Control. Yes, Qianshen chanted the divine script to release the sword technique of Soaring Thunder Control. Qianshen had never tried to use the divine script to launch the Soaring Thunder Control, and the Infinite Ancestor had not told him whether he could use the divine script to release the Soaring Thunder Control. But Qianshen did it, becoming the first cultivator in the cultivation world to do so. In an instant, the sky above the arena began to distort, and a large gray thundercloud appeared. And behind Qianshen's immortal shadow, a black long sword appeared again. But this time, the sword was unusually large, surrounded by lightning. Qianshen held the Black Howl, feeling that he could hardly hold it down, and it could slip out of his hand at any moment. He exerted all his strength to hold onto the Black Howl and slashed towards the three-headed wolf and the rhinoceros beast below. As Qianshen's Black Howl slashed down, a thunderbolt from the sky also struck the two soul beasts directly. The three-headed wolf let out a miserable cry, its white fur burned black, and the smell of charred flesh filled the entire arena. The rhinoceros beast, with its amazing defense, was not directly killed by the thunderbolt, but the huge immortal shadow behind Qianqian struck it with a sword mark, and it also perished. After doing all this, Qianqian returned to the ground, panting heavily and looking incredulously at the black howl in his hand. 3 swords in 1 second. I didn't expect that using the divine script to launch the soaring thunder control would have such a miraculous effect, but it also exhausted the remaining of my soul power. Qianqian muttered to himself, then absorbed the soul power left behind by the 2 soul beasts and walked towards the lower part of the arena with the black howl in his hand. The audience in the stands fell silent, stunned by Qianqian's actions. It was one thing for Qianqian, who had just crossed into the cultivation world, to release the divine script version of the soaring thunder control, but for these cultivators who had watched hundreds of matches, they knew it all too well. The fairy technique Qianqian had just launched was no less powerful than an advanced fairy technique released by a powerful guardian. My god, who is he after all? A cultivator of the Void Realm can actually release a fairy technique like a powerful guardian. Quick, go and inform the sect master to come to the arena in Kovo City as soon as possible. Zuanan's face in the audience had already frozen, the smile at the corner of his mouth had not yet disappeared, but Qianqian had already killed the 2 reincarnation realm spirit beasts on stage and returned. He couldn't understand, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't understand how Qianqian did it. It was fine if he had released advanced immortal techniques like a sacred realm, but why did he still use divine writing to release them? Just who exactly is Qianqian? As Qianqian stepped down from the stage, Muyu quickly approached. She hadn't seen how Qianqian had gathered the strength to kill the 2 spirit beasts because she had covered her eyes. But after hearing a loud noise, she opened her eyes again and saw Qianqian already absorbing the soul power left behind by the 2 spirit beasts after their deaths. Qianqian, you're so amazing, truly worthy of being a divine child. Both my senior brother and I, at the realm of the firmament, wouldn't have been confident in fighting 2 reincarnation realm spirit beasts at the same time, but you did it. And just a few minutes ago, you had just effortlessly killed a reincarnation realm spirit beast. Qianqian's face was somewhat pale, he had exhausted all his soul power and now felt very weak. He forced a smile and waved his hand, keep it low-key. Low-key. With that, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he fell forward. Muyu quickly caught the fainting Qianqian. Ah! It's really too much of a strain, exhausting all the soul power is too damaging to the primordial spirit. Senior brother, come help Qianqian. Zuanan was already feeling fearful of Qianqian's performance. He remembered the day when he had almost fought with Qianqian in the main hall, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Originally, he had relied on being at least 1 realm higher than Qianqian, and his soul power level was also 1 level higher than his. No matter how they fought, he wouldn't lose to him. But now, it seemed that the outcome of who would win and who would lose was really uncertain. Muyu and Zuanan took Qianqian out of the beast fighting arena and found a place to stay temporarily in the city of Kov. Muyu took out some elixirs to help restore Qianqian's soul power and gave them to him, while Zuanan left the residence to find the members of their family in the Kov city. He intended to mobilize all the connections within his family to investigate Qianqian's background and identity. However, what the 3 of them didn't know was that after they left the beast fighting arena, the entire arena was in an uproar. Among the audience were many disciples of major clans or families, who had witnessed Qianqian's astonishing battle. And among them, the most formidable figure was an elder named Nalan Songhai, who was the elder of the 7-star sect, ranked 9th among the ancient continent sects. As a practitioner who had reached the realm of the sacred, Nalan Songhai was different from the other spectators in the beast fighting arena. He wasn't there to watch the scenes of bloodthirsty fighting, but to discover talented practitioners from the arena and then recruit them into the 7-star sect. The reason why the 7-star sect was able to rank 9th on the list of sects in the ancient continent was precisely because the sect would regularly send out several elders to travel around the continent. Whenever they encountered individuals with extraordinary talent or exceptional cultivation abilities, they would do everything in their power to recruit these practitioners. At this moment, Nalan Songhai was already shaken by Qianqian's actions. It was one thing not to recognize the thunder technique at a low realm, but he was, after all, a strong practitioner at the sacred realm. When Qianqian first used the thunder technique, he had already sensed it. It was terrifying to think that a practitioner at the void realm would use immortal techniques that were usually used by practitioners at the sacred realm, and to top it off, he had even used divine writing to display them again. What a terrifying talent this was! Nalan Songhai quietly disappeared from the beast fighting arena and activated the secret technique of the 7-star sect, following the trail left by Qianqian and the others, heading towards their residence. When Qianqian woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He felt weak and exhausted, as if he had spent the night doing something strenuous multiple times in his previous world. Ah, if it weren't for the voice in my mind warning me not to use the clone technique, I wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state, exhausting all my soul power. Qianchen muttered to himself, then got out of bed and found himself inside an inn. As soon as Qianchen pushed open the door, he saw Muyu, who had brought back food. Muyu was excited to see Qianchen awake and said, "You're awake." After I fainted yesterday, it was you and Zuanan who carried me back?" Muyu thought of Qianchen fainting and falling into her arms yesterday, blushing, and her voice became much softer. "It was senior brother Zuanan who carried you back." Qianchen did not notice Muyu's uneasiness. After thanking Muyu, he asked, "Where did Zuanan go?" "Senior brother went to the city to find their family members and will only be back tomorrow. By the way, I bought some soul-recovering herbs for you from the pharmacy, and my master gave me some soul-strengthening pills. You should take them quickly." After taking the pill given by Muyu, Qianchen instantly felt his body no longer weak and could also feel his soul power recovering slowly. Although the speed was slow, it was enough to surprise Qianchen. "Xiaoyu, what kind of pill did you give me? As far as I know, there is no such pill on the market that can restore soul power." Qianchen had heard of soul-strengthening pills in books, which were pills that prevented the body from feeling weak after soul power was depleted. As a disciple of Qi Ruyan, Muyu was not surprised to be given such pills. But a pill that could accelerate the recovery of soul power was unheard of to Qianchen. "Oh, this was developed by the elders in my family and they gave me a few. I won't take them outside to sell." Muyu answered vaguely, then changed the subject. "Qianchen, you defeated and absorbed 3 souls of the reincarnation realm beasts in a row. Your soul power must have increased a lot, right?" Qianchen looked meaningfully at Muyu and realized that the origin of this pill was definitely not simple, but he didn't want to be impolite by probing further. He simply replied, If I hunt down 6 or 7 more reincarnation realm soul beasts, I should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the fierce soul. It took me a long time to cultivate to the early stage of the fierce soul, and you were still in the early stage of the white soul a few days ago. Now you're about to surpass me. You truly deserve to be the chosen one." Muyu sweetly smiled at Qianchen, her eyes like those of a little fangirl. As Qianchen's soul power had not fully recovered, he spent the afternoon accompanying Muyu to the city. During this afternoon, he accompanied Muyu shopping and learned about the cultivation world from her. Now, Qianchen, a native of the cultivation world, was no different from a native resident. "Xiaoyu, do you really need to buy so many clothes? Why not? Don't all girls love beauty? Besides, I am the disciple of the sect master, so I don't have to wear sect clothes. Of course, I have to buy more clothes. I have to change out of the dirty ones after every training session." Qianchen was speechless. He followed Muyu and practically turned the entire Kobo city upside down. He helped Muyu carry countless newly bought clothes and felt that this was more tiring than cultivation. Back at the inn, Qianchen and Muyu met an old man in a white coat, with white hair and beard. Muyu recognized him as Nanlan Sunhai, an elder of the 7-star sect. Qianchen had not seen Nanlan Sunhai before and asked, "Sir, do you need anything?" "Hee, young man, your performance in the beast arena has greatly impressed me. How old are you this year?" Qianchen was stunned and instinctively replied, 19. Nanlan Sunhai was surprised and looked at Qianchen incredulously, then asked with a tone of doubt, "You're only 19 this year?" Qianchen nodded, then suddenly realized that he was wearing a mask in the arena and it was impossible for anyone to recognize or remember his face. How did the old man in front of him know that he was from the arena? Seeing Qianchen's wariness, Nanlan Sunhai smiled and explained, "Young man, you don't need to be wary of me. I came to find you because of your extraordinary skills. I thought you were in your 20s, but I didn't expect you to be only 19. It's truly astonishing. To reach the Void Realm at the age of 19, and to use divine texts in such a remarkable way, it's truly amazing. Which sect do you belong to?" Qianchen didn't reveal his background to this unknown old man and remained silent. Nanlan Sunhai was not angry and continued, "I am an elder of the 7-star sect, Nanlan Sunhai. Now, can you feel at ease to communicate with me?" Qianchen was astonished. This old man in front of him was an elder of the 7-star sect? He had just learned from Muyu in the afternoon about the well-known sects in the ancient continent, and the 7-star sect was ranked 9th. Just being the 9th might not mean much, but considering that there were over 200 sects in the ancient continent, being able to rank 9th among them was quite powerful. The Eternal sect was only ranked 50th, so it was easy to imagine how powerful the 7-star sect, as the 9th-ranked sect, was. "You say you are an elder of the 7-star sect, so you are. Then I might as well say that I am the sect master of the 7-star sect." Qianchen laughed. Unexpectedly, Nanlan Sunhai suddenly emitted a powerful aura with his hands behind his back, but none of the people on the street noticed it. only Qianchen felt this powerful immortal power. From behind the smiling Nalan Songhai, he saw a faint red giant immortal shadow. Saint Realm! Qianchen was once again astonished. Now he was truly certain that this old man was an elder of the Seven-Star Sect. Qianchen handed the things in his hand to Muyu and said to her, Xiaoyu, you go back to the inn first. I will chat with this elder Nalan from the Seven-Star Sect. Muyu hesitated for a second, silently took the clothes from Qianchen's hand, and left their sight. Nalan Songhai also saw Muyu's face clearly, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, this girl seems familiar. Have I seen her somewhere? After Muyu left, Qianchen smiled at Nalan Songhai and said, Elder Nalan, please. The two of them went to a tea house, and Qianchen poured a cup of tea for Nalan Songhai. Nalan Songhai looked at him appreciatively and then went straight to the point. Young man, you haven't answered my question. Are you a disciple of any sect? Eternal sect. Eternal sect? The sect that holds the ancient divine artifact, the longevity clock, right? It used to be powerful a few hundred years ago, but it has declined in the past century. In such a small sect, a talent like you is truly wasted. Coming to my Seven-Star Sect would provide you with much better resources than your current small sect. Qianchen didn't hesitate at all. Thank you, Elder Nalan, but I will not leave my sect. Why is that? No reason. I came here with you just hoping that you wouldn't publicly announce my identity. I wore a mask in the arena because I didn't want others to know my identity. I didn't expect it to be child's play in the eyes of a Saint Realm expert. Nalan Songhai was very surprised. Over the years, he had recruited many talents into the Seven-Star Sect and had never seen anyone refuse him. The Seven-Star Sect was a place that countless cultivators were eager to enter. Yet Qianchen had directly refused without even thinking about it. Nalan Songhai didn't show his emotions on his face, just took a sip of tea and said calmly, what if I were to make your identity public? The atmosphere at the tea table suddenly became tense, but Nalan Songhai continued to drink his tea, not taking Qianchen's words to heart. Elder Nalan, are you threatening me? Qianchen squinted his eyes, and his tone was no longer as respectful as before. If you think this is a threat, I don't deny it. But you should know that my original intention was just to recruit talents. My sect does not want any talent to be lost to other sects. Qianchen smiled and took a sip of tea, crossing his legs. So, even if I don't succumb to your threats and refuse to join the Seven-Star Sect, what can you do? Nalan Songhai also put away his smile. Our principle is to destroy what we cannot obtain. With your talent, if you refuse to join the Seven-Star Sect, I will never let you fall into the hands of our opposing sect. As he spoke, Nalan Songhai released his immortal shadow once again, this time without restraint, freely releasing his power. Youngster, I'll ask you again, do you want to join the Seven-Star Sect? Facing the terrifying strength of Nalan Songhai, Qianchen remained calm, which made Nalan Songhai hesitate for a moment, thinking that he was also a saint-level powerhouse. After all, lower-level practitioners would never remain unfazed in the face of the pressure from higher-level practitioners. But the young man in front of him did. Qianchen said, no one can force Qianchen to do something he doesn't want to do. With that, Qianchen instantly gathered his energy, recited the divine text, and in an instant, he opened the void gate leading to the star realm. The void gate appeared in the sky above the tea house, and Nalan Songhai's face changed drastically. Who is this kid? He's only at the void realm, yet he can open the void gate? Qianchen directly entered the star realm, and in an instant, he closed the void gate. Nalan Songhai was still in shock, and the sky had returned to calm. He also immediately put away his immortal shadow. There were many practitioners on the street, and they were all shocked to see the sudden opening of the star realm and Nalan Songhai, a saint-level practitioner. Nalan Songhai stood at the door of the tea house, looking at the place where Qianchen had opened the void gate, his expression changing constantly. I thought this kid only had extraordinary talent in cultivation, but I didn't expect him to be so exaggerated. I have to report back to the sect master. If this kid is not eliminated, in a few years, he will become a powerful existence in the ancient continent. In the star realm, Qianchen was panting heavily, allowing himself to speak and act as he pleased. However, with his realm and soul power as the determining factors, he could never defeat a saint-level powerhouse. So he had no choice but to open the void gate in public and enter the star realm. Qianchen also silently noted the names of the Seven-Star Sect and Nalan Songhai. One day, he would have to pay the price for his recklessness today. Qianchen was not in a hurry to leave the star realm. Since he was already here, he might as well capture a few low-level soul beasts and sell them to the beast arena, which would also repay the money Muyu had paid for him at the beast arena. The star realm was filled with war mist, just like the last time he entered. Where are these soul beasts? I didn't see them last time I came in. It's really strange. Qianchen recited the divine text flight and searched around in the war mist. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and he found two soul beasts, the black gold apes, leisurely walking in the mist. Finally, I've found them. These were two black gold apes, one of the strongest soul beasts in the terrestrial realm. Generally, only when the elder group of major sects entered the star realm together would they hunt the black gold apes. Under normal circumstances, they would never provoke the black gold apes, because not only were they powerful in combat, but they also had a strong sense of unity as a species. Once a black gold ape in their race was attacked or hunted, as long as it had not left the star realm, they would spare no effort to kill those practitioners. But Qianshen had no idea about this. He looked at the two black gold apes with delight. I'm lucky. These two soul beasts are not at the broken realm. Isn't this little Karami? Because it was within the void star realm, Qianshen did not have too many scruples and released the immortal techniques that were forbidden by the ancestors in the outside world at will. Earth-bursting heavenly star. Myriad phenomena heavenly attraction. Two black golden apes were driven back by the sudden attacks, and one of them, in order to protect its companion and escape, selflessly blocked Qianshen with a body full of scars. Qianshen descended from the sky and looked at this dying black golden ape, saying, "Don't worry, I won't kill you too. If you die, I won't have any money." Crossing over this black golden ape that had lost its ability to move, Qianshen once again reached out towards the one that was desperately trying to escape into the depths of the war fog. Qianshen took out He Xiao, and because of insufficient soul power, he had to use the small thunder control technique like He Xiao did that day. The black golden ape fell to the ground, its eyes filled with fear as it looked at Qianshen, making roar sounds from its mouth. Unbeknownst to Qianshen, this was a signal for help between the black golden apes. In the war fog, a group of black golden apes all heard the cry for help from this little black golden ape. The largest of them, the chief of the black golden apes, suddenly stood up, towering 50 meters high like a small mountain. He was the chief of the black golden apes. The chief of the black golden apes pounded his chest with his ape palm, letting out a roar, and then led a group of black golden apes towards the direction where the cry for help came from. Qianshen bound the two black golden apes together, then used divine writing to say, "Qiankuan bag." In an instant, an inconspicuous cloth bag appeared in Qianshen's hand. Qianshen exclaimed, "I didn't expect such a thing to exist in this world." Qianshen aimed at the two black golden apes and said, "Collect," and the two black golden apes were immediately collected into the Qiankuan bag. In the future, I'll put everything I need in this Qiankuan bag when I go out, so I don't have to carry it all the time. After doing all this, Qianshen once again recited the divine writing to open the gate of the void and leaped out. Just as the gate of the void closed, the immensely huge chief of the black golden apes led a group of black golden apes to arrive here. It looked around and didn't find the two little black golden apes, and immediately let out a furious roar. The reason it was so angry was because they were its children. Qianshen did not know that in just an hour in the Void Star Realm, he had already angered the Black Golden Ape tribe in the Void Star Realm. At this moment, in the main hall of the third-ranked sword sect on the ancient continent, Lord Left Protector, for some reason, the chief of the Black Golden Apes in the Void Star Realm suddenly became furious and injured many of our disciples who were sent in for training. The Left Protector of the sword sect opened his eyes, showing a look of confusion on his face. Which disciple doesn't understand the rules and angered it? It's not that. The chief also injured several elders from other sects, as if it's angry at the entire human group. Inside the fifth-ranked Night Profound Pavilion on the ancient continent, the second elder, looking very disheveled, stepped out from the gate of the void and fell at the entrance of the Night Profound Pavilion. The master of the Night Profound Pavilion was furious and said to the second elder, "Second elder, who injured you like this?" The second elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice very weak. "It's the chief of the Black Golden Apes." It suddenly became furious and injured many practitioners inside the Void Star Realm. "That fellow has already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm, and I am no match for him." On the ancient continent, any sect that sent practitioners into the Void Star Realm was in chaos at the top level. After coming out of the gate of the void with the Qiankuan bag, Zhou did not return to the inn, but went straight to the Beast Arena. First, he wanted to sell the two black golden apes he had just captured to the Beast Arena. Second, he was afraid that Nayland Sunhai was waiting for him near the inn, waiting for him to fall into the trap. Once again returning to the front of the Beast Arena, Qianshen put on the white mask that Moruyu had given him earlier, and then found the people from the Beast Arena to propose selling Soul Beast. The person who was buying Soul Beasts yawned and didn't even look up at Qianshen, saying, "We are not currently accepting Soul Beasts below the Heaven Realm. If the Soul Beasts you've captured don't meet the standard, please leave quickly. I want to sell 2 Soul Beasts that are not in the Broken Realm." The buyer nodded and then slowly raised his head. When he saw Qianshen wearing a white mask, his drowsiness instantly disappeared, and he exclaimed in disbelief, White Shura! Qian Shen furrowed his brow and asked, "What White Shura? Are you the one who consecutively defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul beasts in the Beast Arena yesterday?" "That's me." "Then it's true. You are called the White Shura by everyone who watched your match at the Beast Arena after you left yesterday." Qian Shen was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't expected that simply wearing a white mask and hunting 3 soul beasts in the Beast Arena would earn him such a title. Qian Shen released the 2 soul beasts he had just captured from the Qiankuan bag and said to the buyer, "These are the 2 soul beasts that I want to sell. Both of them are not in the Broken Realm. How much are they worth?" The buyer was stunned when he saw the all-black Heijin ape, and his voice suddenly became stuttered. This is the Heijin ape? Please wait a moment, I need to call our supervisor. I can't make a decision on purchasing the Heijin ape as a hunting target for the Beast Arena." The buyer hurriedly ran off, leaving Qian Shen still trying to understand why they wouldn't accept just 2 soul beasts that were not in the Broken Realm. Qian Shen muttered to himself, sitting in front of the door, waiting for the buyer to call their supervisor. 5 minutes later, the buyer rushed back with a man in formal attire. The buyer pointed at Qian Shen and said, "Managerly, that's the White Shura who consecutively defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul beasts in our Beast Arena yesterday. He brought 2 Heijin apes." Li Si had just heard from his subordinate that someone had brought 2 Heijin apes to sell, and he thought he must have misheard. Half in doubt, he followed the buyer to the front and was surprised to see a person wearing a white mask with 2 already unconscious Heijin apes behind him. As the manager of the Beast Arena, Li Si had naturally heard of the White Shura who had consecutively defeated 3 reincarnation realm soul beasts yesterday, but he hadn't expected him to come back today with 2 Heijin apes. Heijin apes were soul beasts that lived in the Void Star realm, and their race was extremely powerful. Many major clans would show deference when encountering the Heijin ape race, and they were almost never hunted. Except for some specialized hunter clans that would organize a large number of Holy Realm experts to enter the Void Star realm together to hunt the Heijin apes. Moreover, the captured Heijin apes would not be sold to the Beast Arena, as such rare and difficult to capture soul beasts being ruthlessly hunted in the Beast Arena was tantamount to wasting precious resources. The captured Heijin apes would usually be taken by some alchemy practitioners to refine elixirs, and it was said that the elixirs they produced could allow the practitioners' immortal shadows to evolve. Li Si looked at the White Shura in front of him, his mind racing. He probably didn't know any of this if he could bring the Heijin apes to the Beast Arena to sell. Then Li Si could take advantage of this opportunity to buy the 2 Heijin apes and then present them to his boss. If his boss was pleased, wouldn't he be rewarded with some top-quality elixirs? Li Si looked at Qian Shen with a smile and said, "Hello, sir. Let me tell you, are you selling these 2 soul beasts?" "Yes, both of them are not in the Broken Realm." Li Si glanced at the 2 soul beasts behind Qian Shen, confirming that they were indeed the Heijin apes, and immediately became excited, but still said calmly, "Sir, do you know what species the 2 soul beasts you want to sell are?" Qian Shen looked over, shook his head in confusion, and then said, "I don't care what species they are, just tell me how much they're worth, I'm in a hurry." Li Si couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He never expected that this powerful White Shura was actually an idiot who didn't even recognize the black gold ape. No wonder he was foolishly trying to sell the 2 black gold apes at the Beast Arena. "Alright, sir. 2 soul beasts below the Profound Realm can be sold for 30,000 ancient coins. I'll have my men fetch it for you." Li Si signaled to his follower, who immediately ran to get 30,000 ancient coins. "Sir, here are your 30,000 ancient coins. Please take them." Qian Shen received a large bag of ancient coins and smiled. He put the money into his bag of holding and planned to leave. As he was leaving, Li Si suddenly remembered something and asked Qian Shen, "Sir, may I ask where these 2 soul beasts came from?" "Just caught them from the Void Star realm," Qian Shen replied before disappearing from Li Si's sight. Li Si stood still, momentarily unable to react. After a while, he regained his senses, spat out a curse. He's really good at pretending. "The boss just told me that there's chaos in the Void Star realm. The Black Gold Ape tribe leader has revolted, and even many Saint Realm powerhouses have been injured. How could a cultivator in the Void Realm manage to capture 2 black gold apes at a time like this? What a joke!" Qian Shen hurried back to the inn with the money he exchanged for the 2 black gold apes. Before entering the inn, he circled around several times but didn't see Nayland Sanhai's figure, so he returned to the inn with peace of mind. Inside the inn, Muyu saw Qian Shen return and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly said to Qian Shen, "Qian Shen, you scared me. Just now, the waiter downstairs said that a Saint Realm powerhouse released an immortal shadow on the street ahead, and someone opened the Void Star realm. I thought you might have been affected." Qian Shen smiled and didn't tell Muyu that he was the one who opened the gate to the Void Star realm. "Xiaoyu, this is the money I owe you. I don't know if it's enough." Qian Shen didn't know how much money Muyu had paid for him that day, so he simply gave her all the ancient coins he had just exchanged. Muyu was stunned to see a large bag of ancient coins. My goodness, where did you suddenly get so much money? Chen Chen was about to explain when the door was suddenly pushed open. Outside stood a solemn-looking Zonan. He said to Chen Chen and Muyu, an urgent order has been sent from the sect, saying that a major incident has occurred within the sect. The divine son Chen Chen, the sect master's disciple Zonan, and Muyu are to return to the sect immediately. The three of them immediately rushed to the eternal sect. On the way, Chen Chen asked Zonan what had happened in the eternal sect. Zonan said he didn't know either, only that he had received an urgent order from the sect, but it didn't specify what had happened, only that they should return quickly. Muyu looked at Chen Chen and had a premonition that the incident in the eternal sect was likely related to him. Finally, in the early morning, the three of them arrived at the eternal sect. Unlike before, the lights were on in the eternal sect. According to the sect's rules, it should have been curfew at this time, but today the eternal mountain was unusually bright. As soon as they entered the sect, they saw the elder Lingfeng. Divine Son, you've finally returned. Come with me to the main hall. The sect master has been waiting for you for a long time. Apart from the elder Lingfeng, the other elders were not qualified to enter the main hall, but in such a special situation, all the elders were called into the main hall. As soon as Chen Chen and the others entered the main hall, they saw dozens of elders standing in the middle of the main hall, and the 5 highest elders were sitting on the elder's seat. Everyone's faces were grim, and the atmosphere in the main hall was very solemn. Divine Son Chen Chen, pay respects to the sect master. Zonan pays respects to master. Muyu pays respects to master. Kairoyan nodded, indicating for them to rise, and then said solemnly, we urgently called you back because today, the eternal sect lost 5 elders, 4 elders were seriously injured, and 1 elder's immortal power was crippled. Zonan's face changed drastically and he asked, Master, what's going on? Could it be that someone from an external sect attacked us? The Venerable Bai stepped forward to explain on behalf of Qi Ruyan, no, it's not like that. Some time ago, a village at the foot of the Eternal Mountain was massacred, and a mentor and 10 disciples died. The sect leader ordered me to send 10 elders to investigate the matter. During the investigation, these elders clashed with the practitioner who massacred the village, and the elders were no match for him. I paused for a moment, showing a resentful expression. 5 elders fell on the spot, and the remaining 5 elders managed to escape, but they were also seriously injured. This person openly provoked the eternal sect and must be killed to avenge the deceased elders and disciples. Chen Chen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that such a big incident would happen just a few days after he left the sect. Shinji, the reason for calling you back is to prepare for the Great Council of 100 Sects with me. Zuanan, Xiaoyu, that person is formidable, and the elders who escaped back cannot specify the exact cultivation level of that practitioner. I command you to go with Tang Xun and Wan Xun to capture this person alive and bring him back to the Eternal Sect. After I return from the Great Council of 100 Sects, I want to see him. Zuanan was shocked. He didn't expect his master to take Chen Chen to the Great Council of 100 Sects with him. He and Muyu had been disciples of Qi Ruyan for many years, and Qi Ruyan had never taken them to the Great Council of 100 Sects. Why could Chen Chen, who had just joined the sect, participate? Zuanan couldn't bear it anymore and, disregarding etiquette, questioned Qi Ruyan, Master, the disciple doesn't understand why Shinji can participate in the Great Council of 100 Sects just after joining the Eternal Sect. In terms of cultivation level, the disciple is higher than him, and in terms of soul power, the disciple is also stronger than him. Why can't the disciple go to the Great Council of 100 Sects? Senior brother, what are you doing? Muyu lowered her head and tugged at Zuanan's clothes. Zuanan ignored her and looked firmly at his master. Qi Ruyan was not too surprised and said calmly, just because he is the Shinji, I say he is qualified, so he is qualified. Zuanan clenched his fists, adding another ounce of hatred for Chen Chen. Shinji, what is Shinji? This position of Shinji should have been mine, Zuanan's. In the end, Zuanan did not erupt, but only knelt on one knee and replied to Qi Ruyan, the disciple will obey the master's command. After that, Zuanan left the main hall. Muyu wanted to say something for her senior brother, but Qi Ruyan announced the end of the meeting and only asked Chen Chen to stay. After everyone left, only Chen Chen and Qi Ruyan remained in the main hall. Sect leader, do you have something to discuss with me? Qi Ruyan nodded and asked Chen Chen, tomorrow morning, leave the sect with me and head to the North Cole Island. By the way, Shinji, what did you gain from leaving the sect this time? I went to the beast arena with Xiaoyu and Zuanan, and we hunted and killed 3 reincarnation realm soul beasts, which greatly improved my soul power. Qi Ruyan was once again surprised by Chen Chen. 3 reincarnation realm soul beasts were already a terrifying existence for Chen Chen, who was only at the Void Realm. Yet he managed to hunt and kill them in just 2 days. Also, sect leader, I entered the Void Star Realm and captured 2 unbreakable realm soul beasts to sell to the Beast Arena. Shi Ruyan had long known that Qian Shen could open the Void Gate, so she was not too surprised. However, this was the second time she had heard about the Void Star Realm today. During the day, the 3 ancestors had summoned her once and informed her that there was chaos in the Void Star Realm, and the chief of the Black Gold Ape tribe was furious, injuring many practitioners. The 3 ancestors advised Shi Ruyan not to enter the Void Star Realm in the near future to avoid being harmed by the enraged Black Gold Ape. Although it was unlikely, she always felt that the chaos in the Void Star Realm and the enraged Black Gold Ape were related to Qian Shen. In the end, Shi Ruyan asked Qian Shen to leave the main hall and wait for her there tomorrow morning. At the foot of the Eternal Mountain, a man in black stared at the bodies of the 5 Eternal Sect elders and showed a disdainful smile. Just a bunch of ants. Oh, he actually chose to cultivate in such a clan. What achievements can he have in the future? The man in black stepped on the head of one of the elders, as if trampling on garbage. He left there and came to the Beast Arena. Oh, it seems he has been here and was given the title of White Shura. Interesting. That night, in the Beast Arena of Kov City, another challenger with a black mask appeared. He simultaneously challenged 5 soul beasts in the Void Realm, completely shocking the entire Kov City. What concept is 5 soul beasts in the Void Realm? Moreover, to challenge them simultaneously. Even a Holy Realm strongman may not be able to simultaneously challenge 5 soul beasts in the Void Realm. But this man in black did it. He used a divine art that dazzled all cultivators. Even the Holy Realm strongman present could not understand the meaning of the divine art he spoke. And he also gained a nickname, Black Shura. The next day, in the morning, Qian Shen rubbed his eyes and stood at the door waiting for the sect master Shi Ruyan, ready to go to the North Cold Island with her, completely unaware of what had happened in the Kov City at the foot of the mountain. And his 3 masters also broke the rule and did not rest today, appearing in the sect outside of Qian Shen's practice time. Disciple, the body of the Azure Sky Realm has been obtained. We are waiting for you to come back and help you become an immortal body. Leaving the Eternal Sect, Qian Shen followed Shi Ruyan to the foot of the Eternal Mountain. On the way, Shi Ruyan did not say a word. Qian Shen felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and couldn't help but speak. Sect Master, are we the only ones going to participate in the 100 Sects Conference? After all, our sect is so big. Shi Ruyan glanced at Qian Shen and said, the Eternal Sect is not considered a big sect. It ranks outside the top 50 on the ancient continent. There are only 3 spots for the conference, and in the past, 3 elders went to participate. Today's situation is special, so I will replace the 3 elders. Isn't there still 1 spot left? Why not bring 1 more person? He is already waiting for us on the North Cold Island. With only a few days left before the 100 Sects Conference, Qian Shen had not yet reached the Holy Realm and could not travel directly like Shi Ruyan, so the 2 chose to rush to the North Cold Island by flying sword. The 2 flew on the clouds, and Qian Shen saw many cultivators flying on swords like them, and occasionally saw practitioners who were extremely fast in their aerial cultivation. After a whole day of flying, Qian Shen and Shi Ruyan finally arrived at the North Cold Island. The North Cold Island was, as its name suggested, covered in snow, exceptionally cold. Find a place to stay tonight, and enter the conference venue at noon tomorrow. Shi Ruyan and Qian Shen cancelled their flying swords and arrived at the main city of the North Cold Island, Venus. Qian Shen looked around curiously and found that the people here were different from those on the ancient continent, with an average height taller than those on the ancient continent. The 2 found an inn to stay in, and Qian Shen couldn't stand the boredom and left the inn. Venus was already crowded with practitioners from various continents, and the streets were packed. After walking around for a while, Qian Shen felt that there were too many people and decided to go to the arena in the main city of Venus. I haven't seen what the arena is like since I went to the Beast Arena last time. Qian Shen inquired all the way and finally arrived at the arena in the main city of Venus. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a staff member immediately approached Qian Shen and asked, Sir, are you here to buy a spectator ticket or to participate as a competitor? Competitor. You are not a local of the North Cold Island, are you? Have you participated in the arena on other continents before? If so, you can present your identity card, which is universal for arenas on various continents. Qian Shen was stunned and shook his head awkwardly. I have never participated in the arena. This is my first time here. The staff member nodded and then took Qian Shen to process the identity card. Qian Shen hesitated when filling out his identity. He was unwilling to expose his true identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. So, he registered his identity information on the identity card as prisoner, without joining any sect. His realm was the Void Realm, and his soul power level was in the early stage of the Fiery Soul. After entering the arena, Chen Chen found that there was actually not much difference between here and the beast fighting arena, the only difference being that the beast fighting platform was replaced by the arena platform. Chen Chen received a battle sequence number, which was randomly assigned, and the matched opponent was also random. So, it was very likely to see in the arena that a practitioner of the heavenly realm would be matched with an opponent of the holy realm. At this time, practitioners of lower realms could choose to accept or refuse the challenge. Once such a cross-level battle was won by a lower realm practitioner, the number of victories would increase according to the level difference. For example, if a practitioner of the reincarnation realm was matched with a practitioner of the void realm, and the practitioner of the reincarnation realm won, the number of victories would increase by 2. However, if 2 practitioners of the same realm were opponents, regardless of who won, the increase in the number of victories would be 1. Following this pattern, if a practitioner of the reincarnation realm defeated a practitioner of the holy realm, which crossed 3 levels, the increase in the number of victories would be 4. Of course, in the arenas of various continents, there has never been a successful match across 2 levels, let alone 3. After understanding these rules, Chen Chen sat in the waiting room, waiting for his sequence number to be called. In the VIP viewing room of the main arena in the city of Venus, the third-ranked master of the sword sect in the Hengdu continent yawned as he watched the battle between 2 practitioners who had not yet reached the unbreakable realm on the platform. I won't attend tomorrow's meeting. I haven't heard of any prodigies appearing on any continent in these years. There's no need to go and see, said the master of the sword sect. An old man beside the master took a step forward and said, Master, when this old servant rushed to the North Cold Island yesterday, passing through the city of Kov, I heard that in the arena of Kov City, there was a practitioner who killed 5 Void Realm soul beasts in one go. Oh, what a joke! A practitioner of the Holy Realm would run to Kov City, that small place, to slaughter soul beasts. Which sect's Holy Realm practitioner is he? The old man's face changed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, Master, that practitioner is not of the Holy Realm. The tone of the master of the sword sect finally showed some ripples. After sitting up straight from the recliner, he said, I didn't expect that a practitioner who had reached the Emperor realm would have such idle thoughts. The old man's face became even more embarrassed, and finally blurted out, Master, forgive me. This practitioner is neither a Holy Realm powerhouse nor an Emperor realm grandmaster, but a practitioner of the Void Realm. He also simultaneously challenged 5 Void Realm soul beasts. In an instant, the air in the entire VIP viewing room became cold, and the old man was startled by his own master. The master of the sword sect's eyes were sharp as he said, Mo, are you sure you're not joking with our sect? A practitioner of the Void Realm, simultaneously challenging 5 Void Realm soul beasts, which is already a challenge at the same level, has little chance of success, and he actually killed them all? How dare you deceive me? This matter is absolutely true. After tracking him, I found that he was just a practitioner of the Void Realm, and he actually noticed me tracking him, so I couldn't find him. The master of the sword sect narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Interesting, truly interesting. What kind of person is this, achieving something in the Void Realm? Mo, you have already reached the peak of the Holy Realm, and you were actually noticed by a practitioner of the Void Realm. I wonder if this person has also come to the 100 Sects Conference. If I can see him tomorrow, I will make sure he joins the sword sect. In the arena, Chen Chen waited for nearly an hour and finally heard his sequence number being called. Sequence 97 Duel. The information of the 2 players is as follows. Blue side player, Prisoner Bird, no sect information, Void Realm Cultivator. Red side player, Yao Fei, Mount Tai Sect, Firmament Realm Cultivator. There was a murmur in the audience. Usually such cross-level matches are not accepted by lower realm cultivators. After all, once the match starts, a life and death contract must be signed, and the cultivators who are killed have to face it every day. Moreover, this is a battle between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm, which is already considered an advanced battle. Although there is only 1 realm difference between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm, they are already not on the same level. A cultivator of the Firmament Realm can completely crush a cultivator of the Void Realm. Even if the latter has reached the peak of the Void Realm, he is still powerless. Yao Fei, in the audience, was stunned and couldn't help but complain, it's hard enough to get my sequence number, it looks like I'm going to fail again today. However, the next second shocked everyone in the audience, as the host announced the match result. The Void Realm player accepts this cross-level challenge. The match is about to begin. The entire audience was shocked. Even Yao Fei was momentarily unresponsive. He was already prepared to leave, but he didn't expect his opponent to accept this cross-level battle. Standing in the preparation area, Chen Chen stretched his muscles and then put on a white mask. Let me see the level of the Firmament Realm, Chen Chen said to himself. At this time, people in the various VIP viewing rooms were also attracted by this cross-level battle. In room 1, there was a person from the second-ranked demon sect of the ancient continent. A cross-level battle between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm, it's really rare. In room 2, there was a person from the Sword sect. Master, this kind of cross-level battle at this level is rare in the arena. It's not like the low-level cross-level battles between the Heavenly Realm and the Eternal Realm. As long as the soul power level is higher, there is a great chance of defeating the higher level. This kind of high-level cross-level battle is almost without suspense. After all, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between the two realms. The master of the Sword sect smiled again and said, one is a disciple of the Mount Tai sect, and the other is a cultivator who has not joined any sect. It seems that our sect needs to participate in this year's 100 Sects Conference. In rooms 3, 4, 5. On the arena, Yao Fei stepped up, standing on the stage very easily, thinking that this battle would be easy to win, and it seemed that it would not help to improve his soul power. Chen Chen did not show off like Yao Fei, but walked steadily up the steps, very simple. The host loudly announced outside the arena, Yao Fei, as a cultivator of the Firmament Realm, has accumulated a record of 56 wins and 39 losses in the arenas of various continents. In the recent battles, he has already achieved 5 consecutive victories. Will this cross-level challenge become Yao Fei's 6th victory? Prisoner Bird, just registered and joined the arena today, with no battles, 0 wins and 0 losses, also has not joined any sect. It seems to be a cultivator who is unwilling to be bound. His first battle is a cross-level battle. At their level, the difference in strength is already very disparate with just 1 realm difference, but Prisoner Bird has resolutely accepted the cross-level battle. Could it be that he has extraordinary abilities? Will this battle become his first victory in his arena career? Let's wait and see. Because of the upcoming 100 Sects Conference, the audience seats were filled with disciples from various sects, and they were naturally happy to watch a cross-level battle between the Void Realm and the Firmament Realm on the eve of the 100 Sects Conference. Although everyone knows the result, it does not prevent them from being excited. I didn't expect you to dare to accept this cross-level challenge. Don't you know that at the level of the Void Realm, the disparity in strength increases significantly with each realm? As you are a newcomer to the arena, I'll give you a chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, when we start later, I won't hold back and will kill you. Chen Chen just smiled lightly. No need to be polite, go ahead and torture me. There were specially treated instruments around the arena, and whatever the players said on the arena would be made public, so Chen Chen's conversation with Yao Fei was heard by all the audience. Damn! This player called Prisoner Bird, as the weaker side, is actually so arrogant? What does it mean to torture him? He talks tough before the match, but he'll die miserably after the match. You guys don't understand anything. Although the arena announces the cultivation level of both sides' practitioners, the level of soul power is not announced. You should know that in the cultivation world, strength is not only based on cultivation level, but also on physical refining and soul power level. If this Prisoner Bird's physical refining and soul power level are higher than Yao Fei's, then he really has the capital to be arrogant. I don't believe it. This Prisoner Bird is probably going to be beaten to death by Yao Fei. The host announced the official start of the match, and Yao Fei was still stunned by Chen Chen's words. Torture him as much as you want? Yao Fei had never heard such a brainless remark before, so today he would fulfill him. Yao Fei also didn't hold back, taking the initiative to attack, as there was no room for him to gain anything from this battle. In an instant, Yao Fei gathered his energy, and a huge blue fairy shadow appeared behind him. It is indeed the Azure Sky Realm. Chen Chen instinctively said, and then without any hesitation, he immediately gathered his energy, revealing his own Red Void Realm Fairy Shadow. The Void Realm Fairy Shadow was much shorter than the Azure Sky Realm Fairy Shadow. 1 red and 1 blue stood on either side of the arena, looking quite ridiculous. Shocking stone breaking. Yao Fei uttered a divine text fairy technique, and instantly several pieces of stone burst in the air, heading straight towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen's eyes narrowed, immediately assuming a defensive posture, enveloping his own body with the fairy shadow. Those pieces of stone exploded as they flew towards Chen Chen, almost failing to withstand the attack, directly dispelling the power. He can barely withstand just 1 attack. I thought he had some hidden means. Yao Fei smiled, and the next second he kicked out. Chen Chen was also surprised by the power, realizing that he had underestimated the Azure Sky Realm. Although it was only 1 realm apart, he had not expected such a huge difference in strength. This time, Chen Chen no longer underestimated the situation, putting all his body and mind into the battle. It seems that I can't use defense. He was just testing with that 1 attack. My master hasn't taught me any powerful defensive fairy techniques, so I can only take the initiative to attack. With this in mind, Chen Chen immediately released his defensive posture. Because he was on the northern cold island and still wearing a white mask, he was not afraid of being recognized by anyone. Moreover, he was fighting against an Azure Sky Realm cultivator, and he probably couldn't win without using his full strength. Heavenly attraction of 1,000 realms. Qian Shen uttered a divine text, and a crack in the night sky opened up on the arena, from which countless meteorites flew towards Yao Fei. Yao Fei was stunned by this scene, quickly retracting his attack and swiftly retreating, avoiding the impact, and then looked at Qian Shen in amazement. This is an otherworldly fairy technique. How can Prisoner Bird use an otherworldly fairy technique? Damn! Even a cultivator who has just stepped into the Holy Realm needs to study for a while before being able to use otherworldly fairy techniques. This Prisoner Bird is just a Void Realm cultivator, how can he? Countless exclamations erupted from the audience, and those in the VIP viewing room of the major sects were also shocked. Qian Shen paid no attention to the shocked voices in the arena. He knew that if he wanted to successfully challenge someone of a higher level, he could only rely on his own ability to seize Yao Fei's mistakes in order to have a chance of defeating him. Taking advantage of Yao Fei's moment of distraction, Qian Shen reached for his black roar and struck at Yao Fei. Of course, as Qian Shen rushed forward, he once again recited a divine text, Earth-bursting star. The purple night pearl appeared in the sky above the arena, gathering the surrounding immortal energy. A large number of stones began to gather around it, rapidly increasing in size until it became a sphere with a diameter of 10 meters. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this terrifying gathering of immortal energy, a sight usually only seen in battles among the Holy Realm's strong. The old servant next to the head of the sword sect saw the black sword in Qian Shen's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "That is, Black Roar?" The old man vaguely remembered that the sword named Black Roar was crafted by an outstanding swordsmith in the sword sect many years ago using special materials. Initially, the Black Roar was used by him, but later it was given to the Eternal Sect's peerless sword saint. How could Black Roar be in this person's hands? Yao Fei saw the terrifying giant stones in the sky and Qian Shen charging towards him with the Black Roar in hand, quickly assuming a defensive posture. Qian Shen understood that he had to quickly unleash a set of immortal techniques to defeat Yao Fei. As he charged towards Yao Fei, he focused his thoughts, causing the giant stones in the sky to roll towards Yao Fei. Ascension Thunder Art. Qian Shen unleashed his immortal technique, and a black sword appeared in the hands of his immortal shadow, sending a terrifying sword energy towards Yao Fei. Sword flowers flew, and the terrifying power instantly exploded on the arena. Yao Fei, a practitioner of the celestial realm, did not panic too much in the face of Qian Shen's attacks. After blocking the first strike, he quickly leaped and disappeared from Qian Shen's sight. It seems I underestimated you. I didn't expect a practitioner of the Void Realm to be able to exchange blows with me twice. Yao Fei's expression turned cold as he no longer underestimated the Void Realm competitor named Qian Shen, immediately unleashing his divine text immortal technique. Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud. A red fire cloud appeared in the sky above the arena, incredibly crimson. Yao Fei floated in mid-air above the arena, hands clasped together, summoning a fireball from the fire cloud to descend towards the center of the arena. In the eyes of the audience, a massive boulder was hurtling towards Yao Fei, while the fireball was flying towards Qian Shen. Both were using divine text immortal techniques, a rare sight in the arena that left the audience in awe. The collision of the fireball and the boulder caused a burst of heat and dust, heading towards the audience. Some of the higher-level practitioners immediately released their immortal shadows to create a barrier, protecting the audience from the dust. However, those of lower cultivation levels were caught off guard and ended up eating a mouthful of dirt. As the dust settled, everyone focused intently on the arena, wondering if the outcome had been decided. On both sides of the arena, there stood figures, Qian Shen on the left, with slightly disheveled hair but still standing tall, and Yao Fei on the opposite side, his clothes tattered. Yao Fei was in a sorry state, not expecting to be bested by a practitioner of the celestial realm. He tore off his already tattered shirt, revealing his dark muscles, and roared, "You've angered me." Qian Shen tidied his disheveled hair and chuckled, "I said at the beginning, feel free to torture me." No one in the audience thought this was Qian Shen's arrogance anymore, as he truly possessed the power to back it up. Qian Shen had more or less tested Yao Fei's full strength and knew that he had to use all his power to defeat him. If Yao Fei could withstand this blow, Qian Shen knew he would have no chance of winning. Sigh, if only I had pestered my 3 masters to teach me more immortal techniques before coming out. Now, I'm stuck using the same few techniques. With the prohibition of the clone technique, it's a bit difficult to defeat this Yao Fei. Qian Shen sighed, but in his original world, his mother tongue was the divine text of this world. Was he afraid of using his mother tongue's immortal techniques? Qian Shen leaped up, imitating Yao Fei's movements from earlier, clasping his hands together and softly chanting a phrase in a mysterious language, replicate the immortal technique. Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud, Super Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud, Super Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud, double the power. As the words left Qian Shen's mouth, another fire cloud appeared in the sky, much larger than the one summoned by Yao Fei. Yao Fei's face turned pale in an instant, looking at Qian Shen with an incredulous expression. Is this the soul-annihilating fire cloud? Even our master can't summon a fire cloud of this scale. How did he do it? Can he also use the soul-annihilating fire cloud? Before Yao Fei could react, 3 enormous fireballs emerged from the fire cloud, causing Yao Fei's face to turn ashen with fear. Qian Shen chuckled lightly, standing in the middle of the arena and saying, "Your immortal technique is powerful, but it has taught me something." He. The 3 enlarged fireballs hurtled towards Yao Fei, and a powerful explosion resounded as Yao Fei was knocked out of the arena. He lay on the ground, casting a terrified glance at Qian Shen before losing consciousness. The host immediately announced, "In this match, the contestant from the Void Realm, Prisoner Bird, wins. Due to this being a cross-level battle, 2 additional victories are awarded." The spectators, mostly low-level cultivators, were dumbfounded when Qian Shen summoned a fire cloud larger than Yao Fei's. Wow! Why does the immortal technique have such different power when used by Yao Fei and Prisoner Bird? What's going on? Yao Fei from the Mount Tai sect lost to a cultivator from the Void Realm? This is hilarious. The Mount Tai sect is ranked 7th on the ancient continent, yet their disciple from the Azure Sky Realm was defeated by a cultivator who hasn't joined any sect? Qian Shen brushed off the dust from his clothes, calmly descending the steps of the arena as if nothing had happened. Wait, I've seen that Prisoner Bird in the Colosseum in Kov City. He has a nickname there, the White Shura. He single-handedly defeated 3 reincarnation realm spirit beasts. Someone in the audience recognized Qian Shen's identity from the Colosseum and exclaimed. Soon, the audience began speculating about Qian Shen's true identity. In the VIP viewing room, the leaders of the top 10 sects were equally shocked, or rather, astounded and terrified, by Qian Shen's performance in the arena. The spectators in the audience were mostly low-level cultivators and naturally did not understand the mysterious language used by Yao Fei. However, these elders were all at least Saint Realm powerhouses and could naturally comprehend the immortal technique used by Yao Fei, even if they had not learned it before. What shocked these elders was that they couldn't understand the mysterious language spoken by Qian Shen and how he had enhanced Yao Fei's soul-annihilating fire cloud. Especially Elder Jiang from the Mount Tai sect, who had taught Yao Fei the soul-annihilating fire cloud. As a Saint Realm powerhouse, he couldn't even release 3 fireballs simultaneously with the soul-annihilating fire cloud. Quick, send someone to investigate this cultivator called Prisoner Bird and find out who he really is. A cultivator from the Void Realm speaking a mysterious language that even we saints can't understand. This sentiment was echoed in almost every VIP viewing room. These elders of the major sects were astonished beyond words by Qian Shen's performance. A cultivator from the Void Realm speaking a mysterious language that even saints couldn't repeat? This was truly unbelievable. After leaving the arena, Qian Shen noticed many pairs of eyes observing him from the shadows. He could clearly sense that the owners of these eyes were more powerful than him. Not good, I'm being targeted again. Qian Shen furrowed his brow, not immediately removing the white mask from his face, and instead pretended not to notice them, walking into a dark alleyway. The person tracking Qian Shen in the dark realized that he had been discovered and immediately stopped hiding, rushing into the alley. But as soon as they entered, they found that a void gate had already opened in the night sky, and Qian Shen had already escaped into it. What? He actually dares to enter the Void Star Realm. Even the Guardians dare not enter the Void Star Realm these days, and he, a mere Void Realm cultivator. How can he open the Void Gate? Elders from various sects looked at each other, knowing each other's purpose for being here, but they were no longer surprised by it. What shocked them the most was that Qian Shen could not only detect their tracking but also open the Void Gate, and even more terrifyingly, he had the courage to enter it. Elders, please leave. None of us here has reached the level of Quasi-Emperor cultivation. Who dares to enter the Void Star Realm during this time? The Elder of the Demon Sect sneered. The Elder referred to as Uncle Mo by the Sword Sect's Sect Master also arrived. He looked at the Elder of the Demon Sect, with whom the major sects had always been at odds, and snorted, "You Demon Sect are also afraid to go in, aren't you?" The Elder of the Demon Sect shrugged and replied, "I don't want to fight with that black gorilla inside. Who doesn't know that he lost his son and now wants to kill everyone in the Void Star Realm?" Qian Shen, who had escaped into the Void Star Realm, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to sense his soul power. After the battle with Yao Fei, he clearly felt that his soul power had improved. It seems that Xiao Yu was right. It is indeed much faster to improve soul power in actual combat than hunting soul beasts. Qian Shen felt very satisfied, but then he felt that something was not quite right in the atmosphere of the Void Star Realm today. He had not seen the war mist. In an instant, Qian Shen's scalp tingled, feeling a very terrifying danger. Without hesitation, he used the instant flash fairy technique. Just as he flashed out, a huge pit appeared where he had been, and looking up, Xianchen saw a soul beast the size of a small mountain standing there. Xianchen did not know that this was the patriarch of the black gold ape. Damn! Such a big one, it's the same species as the two soul beasts I caught last time. Could this be their grandpa? Xianchen vaguely saw the fairy shadow behind the black gold ape, not even bothering to remember the color. He exerted all his strength to escape. He used the instant flash more than a dozen times in a row, and without any regard, used the concealment technique to distract the attention of the black gold ape, allowing his true body to escape. After running a long distance, Xianchen did not stop and immediately opened the void gate, fleeing the void star realm in a very sorry state. Xianchen sat on the ground panting heavily, with a look of lingering fear. The reason he fled in such a panic was because he saw the fairy shadow behind the black gold ape, which was the size of Mount Tai. He knew that a soul beast could not reveal a fairy shadow. Once a fairy shadow could be seen on a soul beast, it had at least reached the level of Quasi-Emperor. Scared me to death. Fortunately, I ran fast. If I had been a little slower, I would have been dead. That's a Quasi-Emperor level soul beast. It could have killed me with a single slap. Inside the Void Star realm, the patriarch of the black gold ape was extremely angry when he saw Xianchen run away from him, and he fiercely pounded his chest with his ape palm several times. At the first sight of Xianchen, he smelled the scent of his two sons on him and was very sure that it was this human who had captured his two sons. Roar! The patriarch of the black gold ape let out a roar. He had remembered Xianchen's scent and tried to transform into human form, but after several attempts, he reverted to the form of the black gold ape. At this time, a voice came from the depths of the abyss in the Void Star realm. Your cultivation level has not reached the level of an emperor. There is a risk of falling if you forcibly transform into human form. Practice well for a few days before attempting to transform into human form again. The black gold ape was very respectful of this voice, nodded, and then disappeared in this area. The voice came from the huge bronze door that Xianchen saw for the first time when he entered the Void Star realm. Xianchen returned to the inn with Qi Ruyan. Their rooms happened to be adjacent. When Xianchen returned to the inn, Qi Ruyan noticed him, opened the door, and looked at Xianchen expressionlessly. "Shensi, where did you go just now?" Xianchen awkwardly touched his nose, not wanting Qi Ruyan to know that he had almost caused trouble in the Void Star realm, and lied, "It was stuffy in the inn, so I went out for some fresh air." Qi Ruyan looked at Xianchen for a long time before saying, "I don't know what's going on outside. There were many elders from various sects on the street just now. Go back to your room and rest quickly. It's not very peaceful outside." "Understood, master. You should also rest early. Good night." Xianchen finished speaking and quickly returned to his room. Qi Ruyan had no idea that the elders outside were searching for the person who lived next door to her, Xianchen. Late at night, a figure stood outside the inn where Xianchen and Qi Ruyan were staying. This person was wearing a black cloak and looked with interest at the inn. "The 100 Sects Conference. It's been many years since I last came. It's just right to go and see with this kid. I wonder if those few little guys have broken through the Saint Realm." This person in black was none other than the Emperor Realm White Bone hidden in the eternal mountains and rivers. After Xianchen and Qi Ruyan left the sect, he followed them all the way to the North Cold Island. Early the next morning, Xianchen woke up early, had breakfast downstairs, and then returned to his room. Xianchen began to operate his soul power. He had a feeling that he was about to break through to the mid-stage of the fiery soul. "I didn't expect my soul power to increase so quickly, but my cultivation level is still increasing slowly. Should I try using the divine script again?" With this thought, Xianchen decided to use the divine script to elevate his cultivation level. Upgrade cultivation level. However, after saying this, there was no change in the immortal shadow behind Xianchen. He frowned. "What's going on? Is it bugged?" After saying upgrade cultivation level, he found that his cultivation level did not change at all, feeling a little confused. He said it several times in a row, but still no change. He realized that it seemed that in the Void Realm, using the divine script to upgrade his cultivation level was no longer effective. Well, it seems that this cheat is not omnipotent. Otherwise, wouldn't I be able to directly advance to the Emperor Realm? I should just focus on practicing diligently in the future. Although somewhat disappointed, Xianchen discovered a new use for the divine script in his battle with Yao Fei. He was proficient in English, and the divine script was just a common language for him. As long as he encountered some high-level cultivators, he could use the divine script to copy their immortal techniques at will. This meant that he invisibly mastered many immortal techniques without having to deliberately seek out advanced ones. Xianchen did not know that although using upgrade cultivation level did not directly promote his cultivation level, it made his cultivation more solid. He had just said upgrade cultivation level more than 10 times, and as a cultivator in the Void Realm, he was already much higher than the normal standard for cultivators in the Void Realm. At noon, Shen Shen arrived at the door of Qi Ruiyan's room on time, waiting for her to come out and go to the venue of the 100 Sects conference together. Shen Shen was curious about the person from the Eternal Sect that Qi Ruiyan had mentioned, who was already waiting for the two of them on the North Cold Island. The master didn't even bring his two disciples. Who else is more qualified to attend the 100 Sects conference than the two of them? After Qi Ruiyan came out, she handed Shen Shen a jade card with the words Eternal Sect engraved on it. This is the waste card to enter the venue. If you lose it, you won't be able to enter the venue, Qi Ruiyan explained. Shen Shen nodded, and then went to the venue of the Bai Zone conference with Qi Ruiyan. The venue of the Bai Zone conference was held in the palace of the main city of Venus. In addition to the major sects coming to participate, there were also the royal family of the Night God in the main city of Venus. Qi Ruiyan took Shen Shen into the palace of the Night God family. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the palace, Shen Shen was stunned by the magnificent sight. Is this a palace made entirely of gold? Shen Shen was dazzled by the golden light, and for a moment, he didn't know how to describe the palace of the Night God family. In the palace, every pillar sparkled with gold, and most of the items were made of pure gold. The huge palace was already overcrowded. Shen Shen felt the pressure of powerful experts from them. Qi Ruiyan had been here before and was already used to it. She explained to Shen Shen in a calm tone, the Night God family is the wealthiest family in all the continents. In the North Cold Island, there is no mention of sex, and all practitioners are subordinate to the Night God family. Why are they so rich? This goes back to ancient times. The Night God family was founded by a deity named Night God. When he was traveling in the immortal world, he discovered countless gold in the depths of the North Cold Island, and then built this golden palace. The remaining gold, this deity left to his descendants, which has become the present Night God royal family. Shen Shen was amazed. It seemed that only a deity could build a palace of pure gold. By the way, Master, didn't you say that there is another person who will join us for the conference? Why hasn't he come yet? Qi Ruiyan rarely smiled and pointed behind Shen Shen. He's already here. Following Qi Ruiyan's gaze, Shen Shen found that the person standing behind him was the boy named Fengyun whom he had met in the Soul Tower that day. He seemed to be called the Soul Child? Soul Child, long time no see, Fengyun smiled at Shen Shen. Shen Shen was shocked. He didn't expect that the other person selected to participate in the Bai Zone conference besides him was Fengyun, but then he thought it through. After all, Fengyun in the Eternal Sect was known as the Soul Child. At the age of only 13, he had already reached the late stage of the Fierce Soul level, and was even preparing to impact the Soul Leader. The Bai Zone conference was a stage to showcase the talents of the major sects, and it was well deserved for the Eternal Sect to send Fengyun. I didn't expect the person Master mentioned to be you. I wonder if your soul power level has already broken through to the Soul Leader? Fengyun just smiled and did not answer Shen Shen. He then looked at Qi Ruiyan. Master, the conference is about to start. Let's go in quickly, shall we? Qi Ruiyan nodded and prepared to take Shen Shen and Fengyun through the entrance of the venue. However, Shen Shen suddenly felt a slight pain in his abdomen, as if a tremendous force was about to erupt. He said to Qi Ruiyan in pain, Master, I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. Where is the restroom? Qi Ruiyan was somewhat speechless, but people have urgent needs, and she couldn't stop him. She just pointed in the direction outside the palace. The restroom in the palace is only allowed for the royal family to use. The disciples of the sects who come to participate in the conference are only allowed to use the restroom outside the palace. Thank you, Master. You and the Soul Child go in first. I'll be right back after I go. After saying that, Shen Shen disappeared in an instant. Rushing out of the palace, Shen Shen took a long time to find the restroom. At the moment he squatted down, the long-suppressed force of the primordial chaos surged out. People who didn't know might have thought someone was casting a spell inside. Comfortable. Damn, it must be the problem with the buns I had this morning. After relieving himself, Shen Shen walked out of the restroom feeling refreshed, only to find that the people nearby had become very scarce. It seems that the conference is about to start. All the practitioners have already gone in. I have to hurry, or Master's cold temper will probably kill me if I'm late. When Shen Shen thought of the indifferent face of Qi Ruiyan, she couldn't help but shiver. However, as she passed by the palace wall, she suddenly saw a girl sneaking around below. Taking advantage of the distraction, the girl leaped onto the wall, intending to climb over. Who goes there? How dare you trespass the palace wall? Suddenly, a stern voice came from a distance, startling the girl, causing her to fall from the wall. Shen Shen swiftly moved to the bottom of the wall and caught the falling girl. Ah! The girl was startled but realized she hadn't hit the ground. Opening her eyes, she saw the sharp profile of a young man. Xianchen held her and, seeing the guards approaching, frowned and whispered, "Don't make a sound." Then, he used a spell to vanish, holding the girl, disappearing from beneath the wall. After the two guards of the Night God Imperial clan arrived and found Xianchen and the girl missing, one of them said, "You go that way, I'll search here." During the Bai Zone Grand Assembly, any suspicious individuals caught will be executed immediately. This is the strict order from the clan leader, and we cannot allow anyone to disrupt the assembly. After the guards left, Xianchen released the invisibility spell and realized that holding the girl in his arms in that manner was somewhat ambiguous. Blushing, he quickly let her go. "Ahem, I'm sorry. Those were the guards of the Night God clan. If they caught you climbing the wall, you would have been executed on the spot. I saw you falling from the wall, so I had no choice but to." The girl hesitated, noticing that the young man in front of her was even more bashful than she was. She suddenly became interested and teased, "No choice but to what? To hide you and protect you." The girl smiled and said, "I forgive you, considering it was for my own good." Xianchen nodded and then noticed that the main gate of the assembly was about to close. His expression changed instantly as he told the girl, "The main gate is about to close, and I'll be late. You should leave here quickly, or you'll be in trouble if the guards find you again." With that, Xianchen dashed towards the main gate at lightning speed. The girl watched him go and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind her. The shadow said, "Miss, during the assembly, you should stay in the palace obediently. If you insist on climbing the wall, you almost got caught by the guards. If the clan leader finds out, he will be furious." The girl pouted and said, "If you weren't here, would those incompetent guards have caught me? Who knows why you were so slow this time? I almost fell. I saw that young man catch you and didn't intervene, fearing the guards would notice." "Humph. Slow reactions are just slow reactions, what's the excuse? But that person is really skilled in the art of invisibility. I wonder which sect's disciple he is." The figure in black looked in the direction Xianchen had gone and said, "Judging by his attire, he should be a practitioner from the ancient continent. His speed is indeed remarkable, likely a disciple of one of the top 10 sects." "Is that so? Take me back to the palace. I want to attend the assembly today and see if I can meet him. No man has dared to approach me for so many years, and today I was actually held by a young brat." Just before the main gate of the assembly closed, Xianchen entered the venue. The assembly was open air, with seats on both sides, each sect having its own designated area. The sects were divided into large and small ones, with some having only 2 or 3 spots for the assembly. Their seats were connected to those of other similar levels, appearing quite simple. The more profound the heritage of the sect, the more luxurious their seats belong to them. Sitting at the top of the grand seat is a member of the Night God royal family. Next to the pure gold throne of the Night God royal family, there are 2 seats made of silver. Sitting in them are the head of the Tianshan sect, ranked first among the ancient continent sects, and the Ice Queen from the extreme cold land. It took Xianchen a while to find Shi Ruyan and Feng Yun among the many seats. "Shensi, you need to have a sense of time. After all, this is the 100 Sects Conference. People from all sects are here. You represent not only yourself, but also the Eternal Sect." Shi Ruyan frowned and reprimanded Xianchen. Xianchen smiled awkwardly, cough, cough. "You can't blame me for this, the urgency of nature, the big one is the most urgent." In the middle of the venue, an old man walked out. He gathered his energy and performed a fairy technique. In an instant, his body became very large, no longer appearing small in the center of the venue. The huge fairy shadow behind him also revealed his identity as a strong saint. Hello to all the elders and disciples of the sects. Welcome to the 100 Sects Conference. I am Yixin Fenghua of the Night God royal family. As the leader of this session's elder group, I declare the official start of the conference. The major sects can send their disciples to show themselves. Our elder group will record every practitioner who comes on stage and then evaluate the top 10 practitioners of this conference. After Yixin Fenghua finished his announcement, he released the fairy technique that made him larger and then left the center of the venue. "I wonder what kind of monstrous practitioners will appear at this conference," a man from an external sect sitting next to Xianchen said. Xianchen yawned and couldn't help but say to Feng Yin next to him, "If you have already reached the soul awakening, you should also go up and show yourself. Look across the entire ancient continent. Can you find a younger soul awakening practitioner than you? The cultivation world is never short of talented practitioners. With my qualifications, I may not necessarily rank high in this 100 Sects Conference," Feng Yin modestly replied. Shi Ruyan had a very good attitude towards the soul child. She smiled gently and said, "Soul child, you don't need to belittle yourself. Shensi is right. Look across the entire ancient continent. Is there another 13-year-old practitioner who has reached the soul awakening? Qianchen pursed his lips, feeling quite unhappy. The sect leader has always been indifferent to him, but has a very good attitude towards Feng Yun, often smiling at him. Moreover, this is somewhat flattering to Feng Yun. After all, Qi Ruyan is a naturally fierce soul, with a higher starting point than many practitioners. Perhaps after so many years of cultivation, she has already reached the late stage of the soul awakening? A man from the external sect sitting next to them showed a disdainful look and said in a sarcastic tone, 13-year-old soul awakening? What kind of joke are you making? This is the 100 Sects Conference, not a bragging conference. A 13-year-old practitioner has just awakened their soul power. How could they have already reached the soul awakening? Qi Ruyan glanced at the man without speaking, and Feng Yun just smiled faintly. Qianchen, however, did not have the same patience as the other two. He couldn't help but say, "What? You were playing with mud at home when you were 13, and now you won't allow someone else to reach the soul awakening at 13? The man was stunned and angrily said, "Who are you calling someone who played with mud at home when they were 13? I am 20 years old this year and have already reached the reincarnation realm. What is your cultivation realm?" Qianchen couldn't help but burst into laughter, causing other disciples from the surrounding sects to roll their eyes. Qianchen tried hard to suppress his laughter and then said after a while, "So you are a strong practitioner in the reincarnation realm. Forgive us for being a bit loud. Then why are you laughing?" "I'm laughing at my own stupidity, daring to boast in front of a practitioner who reached the reincarnation realm at 20. I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The man didn't hear the sarcasm in Qianchen's words at all. Instead, he proudly smiled and continued, "Brother, judging by your appearance, you must have reached the unbreakable realm, right?" "You're right, I just reached the unbreakable realm," Qianchen replied, holding back a smile. The man wanted to speak, but was stopped by the elder next to him, who had a dark expression and felt extremely ashamed for his disciple. "You rebellious brat, shut up. Which sect attending the Baizhong conference doesn't have a Saint Realm expert? Can't you hear the sarcasm?" the elder angrily said. Then he apologized to Qianchen. "Sorry, young man. My disciple is good at everything except using his brain." "Master, why do you say I don't have a brain? I am a 20-year-old reincarnation realm cultivator." The elder wished he could stuff his disciple's head into his pants. If this disciple wasn't the beloved son of the former sect master of the Delizong, he wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple or brought him to the Baizhong conference to embarrass himself. As the farce between Qianchen and Delizong ended, a sturdy young man finally stepped onto the stage, leading two black gold apes behind him. Qianchen widened his eyes in shock. Weren't those two spirit beasts behind the young man the ones he had captured and sold to the beast arena from the Void Star realm? How could they be with that man? Qianchen looked at the cultivator on stage and the spirit beasts he was leading with great astonishment. He was certain he hadn't made a mistake because he could still see the wounds he had inflicted with his immortal technique on one of the beasts. Therefore, these two spirit beasts must be the ones he had sold to the beast arena. Seeing Qianchen's surprised and puzzled expression, the 20-year-old reincarnation realm cultivator sitting beside him spoke up. "That man is sure Shaoqing, a disciple of the Night Profound Pavilion, ranked 4th among the ancient continent sects. It is said that he reached the sky boundary realm at the age of 26, and the two spirit beasts behind him are extraordinary. They are the Black Gold Apes, the strongest spirit beasts in the Void Star realm after the Dragon Clan." Qianchen didn't care who the man was, he was only interested in the last sentence. "The strongest spirit beasts, the Black Gold Apes? Are you sure that the spirit beasts called apes are the strongest in the Void Star realm?" The man nodded and patted his chest, saying, "Would I lie to you? Once the adult Black Gold Apes reach the Void realm, they awaken their beast souls and their combat power is comparable to peak Saint Realm experts." After a pause, Wang Xin added, "You should know that the top sects don't dare to easily provoke the Black Gold Ape clan when they enter the Void Star realm to hunt spirit beasts. It is rumored that the clan leader of the Black Gold Apes has already reached the Quasi-Emperor realm. It's almost impossible to see Black Gold Apes in the outside world now. I didn't expect Sir Shaoqing to bring two of them onto the stage. It seems that he has a great chance of becoming one of the top 10 cultivators this time." Qianchen was even more shocked. He hadn't expected that the two spirit beasts he had casually captured were the strongest beings in the Void Star realm after the Dragon Clan. No wonder the Black Gold Ape the size of Mount Tai was so furious when I entered the Void Star realm last night. I guess it found out that I had taken its descendants away. Wait, if the Black Gold Ape is so powerful, why did the Beast Arena only give me 30,000 ancient coins? Damn, I've been ripped off. Qianchen felt a little disheartened, with a feeling of wanting to cry but having no tears. No wonder the first spirit beast buyer he met that day wanted to find their supervisor. It turned out that there was no one selling Black Gold Apes, and he, the fool, didn't take it seriously and sold them. On stage, Shi Shaoqing led the two black gold apes. Without saying a word, he had already attracted a lot of attention from the sects. That's Shi Shaoqing, a disciple of the Night Profound Pavilion. It is said that he broke through the Sky Boundary Realm a year ago and is now striving for the Saint Realm. He even brought two black gold apes with him. Oh my god. Which cultivator doesn't know how difficult it is to capture a black gold ape? He actually brought two of them. Is the Night Profound Pavilion really that powerful now? Although they are only two young black gold apes, but I heard my master say that during the recent chaos in the Void Star Realm, the Black Gold Ape clan leader was furious and injured many Holy Realm experts who were practicing in the Void Star Realm. During this time, almost no cultivators dared to enter the Void Star Realm, making the Black Gold Ape even rarer. Listening to the people around him praising the Black Gold Ape, Chen felt a pang in his heart. With a mournful face, he asked Qi Ruyan, "Master, is the Black Gold Ape really as mysterious as they say? More or less?" The reason why the Black Gold Ape is powerful and difficult to capture is because they are communal spirit beasts. In the Void Star Realm, they always appear in groups of dozens. Even if several Holy Realm cultivators go together, they may not be able to capture one, Qi Ruyan said, and Feng Yun added, "Some alchemy cultivators take the Black Gold Ape to refine medicine, and the pills they produce can cause the cultivator's immortal shadow to evolve. That's why so many people say that Shi Shaoqing is likely to secure a place in the top 10 of this conference. Once he refines the two Black Gold Apes, his immortal shadow will evolve, greatly increasing his combat power. Ordinary cultivators cannot reach the level of causing their immortal shadow to evolve, even the emperors of the Emperor Realm cannot." This time, Chen couldn't help but curse Profiteer and then fell into deep regret. "Damn it, I was lucky to capture two such amazing spirit beasts, but because I didn't recognize their value, I sold them for next to nothing." Chen secretly made up his mind that he would definitely return to the Void Star Realm when he had the chance, and capture a Black Gold Ape of an even higher realm. He no longer thought about this matter and turned his gaze to Shi Shaoqing on the stage. "Elders of the Evaluation Committee, I am Shi Shaoqing of the Night Profound Pavilion, 26 years old this year, a cultivator of the Azure Sky Realm. The two behind me were Black Gold Apes captured by me and a fellow elder of the same sect. I hope the evaluation elders will give me a ranking as a talented individual." Shi Shaoqing stood on the stage and spoke in a very calm tone. At this point, Chen was a bit confused. He thought that the selection of the top 10 talented cultivators in this conference was similar to a competition between each other. But now it seemed that it was based on who had luxurious equipment and a higher realm. "Master, can talented individuals be selected just by talking? Then let me go up, I can do it too." Chen couldn't help but complain. Feng Yun gave Chen a disdainful look and said mockingly, "Are you really a genius? You don't even know this. The selection of talented individuals is not as simple as you said, but Shi Shaoqing is just the first one to go up. The elders will rank the cultivators who go up in order. Once there are 10 people, those who want to be among the top 10 talented individuals must challenge the cultivators who are already on the list. If the challenger defeats someone on the list, they will take their place. So this is just the beginning, the real show is yet to come." After Feng Yun explained, Chen also understood. Without real strength, even with luxurious equipment, one could not hold on to that position. Wang Xin, who was on the side, was also talkative. He continued after Feng Yun, however, "Once disciples of those major sects are on the list, even if our sects, which are ranked lower, have disciples who are stronger than them, they will not initiate a challenge." "Why?" Wang Xin looked strangely at Chen and said, "Are you stupid? If a disciple of a top 10 ranked sect is defeated by a disciple of a sect ranked in the 30s, wouldn't it be like trampling on their dignity? After the conference, they will be waiting for revenge." Chen was astonished. He didn't expect that in the world of cultivation, there were unspoken rules similar to those in the workplace in his original world. Is that so? Has no one broken these unspoken rules in these years? Chen sneered and asked. Wang Xin shook his head. After Shi Shaoqing was listed, there were constantly new disciples going up to the list. Surprisingly, after a round, the top 10 talents were all disciples of those famous sects. After an hour passed, not a single disciple from a sect ranked lower than 10th went up to challenge the list. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue also seemed very strange. Wang Xin sighed, "Alas, the annual meeting is the same, the top 10 talents all come from the top 10 sects of the ancient continent. They tacitly agree, with each sect sending only one disciple, just enough to occupy the position of these talents, and no one dares to compete with them, fearing retaliation." Qi Ruyan's expression was not good either. She thought that this year would be different, with other small sects initiating the first challenge to the list, and then they could send Feng Yun to challenge. After all, there is safety in numbers. Once a pioneer steps forward to challenge, other sects will follow suit, and these major sects cannot retaliate against all the other sects. Unexpectedly, this year, no one dared to challenge. Just when everyone in the venue thought that this year's top 10 talents had already been decided, a young man with a black mask appeared on the stage. "I want to challenge the second place." The young man with the black mask spoke slowly, ignoring the strange looks of the others in the venue. Xian Shen looked at the young man with the black mask, and for a moment, he had a feeling of familiarity, but because of the mask, he could not see his face, nor could he know his identity. Unbeknownst to Xian Shen, he had this familiar feeling because the young man with the black mask on the stage was the clone that had slipped away from him on that day without his knowledge. At this moment, the white bone draped in black clothes hiding in the corner of the venue recognized the clone of Xian Shen on the stage at a glance. He actually dares to appear so boldly in front of his own original body? But it's only been a few days, and he has already surpassed his original body's strength by so much. It seems that my aura has given him a lot of benefits. Interesting, truly interesting. The second-ranked talent that the young man with the black mask wanted to challenge was a disciple from the second-ranked demon sect. His name was Xiao Shun, and he had just reached the celestial realm. The reason he was listed as the second was not only because of the powerful demon sect behind him, but also because he had refined his body into an immortal body, the puppet demon body. In the cultivation world, the refined body constitution is divided into 4 types: mortal body, immortal body, holy body, and soulbone body. For a cultivator who absorbs a celestial realm body, he can only refine it into a normal immortal body. And there are also low, medium, high, and top grades for each type of refined body, and this puppet demon body is a high-grade immortal body. The reason why the demon sect is ranked as the second sect on the ancient continent is because the demon sect can always refine various powerful bodies, allowing every disciple in the sect to have at least a medium-grade immortal body constitution. It is worth noting that most of the cultivators in the Holy Realm only have a medium-grade immortal body constitution, and 80% of the Celestial Realm cultivators have no immortal body, all of them are just mortal bodies. It can be imagined how powerful the demon sect is, to let every disciple in the sect have an immortal body. Wang Xin saw a cultivator from outside the top 10 sects stepping up to challenge, and instantly became excited. "I didn't expect that this year there would actually be someone daring to challenge the disciples of the top 10 sects. I wonder which sect he is from." Although his courage is commendable, after the meeting, their sect will suffer, not to mention it's a super sect like the demon sect. The disciple of the demon sect, Xiao Shun, obviously did not expect to be challenged. After being stunned, he sneered. He did not think that the young man with the black mask could defeat him. Xiao Shun walked up to the challenge platform from his seat and looked at the black-masked youth, saying, "According to the rules, challengers must reveal their identities before entering the top 10 rankings. Which sect do you belong to? You have the courage to challenge my demon sect." The black-masked youth spoke coldly and indifferently. "I have no name. I don't belong to any sect. I am a free cultivator." Xiao Shun frowned and asked, "You don't belong to any sect? Then how did you enter the venue?" The conversation between the two caught the attention of the elder group, and the leader, Yi Shenfeng, said to a fellow elder, Elder Ouyang, "Send someone to find out which sect this young man is from." Xiao Shun narrowed his eyes and said with anger, "You are too arrogant." The black-masked youth replied, "Strength naturally breeds arrogance. Enough talk, let's get started. If I had the time, I would have defeated you already." The conversation was heard by everyone present in the arena, and the arrogance of the black-masked youth, who was about to fight Xiao Shun, a disciple of the demon sect, was seen as an insult to the sect. On the demon sect seat, the left protector squinted at the black-masked youth on the field and said, "Which sect does he belong to? After the assembly, I will visit their sect and see what kind of mentor has raised such an arrogant disciple. Also, tell Xiao Shun not to hold back. If he dies on the platform, I will take responsibility. How dare he demonstrate against the demon sect at the 100 Sects Assembly? He doesn't know his place." Upon hearing the conversation between the black-masked youth and Xiao Shun, Xian Shen couldn't help but chuckle. "TSK, this person wearing a black mask is really outspoken, I like it." But Xiao Shun didn't become the second-ranked talent solely because of the demon sect behind him. He possesses a high-grade immortal body, and his strength should not be underestimated. On the side, Shi Ruyan was also shocked by the words of the black-masked youth. "I don't know which sect he comes from. After this assembly, their sect might be in trouble. The demon sect has always been a vengeful sect." The elder group announced the start of the match, and Xiao Shun and the black-masked youth stood facing each other, neither making the first move. "You go first. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can't defeat me, you can leave the platform on your own." "I will spare your life," said the black-masked youth calmly with his hands behind his back. "Give me 3 moves?" Xiao Shun couldn't believe his ears. He had never heard such a ridiculous request before. Not only Xiao Shun, but people from various sects were also stirred up. Who is this masked person? He keeps provoking as soon as he steps onto the platform, and his words are too arrogant. Xiao Shun is the strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the demon sect. Perhaps he doesn't know Xiao Shun, that's why he's acting this way? Heh, this young man is doomed. With the temperament of the demon sect, they might have already ordered Xiao Shun to kill him. Xiao Shun's anger was fully aroused, and he had just received an order from the left protector through a special communication method within the demon sect. Kill the black-masked youth in front of him. Xiao Shun immediately gathered his energy and released a blue immortal shadow, a symbol of the celestial realm. Xiao Shun intended to make the black-masked youth pay the price for his arrogance with his life, so he had no intention of holding back and directly unleashed his divine art. 100 Demons Roar! However, the attack from Xiao Shun was easily dodged by the black-masked youth with a slight movement. He then smiled and said, "One move, you still have 2 moves left." Xiao Shun was stunned, and everyone in the seating area was also stunned. No one expected that the black-masked youth would effortlessly evade Xiao Shun's divine art. Xiao Shun was embarrassed and angry. This time, he directly triggered the refining of the demon puppet's body, once again displaying a more powerful immortal technique. However, the black-masked youth easily dodged it, not even getting a speck of dust on him. Damn, is Xiao Shun just that trash, or am I seeing things? Feng Yan also lost his usual composure and cursed. Xian Chen was also dumbfounded. Even he had never shown off like this before, but this black-masked youth was just too much. The black-masked youth chuckled, 2 moves. The left guardian of the demon sect sitting in the seat became anxious and angrily said, "What is Xiao Shun doing? He hasn't even touched the guy's clothes. Hurry up and deal with him." Xiao Shun roared, no longer holding back any strength, and used his ultimate immortal technique, transformed the demon into the holy. In an instant, Xiao Shun's body began to grow, his clothes bursting, his once handsome face contorted into an incredibly ugly appearance, and his body transformed into a monstrous form. Qi Ruyan frowned and said, "This is the demon sect's secret technique, temporarily transforming the practitioner's body into a demon, increasing their strength 3 to 4 times. However, their soul power will not recover for 7 days afterward. This is considered an immortal technique that overdraws soul power. It seems that this youth truly has extraordinary strength. To make the proud disciple of the demon sect use such a self-damaging immortal technique on the 3rd move." On the stage, Xiao Shun transformed into a demon, and the huge immortal shadow behind him became extremely eerie. This time, the black-masked youth no longer stood with his hands behind his back, but instead took a defensive stance. Xiao Shun once again used his immortal technique and charged toward the black-masked youth. A huge shockwave appeared on the stage, and everyone thought the black-masked youth was about to be knocked down. However, when the dust settled, the black-masked youth was still standing unscathed on the stage. Only a corner of his mask had been shattered and fallen to the ground. 3 moves. "It's my turn now," the black-masked youth said, taking a step back and then chanting, "Gather Qi." A red immortal shadow appeared behind him. Xian Chen was stunned, instantly dumbfounded. A red immortal shadow? But he's only in the void realm? Qi Ruyan's face had turned pale, and she shook her head gently. "No. Both the Void Realm and the Holy Realm immortal shadows are red. It's just that the color of the Holy Realm immortal shadow is deeper. This is the color of the Holy Realm immortal shadow." "What? The Holy Realm?" Without giving the many cultivators a chance to react, the black-masked youth quietly chanted a divine text, and no one heard what he said. In an instant, the youth's red immortal shadow clasped its hands together, closed its eyes, and several hands appeared behind it. Then, with a slap, it struck Xiao Shun. "Damn, is this a 1,000-armed Buddha?" Xian Chen was completely shocked. This was the first time he had been so amazed since coming to this world. The immortal shadow of the Holy Realm was tens of meters tall, and even a single slap was much larger than Xiao Shun's transformed monstrous form. Xiao Shun raised his hands to resist the slap, and the stage beneath his feet had already been stomped into a huge pit. "Ah!" Xiao Shun shouted, his thighs already trembling, clearly unable to resist any longer. The black-masked youth silently chanted another divine text, and his immortal shadow increased its strength. In the end, Xiao Shun couldn't resist and was slapped onto the stage. The black-masked youth retracted his immortal shadow and stood calmly on the stage. The entire arena fell silent, and no one had yet reacted. Xiao Shun had been defeated in 1 move? No one present had expected that Xiao Shun, a proud disciple of the demon sect, a practitioner in the Azure Sky realm, and with the body of the demon puppet, would be defeated in 1 move by the black-masked youth, with seemingly little effort. Xian Chen took a sharp breath, looking at the scene in shock, murmuring, "Is this the strength of a Holy Realm expert? Hee, elders of the Elder Council, why not announce the result of the match?" The youth stood on the stage, speaking in an incredibly calm tone, as if he had just crushed an ant. The patriarch of the elder group, Yesen Fenghua, was the first to react and immediately stood up, saying, "The second talent, Xiaoshan, is defeated." As Yesen Fenghua's words fell, the practitioners in the seats of various sects also came to their senses, erupting into thunderous exclamations. The left guardian of the demon sect was furious, staring at Xiaoshuan's lifeless body, his face turning particularly cold. In order not to lose composure in front of everyone, the left guardian lowered his voice and said to a fellow elder of the demon sect, "Quickly take that waste Xiaoshan away from me. He has brought shame to the demon sect's reputation." The patriarch of the Yeshan royal family, seated on the throne, had not been paying attention to the battle on the field, as such insignificant battles were beneath his notice. However, at the moment when the young man in the black mask unleashed his holy realm immortal shadow, he inadvertently glanced over and was surprised. He possessed a divine eye called the Azura's Eye, but at a glance, he couldn't see through the boy's soul power level and immortal body. The patriarch of the Yeshan family hesitated for a moment, but ultimately withdrew his gaze, not taking him to heart. However, the Ice Queen and the Master of the Heavenly God sect sitting beside him had already been drawn to the attention. The Master of the Heavenly God sect said, "This immortal technique is the first time I've seen it. I wonder what the opinion of the Queen is." "I have not seen it either, but this boy's talent is indeed surprising," observed the Ice Queen, finding that she did not show any other emotions. At this time, Elder Yesen Fenghua, who had previously instructed Elder Ouyang to investigate the identity of the young man in the black mask, had already returned with a few words in his ear, causing Elder Ouyang's face to change drastically. "Senior Fenghua, this boy's identity has been thoroughly investigated." Yesen Fenghua nodded, then gestured for him to continue. Elder Ouyang lowered his voice, just as the boy himself said, "He does not belong to any sect, and we have not found any information about him. He was able to enter the venue because he slaughtered the entire Sanlei sect yesterday and took the waste token belonging to the Sanlei sect to participate in the conference." Sanlei sect? The 31st ranked Sanlei sect on the ancient continent? Yes. Yesen Fenghua suddenly cast his gaze towards the young man standing on the stage. Even though they were quite far apart, the young man seemed to feel Yesen Fenghua's gaze and turned his face towards him. Yesen Fenghua's tone was very shocking as he said, "As I expected, he is at most 20 years old and has already reached the Holy Realm. I remember that the Sanlei sect had 7 Holy Realm practitioners and over a dozen Sky Realm practitioners, and he alone slaughtered the entire Sanlei sect?" Elder Ouyang's face was extremely ugly, and he nodded to Yesen Fenghua. Indeed, it was him alone. According to the description of the few Sanlei sect disciples who escaped, he rushed into the Sanlei sect without a word and directly killed 3 Holy Realm elders. The sect master of the Sanlei sect couldn't even last 5 moves against him. The other elders of the elder group also heard about this, their expressions becoming solemn as they said, "Senior Fenghua, this time it's not someone from the Sanlei sect, but he came to the 100 sects conference with the Sanlei sect's waste token. Should we report this to the major sects and capture this boy? The conference has never stipulated that one cannot slaughter members of other sects or take their waste tokens to participate in the conference. However, this matter is significant and should be reported to everyone. Although this boy has already taken the position of the second talent, once he leaves this conference, he will probably be hunted down by many people. Annihilating a sect, this is an act that angers both humans and gods." Yesen Fenghua first announced that the black-masked youth had replaced Xiaoshan as the second talent, and then solemnly announced the information investigated by Elder Ouyang at the conference without reservation. When everyone learned that the young man had single-handedly annihilated the entire Sanlei sect, the practitioners who had previously felt admiration for his strength immediately changed to expressions of hatred. A sect, with at least 100 members, actually wiped out an entire sect without any grievances or enmity. Amidst the curses of many sects, the black-masked youth stood with his hands behind his back, looking at them one by one, and then spoke in an extremely cold voice, "I hold grudges. Those who scorn me today will be visited by me in the future." One of the Holy Realm experts stood up and cursed, "What kind of Holy Realm cultivator are you? You indiscriminately kill innocent people and look down on others. I, the Iron Blood Saint, declare that if you leave this gathering of 100 sects, within half a day, you will be attacked by a group." "Oh really? I'd like to see whether I will be killed by a group when I leave this gathering, or if I will be the one to kill you, Iron Blood Saint." The arrogant words of the black-masked youth stirred up more anger, and many elders from various sects supported the Iron Blood Saint from the Iron Blood sect, indicating that they would assist him when he left the gathering. The scene in the gathering became chaotic for a while, until the Lord of the Night God family, with the aura of the Emperor Realm, finally calmed the entire gathering. Shi Ruyan stared at the arrogant youth on the stage and said to Qian Shen, "Godson, the aura of that youth on the stage gives me a familiar feeling." When those elders who escaped from the investigation of the village massacre returned, they also had a similar aura. Is it possible, sect master? The youth on the stage is a holy realm expert, while the elders you sent out from our sect were not even at the sky realm. How could they have escaped if they encountered him? Qian Chen questioned. Shi Ruyan frowned, unable to see anything with her Sicilian eyes on the black-masked youth, and she always felt that the youth occasionally glanced at her with the corner of his eye. That's true. The people in the village massacre should only be at the Void Realm. It's only been a few days, it's unlikely for them to have advanced to the Holy Realm, right? Shi Ruyan murmured, but suddenly remembered Qian Chen's rapid advancement of 5 realms in one day, and suddenly felt that it was not impossible. With the precedent of the black-masked youth, some lower-ranked sects were also inspired to challenge the top 10 talents, daring to stand up and challenge them. With the second person, soon the third, the fourth. More than 20 challengers from various smaller sects appeared, challenging to go on stage. The faces of the top 10 sects turned dark. They never expected that the disruption caused by a young troublemaker would break the unspoken rules of the 100-sect gathering that had been in place for many years, and that people from the smaller sects would dare to come and challenge. The lord of the Taishan sect couldn't help but curse. Are these people all crazy? They dare to challenge the top 10 sects. Aren't they afraid that we will go after them once they leave this gathering? Sect Master, almost half of the sects participating in the gathering have sent people to the stage. Even if our top 10 sects are domineering, we cannot go out and destroy all the sects, can we? The elder of the Taishan sect smiled bitterly. Interestingly, dozens of challengers tried to enter the top 10 talents throughout the day. Even the first-ranked Shi Yuqing was challenged. Although they didn't win the competition, at least someone dared to challenge. However, no one dared to go and fight against the black-masked youth who had taken the second place. Who doesn't know that this figure is a holy realm expert? With his own strength, he slaughtered the entire Sanlei sect, which had 7 holy realm experts, leaving no one alive. What does this indicate? This youth is not just a holy realm expert, he has at least stepped into the realm of a quasi-emperor. At this point, Shi Ruyan saw that the time was almost ripe and said to Feng Yun, who was beside her, Soul Child, go challenge the 9th-ranked talent. If you can secure the 9th position, it is said that the final reward given by the Elder Council is a soul cauldron. Don't you lack a soul cauldron? Understood, Sect Master. I will give it a try. On the stage where the top 10 talents were seated, the black-masked youth had been using extremely discreet glances to look in the direction where Qian Chen and Shi Ruyan were seated. It's really weak, clearly possessing extraordinary talents, but you can't seem to develop them at all. Huh, why should I be your shadow? Feng Yun is about to challenge. Qian Chen says to Feng Yun, kid, be careful up there, don't force it if you can't win. You talk too much, I've never been defeated. Qian Chen smiled and didn't respond to Feng Yun. In fact, he had already seen that the 9th talented individual was a disciple from the 10th-ranked Qingyun Pavilion, making him the weakest among the top 10 talented individuals. He only had the Void Realm and a medium-grade immortal body, with no other outstanding strengths, sounding quite ordinary. Wang Xin on the side was anxious. Hey, is that kid really going to challenge the 9th talented individual? He's Fan Chen of Qingyun Pavilion, although his cultivation realm is only in the Void Realm, he's much inferior to the other talented individuals, but his soul power level is said to have reached the mid-stage of the Fiery Soul, and he also possesses a medium-grade immortal body. So what? I've said that the kid became a soul master at 13, what's a mid-stage Fiery Soul to him? Qian Chen shrugged, indifferent, and before Wang Xin could say anything, Qian Chen asked first, hey, our sect leader isn't concerned, why are you, an outsider, concerned? Tell me about the rewards for the top 10 talented individuals. In fact, Qian Chen wanted to ask Shi Ruyan, but she had always been indifferent to him, so he thought it would be easier to ask Wang Xin. These rewards are confidential, but there are rumors in the outside world. Just as our sect leader said, the reward for the 9th place is a soul cauldron, for the 10th place, it's an excellent quality sword, for the 8th place, it's a divine text technique, which records many divine text immortal arts, but because of its high difficulty, most practitioners in the Holy Realm cannot comprehend it, so it's placed as the reward for the 8th place. As for the rewards for the 7th and 6th places, I don't know, but it's said that the reward for the 5th place is a high-grade immortal body. Upon hearing about the immortal body, Qian Chen instantly became interested. He still didn't have a refined body, so if he could obtain this high-grade immortal body, wouldn't he immediately have an immortal body? Thinking like this, he immediately asked, who is the 5th talented individual, and what is his cultivation realm? Wang Xin looked at Qian Chen with a strange look and said in a strange tone, you don't want to challenge him, do you? What if I do? Before Qian Chen could speak, Shi Ruyan said, Godson, the 5th talented individual is a disciple of the 7th-ranked Taishan sect, and with your current cultivation, it's impossible for you to defeat him. Taishan sect? Qianchen vaguely remembered the practitioner he had defeated in the arena last night, who was from the Taishan sect. What was his name, Yao Fei? Qianchen tentatively asked. Sect leader, is the fifth talented individual named Yao Fei? How do you know? Qi Ruyan was surprised. Qianchen smiled, feeling more confident now, and then got up and patted his butt, saying to Qi Ruyan, Sect leader, the reward for the fifth place is too tempting. My strength doesn't allow me to be Loki. I'll be right back. Godson, wait. Qi Ruyan called out, but Qianchen didn't even look back and just left. Qi Ruyan watched Qianchen's back and wanted to go forward to stop him, but inexplicably felt that he might really be able to defeat the disciple of the Taishan sect. After all, from the moment Qianchen appeared in her sight, he had created too many impossibilities in front of her. Wang Xin stared incredulously at Qianchen and asked Qi Ruyan, Sect leader, are all the disciples of your sect this bold? Qi Ruyan looked coldly at Wang Xin and said, Who are you calling bold? As she spoke, the symbol of the Holy Realm, the immortal shadow, instantly appeared behind her. Wang Xin was so scared that he immediately hid behind his own master, and the old man smiled apologetically at Qi Ruyan, who then retracted the immortal shadow. Qianchen walked towards the stage, feeling secretly pleased. He had originally thought that the fifth talent was not easy to deal with, but it turned out to be a weak opponent. After stepping onto the stage, Qianchen reported his sect information and cultivation level to the elder group. Night God Feng was stroked his beard and smiled, 19 years old, a void realm cultivator. Not bad, not bad. Although the Eternal sect has declined in recent years, it still possesses the longevity clock, a divine artifact. The heritage is still decent. This time, Qianchen challenged Yao Fei with his true identity, without wearing the white mask as he did in the arena last night. Beside the throne, there was a young girl named Night God Qianshuan, the only daughter of the Night God family head. If Qianchen had seen her at that moment, he would have been surprised, as she was the girl he had saved under the palace wall. Seeing his beloved daughter, the Night God family head's serious expression instantly turned into a doting smile as he asked why she had come to the grand event when she usually disliked it. Qianshuan pouted and replied that she was bored and wanted to see. The family head then gave her his seat and she quickly scanned the seating area to find the young man who had carried her earlier. Eventually, she spotted him on one of the platforms and smiled mischievously, asking her father for the name of the person on the stage. The family head, surprised, asked if she had taken a liking to him, and then mentioned that the person was Yao Fei, a disciple of the Taishan sect. Qianshuan clarified that she was asking about the challenger, not Yao Fei. The family head was puzzled and looked at Qianchen on the stage, not knowing which sect he was from. Qianshuan didn't reveal her encounter with Qianchen, as she knew her father's reaction would be extreme. On the stage, Qianchen introduced himself as a void realm cultivator from the Eternal sect. He was Yao Fei's third challenger that day, and Yao Fei urged him to make his move quickly, as he was likely the last challenger. Although Qianchen remained expressionless, he was inwardly delighted. He thought to himself that Yao Fei seemed to have forgotten the lesson from last night and was underestimating him again, so he would have to teach him another lesson. However, he also remained alert, knowing that using his powerful techniques from the previous day would reveal his true identity. So Qianchen is very clear about the tricks he used yesterday, and he can't use any of them today. Standing on the highest seat, Yesen Qianshuan pinched his chin and murmured with a smile, So your name is Qianchen. Humph, it seems we really have some fate, our names are only one character apart. Qianchen didn't underestimate the situation on stage, gathering his energy to release his own fairy shadow, staring at Yao Fei. Yao Fei couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was the one who had tortured him in the arena last night. Your realm is low, you go first, Yao Fei said lightly. Qianchen took a deep breath and immediately used the fairy art he had learned from watching Xiao Shun and the Black Masked Youth earlier. Fairy art replication. 100 Demon Roar. Qianchen's fairy shadow opened its mouth and let out a huge roar shockwave. Yao Fei never expected that Qianchen would directly use such a powerful divine art. Moreover, Yao Fei was very clear that this was a divine art commonly used by the demon sect, so why would this practitioner use it? Yao Fei was pushed back a considerable distance, looking at Qianchen in disbelief. Suddenly, he remembered the night before in the arena, when another practitioner of the Void Realm had used various strange fairy arts to defeat him directly. This familiar feeling made Yao Fei not dare to be careless again. After all, losing in the arena yesterday was one thing, but this was the 100 Sects Conference, and he was representing not only himself, but also the Taishan sect. Oh, some strength, it seems I can't underestimate you, but using the demon sect's divine art, your sect will be held accountable for the end of this battle. Qianchen shrugged indifferently. Who says that fairy arts can only be used by a specific sect? Big talk. After saying this, Yao Fei's eyes narrowed, immediately gathering his energy to release the fairy art shattering heaven and earth. Qianchen had long since figured out his fairy art, anticipating that he would start with this move, and had already stepped back out of the attack range of shattering heaven and earth. Yao Fei was stunned to see his skill being avoided, and after a slight surprise, in order to avoid any mistakes, he directly used Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud this time. Xianchen grinned. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Because when using this fairy art, Yao Fei had to first hover in the air to gather energy. If it was the first time seeing Yao Fei use this fairy art, one would only watch him gather energy and jump. But Xianchen was not the first time fighting Yao Fei, and after avoiding shattering heaven and earth, he immediately rushed towards Yao Fei, predicting his position. Using a common fairy art, intending to catch Yao Fei off guard. However, Yao Fei was after all a practitioner of the Void Realm, and his reaction was very quick. Seeing Xianchen rushing towards him, he immediately saw through his intentions. "Heh, you can actually predict my fairy art? But your realm is too low, your speed is too slow." After saying this, Yao Fei abruptly stopped his jumping motion, taking a step back, clasping his hands together in place, and releasing Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud again. Not good. Xianchen's face changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but inertia prevented him from immediately stopping his movement. On the arena, the fire cloud was dense. A fireball descended from the sky, quickly rushing towards Xianchen. Yeshen Xianchuan widened his eyes. Not good, he's going to lose. The head of the Yeshen family had been paying attention to the battle between Yao Fei and Xianchen, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that practitioners from small sects are a bit weaker, not to mention that he is only a practitioner of the Void Realm. Yeshen Xianchuan was unwilling to believe that Xianchen, who was faster than his personal bodyguard Kobe, was actually going to lose to a practitioner of the Celestial Realm. It's worth noting that Kobe is a peak practitioner of the Celestial Realm. Xianchen, who couldn't stop his movements, felt his heart sink to the bottom at this moment, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out what to do. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to his mind. "Don't just stand there, quickly say Ice Age in English." Xianchen was taken aback, not caring where the voice came from, and immediately said in divine language, "Ice Age." Words follow the law. As Xianchen's words fell, the temperature around him rapidly dropped, and the moisture in the air condensed into ice. A thick layer of frost covered the entire platform, and Xianchen's limbs turned to ice. The fireball struck Xianchen, but he easily blocked it with a wave of his hand. Yao Fei was shocked and prepared to launch another spell, but found his limbs stiffening and covered in ice shards. Xianchen formed the ice shards in the air into a sharp ice cone, which flew at Yao Fei with incredible speed. The ice cone struck Yao Fei's chest, shattering the ice shards on his body and leaving him feeling as if his bones were about to break. He lay on the ground, feeling humiliated, and saw the shadow of the practitioner called Prisoner Bird from the arena last night in Xianchen. However, Xianchen's spells were completely different from those of Prisoner Bird, and did not seem like the work of the same person. The spectators were stunned, as they believed Xianchen could not possibly defeat Yao Fei, just like the two practitioners before him. Moreover, Xianchen had already shown a fatal flaw, and Yao Fei could have easily defeated him. Yet now, Yao Fei had lost? Xianchen approached Yao Fei, smiling, and whispered, "Doesn't feel good to lose, does it, defeated underling?" Yao Fei's pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked at Xianchen. For a moment, he thought Xianchen might be Prisoner Bird, but then he realized that he had indeed lost to Xianchen, and Xianchen's taunt seemed just as reasonable. Yao Fei forced a bitter smile, struggled to get up from the ground, and said, "I never thought I would lose to a practitioner in the Void Realm. My master and sect leader will definitely not let me off the hook." Yao Fei left the platform, and Night God Foam announced Xianchen's victory over Yao Fei, successfully claiming the 5th position among the talented individuals. Sitting in his seat, Wang Xin was dumbfounded, his mouth wide open in disbelief. He had been watching Xianchen closely since he stepped onto the platform and witnessed his defeat of Yao Fei. Wow, is this for real? What was that divine spell he released at the end? He actually defeated Yao Fei of the Taishan sect? Wang Xin's master also looked at Xianchen on the platform in shock, then suddenly turned to Qi Ruyan still in her seat and asked, "May I ask, young lady, are you from the Eternal Sect with the longevity bell?" "Yes." "How many times did that person on the platform make the longevity bell ring?" Qi Ruyan recalled Xianchen's appearance when he first arrived at the Eternal Sect and replied calmly, 9 times. "He is the prodigy of our sect." The elder took a sharp breath, as everyone knew what 9 chimes of the longevity bell represented. He had already anticipated how the 10 great sects would go crazy to recruit Xianchen if they learned of this news. On the seat of the Sword Sect, an elder named Emoshu frowned and said to the Sword Sect leader, "Master, don't you find that the young man who defeated the disciple of the Taishan sect on the platform looks familiar?" "Oh, you feel the same way? He does indeed resemble the practitioner from the arena last night." Emoshu nodded and lowered his voice. "Not only that, For a moment, this old servant sensed the aura of the black-masked youth who wiped out the entire Sanlai sect from him. The sword sect leader tapped his fingers rhythmically on the chair and only spoke after a long pause. You mentioned last night that this person opened the gate to the void and entered the Void Star Realm? If this Qian Shen from the Eternal Sect and Prisoner Bird are the same person, the people of the Void Saints sect would have noticed long ago. You see, they're not without movement. That's true. However, these days, there are truly many talented individuals emerging. First, there was the Black Shura of the Colosseum, the imprisoned bird of the arena, and the young saint who slaughtered the Three Thunder sect. Now, there's another one from the Eternal Sect, Qian Shen. The head of the Sword Sect smiled and pointed to the other side of the arena, saying, the Eternal Sect has more than just one Qian Shen. There's also a child named Feng Yun, 13 years old, with the soul of a leader. He's about to defeat someone from the Qingyun Pavilion. With these words, the outcome was already decided, and Feng Yun emerged victorious. Emoshu was shocked, looking at the stage with disbelief, then sighed. It's a pity that these talents are not from our sword sect. The calamity is about to come, and our sword sect no longer has any disciples with extraordinary talents. How are we going to face the calamity? The head of the sword sect, with a carefree face, also showed a look of concern. After Qian Shen came down from the stage, he did not show any joy from winning the match. Instead, he fell into contemplation. Just now, in the moment of danger, that voice appeared in his mind again. The last time he was about to use the clone technique in the Colosseum, the voice warned him not to use it again before reaching the Holy Realm. This time, it appeared again. Qian Shen tried to communicate with him, but the voice did not come to his mind again. With heavy thoughts, Qian Shen prepared to return to his seat, only to find that Feng Yun had also returned. He smiled and asked, "Did you win, soul child?" Yes, Qian Shen nodded, sitting down to continue pondering where that voice came from. He did not notice Wang Sen and his master, as well as Qi Ruyan, looking at him with strange eyes. Wang Sen was the first to break the silence, wishing he could kneel down to Qian Shen immediately. He said, "Shou Dashan, I was blind and didn't recognize Mount Tai. I didn't expect Shou Dashan to be so amazing, defeating Yao Fei of the Taishan sect. Amazing. Hee, keep it low-key. Our little brat is also quite powerful, winning as well, right?" Qian Shen laughed. Wang Sen was stunned for a moment, then realized that Feng Yun was indeed a 13-year-old leader. He immediately went to flatter Feng Yun. Wang Sen's master's face turned dark, thinking to himself, "Did you forget how you boasted in front of others at the beginning? A 20-year-old reincarnation realm cultivator. You have no shame, and I still have to maintain this old face." On the other side, Qi Ruyan was equally surprised by Qian Shen's counterattack against Yao Fei and the two divine arts he used. The first move Qian Shen used was the 100 Demons Roar of the Demon Sect, even though he had never come into contact with the Demon Sect. How did he use this divine art? Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through Qi Ruyan's mind. Could it be that Qian Shen had the ability to quickly learn divine arts? Did he understand the original meaning of divine arts? Wouldn't that make him a godlike existence? The more Qi Ruyan thought about it, the more she felt that Qian Shen's identity was unfathomable. God's child. Where did you learn those divine arts? Qi Ruyan looked at Qian Shen with a complex expression. I created them myself, didn't I tell you and the old ancestor before? Qian Shen scratched his head, feeling surprised. Yeshen Xianshuan squinted at Qian Shen sitting in his seat, becoming more interested in this young man. The head of the Yeshen family was slightly surprised. Just now, Qian Shen was clearly about to lose, but he successfully counterattacked Yao Fei of the Taishan sect. Even as an Emperor Realm cultivator, he had misjudged the situation. The Eternal Sect. Is that the sect that holds the ancient divine artifact, the longevity clock? The head of the Yeshen family muttered to himself, but still did not pay much attention to Qian Shen. At this moment, the Emperor's white bones hiding in the corner of the venue were also surprised by the battle just now, but he was very clear about how Qian Shen won the match. "I didn't expect that the clone could actually communicate with the main body. This is something that I didn't expect." The Emperor's white bones and black clothes disappeared in an instant, leaving only a puddle of water. The Lord of the Night God family, the Ice Queen, and the Master of the Heavenly God sect all had a sudden change in their expressions, and they looked at each other. The Master of the Heavenly God sect showed a meaningful expression. "It seems that our old friend has become interested in this conference." As soon as he finished speaking, the Master of the Heavenly God sect also disappeared and appeared next to the puddle of water left by the Emperor's white bones. "It's really you, Emperor Qiyu. The selection of the top 10 talents of the 100 Sects Conference has come to an end. The top 10 talents this year are no longer just disciples of the top 10 sects. In addition to Qian Shen, Feng Yun, and the Black Masked Youth, there are also 2 disciples from small sects who respectively defeated the 10th and 4th talents. The remaining challengers were all defeated, and in the end, the strong ones were still within the top 10 sects. After all, their resources far surpassed those of the small sects. The Lord of the Night God family, with a group of elders, announced the list of the top 10 talents. At this moment, he was surprised to find that only the Eternal sect had 2 disciples on the list. Many sects present were also surprised. In the list that had been dominated by the top 10 sects over the years, the Eternal sect, a small sect, actually had 2 disciples successfully listed. What is the background of this Eternal sect, to actually have 2 disciples on the list? Look at one of the listed disciples. He's so young. I heard he's only 13 years old and has already reached the early stage of the soul awakening. This is too terrifying. A 13-year-old soul awakener? What kind of talent is this? You guys obviously have no idea. Although the Eternal sect ranks low in the sect hierarchy and lacks the support of several Holy Realm powerhouses, they have an ancient artifact called the Longevity Clock, which is the weapon of the Emperor of Longevity. For a while, the Eternal sect became the topic of discussion among many sects. Qi Ruoyan did not feel excited about this, but rather felt melancholic. Originally, she just wanted Fengyun to be listed, so that when disciples from other sects were also listed, they would not attract the attention of the top 10 sects. What she didn't expect was that Qian Shen unexpectedly made it onto the list as well, and he was ranked 5th. The Lord of the Night God family, with a group of elders, took the rewards for the top 10 talents onto the stage, ready to distribute the rewards to each person one by one. Each person's reward was wrapped in a special spell, and only the recipient had the chance to open it, so apart from the recipients, no one knew what their rewards were. After distributing the rewards from back to front, Qian Shen received his reward and thanked the Lord of the Night God family. "Thank you, Elder Fire." The Lord of the Night God family smiled meaningfully and said, "Young man, we in the Eternal sect still understand you very well. I wonder how many times you made the longevity clock chime." Reporting to Elder Fire, 9 times. The Lord of the Night God family trembled all over, and after a brief surprise, his smile became even more intense. Very good, making the longevity clock chime 9 times. It seems that the Eternal sect is about to rise. At the same time, on the seat of the 7-star sect, Nayland Sunghai looked at Qian Shen on the stage, his expression particularly gloomy. "Master, that disciple of the Eternal sect is the one I mentioned to you last time. I didn't expect his strength to far exceed my imagination. Not only can he open the door to the void in the void realm, but now he has also become the 5th talent." The master of the 7-star sect narrowed his eyes and said, "The Eternal sect? It's quite a coincidence. After this conference ends, this disciple will be brought under my 7-star sect." Elder Sunhai informed the other elders to return to the sect quickly. Nayland Sunhai's face changed, and he lowered his voice. "Master, are you planning to take action? Before the natural disaster, we must strengthen our own strength, otherwise we will only become cannon fodder for other sects." When the Night God's fire was about to reward the black-masked youth, his expression turned cold. "Junior, if I'm not mistaken, you are only 19 years old." The black-masked youth simply nodded and said, "Elder Fire, let's not talk about this. I only came for the reward." "Don't be hasty, I ask on behalf of our family head, do you have any interest in joining our Night God Royal clan? You slaughtered the entire Sanlei sect and have been targeted by numerous sects. Even if your strength is strong, you are still just a saint. Even if there are not 100 saint-level cultivators among the elders of so many sects, there are still 70 or 80. By joining the Night God Royal clan, they will have no reason to come after you again." The black-masked youth remained unmoved, took the reward from Night God's fire, and said calmly, "I'm not interested." Night God's fire was surprised. He had expected the youth to refuse due to his proud nature, but he hadn't expected it to be so straightforward. Night God's fire nodded, "Since you are determined to seek death, I will not try to persuade you any longer." The black-masked youth removed the seal on the reward, confirmed that it was what he wanted, and then smiled coldly. Suddenly, he rose up, revealing his immortal shadow. The entire venue erupted, everyone's gaze turned towards him, even the heads of the Tianshan sect and the Iceberg Queen sitting next to the Night God's family head. Qian Shen looked at the black-masked youth and suddenly felt a strong premonition that something big was about to happen. Unlike the other young talents who were stunned in place, Qian Shen immediately pulled Fengyun, who was on stage with him. "Feng, we need to leave quickly, something is about to happen." Fengyun, looking bewildered, was pulled off the stage by Qian Shen. At this moment, the black-masked figure floating in the air spoke. "You all know that I slaughtered the entire Sanlei sect, which had 7 saint-level experts, all of whom I killed alone. Now, I declare the establishment of the Zhu Xian Hall. Who is willing to follow me? For those who join the Zhu Xian Hall, I promise that within 10 days, regardless of your realm, I will help you advance to the saint level." The whole scene was in an uproar. Night God's Fire, standing on the stage, had an extremely dark expression. The actions of the black-masked youth showed that he did not care about the Night God family or the 10 great sects. Night God's Fire gathered his energy and used a spell to enlarge himself. Young man, do you know what you are saying? This is the 100 Sects Conference, not a place for you to recruit soldiers. And the name of the Zhu Xian Hall you want to establish, with such ambiguous connotations, are you planning to exterminate the entire cultivation world? The black-masked youth didn't even look at Night God's Fire. He pointed at a cultivator in the audience, and the cultivator's body instantly floated up, revealing his immortal shadow. The cultivator exclaimed in fear, "What's going on? I didn't gather energy, why is my immortal shadow appearing?" Behind the cultivator appeared a purple immortal shadow of the reincarnation realm. As the black-masked youth moved his lips, his immortal shadow instantly changed from purple to red, then from red to blue, and quickly turned into deep red. In the blink of an eye, the cultivator had advanced from the reincarnation realm to the saint level. Damn, what kind of sorcery is this? He really advanced from the reincarnation realm to the saint level? Sir, I want to join the Zhu Xian Hall. Me too, let me follow you. On the stage, many cultivators went crazy. It should be noted that the conditions for reaching the saint level in cultivation are extremely strict. After reaching the celestial realm, one will encounter a major bottleneck. Without the right opportunity, it may take 30 to 40 years to make any progress in cultivation. Currently, they watched as the reincarnation realm cultivator was effortlessly assisted by the black-masked youth to ascend to the holy realm. Why did they join the sect? Was it not for the sect's resources, so that they could become high-level cultivators as soon as possible? Countless cultivators on the field displayed their immortal techniques and rushed towards the black-masked youth, causing the situation to momentarily spiral out of control. The Night God's fiery eyes were also shaken by the black-masked youth's actions. What kind of sorcery is this? What kind of monster is this child? The Night God realized that he could no longer stop it and immediately retreated, followed by 3 figures appearing by his side. The 3 arrivals were none other than the head of the Night God family, the Ice Queen, and the head of the Heavenly God sect. The head of the Night God family frowned and said, "This kind of immortal technique is a forbidden divine text inscribed on the divine steel, which stands in the divine realm. The path to the divine realm has long been closed." Where did he obtain this forbidden technique? The head of the Heavenly God sect said in a deep voice, "No matter where he obtained it from, he absolutely cannot leave here alive today." The 3 powerful figures instantly gathered their immortal energy, revealing their immortal shadows, terrifying black immortal shadows towering hundreds of meters high. These were the great emperor-level experts of the Emperor realm. Everyone panicked when they saw the 3 great emperors make their move. Any immortal technique from the Emperor realm could destroy all living beings within tens of kilometers. If they were to fight here, wouldn't everyone become collateral damage? The cultivators who were preparing to join the black-masked youth's Jinxian Hall hesitated. They had all heard the words of the 3 great emperors and they would not allow the black-masked youth to leave alive. The black-masked youth, seeing the 3 great emperors who were several times larger than himself, remained calm instead of panicking, and said calmly, "Are the 3 great emperors going to attack a mere holy realm cultivator like me?" The head of the Night God family coldly rebuked, "You used forbidden divine texts. Do you think we shouldn't kill you?" "I should indeed be killed, but you won't be able to keep me here today." "Head Emperor, are you still waiting for something?" The 3 great emperors' faces changed instantly upon hearing the words Head Emperor. Then, the sky suddenly distorted and a huge black immortal shadow stepped out from it, accompanied by a sinister laughter. "He he he. Ice Queen, Night Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, you 3 are actually making things difficult for a holy realm cultivator. It's been so many years, and your skin has really thickened." The Ice Queen was the Ice Queen, the Night Emperor was the head of the Night God family, and the Heavenly Emperor was the head of the Heavenly God sect. The Emperor realm Great Emperor who came out of the black hole in the sky was called the Head Emperor. He stood in front of the black-masked youth and said lightly, "I hope I'm not too late? Enough nonsense, open the door quickly and take away these cultivators. We've already obtained what we came for. Even if you fight, you're no match for these 3. There are other Emperor realm cultivators here." The black-masked youth replied coldly, but the Head Emperor did not get angry at his disrespectful words. Instead, he laughed twice. The head of the Night God family looked at the Head Emperor and said, "Head Emperor, why have you been hiding in your own realm for so many years? Why are you helping someone who uses forbidden divine texts? You know that using forbidden divine texts will accelerate the arrival of calamities and attract more evil gods here." He he he. I gave him this forbidden technique. So what if the evil gods notice this place? I'm not like you, content with the status quo. I want to break through the Emperor realm. The Head Emperor said, not giving the 3 great emperors a chance to speak. and then loudly declared, "Listen, I am the head emperor who has been silent for many years. I am also a member of the Jinxian Hall." The cultivators who had already retreated due to the intervention of the three great emperors were once again stirred up. Who didn't know the head emperor? The number of sects with Emperor Realm cultivators is limited. Now, not only can one join a sect with an Emperor Realm Grandmaster, but one can also directly advance to the Holy Realm in a short time. Even if one becomes enemies with the major sects, so what? Strength is the key. Once one reaches the Holy Realm, the only thing to think about is how to advance to the Emperor Realm. At that time, unless an Emperor Realm powerhouse comes in person, it would be difficult to kill a Holy Realm expert. The Gate Emperor opened several doors on the stage for practitioners who wanted to join the Jinxian Hall. The Ice Queen hurriedly said, "Don't just stand there. If these people all join that evil sect, it will definitely cause chaos in the future." The three Grandmasters simultaneously displayed their immortal techniques, but the Gate Emperor opened 3 doors, absorbing all their attacks. He. I'm not going to fight with you today." After saying this, the Gate Emperor opened a door behind him and fled with the black-masked youth. The gates on the stage also closed, taking away many practitioners. As all the gates opened by the Gate Emperor closed, the entire venue became much emptier, with almost every sect joining the Jinxian Hall. What's more than a dozen sects even had their sect masters join the Jinxian Hall. The Lord of the Night God family looked very cold, burning with anger. He did not expect such a thing to happen at the 100 Sects Conference. No one had expected that, with the strength of a single person, the black-masked youth who had slaughtered the Sanlei sect was actually accompanied by an Emperor Realm cultivator, the Gate Emperor. Among the top 10 sects, there were also Emperor Realm cultivators. They did not act rashly just now because they could not guarantee that they would not be injured in a fight. After all, this was a battle between Emperor Realm powerhouses, representing their own sects. Once they were injured, they could not guarantee that the other major sects would not take advantage of the situation. At this moment, the Ice Queen quietly said, "Everyone, the sun will continue to use the divine forbidden technique in the future, which will only attract more evil gods to this world. The catastrophe will arrive half a time earlier, and this time's catastrophe will be more terrifying than any previous one. I'm afraid the cultivation world will become the captives of the evil gods. We cannot let this happen. I will find other grandmasters to discuss countermeasures. Let's end this conference here," the Lord of the Night God family said, then disappeared on the spot. The Ice Queen and the Lord of the Heavenly God sect glanced at each other, then also disappeared from the venue. Many practitioners present were still in shock. Apart from seeing the shadows of the Grandmasters during the catastrophe, they had never seen what the Emperor Realm's shadow looked like in normal times. The sect masters of the top 10 sects also realized that the cultivation world might be in chaos, so they immediately left the venue with their sect members. At this moment, Qianqian, Fengyun, and Shiruyan arrived at the side of the Eternal Sect. Shiruyan frowned, feeling equally complicated. Qianqian was still feeling lingering fear. He clearly felt that when the Gate Emperor closed the door just now, both the Gate Emperor and the black-masked youth had cast their divine thoughts towards him. "Son, soul, the cultivation world is about to be in chaos. Let's hurry back to the Eternal Sect and report this to the 3 ancestors." All the practitioners in the cultivation world did not notice that in the vast universe, 4 or 5 gazes from the gods were cast towards their cultivation world. Qianqian, Shiruyan, and Fengyun rushed to the Eternal Sect at the fastest speed. On the way, they saw many struggling small sects. Originally, it was a conference to showcase the strength of the sects to each other, but it has been turned into this by that youth. Many practitioners who pursue strength have joined the Jinxian Hall established by the Gate Emperor and that youth. Shiruyan was very clear that this meant that the Jinxian Hall intended to be enemies with the sects of various continents. Those who could attend the 100 Sects Conference were undoubtedly the pride of the major sects. But now, more than half of them had been poached by the Jinxian Hall. The founder of the Jinxian Hall was not only a very powerful Holy Realm expert, but also had the support of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. From an objective point of view, its starting point has reached a terrifying level. If ranked by strength, the Zixian Palace can completely reach the top 5 sect rankings of the Hanggu continent. Qianqian said, "If that young man's promises are all true, it won't be long before the Zixian Palace will have another group of Holy Realm experts. By then, they will become a force to be reckoned with, comparable to the Heavenly God sect." Chen Chen felt a bit depressed. He had just crossed over to this world and didn't expect to encounter such a change. "Shinji, when you return to the sect this time, you need to accelerate your cultivation. The heavenly calamity is approaching," Shiruyan said to Qianqian very seriously. In fact, everyone has been saying that the heavenly calamity is coming soon, but Qianqian has always been unaware of what exactly the heavenly calamity is. He planned to ask his 3 masters about it when he returned to the sect this time. The three of them rushed back to the Eternal Sect in a day, and all the disciples were waiting in the square of the sect. The news that the Eternal Sect had obtained 2 genius quotas at the 100 Sects Conference had long been spread from the Beihan Island to the Hangdu continent, and of course, the matter of the Zishan Palace as well. Oh my god, I didn't expect Shinji to actually defeat Yao Fei of the Taishan Sect and win the 5th genius quota. Our Eternal Sect is going to rise. Feng Yun is also amazing. I didn't expect him to have already broken through to the Soul Realm. You know, the 3 ancestors are only at the late stage of the Soul Realm, and Feng Yun is only 13 years old this year, but he has already reached the early stage of the Soul Realm. He's too strong. All the disciples of the Eternal Sect were discussing the events of the 100 Sects Conference as if they had witnessed them with their own eyes. The only person in the crowd with a gloomy expression was Zuanan. He never imagined that Qian Shen would go to the 100 Sects Conference and actually win the title of the 5th genius. Damn it, isn't Yao Fei of the Taishan Sect supposed to be very powerful? How could he be defeated by Qian Shen? Zuanan clenched his fists, watching Qian Shen being surrounded by cheering disciples, his eyes almost spitting fire. Mu Yu, who was beside him, was also excited. Senior brother, I didn't expect Qian Shen to actually defeat the disciple of the Taishan Sect. He's too powerful. Even the two of us couldn't do it. Qian Shen is only in the Void Realm now. When he advances to the Firmament Realm, I wonder how much his strength will increase. He's just lucky. The people of the Taishan Sect definitely didn't expect that someone from a small sect would come up to challenge them. They let someone without real ability go up and let Qian Shen take advantage of it. Mu Yu looked at Zuanan and opened his mouth, but in the end, he just shook his head lightly without saying anything. After dealing with those disciples who complimented him, Qian Shen also walked to Mu Yu's side and smiled at him. Xiaoyu, I have to go find my 3 masters first. I'll come find you later. Okay, go ahead. I also heard about what happened at the conference this morning. I felt the 3 ancestors waking up. I'm sure they are also worried about this matter. Qi Ruyan and Qian Shen returned to the main hall together. The 5 supreme elders were all in the main hall, and the 2 elders sent by Qi Ruyan to find the murderer of the 5 elders of the sect looked extremely ugly. Wanzuns and Tangzuns glanced at each other, and Wanzuns lowered his voice and said, Tangzuns, you should report to the sect leader. Sect leader, the matter of capturing the murderer who killed the 5 elders that you sent us to do has been resolved while you were attending the 100 Sects Conference. Tangzuns knelt in front of Qi Ruyan. Oh, have you caught the person? Where is he now? Tangzun's face was ugly, and it took a while before he spoke, reporting to the sect leader, the person has not been caught. But you and Shinji have already met this murderer. Qian Shen was slightly startled. He thought to himself that he had clearly gone to the 100 Sects Conference. When did he meet this murderer? Qian Shen said, Tangzuns, I and the sect leader went to the 100 Sects Conference. When did we meet this person? He is the Holy Realm expert wearing a black mask that you encountered at the 100 Sects Conference, the one who is now the widely known and talked about Lord of the Zishan Palace. Qi Ruyan and Chen Shen were both shocked at the same time. Qi Ruyan said, how could the murderer be him? Didn't the elder who escaped back say that the murderer was only a practitioner of the Void Realm? How could it be that powerful young man in the Holy Realm? Qian Shen reacted first and said with a bitter smile, Master, it's really possible. He was able to promote a reincarnation realm practitioner to the Holy Realm in the blink of an eye. It's not impossible for him to promote himself to the Holy Realm in a few days. Qi Ruyan still refused to believe it. She looked at Tangzun, but Tangzun's expression had already told her that what Qian Shen said was true. Qi Ruyan's mood instantly sank. If this was true, then the Eternal Sect would not be able to avenge the 5 deceased elders. That young man in the Holy Realm had single-handedly slaughtered the 7 elders of the Sanlei sect and countless disciples in the Azure Sky Realm. Now, there was even an Emperor Realm Gate Master standing behind him. How could they seek revenge on him? Qi Ruyan waved her hand, indicating the 5 elders to leave first. After the 5 supreme elders left, 3 ancestors appeared from the azure sky and stood with their hands behind their backs in front of the 2. Wuji ancestor said, My disciple, you really surprised us 3 old guys. We only wanted you to go to the 100 Sects Grand Assembly to broaden your horizons, but you actually came back with a ranking. Hee, it's all because the 3 masters taught me well, so I was able to defeat my opponents. Chen Shen nodded his head and said modestly. Shukuan ancestor narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, but I heard that when you defeated that kid from the Taishan sect, you didn't use the body refining technique taught by your Bodhi master, nor did you use the thunder ascension technique taught by your Wuji master, and you didn't even use Black Howl. You obtained the 5th position as a genius, which has nothing to do with us 3 old guys. At this point, Qi Ruyan on the side was even more surprised. She thought that the 3 ancestors had taught Qian Shen a lot, but she didn't expect that none of the magical techniques that led to Qian Shen's victory were taught by the three ancestors. Faced with the three ancestors, Qian Shen felt extremely embarrassed. It wasn't that the things taught by the three ancestors were weak and unsuitable, but because he was afraid of being recognized as the imprisoned bird of the arena by the elders of other sects that day, so he deliberately hid Black Howl. Seeing Qian Shen at a loss, the three ancestors did not embarrass him. Wuji ancestor said, "My disciple, you don't need to panic. Everyone has secrets, especially a talented practitioner like you. We have also heard about the matter at the 100 Sects Grand Assembly. Now, all the major sects are in chaos. As the divine son of the Eternal Sect, your top priority is to quickly improve your own strength." Bodhi ancestor said, "Come with us. The body of an Azure Sky Realm practitioner has been prepared for you. The three of us will help you refine it into an immortal body." Qian Shen nodded his head and said with reluctance, "Three masters, in fact, the reward for the fifth genius at the 100 Sects Grand Martial Arts Competition is a top-quality immortal body." The three ancestors looked at each other, obviously not expecting that the reward for the 100 Sects Grand Assembly would be a top-quality immortal body. They had only prepared a high-quality immortal body for Qian Shen, which was a treasure they had cherished for many years. "Ahem, in that case, let's use the top-quality immortal body you won, my disciple. This is something we three old guys didn't expect." Shukuan ancestor looked embarrassed. Wuji ancestor sighed, "It's a bit of a letdown for you to come to the Eternal Sect. We didn't expect your talent to be so high that our resources and the techniques we taught you seem to be unable to keep up with your pace." Qian Shen said seriously, "Three masters, I have never thought like that. Since I chose to join the Eternal Sect, I have never thought about the shortcomings of the Eternal Sect." Good, good, good. The Bodhi ancestor said three good words in a row, and even his eyes were a little moist. They had never thought that after so many years, the three of them had not taken in a disciple, and now they had actually taken in a disciple like Qian Shen, who was so affectionate and righteous. The three ancestors brought Qian Shen to the Eternal Forest, prepared to help Qian Shen integrate this top-quality immortal body, and planned to inject some of their cultivation into Qian Shen's body, making it easier for Qian Shen to advance in the future. "Disciple, on the day you joined the sect, I don't know what kind of divine art you used, which allowed your cultivation to continuously advance by 5 realms in a short period of time. Although your realm has risen, such divine art will ultimately make your cultivation unstable." The Wuji ancestor took over the Bodhi ancestor's words and continued, "So we have decided to inject some of our own spiritual cultivation into this top-quality immortal body to stabilize your cultivation." Qian Shen was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Master, if you inject your spiritual cultivation into this immortal body, won't you be shortening your lifespan?" "Ha ha. Disciple, you don't need to worry about us. The three of us were all once divine sons of the Eternal Sect, and we have all received the blessing of the longevity bell. We have lived for hundreds of years, long enough. Besides, we are all now dormant realm cultivators, not as powerful as before. It's better to each contribute a bit of our spiritual cultivation to wish for you to become a strong realm cultivator soon." Qian Shen wanted to say more, but was stopped by the three ancestors. The Wuji ancestor said, "You don't need to dissuade us anymore, our minds are made up. The heavenly calamity is coming, and just before the heavenly calamity, it will provoke conflicts among many sects. If we want to preserve the Eternal Sect, someone must stand up. Master, what exactly is the heavenly calamity? Why are even the emperors of the Emperor realm so worried? First integrate this top-quality immortal body, and we will explain it to you later." Qian Shen nodded, then sat in front of the three ancestors and took out the top-quality immortal body from the Qiankuan bag. The three ancestors, after a brief surprise at seeing Qian Shen take out the Qiankuan bag, exchanged a bitter smile with each other. They had not expected that their disciple not only had extraordinary talent, but also had not missed out on divine arts and rare treasures. The three ancestors gathered their energy and revealed the symbol of a strong realm cultivator, then used their spiritual cultivation to help Qian Shen integrate the immortal body. Qian Shen sat cross-legged, and with the assistance of the three ancestors' spiritual cultivation, the immortal shadow was unconsciously stimulated and the top-quality immortal body slowly floated up, gradually merging with Qian Shen's body. Qian Shen felt his cultivation and soul power increasing, but his whole body was as painful as if his bones were being scraped, and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. "Reduce the pain. Reduce the pain." Qian Shen silently recited this divine text, and the bone-scraping pain gradually disappeared. While the three ancestors were helping Qian Shen integrate the immortal body, a black figure also appeared in the eternal forest, watching the four from a distance, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. This kid seems to have not yet awakened his own abilities, but his clone has developed the divine art to an extreme level, reaching such a terrifying level in such a short time. After the White Bone Emperor of the Emperor Realm left the 100 Sects Assembly that day, he soon saw the cooperation between the Gate Emperor and the clone that Qianqian had escaped with, and was also surprised by it. But that Gate Emperor, I don't know how he got mixed up with that clone. If it weren't for the destruction of my physical body, I wouldn't be hiding in the dark like this now. Since the Gate Emperor has chosen that kid's clone, I will lend a hand to this kid. I want to see whether the Gate Emperor is powerful or if I, Emperor Qiyu, am powerful in the end. At the same time, the Venerable Wansong secretly slipped out of the Eternal Sect and came to a very secluded Taoist temple at the foot of the Eternal Mountain. Elder, why have you come? Is it because the Lord is ready to take action? Millions of treasures half knelt in front of an old man. This old man is none other than the elder of the Seven-Star Sect, Nalan Songhai. Nalan Songhai stood with his hands behind his back and said, I didn't plan to act so soon, but you should have heard about the matters at the 100 Sects Conference. The sect master had to advance the plan. I understand, sir. I already broke through to the Azure Sky Realm yesterday. When will you bless me to break through to the Holy Realm? Without breaking through to the Holy Realm, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete the plan, especially since our sect has produced a terrifyingly talented godson. Million treasures were very wary of Qianqian. The godson of your sect has already attracted the attention of the Sir. When implementing the plan, ensure his safety, and also ensure the integrity of the longevity clock. The reason I'm giving you the opportunity to advance to the Holy Realm is because I value your eternal sect's longevity clock. Do you understand? I understand, then shall we begin? Million treasures had been eagerly awaiting reaching the Holy Realm, and he had waited for this day for too long. At this time, on the ancient continent, there were already several conspiracies brewing, all caused by the slight changes before the calamity. At the same time, in the Eternal Forest, Qianqian had completely integrated this top-grade immortal body, emitting waves of smoke, a symbol of the ultimate fusion of body refining. Qianqian's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The breathing of the three ancestors beside him became weak, until the ancestor Wuji exhausted the last trace of his primordial spirit and collapsed to the ground. Azure Sky Realm. Masters, I have broken through to the Azure Sky Realm. Qianqian was surprised to find that when his body refining reached the immortal body, his cultivation realm also advanced. His immortal shadow behind him gradually grew larger, changing from a light red to the blue representing the Azure Sky Realm. And suddenly, everything in front of him became illusory, and he suddenly saw a door, and the person sitting in the door was the Door Emperor he had seen at the 100 Sects Conference. The Door Emperor in the door suddenly opened his eyes and looked meaningfully at the black-masked youth in front of him. Qianqian was incredulous. How could he see the Door Emperor? What Qianqian didn't know was that the scene he was seeing now all originated from the unique Door Realm created by the Door Emperor. After Qianqian advanced to the Azure Sky Realm, he faintly felt as if something had awakened within him, but it was fleeting, and he did not grasp that crucial point. The three ancestors gave him part of their primordial spirit cultivation, intending only to help Qianqian consolidate his cultivation, but unexpectedly, it directly promoted him. Patriarch Bodhi's face was very pale, but he didn't care at all, and said excitedly, Disciple, I didn't expect that you would actually break through the realm in one go. You're one step closer to the realm of the Holy Realm. Thank you for the help of the Masters. It's all thanks to the primordial spirit of the Masters that I was able to advance so easily in integrating the immortal body and advancing my cultivation realm. Qianqian was also very surprised. He didn't expect that integrating the immortal body would directly advance his cultivation realm. But he didn't know that all of this was because he had previously recited the divine text Upgrade Cultivation, which had strengthened himself, allowing him to easily advance now, and even surpassing most practitioners who had reached the Azure Sky Realm for many years. Ancestor Wuji waved his hand and said, Disciple, your Patriarch Bodhi and I have consumed too much primordial spirit cultivation. We will go back to rest first. Let Master Shukuan tell you the rest. Qianqian nodded heavily, and Ancestor Wuji and Patriarch Bodhi showed signs of fatigue, then disappeared into the Eternal Forest. The Emperor-level white bone hidden in the dark side and said to himself, These three old guys don't have much time left, yet they still dare to pass on their primordial spirit cultivation to this kid. With that, the Emperor-level white bone disappeared into the Eternal Forest. The old ancestor Su Koan was supported by Qianqian to a tree, took a long breath, and looked at Qianqian, whose physical body had reached the level of an immortal body. He sighed, Indeed, the top-quality immortal body prepared by the 100 Sects Conference is excellent. The high-quality immortal bodies that the three of us have treasured for many years are far inferior to it. After a pause, the ancestor Wuji said, If I'm not mistaken, this top-quality immortal body should be the Netherworld Overlord body. This immortal body is not simple. If used well, there is a chance to refine it to the level of a high-grade holy body. What? Such a powerful immortal body, and the elders group would be so generous as to treat it as a reward? Qian Chen was shocked, as if he had obtained a treasure. Unexpectedly, old ancestor Su Kuan gave Qian Chen a cold shower, saying, "It is almost impossible for it to refine the body to the level of a high-grade holy body. It is said that there are only 3 netherworld overlord bodies in the cultivation world. Several hundred years ago, a great emperor at the Emperor realm also used this immortal body and refined it to the level of a high-grade holy body, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Master, do you not believe in your disciples' strength? It's not that I don't believe in you, it's just that refining the netherworld overlord body to a high-grade holy body has extremely harsh conditions. It is accompanied by an ancient book called the Netherworld 9 Transformation Technique, which was written entirely in divine script. As long as it is cultivated to the 7th transformation, it can achieve the physical body of a high-grade holy body. But this ancient book has been lost for many years, and no one has seen it again. Without the blessing of this ancient book, the netherworld overlord body naturally loses its value, and that's why the elders group would distribute it to you as a reward." Qian Chen was greatly disappointed. He did not expect to obtain such a powerful immortal body, only to find out that the accompanying ancient book had been lost. Later, old ancestor Su Kuan also told Qian Chen about the information regarding the heavenly calamity. In the vast universe, the cultivation world where Qian Chen was located was just an extremely small world among the vast stars. In ancient times, there were still many beings beyond the gods in the cultivation world, and these gods resided in the divine realm. It is not known when the path to the divine realm was closed. There are countless gods in the universe, but the gods do not care about such small worlds as the cultivation world, and there are also many gods residing in the cultivation world. After the passage to the divine realm was closed, the evil gods set their sights on this place. These evil gods relied on devouring some small worlds to enhance their own strength, and every 1,000 years, the cultivation world would be targeted by the evil gods, and then invaded. Fortunately, powerful gods would not be interested in such small worlds, and only some weaker gods would take notice of this place. Although they were considered weaker among the gods, for the cultivation world, they were an absolute force. So, every 1,000 years when the heavenly calamity arrived, the practitioners would join forces to confront the heavenly calamity. During the heavenly calamity, small sects would often be used as cannon fodder, and only the sects with emperors at the emperor realm would not need to send their disciples to be cannon fodder. This was basically the reason for the heavenly calamity. Old ancestor Su Kuan sighed and said, "During the last heavenly calamity, the eternal sect still had an eternal emperor, but he fell during the heavenly calamity. The eternal sect has been declining, and when I and the other 2 old ancestors joined the eternal sect, there were only a few holy realm powerhouses left. 200 years ago, there was a great battle in the ancient continent, and the 3 of us were injured and became dormant holy realm practitioners, which is the appearance you see now." Qian Chen was speechless, not expecting such a terrifying disaster in this cultivation world. No wonder all the practitioners were desperately trying to improve their cultivation realm. It turns out that during the arrival of the heavenly calamity, except for the emperors at the emperor realm, all practitioners were just cannon fodder. There is one thing I don't understand: the heavenly calamity is caused by the gods, but the difference between the emperor realm and the gods is quite far, so it still belongs to the human category in the end. A mere mortal, how could he slay a god? Actually, above the emperor realm, there is another realm called the dominator realm, which is already considered a half-god existence. Many emperors from the emperor realm and a half-god from the dominator realm are enough to defeat a not very powerful evil god. But now, it has been many years since a practitioner of the dominator realm has appeared in the cultivation world, so this calamity has made many emperors from the emperor realm feel anxious. Qian Chen silently repeated, "Dominator realm." There is actually a cultivation realm above the emperor realm that is like a half-god. He realized that if he wanted to return to his original world, he could only elevate himself to the strongest existence in this world in order to possibly find a way back home. Vukan, the ancestor, coughed and smiled at Qian Chen, then said, "Disciple, you have now cultivated your immortal body. Take some time to go and see the eternal life clock. If you can gain the recognition of the eternal life clock, you can also receive the blessing of eternal life like us." What is the blessing of eternal life? It's not particularly important, it just allows you to extend your lifespan by a few hundred years. Extend my lifespan by a few hundred years? Just that? In the world where Qian Chen originally lived, a lifespan of 100 years already exceeded that of normal people. In this cultivation world, as long as one is a practitioner, their normal lifespan is over 100 years, and the higher the realm, the longer the lifespan. However, if one cannot reach the saint realm, their lifespan is less than 200 years. Even if they reach the saint realm, they can only live for 300 years. Now, Vukan, the ancestor, told Qianchen that gaining the blessing of the eternal life clock could extend his lifespan by several hundred years. Wouldn't this make it possible for him to become a 1,000-year-old monster? After Vukan, the ancestor, left, Qianchen stood in place, lost in thought. In the main hall of the Seven-Star Sect, the sect master of the Seven-Star Sect sat with his eyes closed on the sacred seat, and spoke to the left guardian beside him. Have all the elders we sent out completed their respective ceremonies? The left guardian respectfully replied, all the ceremonies have been completed. It's up to you to give the order, sect master. Launch a full-scale attack tomorrow night. It must be launched at the same time. Otherwise, these small sects will inevitably seek help from their allies. It will be difficult to deal with them then. Our sect cannot appear in multiple places at the same time. I understand, but after tomorrow night, we will become targets of public criticism. The 10 great sects will not sit idly by and watch us grow stronger. The sect master of the Seven-Star Sect laughed wildly, and it took a long time for him to stop. His eyes were full of playful meaning. They lost so many disciples at the 100 Sects conference, they won't have the leisure to worry about us. Besides, when the plan succeeds, who else on the Eternal Continent, apart from the Heavenly God sect, can defeat our Seven-Star Sect? At the same time, in the Night God Imperial clan on the northern Coal Island, the head of the Night God clan was furious and said to the Night God beacon beside him, "What's wrong with you? How could a person escape from you, a quasi-emperor?" The Night God beacon lowered his head and helplessly said, "The young lady fled into the Void Star Realm. By the time we noticed and entered the Void Star Realm, we couldn't find her. Moreover, the leader of the Black Gold Ape clan in the Void Star Realm is watching us closely. We dare not delay too long inside. Send people to find her. Search the entire northern Cold Island to find the girl." The head of the Night God clan said angrily, "Master, the young lady must have fled into the Void Star Realm and had no intention of staying on the northern Cold Island. After all, this place is full of our Imperial clan's people." The head of the Night God clan was about to speak again, but the Night God beacon quickly said, "Actually, Master, there's no need to worry. Miss has Kobe with her. With his abilities, he should be able to protect her. Miss has been under your protection for so many years, going out for a walk will also broaden her horizons and enhance her own strength." The head of the Night God clan hesitated inside. "Forget it, let her go. I have more important matters to attend to. Investigate how Mendy and the young man who founded the Juma Temple got together." In the city of Kov, a secret alley opened a door to the void, and Yesen Qianshuan poked her head out from it, only to walk out after making sure no one was around. Kobe, who was following her, couldn't help but say with a bitter smile, "Miss, I've caused a big trouble this time. Taking you to escape to the North Coal Island, I'm sure the head of the family will punish me severely when we return." Yesen Qianshuan snorted, "I'd like to see who dares to punish you for my sake." As the two walked out of the alley and saw the bustling streets of Kov, Yesen Qianshuan stretched lazily and said with a slight smile, "It's the first time in so many years that I've left the North Coal Island. It's always snowing there, and it's so boring. So this is what the Eternal Continent, where it's always spring, is like. Miss, the Eternal Sect you asked me to find is over there. Shall we go now?" "Not in a hurry. Let's take a look around here for now, and we'll go to the Eternal Sect together tomorrow." Qianchen found Muyu in the Soul Tower, and Muyu was very surprised to see Qianchen. "Qianchen, have you advanced to the Azure Sky Realm?" "Ha! How did you figure it out at a glance?" Qianchen was astonished. Muyu smiled lightly and said, "It's a secret." Qianchen shook his head and didn't inquire further, smiling as he said, "Master Shukuan asked me to try the longevity bell to see if it could bestow longevity upon me. Do you want to accompany me?" Before Muyu could respond, Zonan, who was nearby, sneered, "Not just anyone can receive the bestowal of longevity. Do you think you can?" This time, Muyu did not oppose Zonan's words, but nodded with a worried look. "In the past 100 years, only 3 elders have received the bestowal of longevity. Even our master has not been able to receive it." Qianchen was slightly surprised. If even the current head of the Eternal Sect had not received the approval of the longevity bell to bestow longevity upon her, then it would be even more impossible for herself. But Qianchen was still unwilling to give up, saying to Muyu, "Let's go take a look first. Maybe I'll be lucky and receive the bestowal of longevity." Zonan laughed even more. "Let's accompany him, so he knows his own abilities." But the 3 elders were all divine sons of the Eternal Sect. If Qianchen doesn't receive it, it means that the master and the 3 elders have misjudged him, and he is not worthy of being a divine son. The 3 arrived at the inner hall, where the longevity bell was stored. At this time, many disciples were practicing martial arts outside, or cultivating soul power in the Soul Tower. Inside the hall, there was only Elder Qishan guarding the longevity bell. Seeing the 3 of them, Elder Qishan smiled and remembered the day when Qianchen had rung the longevity bell 9 times in a row. He still vividly remembered it. "Divine Son, why are you here in this inner hall?" "I want to try to receive the bestowal of longevity." Elder Chishan was stunned, then surprised. "Divine Son, the prerequisite for receiving the bestowal of longevity is that one's own cultivation must reach the Azure Sky realm, and one's soul power must reach the end of the Moon Soul period or above." "I'm afraid." Elder Chishan didn't finish his sentence, but it was self-evident. The meaning was that you have not yet met the conditions to receive the bestowal of longevity. Qianchen smiled slightly, then gathered his energy to reveal his immortal shadow, a huge blue immortal shadow standing behind him. Elder Chishan was instantly dumbfounded. "Divine Son, in just a few days, have you advanced from the Void Realm to the Azure Sky Realm?" Elder Chishan felt that his worldview had been refreshed once again by Qianchen. When Qianchen first entered the sect, he consecutively advanced 5 realms with a single divine text. Now, in less than a month, he had already reached the Azure Sky Realm. Even the 2 disciples of extraordinary talent, Sharuyan and Zonan, who had joined the sect for many years, were only at the Azure Sky Realm. After a brief moment of surprise, Elder Chishan also calmed down and said to Qianchen, "Young master, since you already meet the conditions for the bestowal of longevity, I will now arrange the ceremony. If you are recognized by the longevity bell, this ceremony will immediately grant you the bestowal of longevity." Elder Chishan gathered his energy and performed the celestial art of formation. Around the longevity bell, he arranged a mysterious formation using celestial art, and had Qianchen stand within it. As long as he gathered his energy, it would resonate with the longevity bell. However, after standing in the formation and gathering his energy for several minutes, nothing unusual happened. "Ha, both Xiao Yu and I can activate the formation when standing within it, yet you can't even start it. And you still want to receive the bestowal of longevity?" Zonan laughed hysterically, thinking to himself that he finally caught Qianchen making a fool of himself. He believed that Qianchen had come to find Muyu to witness him receiving the bestowal of longevity, only to show off. But in the end, he couldn't even activate the formation. Muyu also looked at Qianchen in confusion and murmured, "How could this be?" Qianchen also looked bewildered and felt extremely frustrated. "Could it be that I really don't deserve the bestowal of longevity?" However, the next moment, the formation under Qianchen's feet suddenly activated, emitting golden light and forming a golden ring that enveloped Qianchen. As the golden light flashed before his eyes, a surge of energy flooded his mind, causing him to clutch his head in pain. "Ah!" Qianchen cried out in agony. Even reciting the divine text reduce pain did not help. A sharp pain emanated from his mind, feeling as if his head was about to burst. Muyu and Elder Chishan, who were outside the formation, were stunned by this scene. Even if the formation was activated, it was not supposed to happen like this. The bestowal of longevity was not supposed to be like this. Elder Chishan quickly stopped the formation. "If this continues, Qianchen will die." Muyu panicked and shouted at Elder Chishan. Elder Chishan was also at a loss. In the many years of attempting to bestow longevity, he had never encountered a situation like this. Zonan, seeing this scene, first froze, then burst into laughter in his mind. He was certain that Qianchen had used improper means to make the longevity bell chime 9 times during the assessment, and now the longevity bell had discovered it and was punishing him in the most extreme way. Once this formation is activated, it cannot be stopped. Elder Chishan also looked anxious. If the young master were to perish here, the 3 elders and the sect leader would surely be furious. Muyu stomped her feet in distress and said, "Elder Chishan, senior brother, think of a solution quickly. I will go and inform my master." Muyu left the chamber and hurried to the main hall. At this moment, Qianchen felt a surge of energy flooding his mind. At first, he was extremely anxious, but then he realized that this energy was causing his unbearable headache. After calming down, he quickly gathered his energy and dispersed it throughout his body, relieving the headache. In his mind, a hollow voice appeared, reciting the divine text. The longevity bell is a divine artifact, left in the mortal realm, waiting for a destined person to accept it. Only when reaching the realm of an emperor can it be activated. Qianchen was puzzled. Whose voice was this? Before he could react, the massive longevity bell gradually transformed into an illusory golden light, flowing into Qianchen bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Elder Chishan exclaimed, "This is the bestowal of longevity." Zonan's expression changed drastically. What's going on? He was in unbearable pain just now. How could he receive the bestowal of longevity? As the golden light flowed into Qianchen's body, his headache gradually subsided, and his body suddenly floated in the air. The longevity bell also floated up, merging with Qianchen. At this time, Shi Ruyan has already received the notification from Muyu. She did not wait for Muyu to come with his sword, but directly stepped into the air and hurriedly asked, "Elder Chishan, how is the divine child?" Elder Qishan pointed at Qianqian expressionlessly and said, "Master, it seems like the divine child seems to have merged with the eternal life bell." Qi Ruyan's gaze fell on Qianqian in the formation. At this moment, the eternal life bell had turned into a phantom, and Qianqian was enveloped within it. Then the eternal life bell gradually shrank and finally imprinted itself on Qianqian's back. The clothes on Qianqian's body instantly burst, and the golden light transformed by the eternal life bell gradually faded, leaving a smaller version of the eternal life bell tattoo on Qianqian's back. How is this possible? Qi Ruyan was shocked. She instantly thought of the description of the ancient deity who possessed the eternal life bell. According to the description, this deity had a large tattoo on their back, and during battle, with a single thought, the tattoo would materialize. Now, Qianqian had actually reclaimed the eternal life bell onto his own back. Qianqian seemed to be reborn like a phoenix. Golden light radiated from his body, causing discomfort to the onlookers. "Mortal, my divine artifact is bestowed upon you. Come to the divine realm and seek my divine ruins, where you will find what you desire the most." This voice emanated from the golden light, and not only Qianqian, but everyone present heard this inexplicable voice, spoken in divine language. This was the first time Qianqian had heard a complete sentence spoken in English since coming to this world. His heart trembled. Could it be that as long as one becomes a deity, they can return to their original world? Was the speaker the ancient deity who possessed the eternal life bell? Among those present, only Qianqian understood this divine language, while the others stood in shock. Qianqian walked out from the golden light, and due to the eternal life bell merging with him, his clothes had all shattered, leaving him bare-chested. Because of the fusion with the eternal life bell, his originally slender body now had distinct abdominal and pectoral muscles, and his height had increased by nearly 10 centimeters. Qianqian's demeanor had changed, exuding a compelling aura. His appearance had also become more feminine, with seductive eyes filled with aggression, faintly shimmering with gold, instilling fear in the onlookers. "Divine child, are you all right?" Elder Qishan was the first to break the silence. Qianqian smiled faintly. "I'm fine, you all worried for me. But it seems that I have merged with the eternal life bell." Everyone was shocked by the changes brought about by the eternal life bell on Qianqian. Especially Zonan, who felt as if his whole being was about to split apart. So many times he had wanted to see Qianqian's downfall. This time was the closest, and he was on the verge of humiliation or even losing his life. Yet at the critical moment, not only did he receive the blessing of eternal life, but he also reclaimed the divine artifact, the eternal life bell, into his body. Looking at the entire ancient continent, which cultivator could reclaim an ancient divine artifact? Even the emperors of the Emperor realm couldn't do it. After everyone gradually calmed down, Qi Ruyan stepped forward and used her Sicilian eye to scan Qianqian, wanting to see the changes in his body. But she was shocked to find that her Sicilian eye could no longer see through Qianqian. When she activated her eye technique, all she could see was the golden light emanating from Qianqian. "Is this the person chosen by the gods?" Qi Ruyan murmured. Qianqian, bare-chested, couldn't help but touch his muscles and clearly visible pectoral muscles. The sensation was incredibly real. However, because Muyu and Qi Ruyan were present, he quickly felt embarrassed and said, "Zonan, can you lend me your coat?" For some reason, Zonan wanted to refuse Qianqian directly, but as soon as Qianqian spoke, he felt an inexplicable pressure that made it impossible for him to refuse. "Take it." Wearing Zonan's coat, Qianqian awkwardly nodded and said to Qishan and Qi Ruyan, "Zongzhu, Elder Qishan, I don't know why the longevity bell merged with me. Now that the longevity bell is gone, what should we do about recruiting disciples in the sect?" Elder Qishan also looked at Qi Ruyan, who remained silent for a long time before saying, "I read in an ancient book that the deity with the longevity bell tattooed on their back can summon the longevity bell as their weapon with a single thought during battle. Now it seems that if the longevity bell has merged with the godson, it means that the godson has been recognized by the longevity bell and that deity. Without the longevity bell, there's nothing we can do. We'll have to make other plans for recruiting disciples in the future." After a pause, Qi Ruyan looked at Qianqian again and said, "Godson, try summoning the longevity bell, maybe you can bring it out?" I can't do it now. When the longevity bell merged with me just now, a voice told me that I can only use it when I reach the Emperor realm." Qi Ruyan nodded and then said, "I will report this to the three ancestors." After Qi Ruyan left, Qianqian looked at the few people left behind, feeling at a loss, and awkwardly smiled. "Why are you all looking at me?" Muyu said incredulously, "Qianqian, you'd better go look in the mirror. Not only have you become stronger, but you've also become much more handsome, really." Qianqian was stunned, thinking to himself, the longevity bell has such a miraculous effect? It can make me handsome? At the foot of the Eternal Mountain, Wan Zuns had successfully advanced to the Holy Realm through the secret technique used by Nalan Songhai. He gathered his energy and revealed his immortal shadow, feeling extremely excited when he saw the deep red, towering immortal shadow behind him. Then a sinister look appeared on his face. Chiruyan, I have also reached the Holy Realm. A mere woman like you is not worthy of being the sect leader of the Eternal Sect. From now on, I, Wanzong, will take over. Nalan Songhai, who was nearby, looked indifferently at Wanzong and slowly spoke. You'd better not underestimate Chiruyan. She has a fiery soul by nature, and I don't even know what level of soul power she has reached after so many years of not displaying her immortal arts in public. Heh, Elder Nalan, you don't need to worry. Half of the elders in the sect have already sided with me, and there are reinforcements sent by the higher-ups. I don't believe she alone can withstand so many strong individuals in the Holy Realm. Nalan Songhai stood by Wanzong's side and replied, the sect leader has asked me to assist you in taking over the Eternal Sect. The longevity bell is a crucial part of this plan and must not go wrong. Muyu applied to leave the sect to handle some personal matters, and Chiruyan approved Muyu's application. Muyu stood outside the Eternal Sect, deeply looking in the direction of the main hall, saying to herself, this matter is of great importance. I must go back and tell my father immediately. Muyu's figure disappeared from the Eternal Mountain, unaware that this decision would save her from the disaster that was about to happen that night. At night, Xianchen had just returned to his residence from the Soul Tower and clearly felt a significant increase in his soul power after attending the 100 Sects Grand Meeting. He went to the Soul Tower to test his soul power with Sitameng and was amazed to find that he had already reached the mid-stage of the Fiery Soul, with a faint feeling of a breakthrough. It seems that it won't be long before I break through to the late stage of the Fiery Soul, but compared to that kid Fengyun, my progress is still too slow. He's just a practitioner in the reincarnation realm, but his soul power level is so amazing. Back at his residence, Xianchen quickly fell asleep. At this time, a barrier was launched from the center of the main hall, quickly enveloping the entire Eternal Sect. Even Chiruyan, who was in the Holy Realm, did not notice. Two figures walked out of the main hall, and they were none other than the White Elder and Tang Elder among the 5 Supreme Elders. They smiled at each other and then disappeared on the spot. After a moment, Elder Bai and Elder Tang appeared at the entrance of the Eternal Sect. The treasures and many powerful practitioners of the 7-star sect had been waiting for a long time. Have you two set up the barrier? Asked the treasures. Yes, no one has noticed. The secret technique given by the master is very useful. Even though we are only in the reincarnation realm, we were able to conceal ourselves from Chiruyan, Elder Bai respectfully replied. The treasures laughed openly. Naturally, the master has helped me break through to the Holy Realm. Tonight's plan will surely succeed. After this, the 3 elders of the Eternal Sect will be the 3 of us. With that, the treasures gathered their energy and revealed their celestial shadows, commanding the practitioners behind them, attack. In an instant, flashes of light pierced the dark night sky and struck the inner hall. The explosion instantly erupted from the hall, and Elder Lingfang woke up first, exclaiming, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Foreign sect practitioners have invaded. All disciples of the Eternal Sect, follow my orders. Lingfang and the other elders rushed to the square of the Eternal Sect, followed by some disciples who had reached the reincarnation realm. When they saw dozens of invaders gathered in the square, they were shocked. They saw that the 8 invaders at the forefront of the square each had a huge deep red celestial shadow behind them, symbolizing their status as Holy Realm practitioners. At a glance, they also noticed many practitioners who had reached the Void and Firmament realms standing behind these Holy Realm practitioners. Lingfeng's expression turned serious. 8 Holy Realm practitioners, dozens of Void and Firmament realm practitioners. This is not something we can stop. Wait, isn't that Elder Wan? Lingfeng was stunned to see Wan Xing standing at the forefront of the group. As the highest elder of the Eternal Sect, he was actually the leader of the invading foreign sect? What was going on? The sharp-eyed disciples also noticed Elder Bai and Elder Tang among the crowd and angrily cursed. I didn't expect that out of the 5 highest elders, 3 have defected. Most of the Eternal Sect's fighting strength has been wiped out. How can we continue to fight? Wasn't Elder Wan in the Void Realm? I remember he taught us the techniques just a few days ago, and now he has reached the Holy Realm. How is that possible? Lingfeng knew that with his and the other elders' strength, they were no match for this group. He had quietly sent a disciple to inform Chiruyan, and now his task was to delay and prevent unnecessary casualties. Elder Wan, as the highest elder of the Eternal Sect, why are you leading foreign sect members to attack the Eternal Sect? This is a betrayal of trust. Ha, Elder Lingfeng, I advise you not to oppose us and surrender to me obediently. Do you know who is supporting me from behind? It's the 7-star sect, ranked 8th in the sect. Oh, right, after tonight, the 7-star sect will no longer be in 8th place. At the same time, many small sects like the Eternal Sect on the ancient continent were being attacked by other practitioners led by the elders of the 7-star sect. Those who did not submit to the seven-star sect would be killed without mercy. Wanzang understood that Lingfeng was stalling for time. He sneered, "All disciples of the eternal sect, listen. Now submit to me, and in the future, I will become the new sect master of the eternal sect, and all of your positions in the eternal sect will be elevated by one level." "Ha, do you really think everyone will follow you like a few traitors?" The third elder shouted and immediately gathered his energy, revealing his celestial shadow, and charged forward. Lingfeng was taken aback and was about to stop the third elder, but it was too late. Wanzang simply moved his thoughts, and a beam of light shot out from his hand, instantly killing the third elder. All the disciples were shocked by this scene. The lower-level practitioners were shaken, starting to hesitate whether to join the seven-star sect. Wanzang no longer hesitated. With the release of this attack, the practitioners behind him disappeared like ghosts, reappearing in the night sky in an instant. Countless immortal techniques descended from the sky, and the disciples of the eternal sect had to rise up and resist, using all their skills to fight against them. In the midst of his sleep, Xian Shen suddenly woke up, hearing a thunderous voice in his ears. "What the hell, is there an earthquake in this world too?" Due to the fusion with the longevity bell, Xian Shen was sleeping particularly deeply, and he should have woken up long ago. Xian Shen rushed out of the door and saw a terrifying scene. The sky was ablaze with the fire of the eternal sect, many buildings were already engulfed in flames, and the colorful immortal shadows in the night sky were particularly dazzling. Many powerful saints with towering red immortal shadows behind them were launching powerful immortal techniques on the ground. "Not good, we're under attack." Xian Shen instantly reacted and, after gathering his energy to reveal his immortal shadow, immediately rushed to the battlefield. When he arrived, he discovered that the leader was actually Wanzun, accompanied by several powerful saints and countless practitioners at the Sky Realm level. At the same time, another disciple who arrived outside the main hall found that the main hall had been surrounded by a strange barrier, and he couldn't break through it no matter what he tried. As this disciple was anxiously at a loss, 3 ancestral elders arrived, standing outside the barrier. Wuji Ancestor said, "Shukuan, quickly break this barrier. We transferred most of our spiritual cultivation to our disciples during the day, and our strength is not even comparable to those practitioners who recently entered the Saint Realm. Only Chayatu has the power to fight." Shukuan Ancestor immediately used his immortal technique to break the barrier, but with no effect. This is the barrier secret technique of the seven-star sect. It is probably created by their sect leader. "I will need some time." After spending several minutes, Shukuan Ancestor finally broke the barrier. Wuji Ancestor said, "Chayatu, I and Puti will go first. You explain the situation to her and, if there is a chance, immediately seek help from the external sect. There are many powerful saints outside, and with our current strength, we may not be able to hold on for long." The 2 ancestral elders arrived at the center of the battlefield, immediately revealing their immortal shadows and then using their immortal techniques to enlarge their bodies. Having become Saint Realm powerhouses for 100 years, they were much stronger than those practitioners who had recently entered the Saint Realm. When the 2 ancestral elders appeared, the disciples of the Eternal Sect, who had been retreating step by step, were suddenly overjoyed. "It's Wuji Ancestor and Puti Ancestor, we are saved. So what if they have more people? It's okay, the ancestors will take action." Xian Shen had already killed several practitioners at the Void and Sky Realm levels, but with so many opponents, he was also struggling. Seeing his 2 masters arrive, he felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders and immediately used his Divine Text Immortal technique, Ice Age. In an instant, numerous ice beads condensed in the air, causing the movements of practitioners below the Sky Realm level to become sluggish as they felt their legs gradually freezing. Seeing this situation, the 2 ancestral elders couldn't help but praise, "Well done, disciple." Wuji Ancestor took out his sacred sword and then used the Ascend and Control Thunder technique. An anomaly appeared in the night sky, and rolling clouds gathered together. As Wuji Ancestor swung his sword, streaks of heavenly thunder descended from the sky, causing the practitioners of the seven-star sect to pale instantly. "What the hell, is this how a Saint Realm powerhouse uses the Ascend and Control Thunder technique? This is completely different from the immortal technique I used." Xian Shen was confused. When he used the Divine Text version of the Ascend and Control Thunder technique, only one bolt of heavenly thunder struck down from the sky, but Wuji Ancestor, with just a casual swing, had so many bolts of heavenly thunder coming down? However, at this moment, a hoarse voice appeared, "Wuji, Puti, it's been many years. I've missed you so much." Nalan Songhai rose from the ground to the night sky like a ghost, and with a wave of his hand, all the heavenly thunder was collected into his sleeves. Xian Shen was astonished. Wasn't this the elder who had invited him to join the seven-star sect that day? At the same time, the practitioners in Kovo City felt the disturbance on Mount Eternal not far from there. They all walked towards the street and saw the eternal mountain lit up with flames, with occasional strange visions flashing by. Kobe and Night God Qianshuan also stood on the street. Kobe said, "Miss, that is the location of the eternal sect. It seems they have encountered an invasion from an external sect. What a coincidence, let's go and see the excitement. It must be very interesting to see so many people fighting together." Night God Qianshuan said, then flew lightly into the air. She could actually walk on air. In the Eternal Sect, Bodhi Patriarch and Wuji Patriarch were surprised to see Nalan Sunhai take action. The three of them were practitioners who had entered the Holy Realm at the same time. Bodhi and Wuji had become dormant Holy Realm powerhouses in the 100 Sects War 100 years ago. Nalan Sunhai, on the other hand, had always been a Holy Realm powerhouse on the road. After years of cultivation, he had already reached the level of an advanced emperor, reaching the peak of a quasi-emperor. Nalan Sunhai, our Eternal Sect has no grudges with your 7-star sect. Why did you conspire with Wansong and others to attack the Eternal Sect? Wuji Patriarch frowned, feeling extremely angry at Wansong's wanton slaughter of the disciples of the Eternal Sect on the battlefield. I have nothing to say. But your strength hasn't increased at all over the years, and it seems to be trending backwards? Nalan Sunhai easily resolved the spells of Wuji and Bodhi, much to their surprise. Wuji Patriarch realized that he had given too much spiritual cultivation to Qianshan during the day, and he couldn't recover in a short time, and he happened to be caught in the 7-star sect's attack. Qianshan listened to the conversation and still understood, glaring angrily at Wansong on the battlefield. As the Supreme Elder of the Eternal Sect, he was one of the highest fighting powers of the Eternal Sect, and now he was actually conspiring with invaders from an external sect. While the two patriarchs and Nalan Sunhai were confronting each other, Qianshan took the opportunity to fly towards the group of invaders who were attacking the disciples of the Eternal Sect and began to set up a defensive formation, taking out Heixiao from the Qiankuan bag and using spells to fight with them. Qianshan clearly felt that although he had only advanced by one realm, his physical body had already become extraordinary, reaching the level of an immortal body, and it was even a fusion of a top-quality immortal body. Soaring Thunder Technique. Qianshan used the spells bestowed upon him by Wuji Patriarch, and with strength and divine text, his strike was difficult for even a Holy Realm powerhouse to withstand, forcing them to retreat. Wansong noticed the terrifying strength displayed by Qianshan, and after a slight surprise, he focused his gaze on him. Young master, he has actually reached the celestial realm. I didn't expect these three old guys to have some ability. In such a short time, he has once again advanced in cultivation. Wansong looked towards Nalan Sunhai in the sky and said, "Elder Nalan, the barrier should have been broken. Don't delay any longer. You hold them here, and I will go to the cabinet to find the longevity clock." At this time, Shukuan Patriarch and Shiruyan also arrived at the battlefield, and Shiruyan gathered and revealed her immortal shadow, her lips slightly moving as she cast a spell towards Wansong. She looked at Wansong with extremely cold eyes. "Wansong, the Eternal Sect has treated you well over the years, and this is how you repay the Eternal Sect? What does a mere woman like you understand? You can sit in the position of the head of the Eternal Sect, and I have tolerated you for many years. When I get the longevity clock, I will make sure you die here tonight," Wansong said, then flew towards the place where the longevity clock was originally stored in the cabinet. Shukuan Patriarch did not delay, immediately reciting divine text and opening the void gate of the Void Star realm. A crack suddenly tore open in the sky, and a huge and incomparable creature flew out from the void, completely purple with 2 pairs of wings, roaring at the practitioners on the ground. That's Shukuan Patriarch's Star Realm Dragon. My god, is that the Star Realm Dragon from the legends? As the void gate closed, the Star Realm Dragon summoned by Su Kuan Laozu flew towards Wanzang, who was walking in the void, and a dragon roar blocked Wanzang's path. Su Kuan Laozu leaped onto the back of the Star Realm Dragon, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Wanzang. "I didn't expect that the Eternal Sect would produce such a scum like you. If I remember correctly, you ascended to the Azure Sky Realm yesterday, and now you are eyeing the Saint Realm. It seems that the 7-star sect used secret techniques to help you reach the Saint Realm. Su Kuan Dragon Saint, aren't you relying on a Star Realm Dragon for your strong power? But today, I, Wanzang, am not afraid of you. You are just a dormant Saint Realm, you can't stop me." While speaking, multiple red lines appeared next to Wanzang's shadow, connecting to the shadows of many Eternal Sect disciples on the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Qianshan felt a sense of familiarity. Why does this technique seem familiar? Before Qianshan could think further, Wanzang's shadow clenched its hands, lifting up these red lines. The disciples connected by these red lines instantly collapsed to the ground, and their shadows all floated towards Wanzang's shadow. In an instant, Wanzang's shadow became huge, and a red spear appeared in his hand, all formed by the gathered shadows of deceased eternal sect disciples. The three Laozi's expressions changed simultaneously, even Qi Ruiyan whitened her eyes. They recognized this terrifying technique, and Su Kuan Laozu nearly shouted with red eyes, "You despicable lunatic, you actually cast an immortal curse on so many disciples. The weak should always be stepping stones for the strong." Wanzang laughed maniacally, then his shadow raised the red immortal spear and smashed it towards Su Kuan Laozu. The huge spear in the night sky looked like a black flash, causing a sudden palpitation in Qianquan's body. He watched the red spear with a tingling sensation, feeling the immense soul power contained within it. "Master Su Kuan, quickly dodge!" After Qianquan shouted, he also took action, leaping into the air and chanting the divine text Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud, summoning a huge fire cloud in the sky. Several fireballs rushed towards the already thrown red spear. However, the fireballs had no effect on the spear. Su Kuan Laozu was shocked and quickly released a defensive immortal technique. The spear struck the defensive barrier, and in an instant, it shattered, sending Su Kuan Laozu flying out, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained his white beard red. The other two Laozis were startled and tried to rush over to help Su Kuan Laozu, but Nayland Sanghai had already surrounded them with several other Saint Realm powerhouses. Seeing the situation, Qi Ruiyan immediately commanded, "All disciples below the reincarnation realm, quickly flee from the Eternal Mountain." She knew very well that this was a long-planned conspiracy. Wanzang and Nayland Sanghai had come fully prepared, and with so many Saint Realm powerhouses, she and the three Laozis were simply unable to protect the disciples of the Eternal Sect. Seeing the slaughtered disciples of the Eternal Sect, Qianquan's heart burned with anger, but facing several powerful Saint Realm experts, even with all his divine text immortal techniques, he was helpless. His soul power was limited, and he couldn't keep releasing divine text immortal techniques. After Su Kuan Laozu was defeated, Wanzang flew all the way to the place where the longevity bell was stored. He revealed a crazy smile, kicked open the door of the chamber, only to find an empty room. "Where is the longevity bell?" Wanzang was instantly dumbfounded. The longevity bell required the combined efforts of 7 elders and 5 supreme elders to be moved, but he and the other 2 elders had never made a move, so it was impossible for the longevity bell to be moved. Where did the longevity bell go? Qi Ruiyan appeared behind Wanzang, holding a shadow blade formed by soul power in her hand, and said angrily, "So, the 7-star sect's target is the longevity bell. You guys are good at making plans, but as of this afternoon, Shinji has already merged with the Changsheng bell." Wanzang turned his head in disbelief and looked at Qi Ruiyan, while Qianquan had already gone mad outside, wielding the black howl and using his strength superior to that of practitioners in the same realm to kill several practitioners in the celestial realm. Qianquan inexplicably felt a force seeping out of his body, a feeling he had never experienced before. He pierced a practitioner's heart with a sword and felt an impulse to lick the blood that spurted out. "What's wrong with me? I feel like my body is out of control." Qianquan also felt puzzled, unaware that his clothes were showing signs of tearing, emitting a faint purple light, a special physique from the Netherworld Overlord. At this point, Nayland Sanghai had become impatient with the 2 elders and unleashed his most powerful divine art, Moonbirth Sanghai. Suddenly, the entire night sky became bright, the ground collapsed, and a large amount of water surged out, forming a water dragon that smashed towards the 2 elders. Several other Holy Realm powerhouses also simultaneously used their divine arts, and in the end, the 2 elders were defeated by Nayland Sanghai and others, crashing heavily to the ground from the air. "Master Wuji, Master Puti." Qianquan was shocked, never expecting Nayland Sanghai to have such strength, and both masters were defeated at the same time. "Wanzang, did you get the Changsheng bell? It has already exceeded the plan time." Nayland Sanghai angrily said. "Elder Nayland, the Changsheng. The Changsheng bell is missing." This battle also caught the attention of the group of people secretly observing Qianquan. The Emperor Realm Whitebone had long been hiding in the dark, muttering to himself, "It seems that this disaster has already caused a butterfly effect." Unexpectedly, it was not the heavenly sect that first stirred up, but the 7-star sect, a sect that does not meet the standards of this emperor. Nearby, the Gate Emperor in the Gate Realm quietly opened a door and stood inside with the black-masked youth. "Hee, your true self is in great danger. Are you sure you don't want to go out and help him?" The Gate Emperor laughed. "Hee, if he can't even defeat this group of ants, then let him die. But he is really weak, clearly something that could be solved with a divine art, yet he was driven back by a group of ants." After observing for a while, the black-masked youth had the Gate Emperor close the door, and they retreated back into the Gate Realm. At the same time, Yesen Qianquan and Kobe also sensed the Eternity Mountain and used invisibility to hide and watch the battle. Yesen Qianquan saw Nayland Sanghai of the 7-star sect and frowned. "Is that person a senior of the 7-star sect?" "Yes, miss, that is indeed Nayland Sanghai of the 7-star sect. It seems to be a dispute between the sects of the Eternal Continent. I only want Qianchen to live. If that Nayland Sanhai makes a move against him, you must stop him immediately." Kobe looked at Yesen Qianshuan in surprise, wondering what was wrong with her. It was just a chance encounter. Why did she value Qianchen so much? Nayland Sanhai heard Wanzong's response and couldn't help but be stunned. The Changsheng bell is missing? Nayland Sanhai stepped into the air next to Wanzong and found that the cabinet was empty, causing his scalp to tingle. Damn, if I can't get the Changsheng bell back, the sect master will definitely be furious. The plunder of the 3 divine artifacts must not have any problems with me. Nayland Sanhai suddenly turned to look at Chiruyan, his voice extremely cold. Where is the Changsheng bell? I am the Changsheng bell. Chiruyan turned around in surprise and found that Qianchen was already standing behind him shirtless, his hands stained with blood, his eyes extremely fierce, and his whole body exuding a murderous aura. Even Chiruyan was taken aback by Qianchen's appearance, which he had never seen before. Nayland Sanhai saw at a glance that Qianchen's entire back was tattooed with a huge longevity clock. He grew up and could hardly believe his eyes. The sect master of the 7-star sect had mentioned the deity who possessed the longevity clock to Nayland Sanhai. It was said that the deity who possessed the longevity clock had the clock engraved on his body, and the sound of the clock could shake the souls of immortal cultivators. With just a thought, the longevity clock behind him would turn into a weapon in his hand. But now, the longevity clock had actually merged with Qianchen. How is this possible? The longevity clock is an ancient deity. How can you, a mere sky boundary realm cultivator, control a divine artifact? Even if you are the sect master. Nayland Sanhai's expression changed, and then he ordered Wanzong, the plan has changed. Since the longevity clock has merged with him, then capture him. Do not kill him, leave him alive. However, before Wanzang could act, Qianchen flashed behind Wanzang in an instant. Qianchen, who had just merged with the Netherworld Overlord during the day, had almost gained control over him. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Wanzang was taken aback. He had not expected Qianchen's speed to be so fast, but in the face of absolute strength, speed was futile. Wanzang gathered his energy again and used his immortal shadow to suppress Qianchen, while Chiruyan wanted to help Qianchen, but was blocked by several other Saint Realm powerhouses who had rushed over. Nayland Sanhai also turned his gaze to Qianchen. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Last time, I was careless. I didn't expect that you could open the Void Gate when you were in the Void Realm, allowing you to escape into it. But this time, even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape." Nayland Sanhai recited again, but Qianchen couldn't hear the sound of his chanting at all, and had no idea what kind of divine art he had used. This was a unique divine art possessed after reaching the Saint Realm, sound prohibition. Damn it, he even wants to replicate this old man's divine art. What's going on? He can actually use divine art without making a sound. Qianchen cursed inwardly, then drew out Heixiao and stabbed towards Nayland Sanhai, intending to interrupt his spellcasting. "Old thief, take this." Qianchen felt that even his mind was becoming unclear, and he actually said such strange words. However, Nayland Sanhai easily blocked this attack with a wave of his hand. Qianchen was not discouraged and exerted all his soul power, immediately using all of his divine arts at once. Earth-bursting star, ice age, soul-extinguishing fire cloud. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky, and the terrifying momentum enveloped the entire Eternal Sect. Nayland Sanhai sneered disdainfully and once again used Moon-birthed Sanhai. Hidden in the dark, Night God Qiansun saw that Qianchen was about to confront Nayland Sanhai head-on, and immediately exclaimed in alarm. He turned to Kobe and said, "Go help him." Upon receiving the order, Kobe disappeared in the blink of an eye, and an immortal shadow appeared behind him. However, unlike others, Kobe's immortal shadow was not humanoid, but appeared as a dragon with legs and arms. At the same time, the other sects attacked by the 7-star sect had all been taken down, leaving only the ongoing battle at the Eternal Sect. Sensing this, the sect master of the 7-star sect paused for a few seconds, then tore open a crack in space and walked in. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Eternal Sect. This was the terrifying ability of an Emperor Realm Grandmaster, Space Jump. "Nayland Sanhai, you're so slow in getting what you want." A powerful voice descended from the sky, causing many Saint Realm powerhouses present to feel their knees weaken, showing a tendency to kneel. This was the pressure from a high-level powerhouse. Qianchen looked at the surging water dragon. His murky consciousness suddenly became clear, and he immediately put away his divine arts, intending to escape into the Void Star Realm. Trying to run again? It's too late. Nayland Sanhai saw through Qianchen's intentions, and the water dragon rushed towards Qianchen. At the critical moment, a blue lightning enveloped Qianchen, and he disappeared in an instant. Even the master of the 7-star sect, the Emperor-level Grand Emperor, couldn't react. A blue lightning bolt struck down from a mountain peak 100 miles away from the Eternal Mountain, and Chen Chen, night god Xian Sun, and Kobe appeared here.
We meet again. Xian Chen. Do we know each other?
Xian Chen looked blankly at the man and woman in front of him, his immortal shadow still not retracted. That day, Xian Chen saved night god Xian Sun under the palace wall of the night god imperial clan, but did not observe her too much, and at this moment did not remember who she was.
Night god Xian Sun's figure was exquisite, with curves extending under the light blue skirt.
Under the light of his immortal shadow, her silver hair shone like the Milky Way, swaying in the wind on the mountain, and for a moment, Xian Chen was a little infatuated. Seeing Xian Chen completely bewildered and not recognizing her at all, night god Xian Sun was suddenly stunned. She had lived a life of being admired by everyone since she was a child, and anyone who had seen her was shocked by her temperament and beauty.
This young man who had held her actually didn't remember her at all?
You! Night god Xian Sun stomped her foot in anger, about to speak, but Xian Chen spoke first. Is it you who brought me here? Thank you very much for saving me, but my sect is now facing the risk of being destroyed. I have to go back immediately. You are now more than 100 miles away from the Eternal Sect, and even if you go back, it's just sending yourself to die. The person who just came is the master of the 7-star sect, the 7-star Grand Emperor.
You are only in the realm of the heavens. What do you have to fight against him? Kobe said emotionlessly.
Xian Chen was stunned, but still said, so what? As the godson of the Eternal Sect, the sect is about to be destroyed, and I actually fled at this critical moment. This is a great betrayal.
Forget it. If it weren't for my friend saving you, you would have died at the hands of that old man Nanlan Songhai long ago.
Night god Xian Sun didn't intend to reveal her identity to Chen Chen. At this point, Chen Chen also calmed down. He was very clear about what so many Holy Realm powerhouses and a Grand Emperor level figure represented. No matter how many divine arts and immortal techniques he had, in the face of absolute strength, none of these were worth mentioning. He clenched his fists, looked in the direction of the Eternal Sect, and murmured, 7-star sect. On the day I become emperor, it will be the time for your sect to be destroyed. I will avenge the dead disciples of my sect. Kobe looked at Xian Chen and said indifferently, the 7-star sect will not kill all the disciples of the Eternal Sect. They are just expanding their power. As long as the overall situation of the Eternal Sect is gone, they will reclaim the Eternal Sect as a subordinate sect of the 7-star sect. You don't need to worry about this. Xian Chen sighed. Even if the 7-star sect wanted to slaughter the entire Eternal Sect now, he could not make any move. In the Eternal Sect, the 7-star Grand Emperor looked at Xian Chen, who disappeared at an extremely strange speed, and narrowed his eyes. Even my sect couldn't react to this speed. Who saved him in the end? His gaze shifted back to Qi Ruyan and the 3 elders who were seriously injured, and he said lightly to Nanlan Songhai, the rest is up to you. Anyone below the realm of the heavens who is not from my sect, kill them without mercy. Anyone above the realm of the heavens, detain them. My sect will handle it. By the way, where did the longevity bell go? The 7-star Grand Emperor asked with concern. Nanlan Songhai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he immediately knelt down and said, Master, I beg for forgiveness. The longevity bell. The longevity bell has merged with the sun who just escaped. In an instant, the killing intent surged from the 7-star Grand Emperor, and he landed in front of Nanlan Songhai from the air, saying coldly, do you know what you are saying? That is an ancient artifact. How could it merge with a cultivator below the realm of the heavens? The pool on the side laughed wildly and said, I never expected that the famous 7-star Emperor would go to such lengths just to obtain our Eternal Sect's longevity clock. Unfortunately, you are too late. The longevity clock has already merged with the Divine Child. He is recognized by the gods. In due time, your 7-star sect will face utter destruction. The 7-star Emperor only gave a glance, and the pool was directly shaken and flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood from internal injuries. To actually merge with the longevity clock, what kind of constitution does this child have? Nanlan Songhai, I command you. Our sect needs you to retrieve the longevity clock at all costs. Without the longevity clock, our plan cannot be completed. With a single thought, the 7-star Emperor made Nanlan Songhai feel as if he would be torn apart in the next moment, so he hurriedly kowtowed to the 7-star Emperor. Then, the 7-star Emperor tore open a wormhole, stepped into it, and disappeared into the Eternal Sect. At this moment, the 3 ancestors were also greatly shocked. The longevity clock had actually merged with their disciple Qian Chen. The Supreme Ancestor collapsed on the ground, looking at the mountain peak in the distance, pondered for a moment, and finally sighed. Bodhi, old Su, it seems that we have taken in a great talent as our disciple. Since ancient times, no mortal has been able to merge with a divine artifact. Bodhi Ancestor said, in the future, we will become prisoners under the 7-star sect. If Qian Chen can reach the Emperor realm, we may have a chance to start anew and lead the eternal sect back into the world. I have some confidence in our disciple. I believe that the boy could become the first practitioner to reach the Dominator realm in 100 years. At this moment, the Emperor realm White Bones also disappeared in the Eternal Mountain. At the same time, the entire Eternal sect was swept empty by the invaders. All cultivation techniques and medicinal materials were plundered, and some cowardly disciples were also dragged out from hiding since the beginning of the battle. Among them was Zhuan Nan, who had been hiding since the beginning of the battle. After Zhuan Nan was found by Wanzan, he immediately knelt before him and said with a trembling voice, "Wanzan, I have no intention of resisting you. From now on, I will look up to you. And our Zhua family is also willing to submit to the name of the Seven-Star Sect." Wanzan was taken aback and immediately turned to the severely injured Pool and said, "Do you see this, Pool? This is your beloved disciple. He doesn't even have the courage to fight against me. What a joke!" The Pool's face turned cold as she looked at Zhuan Nan kneeling on the ground, wishing she could kill this cowardly traitor right now. At this moment, the three ancestors, whose breath had already extinguished, suddenly rose up. They used their own primordial spirits to gather energy once again, and three huge red celestial shadows appeared in the night sky. The Supreme Ancestor said to the Pool, "Cherish this opportunity, hurry and escape. The three of us old folks will hold the line for you. The revival of the Eternal Sect depends on you in Xianchen." The Pool saw the three ancestors using their primordial spirits as sole power to release celestial arts, and her eyes turned red for a moment as she said, "Don't." However, the Pool was caught by the Star Realm Dragon of Old Su Ancestor and was immediately opened a gate to the void, disappearing into the Void Star Realm. This was when Wanzan, Nayland Sanhai, and others reacted. Nayland Sanhai said, "Capture them, don't let that woman escape. That depends on whether the three of us old folks agree." Primordial spirits burning, celestial explosion. The three ancestors used their last bit of strength to use a suicidal celestial art that could only be used after reaching the Holy Realm, the celestial explosion. As the three ancestors deeply looked at the Eternal Sect they had guarded for 100 years, three beautiful red light beams exploded, and a huge energy shockwave burst in the sky above the Eternal Sect. Many low-level 7-star sect practitioners died on the spot, and Wanzan and Nayland Sanhai, along with other Holy Realm powerhouses, had to activate defensive celestial arts to resist this terrifying energy wave. But at that moment, the gate to the void closed, and they lost the opportunity to capture the Pool and the Star Realm Dragon. The three ancestors of the Eternal Sect, the Holy Dragon of Void Koan, the Sword Saint of Woji, and the Law Saint of Bodhi, fell here. Xianchen, on the mountain peak, learned from the narration of the night god Xiansun that the girl in front of him was the one he had saved under the palace wall of the night god royal family when he participated in the 100 Sects conference. Xianchen was speechless. He never expected that he had inadvertently saved an unparalleled beauty. "What's your name?" Xianchen tilted his head. After a moment of thought, night god Xiansun smiled and said, "My name is Qiansun." Didn't expect that, our names are only one word apart." "Really? Are you not fooling me? Also, how did you know my name?" Xianchen looked at night god Xiansun suspiciously. "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask my friend. As for how I know your name, my friend told me. He also participated in the 100 Sects conference." With that, night god Xiansun gestured to Kobe, and Kobe helplessly smiled, then nodded at Xianchen. Xianchen solemnly thanked Kobe for his help, but found it strange that he, a mere disciple, could escape from under the eyes of a great emperor of the 7-star sect. Could it be that he was also a great emperor? "Not really, I'm just at the Sky Realm, but I'm only good at speed-related immortal techniques." In order to convince Qianchen, Kobe gathered his energy and revealed his blue immortal shadow. Qianchen looked at Kobe suspiciously. He was well aware that in this world, the higher the realm, the greater the gap in strength. How could a mere Sky Realm escape from the eyes of a great emperor? Qianchen turned his gaze to night god Xiansun and said, "Could it be you?" Night god Xiansun was taken aback, then revealed her own immortal shadow. Hers was even more exaggerated, just a light red immortal shadow, indicating that she was only a practitioner at the Void Realm. Qianchen had to admit that Kobe's words were true. He was only good at practicing immortal techniques related to speed. Night god Xiansun waved at Kobe, who widened his eyes and lamented in his heart, "Miss, you're abandoning me, this is too heartless." But he did not disobey her command and said to Qianchen, "The 7-star sect's attack tonight has implicated our sect as well. I have to go back." "Miss Xiansun, I'm leaving too." Kobe disappeared in an instant from the mountain peak, leaving only night god Xiansun and Qianchen. Qianchen didn't think much about it. He took out new clothes from his Qiankuan bag and put them on. Night god Xiansun couldn't help but ask, "Why do you have such a large clock tattoo on your back?" Shen Shen didn't want to reveal the existence of an ancient artifact in his body, so he lied. As a disciple of the Eternal Sect, I have to have such a large tattoo on my back. The two of them walked down the mountain, and Shen Shen felt that his netherworld tyrant body was extremely unstable. He had to find a quiet place to suppress the urge to burst into a bloodthirsty frenzy. After descending the mountain, Shen Shen thought he would part ways with Night God Xian Sun, but she continued to follow him.
Xian Sun, where are you going?
Shen Shen looked at Night God Xian Sun and scratched his head, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed.
Where are you going? When Night God Xian Sun asked him in return, Shen Shen was instantly stunned. He had never thought about this question. Now that the Eternal Sect was no longer an option, he didn't know where to go. Since arriving in this world, he had headed straight for the Eternal Sect and become a disciple with a cultivation plan set by the three ancestors of the Eternal Sect. Seeing Xian Shen's bewildered expression, Night God Xian Sun found him somewhat cute and said, "Aren't you supposed to become a practitioner at the Great Emperor Realm? Now that the Eternal Sect is gone, have you considered joining another sect?"
Xian Shen shook his head and said very seriously, "Once a disciple of the Eternal Sect, always a disciple of the Eternal Sect. Although the Eternal Sect is now occupied by the Seven Star Sect, there will come a day when I will take it back."
Shen Shen secretly made up his mind.
Now, returning to the original world is not the only thing he wants to do. Before finding a way to leave this world, he must help his three masters and all the disciples of the Eternal Sect to revive the sect. At this point, Shen Shen, having exhausted all his energy in the night fighting with the Seven Star Sect and others, had already depleted all his soul power. After finding an inn, he settled down without paying attention to the Night God Xian Sun who had come with him. Xian Shen entered his room and immediately began to meditate to restore his soul power. At this moment, Kobe appeared beside Night God Xian Sun and knelt down, saying, "Miss, do you plan to stay with this kid in the future?"
Night God Xian Sun thought for a moment and said, "It's not exactly staying with him. I also have my own things to do this time." However, Shen Shen has the longevity clock on his back. Aren't the people of the Seven Star Sect looking for it? It seems that not only the Emperor, but now the entire cultivation world is searching for ancient artifacts, trying to obtain the remaining divine souls from them. The catastrophe is approaching, so people are afraid of falling in the catastrophe. "Miss, are you coming out to seek help to advance to the Emperor Realm?"
In the room, Shen Shen practiced the technique to restore his soul power, and he couldn't help but think of the time when he had exhausted his soul power in the beast fighting arena and Mu Yu had given him the elixir to restore his soul power. "I didn't see Xiao Yu during the fight in the sect just now. Could it be that she also?"
Xian Shen punched the wall, igniting his determination to destroy the entire Seven Star Sect once again.
Just then, a figure suddenly flashed in from the window. The person was wearing a black cloak, which made Xian Shen extremely frightened.
Before Xian Shen could gather his energy, the person in black slowly uttered two words, "Rain Realm."
In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a strange power, and no matter how hard Xian Shen tried, he couldn't gather his energy. He looked at the black-clothed person in great fear. Shen Shen was very sure that the black-clothed person in front of him was at least a cultivation practitioner at the level of a saint, and most likely had already reached the level of a quasi-emperor.
"Who are you?"
Seeing that the person in black did not attack him, Shen Shen asked tentatively. The person in black took off his hat, revealing his face, and Shen Shen was shocked to find that the person was transparent, and he could clearly see the bones beneath his transparent flesh. This black-clothed person was the Emperor Realm White Bone that had been secretly observing Xian Shen all along.
"Hee, Shen Shen, it's been a long time. I've been watching you for a long time."
This Emperor Realm White Bone had been secretly observing Xian Shen all along, never showing himself in front of him, not even revealing his breath.
At this moment, Shen Shen was naturally confused when he saw him, and asked, "May I ask, are you mistaking me for someone else?" "I can't be mistaken. I noticed you the first time you opened the Void Gate. I have been hiding in the river of the Eternal Mountain. Your performance has greatly surprised me."
This Emperor Realm White Bone, because of his transparent flesh, Shen Shen could hardly see his expression, but he was very surprised that he had been noticed by him when he first opened the Void Gate in the Eternal Sect, and he hadn't noticed at all, which was enough to prove that he was indeed a cultivation practitioner at the Emperor Realm. In addition, the three ancestors had not noticed this Emperor Realm White Bone, so his strength was terrifying. After sorting this out, Shen Shen dared not offend the Emperor Realm White Bone in front of him even more, and asked cautiously, "So, do you have something to tell me?" He, "I have been secretly observing the battle just now. After you were rescued, the Eternal Sect has been occupied by the Seven Star Sect, and it will belong to the Seven Star Sect as a subsidiary sect from now on." After a moment of pause, he continued, "Your three masters used the immortal explosion to send out your sect's master. All three of them perished and turned into dust in the world."
"What? All of my masters perished? Qian Shen could hardly believe his ears. Although his 3 masters were dormant Holy Realm experts, they had reached the Holy Realm for 100 years and had long entered the realm of quasi-emperors. However, the Emperor Realm Whitebone told him that all 3 masters had used the immortal explosion and perished.
Qian Shen naturally knew that the immortal explosion was a self-destructive immortal technique that burned the soul. His 3 masters had sacrificed their lives to send out the sect master. Qian Shen fell silent for a long time and said, "What about our sect master? He escaped into the Void Star realm, so for the time being, there should be no danger."
Qian Shen's heart sank.
With all 3 masters perishing and the sect master's whereabouts unknown, it could be said that the core of the Eternal Sect had completely collapsed. Seeing Qian Shen's low spirits, the Emperor Realm Whitebone said, "I know you want to seek revenge on the 7-star sect, but with your current strength, even if you were to cultivate for another 100 years, it would be impossible to avenge this grudge."
Qian Shen sneered.
Normal cultivators might not even reach the Emperor Realm in their lifetime. However, he was proficient in divine texts, and the Emperor Realm was not a difficult matter for him, just a matter of time.
100 years?
"I don't need that long," Qian Shen said confidently.
Ha ha.
Indeed, young people are not only ambitious but also have extraordinary talents. I acknowledge that you have exceptional talent and many secrets unknown to others, but becoming an Emperor Realm is not something that can be achieved through cultivation alone.
It requires opportunity. Without the right opportunity, you cannot reach the Emperor Realm. And even if you do reach the Emperor Realm, so what?
With your own strength, seeking revenge on the 7-star sect, a behemoth, is unrealistic. The Emperor Realm Whitebone stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a powerful aura.
Qian Shen suddenly felt a sense of defeat.
The Emperor Realm Whitebone was right. He was alone and faced with a great emperor and countless Holy Realm experts. He had no chance of winning. At this moment, the Emperor Realm Whitebone spoke again. "I have come to help you. I once established a very powerful organization, no weaker than the top 10 sects. I can help you step by step, and before you reach the Emperor Realm, establish an organization strong enough to counter the 7-star sect."
Qian Shen stared at the Emperor Realm Whitebone, never letting his guard down for a second. How could a cultivator of the Emperor Realm seek out a cultivator of the Sky Realm like him? But Qian Shen had already used his divine sense to probe the surroundings and found that the Emperor Realm Whitebone had isolated this place from the outside world using a special method. Seeing through Qian Shen's thoughts, the Emperor Realm Whitebone chuckled and said, "You don't need to worry. I won't harm you.
You must be curious why I, a mere emperor, would seek out a cultivator of the Sky Realm like you and promise you benefits for no reason." Qian Shen nodded, and then the Emperor Realm Whitebone directly took off the black robe covering his body, revealing his transparent body, and said, "I am not helping you for no reason.
My body has now become like this ghostly appearance.
Although I am a strong Emperor Realm expert, I can hardly use any immortal techniques now, not even the immortal shadow. I will help you seek revenge, and when the time is right, you will need to help me restore my body."
Qian Shen was shocked by the appearance of the Emperor Realm Whitebone's body.
When he reacted and carefully considered the words of the Emperor Realm Whitebone, he felt that there was something strange about it. But he also learned an important piece of information from the Emperor Realm Whitebone. He could hardly use any immortal techniques now, not even the immortal shadow. This was equivalent to telling others that although he was a king, he did not have the skills of a king.
Shadow Clone Technique. Ice Age.
In an instant, Qian Shen gathered his energy and revealed his celestial shadow, directly using his most powerful divine technique. In the room, dozens of Qianshans appeared in an instant, simultaneously releasing the divine technique of Ice Age. However, it seemed that all of this was within the expectations of the Emperor Realm Whitebone. With a wave of his hand, the Qianshans' avatars exploded one by one and disappeared, and the divine technique was interrupted.
Damn!
Qian Shen was dumbfounded in an instant, thinking, if I'm using cheats, then this person is using the ultimate cheat. Ahem, although I can't perform many divine techniques myself, I never said I couldn't perform any. After all, I am a dignified Emperor Realm cultivator. The difference in our strengths means that you cannot defeat me just by being proficient in divine techniques, said the Emperor Realm Whitebone seriously. Let me be clear, I have seen everything extraordinary about you. You have merged with the Eternity Clock and heard the whispers of ancient gods. You can use shadow clones, even though you just used it. Besides, I guess you are not just proficient in divine techniques, but you can actually understand the true meaning of divine texts, unlike other cultivators who only treat them as spells for casting divine techniques. At that moment, Qian Shen was completely shocked, and he even had the thought of fighting to the death with this Emperor Realm Whitebone. The fact that he understood the meaning of divine texts had been seen through by this Emperor Realm Great Emperor. Who are you? Qian Shen's eyes were filled with killing intent. I am just a sealed Emperor Realm cultivator. The reason I know so much is that I have been observing you for a long time. Only you can help me restore my physical body, because in the entire cultivation world, only you can understand the original meaning of divine texts. Afraid that Qianchen would make another move, the Emperor Realm Whitebone took out an ancient book from behind and said, "This is the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld, which old Sukuan mentioned to you about the ancient book of the Netherworld Tyrant Body. I'm giving it to you as a token of my sincerity." The 9 revolutions of the Netherworld fell into Qianchen's hands. He never expected that the ancient book, lost for 100 years, would be in the hands of this mysterious Emperor Realm Whitebone and now be given to him. At this moment, Qianchen finally let go of his guard against him and asked, "May I ask, what is your name, Great Emperor?" "It's been quite a long time. I haven't heard anyone call me by my name for a long time. 300 years ago, people used to call me the Rain Emperor, and my full name is Qiyu Great Emperor." "Rain Emperor, Qiyu Great Emperor?" Qianchen had never heard of this Great Emperor, but he said that people called him that 300 years ago, indicating that he had not reappeared in the world for 300 years. Looking at the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld in his hand, Qianchen was convinced that Qiyu Great Emperor sincerely sought his help, but he could not imagine what a mere Sky Realm cultivator could do to help an Emperor Realm cultivator. Seeing that Qianchen had completely let go of his guard, Qiyu Great Emperor chuckled and said, "Perhaps you have not heard of my name, because it has been quite a long time, and most people think that I have fallen. But to the point, you take this 9 revolutions of the Netherworld to cultivate, and I can also assist you." "Is it so easy for the lost 9 revolutions of the Netherworld to come into my hands?" Qianchen still looked at the secret book in his hand with some melancholy. Before he could react, Qiyu Great Emperor had already lifted the Rain Realm in the room. "I won't bother you any longer today. When you have successfully cultivated the first revolution, I will come to discuss the future with you." As he spoke, Qiyu Great Emperor had already disappeared, leaving only a puddle of water on the ground. Qianchen hurried to the window, but there was no one on the street. In the pitch-black night, it was as if Qiyu Great Emperor had never appeared. Back in bed, Qianchen opened the book 9 Turns of the Netherworld and found that the book was compiled by divine text, just as Patriarch Bodhi had told him. For other practitioners, this was like a celestial book that was impossible to understand, but for Qianchen, it was just an ordinary book with not a single unfamiliar word in it. "I obtained this divine book without any effort. It's as if this book has come into my hands. Heh, I am proficient in divine text, so practicing these 9 turns should be as easy as playing a game." Qianchen thought to himself, feeling no drowsiness at all. He immediately opened the book and practiced the first turn of 9 turns of the Netherworld throughout the night, sitting cross-legged on the bed. However, when he truly began practicing, he found that 9 turns of the Netherworld was more difficult than any cultivation method he had practiced before. Even if he understood the content of the book, it only described how to circulate energy and practice, but he found it extremely difficult to put into practice. The Netherworld Tyrant Body was difficult to control, and following the method of circulating energy in the book, the consumption of soul power was hundreds of times more than usual cultivation. "Damn, even if I cheat, it's useless. How do those non-cheaters practice this manual?" Suddenly, Qianchen remembered what Patriarch Shukuan had said, that there were only 3 Netherworld Tyrant Bodies in the world, and only a few hundred years ago, a great emperor at the Emperor Realm had cultivated it to the 7th turn. Unconvinced, Qianchen couldn't comprehend the first turn until dawn, even with various divine text aids. It seemed that these divine text techniques had long been isolated by the Netherworld Tyrant Body. Qianchen didn't find it strange. 9 Turns of the Netherworld was compiled entirely from divine text, undoubtedly by a deity. If it were so easy to succeed in cultivating the body, wouldn't he be able to defeat the emperors of various realms the next day? However, Qianchen also discovered that practicing 9 turns of the Netherworld throughout the night did not make him feel drowsy. He didn't expect that 9 turns of the Netherworld actually had the effect of eliminating the need for sleep. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and when Qianchen opened it, he found Night God Qiansun standing in front of him. "Are you up so early?" Qianchen asked in surprise. Night God Qiansun stared at Qianchen with a smile that was not a smile, then took out a wanted poster from behind and said, "You are wanted. As a disciple of the extinct sect, the greatest traitor in the history of the Eternal Sect, Qianchen." "What the hell?" Qianchen snatched the wanted poster from Night God Qiansun's hand and found his own portrait on it, with the content stating that he had exterminated most of the Eternal Sect overnight, and had colluded with the enemy to kill 3 patriarchs and 100 disciples of the Eternal Sect. Qianchen tore the wanted poster to pieces and angrily said, "Nonsense. It was clearly that bastard Wang Zhang who did it, and he framed me." Night God Qiansun didn't care about this. She playfully smiled, stuck out her tongue, and said, your bounty has reached 1 million Hanggu coins. Now, practitioners from all over the Hanggu continent are looking for you.
1 million. Enough to hire an entire sect from the top 20 to fight on the battlefield.
Chen Chen's face darkened as he said, how could anyone believe such a thing? And there are still many disciples of the eternal sect alive who can testify for me.
Night God Xiansun tiptoed and patted Chen Chen's head, pretending to be an elder as she said, why are you so naive? The entire eternal sect has been brought under the Seven Stars sect.
If anyone dares to disobey the Seven Stars sect's arrangements, they will be killed without mercy.
Who would go against their own fate?
After a pause, Night God Xiansun continued, moreover, not only your eternal sect was attacked last night, but dozens of other sects were also attacked. It is now rumored that many sects have jointly established an organization to plan this riot, to seize ancient divine artifacts, and you, Chen Chen, are one of them. The Seven Stars sect has come forward to announce that they are willing to unconditionally accept these attacked sects and make them their subordinate sects. Chen Chen wanted to say something, but he was very clear that the truth could never overcome the mouths of those who did not know the truth. From the moment this wanted order was issued, Chen Chen had become a target of public criticism. All those who were unaware would despise him and make him out to be worse than he actually was.
Practitioners from the entire eternal continent would even hunt him down.
Chen Chen clenched his fists and angrily said, the Seven Star sect destroyed my sect, killed my master, and now they are trying to pin all the blame on me.
Chen Chen, what are you going to do now?
Night God Xiansun stood in front of him with her hands behind her back.
Since someone wants to put me in a desperate situation, then I will not go along with their plans. By the way, Xiansun, do you know where the Temple of the Heavenly God is? Night God Xiansun was taken aback and asked, are you going to the Temple of the Heavenly God? What's so interesting about it?
There's the 1,000-layer soul tower.
I want to challenge the evil soul. Reaching the level of the evil soul in soul power is a very difficult task.
Even many Emperor Realm great emperors only reach the mid-stage of the evil soul, and only a very small number of them reach the late stage of the evil soul. Night God Xiansun looked at the determined young man in front of her and became even more interested in him.
It seems that we are fated to meet. I happen to be going to the Temple of the Heavenly God as well. Why don't we go together?
Night God Xiansun smiled.
Chen Chen asked, are you also going to the Temple of the Heavenly God?
In the vast universe, the deity who first noticed the world of cultivation said to an angel under his divine throne, Humi, go to that world and find followers for me, and wait for the day of my descent. A four-winged angel placed a hand on his shoulder and respectfully knelt before him, saying, Great Master, do you want to descend as a god in that insignificant world? That is not an insignificant world. Many gods appeared there many universes ago, and they were even more powerful than me. However, that world also experienced the twilight of the gods, and the gods have abandoned it. As a four-winged archangel, you are enough to be revered as a god in that world. There is only one Master God. How can I dare to be revered as a god in front of you, Master?
Do you need me to do anything else for you? Humi respectfully asked again.
No need. On the day of my descent, do not reveal yourself. Just quietly find followers for me.
Humi nodded and left the temple, descending into the world of cultivation. There are many innocent lives in the world of cultivation, but what does he care?
Not only this deity, but several other deities have also sent their angels to descend into the world of cultivation, including not only four-winged archangels, but also six-winged seraphim. At this moment, the powerful practitioners in the world of cultivation all sensed something and looked anxiously at the sky. In the boundary of the gates, the Gate Emperor also sensed the aura of the gods.
He.
Last time, you used the divine forbidden technique, which attracted the attention of many gods.
Now the gods have sent their divine spirits here.
The young man with the black mask sat calmly on the side and said, I didn't use any divine techniques. At most, I just attracted the attention of some foreign gods. Your world has not had a master god appear for a long time. By helping me reach the Emperor Realm, you and I will inevitably become the new master gods of the world.
He. You have quite the confidence, but I like it. Chen Chen and Night God Xiansun left the inn.
Night God Xiansun told him that the Temple of the Heavenly God was the main temple of the Heavenly God sect, but it was open to all practitioners as long as they reached the Azure Sky Realm. The Temple of the Heavenly God was located at the northernmost part of the Eternal Continent, while the city of Kover where Chen Chen and Night God Xiansun were located was at the southernmost part of the Eternal Continent. The two places were at the extremes of the Eternal Continent and were quite far apart. Chen Chen originally wanted to use his sword to rush there, but Night God Xiansun said, You are a wanted criminal now.
If you use your sword, all practitioners will notice you immediately.
But I have not yet reached the Holy Realm, so I cannot travel through the air.
Even if you reach the Holy Realm, you cannot use aerial travel, as you will still be noticed. Right now, you can only rely on the most primitive method, walking to the temple of the heavenly gods, and before that, you must hide your identity. Qianchen looked at Yeshen Qianshuan with suspicion and asked, "Who are you exactly? How do you know so much?" Yeshen Qianshuan was surprised for a moment, but the surprise quickly disappeared. She tidied her messy silver hair and smiled lightly. "My cultivation level is not that great, but I am a know-it-all." "Is there anything wrong with knowing these things?" Qianchen still doubted Yeshen Qianshuan's identity and secretly scanned her body with divine sense, only to find that she was indeed just a practitioner of the Void Realm. After Qianchen turned away, Yeshen Qianshuan pursed her lips and muttered, "Humph, you want to scan this lady with your current strength?" Qianchen bought a map of the ancient continent from a stall and was greatly shocked when he saw the entire route of the ancient continent. "My God, the ancient continent is so huge. Even if I fly with a sword to the temple of the heavenly gods, it will take at least half a month. Now I have to walk there, how long will it take?" Qianchen felt a bit overwhelmed. At the same time, within the medicine sect, ranked 5th among the sects of the ancient continent, Muyu had successfully returned to her sect. Muyu's true identity was the daughter of the sect master of the medicine sect. She hurried back from the eternal sect to report to her father that the longevity bell had merged with Qianchen. The longevity bell was her purpose for lurking in the eternal sect, and now the medicine sect had not obtained the longevity bell, but Qianchen had obtained it first and merged with it. "Elder, where is my father?" Seeing Muyu return, the elder was first surprised and then hurriedly said, "Miss, you are indeed safe." The sect master is extremely worried. Muyu was a little confused and asked, "Why? I haven't done anything, why is he so worried?" "Miss, don't you know? Last night, there was a riot in the eternal sect. It is said that the newly established divine son of the eternal sect killed half of the disciples of the eternal sect, and the 3 old men of the eternal sect all perished. How is that possible?" Before leaving the city of Kov, Qianchen once again came to the beast arena with Yeshen Qianshuan. This time, he planned to kill several more soul beasts to enhance his own soul power level. Before entering, Qianchen suddenly remembered that he didn't have much money left and needed to find a way to get some money to enter the beast arena. Qianshuan, I'm going to the restroom, wait for me." Qianchen quickly arrived at the restroom and said to himself, "Last time, I went to the Void Star Realm to catch soul beasts just to make money. I clearly have the ability to speak and have it done. Why did I spend so much effort? 100,000 ancient coins." As Qianchen spoke, nothing appeared, and he was puzzled. He had tried this before, and he could use divine text to make anything in this world appear in his hand. What was going on? Qianchen tried several times and found that this method simply did not work. No need to try, it is impossible to create ancient coins with divine text. At that moment, Qiyu the Great Emperor appeared beside him without him noticing. Qianchen looked at Qiyu the Great Emperor and frowned. "You understand divine text? After all, I am also a practitioner of the Emperor realm, stronger than 90% of the practitioners in this world. What don't I understand about divine text?" Qiyu the Great Emperor's transparent body floated in mid-air, and he continued, "Ancient coins are made by many great emperors using immortal techniques and are encrypted with special immortal techniques. If they could be created with divine text, what value would this money have?" Qianchen suddenly felt a little discouraged and said, "I didn't expect that mastering divine text wouldn't have much effect." This is not the case. Divine writing symbolizes strength. As long as you are proficient in divine writing, there are many ways to make money. It's just that you are short-sighted. If I had your talent in divine writing, what couldn't I obtain? Later, Emperor Qiyu told Qianchen about a new way to make money. Qianchen felt that his worldview had been refreshed. After coming out of the toilet, Qianchen found Yeshen Qianshuan and said to her, "Let's not go to the beast arena, let's go to the auction." "Ha? Why suddenly go to the auction? Weren't you going to the beast arena to improve your soul power level?" Qianchen awkwardly touched his nose and said with a lack of confidence, "No money. Let's go to the auction first to make some money." Yeshen Qianshuan, upon hearing that he had no money, had originally intended to lend money to Qianchen, but suddenly remembered that when she left home to avoid her father's pursuit, she had left in a hurry without bringing anything, and now she was also penniless. Later, Yeshen Qianshuan followed Qianchen to the auction in Kao City. The auction venue in Kao City was not very large, after all, it was just a small town at the foot of the mountain, but all the auction venues in the Hengdu continent were part of a chain. According to the method described by Emperor Qiyu, Qianchen wrote down his commonly used divine writing spells on paper and annotated the effects of their use in the language of this world. According to Emperor Qiyu, Qianchen learned the divine writing spell Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud from the Taishan sect Xiao Fei. He could write this divine writing spell on paper and sell it as an advanced technique.
In the world of cultivation, whether using divine writing spells or writing divine writing, it requires the same amount of soul power as the cost. To annotate a divine writing spell as a book also requires consuming several times the amount of soul power. However, high-level practitioners are willing to expend a large amount of soul power to write out their advanced techniques, either to teach their own disciples or to sell them to other cultivators. Emperor Qiyu said, soul-extinguishing fire cloud is not only circulated within the Taishan sect, but is also used by many practitioners outside. It has long been rampant. Simply annotating it as an advanced technique using soul power will not fetch much money. However, in the arena, Xianchen had strengthened the soul-extinguishing fire cloud, turning it into super soul-extinguishing fire cloud. For Xianchen, this was just a difference of 2 words, but for many practitioners, it was a qualitative leap. Many Holy Realm experts could not comprehend the additional 2 words. Following the method given to him by Emperor Qiyu, Xianchen used soul power to write Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud as a book. This super high-quality technique could be auctioned for at least 10,000 Hengu coins. And in the world of cultivation, this was a technique that had never appeared before. Holding this book written with soul power, Super Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud, Xianchen entered the auction wearing a white mask to avoid revealing his identity. Yesen Xianchuan curiously asked, Xianchen, why are you wearing a mask on your face? Didn't you say I was wanted? There are so many people at the auction, if I'm recognized, it would be a disaster, right? Oh, I see. Then you should accompany me to buy a mask. I want to wear one too. Yesen Xianchuan said, pulling Xianchen to the side to buy a mask with cat ears. After putting it on, Yesen Xianchuan smiled and asked Xianchen, does this look good? Looking at Yesen Xianchuan in front of him, Xianchen suddenly thought of his own biological sister in his original world. Yesen Xianchuan had the same personality as her, lively and cute, with the same dimples when she smiled. Xianchen involuntarily reached out and rubbed Yesen Xianchuan's head, pretty cute. He realized that something was wrong after he finished, and quickly withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. Yesen Xianchuan was also surprised by Xianchen's sudden action and didn't speak for a while. In the end, she also turned her head with a red face. In secret, Kobe saw this scene and felt that his worldview had been completely destroyed, and tears almost fell. Miss, where did your reserve go after all these years? What's so special about this kid? The 2 of them, wearing masks, entered the auction venue. Xianchen handed over the Super Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud written with soul power to the staff in charge of consignment. He felt a bit nervous inside, not knowing if such a thing could really be auctioned. The auction staff took Xianchen's Celestial Arts book and said, Sir, is this a Celestial Arts book? Please wait a moment, the Celestial Arts in the book are graded, and we need to verify them. Xianchen was stunned, looking at the graceful figure of the staff in front of him, feeling both surprised and excited. He never expected that it could actually be sold. And the consignment staff was so beautiful, damn it. After a short wait, the staff member who had just taken the book was called to the office by the appraiser. Master Guha, did you call me for something? Situ Guha looked at the Super Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud in his hand with an incredulous expression. This kind of celestial arts could be considered as a super high-quality celestial arts, and it had never been seen in the numerous records of celestial arts in the ancient continent. Who wants to consign this celestial arts book? Could it be a strong expert of the quasi-emperor level? Situ Guha asked. The female staff member was instantly at a loss. I don't know, Master Guha. I am only a practitioner at the celestial realm. I can't see through the cultivation level of the person outside. Situ Guha didn't waste any words and asked the woman to take him outside. When he saw Xianchen and Yesen Xianchuan, he quickly asked, Are you the owner of this celestial arts book? Yes. Is it not allowed to consign this thing? This is my first time selling it. If it's not allowed, please return it to me, and I'll leave now. Xianchen was extremely embarrassed, thinking that this kind of thing probably couldn't be sold. Unexpectedly, Situ Guha said, Why can't it be sold? It can be sold. I just can't understand. This celestial arts book has already reached the quality of super high grade. Are you sure you want to sell this celestial arts book? It should be noted that in this small auction, it was rare to see even high-grade celestial arts books, let alone super high-grade ones. In the entire ancient continent's large-scale auction market, there were few auctions of super high-grade celestial arts, and who would put a super high-grade celestial arts book up for auction? It should be noted that with such a super high-grade celestial arts, one could easily join a sect and become an elder. I'm sure. Xianchen nodded. Situ Guha was once again astonished, then nodded and handed the celestial arts book to the woman behind him, saying, The starting price for this super high-grade celestial arts book is set at 30,000 ancient coins. After that, Xianchen and Yesen Xianchuan entered the auction venue, which was already filled with practitioners from all walks of life.
several angels successfully descended into the world of cultivation, transforming their forms into the appearance of practitioners. Oh, the symbol of strength in this world is something called the celestial shadow? Humer also transformed his 4 wings into celestial shadows. What was terrifying was that a 100-meter-tall black celestial shadow stood behind him. The 4-winged angel had just descended, and they were already at the level of an emperor. The auction soon began, and Qianshan and Yesen Qianshuan found a place to sit. As the auction began, the venue gradually quieted down, and Qianshan wanted to see if there was anything useful for him at this auction. The first few auction items were useless to Qianshan, such as some swords used by practitioners, or techniques that were helpful for low-level practitioners. These useless things can be auctioned off. This auction is too low-level. Yesen Qianshuan sneered, thinking of her own Night God Imperial Clan's auction, which was much more grand, and the items being auctioned were completely different from here. The things being auctioned at this venue would be a huge joke if placed there. Of course, Qianshan was attending an auction for the first time and had never seen a more luxurious auction. It wasn't until the 8th auction item that the bored Qianshan suddenly perked up. The auctioneer is a young woman. A wrestler in the audience brings up a mahogany box, and inside are 5 blue pills. She picks up one of them and says to the bidders, "This is the soul returning pill refined by the medicine sect. It consumes a large amount of soul power after a battle, and taking it can increase the speed of self-recovery of soul power. It has no side effects, and the medicinal materials used to refine it are very precious, all of which grow in the Night Charm Forest inside the Starry Night. This box contains 5 pills, and the starting price for the auction is 10,000 ancient coins." Qianshan paid attention to the soul returning pill for 2 reasons. 1, he was attracted by the function of this pill. The higher the realm before the soul fusion, the more soul power is consumed each time a spell is released. If you can take this pill during a battle, it can extend your endurance. Second, he had seen this pill before. After consuming all his soul power in the beast arena, Muyu had given it to him. Where did Muyu get the soul returning pill? Isn't this soul returning pill from the medicine sect? Even if she bought it, it must have been for her own use at a critical moment. How could she casually give Qianshan one to take? This thing is good, I plan to bid for it. After Qianshan finished speaking, he raised the bidding sign, 30,000 ancient coins. Yesen Qianshuan was about to stop Qianshan, but Qianshan had already raised the sign. She stomped her foot in anger and complained, "What are you doing? There's no need to spend money on this kind of thing. Your cultivation realm is still low, you don't know the benefits of this thing. If I win the auction, I'll give you one. You'll thank me at a critical moment." Qianshan smiled at Yesen Qianshuan, and then someone else raised the bid to 35,000 ancient coins, and Qianshan once again outbid him. Yesen Qianshuan was helpless and muttered to herself, "This soul returning pill is only of medium quality. The medicine sect gives our Yesen family the highest quality. Even a practitioner in the Holy Realm can immediately recover full soul power after taking it. 78,000 ancient coins once. 78,000 ancient coins twice." When someone raised the price of these 5 soul returning pills to this level, Qianshan gave up the idea of bidding. The soul returning pill is indeed good, but it has not reached such a high value. In the end, the 5 soul returning pills fell into someone else's hands, and Qianshan just sighed lightly. Seeing Qianshan looking disappointed, Yesen Qianshuan pouted and smiled at Qianshan. "Don't be discouraged, I just wanted to advise you not to bid for this thing. Alas, this thing is still good, it's a pity." At this time, Yesen Qianshuan took out a pill from her pocket that looked similar to the soul returning pill being auctioned on stage, except that it had a dragon pattern on it, and it looked more advanced in every way. "Look at this, isn't it the same as the one being auctioned?" Qianshan was shocked. He picked up the pill from Yesen Qianshuan's hand and found that it was also a soul returning pill, and it was definitely more advanced than the ones on stage. "Damn, where did you get this from?" "Well, this was given to me by my friend before, the one you've met." Qianshan was astonished. Such a high-quality pill came from the hands of that person before. Could it be that he is a disciple of the medicine sect? Qianshan then asked, "Is your friend from the medicine sect? Isn't this kind of pill only something the medicine sect can refine?" Yesen Qianshuan replied, "He's not from the medicine sect, but he has a very high status in the medicine sect. It should have been given to him by a friend there. We have a good relationship, so he gave it to me." This time, Qianshan was sure that Yesen Qianshuan's previous friend must have an extraordinary identity, otherwise, he wouldn't know people from the medicine sect and would give her such a high-quality pill. But Qianshan still refused Yesen Qianshuan. "This is given to you by him. When you exhaust your soul power, take it and you will immediately replenish your soul power. It can be said to be a life-saving thing. You should keep it for yourself. It's okay, you have a high level of cultivation. If there is really any danger, you can protect me. I don't need this thing either. Yish and Xianxuan blinked and gave Qianchen a reason that could not be refused.
Qianchen hesitated, but in the end, he accepted the soul-reviving pill.
Soon, it was finally Qianchen's turn to auction the immortal technique he sent, the Super Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud. After the auctioneer took out this immortal technique, he immediately introduced, "This is today's finale, the Super Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud.
After being appraised by our appraiser, it is of super high-quality divine text immortal technique. So far, such a divine text immortal technique has never appeared in the Hangu continent or the entire cultivation world.
The starting bid is 30,000 Hangu coins." As soon as the auctioneer spoke, the cultivators in the entire auction hall became excited.
Wow! A super high-quality immortal technique. This is the first time it has appeared in the auction house in Cov City.
It's rare to find it even in the top auction houses.
Listening to the translated name, it seems to be an upgraded version of the Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud from the Taishan sect, but I don't understand the specific meaning of the divine text. After all, it is a divine text immortal technique. Quick, inform my father, and quickly send over 100,000 Hangu coins.
I must get it. Qianchen looked around in astonishment at the cultivators who were going crazy for it.
He didn't expect that the divine text immortal technique he casually wrote would cause such a stir.
Soon, the first person started to raise the bid, 50,000 Hangu coins. Then, the second person appeared, 85,000 Hangu coins.
I bid 130,000, no one can compete with me. The range of the bids had completely stunned Qianchen.
He thought to himself, are these people crazy? Do they really have so much money?
Just then, a deep voice came from the corner of the auction hall. I am Yao Fei from the Taishan sect.
I bid 150,000 Hangu coins. Does anyone want to raise the bid? Yao Fei from the Taishan sect.
All eyes turned to the source of the voice and found a sturdy young man sitting there, accompanied by several cultivators with strong auras.
It's Yao Fei from the Taishan sect.
He has already put forward the Taishan sect. Who dares to raise the bid against him?
Yeah, now raising the bid is not the same as going against the Taishan sect. Who else dares to raise the bid? By the way, someone just said that this super high-quality immortal technique is an enhanced version of the Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud.
Yao Fei's unique skill is the Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud. If he gets this immortal technique, his strength will definitely soar. Many people at the scene were discussing, and Qianchen also cast his gaze on Yao Fei sitting there, feeling somewhat surprised.
How did he come here? Qianchen felt a little embarrassed.
In fact, the original Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud was learned from Yao Fei, but he upgraded this immortal technique in the arena by relying on his proficiency in divine text. This originally high-quality divine text immortal technique had transformed directly into a super high-quality divine text immortal technique.
What was even more embarrassing was that it was actually auctioned off by the original caster of this immortal technique.
150,000. The ownership of this super high-quality immortal technique belongs to Yao Fei of the Taishan sect. The auctioneer announced the final result. After deducting the handling fee, Qianchen was able to obtain more than 140,000 Hangu coins, which was already a considerable fortune for him. Because the last time in the arena, Qianchen was wearing the white mask, and he was afraid of being recognized by Yao Fei. After receiving his money from the auction hall backstage, he quickly left the auction hall wearing the night god Qianxuan. In the auction hall, Yao Fei finally got the Super Soul Annihilating Fire Cloud as he wished. Senior brother, I never expected to find a super high-quality immortal technique in this small town's auction house, especially the Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud technique that you are most proficient in. Once you master this immortal technique, your strength will definitely increase. Yes, Yao Fei senior brother, if you bring back this super high-quality immortal technique to the sect, Master will definitely appreciate you. Yao Fei's two junior brothers praised him, while Yao Fei himself was excited to open the immortal technique manual. Because the annotations in the manual were written in the language of this world to make it understandable for practitioners, Yao Fei saw the effects of the immortal technique written in the manual, and his face instantly darkened.
Wasn't this the same immortal technique that he was defeated with in the arena by the Void Realm player called Prison Bird last time?
It was exactly the same, indeed powerful, worthy of being a super high-quality immortal technique. Even his own master couldn't make the Soul Extinguishing Fire Cloud reach this level. But this immortal technique had unexpectedly become a super high-quality immortal technique manual that he had obtained.
Could it be that Prison Bird was the consigner of this immortal technique manual? Yao Fei immediately found the appraiser of the auction house and asked, "Who is the consigner of this immortal technique manual? Where is he now?" Situ Gua stared at Yao Fei. He was just a practitioner in the reincarnation realm, and he was facing Yao Fei, a disciple from one of the top 10 sects. Naturally, he couldn't afford to offend him.
But the auction house also had its rules, and Situgua said, "I'm sorry, sir, we have a rule not to disclose the information of our clients."
"Are you sure? Do you know who I am? I'll give you another chance to think about it." Yao Fei's two junior brothers stood up behind him.
They didn't directly confront Situgua, but slowly revealed their immortal shadows. A cold sweat broke out on Situgua's forehead, and he said, "This customer is also visiting the auction house for the first time." He was wearing a white mask and was accompanied by a lady wearing a cat-eared mask. "As for where he is now, I really don't know."
After the consignment ended, he took his commission and left.
When Yao Fei heard the words white mask, he confirmed that this person was Prison Bird, whom he had encountered in the arena last time.
"It's you again.
It's best not to let me encounter you again, otherwise I will definitely tear you to pieces." Xian Chen and Night God Xian Sun left the auction house and had no intention of going to the Beast Arena again. Just now at the auction, he not only saw Yao Fei from the Taishan sect, but also sensed the presence of many Holy Realm powerhouses.
Obviously, these people had come for his wanted warrant. Otherwise, in a small town like Kov City, how could there be so many Holy Realm powerhouses appearing in such a short time? "Xian Sun, we need to leave Kov City as soon as possible. It's too close to the Eternal Mountain, and many Holy Realm powerhouses have already come here. If they target us, I can escape on my own, but it will be troublesome with you," Chen Chen said solemnly to Night God Xian Sun, whom he had always regarded as a low-level practitioner. Night God Xian Sun didn't say anything, just nodded lightly, and then followed Chen Chen out of Kov City. After leaving Kov City, Chen Chen saw on the map that they were heading in this direction, and the next city was called Jinhan City. This city was where the Sanlei sect, which had been slaughtered by the Black Mask, was located. Chen Chen still had lingering fears. The young man at the 100 Sects conference was too terrifying, not afraid of facing 3 great emperors. Even though he was only a Holy Realm practitioner, he had the support of an Emperor Realm Great Emperor behind him. Xian Chen looked at Night God Xian Sun beside him and asked, "Do you know who the Gate Emperor is?" Night God Xian Sun tilted her head, played with her silver hair with her hand, and after thinking for a while, she said, "Are you talking about the Gate Emperor who supported the Jinxian Hall at the 100 Sects conference?" Xian Chen nodded. 300 years ago, the Gate Emperor was one of the most powerful emperors in the Emperor Realm. Reaching the Emperor Realm, he had reached the limit of cultivation, and the only way to compare strength was through physical and soul power levels. The Gate Emperor had reached the late stage of the Holy Body, and his physical body had a very special name, called the Body of Space. The ability that the Body of Space gave him was that as long as he had witnessed a place, he could open a gate to that place. If he had seen your heart, he could even open a gate directly inside your body. In addition, he had developed this ability to the extreme, creating an independent space called the Gate Realm. The Gate Emperor rarely appeared on the mainland, most of his time was spent within the Gate Realm. After listening to Yesen Xianshuan's explanation, Xianchen was very surprised, never expecting such a miraculous physical cultivation. It was only at this moment that Xianchen realized why the black-masked youth showed no fear when facing the 3 emperors in the Emperor Realm, because behind him stood the Gate Emperor, who could open gates anywhere. Xianchen narrowed his eyes, thinking that if he had the opportunity to fight the Gate Emperor in the future, he could replicate this special ability just by hearing which spell he used. Xianchen and Yesen Xianshuan spent 2 days rushing to Jinhan City, which was more bustling than Kova City. Jinhan City was the location of the Sanlei sect, and half of the people in the city had some kind of connection to the Sanlei sect. Originally lively, Jinhan City changed completely after the arrival of the black-masked youth. Single-handedly, he slaughtered all the Holy Realm experts of the Sanlei sect, leaving no survivors wherever he went. Many days later, Jinhan City remained lifeless, with occasional signs of past battles on the streets. The sect master of the Juma Palace has the ability to directly promote many cultivators to the Holy Realm. When they reappear, they will probably become the #1 sect in the entire cultivation world. Xianchen looked at the surrounding desolation and couldn't help but speak. How was this possible? Clearly, he was the one with the cheat, so why was there still someone in this world with an even more overpowered existence? Yesen Xianshuan also furrowed her brows slightly as she looked at the surrounding desolation. She had never seen such a scene before. That's just a gimmick he uses to recruit cultivators. He can't use that divine spell unlimited times. Why? Not many people know about that divine spell. I read about it in an ancient book. The divine spell was used by ancient gods, but because it was too cruel, it was banned by the gods. And once the divine spell appears, it will attract the attention of the gods and accelerate the arrival of calamities. Yesen Xianshuan patiently explained to Qianchen, then continued, the more times it attracts the attention of the gods, the more gods will descend during calamities. Once it exceeds the resistance level of the emperors in the cultivation world, the entire cultivation world will become food for the gods.
If he wants to strengthen his power, he will never abuse the divine spell, because that would also accelerate his death. Upon learning the story behind all this, Xianchen suddenly realized a terrifying fact. However, until the matter was confirmed, he didn't dwell on it. Since the Sanlei sect was slaughtered, major sects had sent cultivators to help the people of the city rebuild their homes and to collect the rare treasures left behind by the Sanlei sect. Xianchen thought to himself, it's a good thing that everyone here is busy rebuilding their homes and hasn't noticed me. Along the way, Yesen Qianshuan suddenly said to Qianchen, you find a place to stay first. I just remembered that I have a friend in Jinhan City, and I want to visit him. We'd better leave here. Although there aren't as many strong individuals here as in the Holy Land of Kover City, it's still risky to stay here. Qianchen frowned, not wanting to linger in this place. Unexpectedly, Yesen Qianshuan pouted and grabbed Qianchen's arm, acting coquettishly. Oh, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Since we're passing by here, I want to see him. Qianchen couldn't resist Yesen Qianshuan's coquettishness and immediately surrendered. At the same time, a handsome man in a white robe silently arrived at Jinhan City. He exuded an elegant aura all over his body, carrying an ordinary sword on his back and 2 swords at his waist, which was different from most swordsmen. Is this the place where he slaughtered the entire sect? I didn't expect that he could do this with his own strength. It's terrifying, the elegant man thought as he saw Qianchen parting ways with a young girl, recognizing Qianchen's figure at a glance and feeling very surprised to encounter the divine son of the Eternal sect here. But I heard that he has become a wanted criminal since last night. Interesting. Just as the elegant man was about to be filled with killing intent, he immediately sensed the dangerous aura around him. Although the owner of this aura was not stronger than him, they were definitely not weak. The elegant man suppressed his killing intent, and the aura disappeared. He smirked. What's been happening these days? Why does every talented cultivator have a powerful figure behind them? Qianchen found an abandoned courtyard and, after circling around for a moment, said to the heir, Qiyu Emperor, come out, I need to talk to you. As soon as he spoke, the Qiyu Emperor appeared in the courtyard. Little ghost, the money-making method I gave you isn't bad, right? The Qiyu Emperor smiled. It's not bad, but writing the immortal art book almost exhausted all my soul power. It will take a long time to recover all my soul power. It's not worth it, Qianchen replied. The Qiyu Emperor chuckled, that's because you're only at the mid-stage of the fiery soul. When you reach the level of the Supreme Soul, your soul power will far exceed your current level, and you won't have to worry about not having enough soul power. Qianchen nodded and continued, I've tried to cultivate the 9 revolutions of the netherworld that you gave me, but it's so strange. I used to be able to cultivate a technique in a few minutes, at most a few tens of minutes, but I couldn't succeed in the first revolution of this 9 revolutions even after practicing all night. Naturally, if everyone could easily cultivate it, wouldn't the cultivators who reach the level of the holy body in the cultivation world be everywhere? The Qiyu Emperor's tone suddenly changed, and he continued, but, well, I've been idle during my sleep these years and have my own understanding of the 9 revolutions of the netherworld. I can lend you a hand. Qianchen revealed a barely noticeable smile. This is what I've been waiting for. Then, the Qiyu Emperor once again displayed his rain realm, but this time, Qianchen was surprised to find that although he saw the Qiyu Emperor's lips move, he couldn't hear the sound of his cultivation technique. Remembering that he couldn't hear the Qiyu Emperor's cultivation technique during the fight with Nayland Sunhai in the Eternal Sect, Qianchen couldn't help but ask, why can't I hear your cultivation technique? The Qiyu Emperor glanced at Qianchen and then took out many herbs from under his black clothes, letting them float in the air. Qianchen was very surprised to see these rare and exotic herbs. At this moment, the Qiyu Emperor explained, after reaching the Holy Realm, cultivators will have an ability that low-level cultivators don't possess, called silencing. As the name suggests, they won't make any sound when cultivating their techniques. Qianchen's eye twitched, thinking that this ability was developed specifically for him, wasn't it? Is this an anti-cheating system? Qianchen was stunned, and Qiyu, the great emperor, smiled. In fact, the ability to silence doesn't have much effect between the same realm. After all, there are not many in the cultivation world who are proficient in divine texts like you. Just by listening once, you can repeat and perform it. It's only after reaching the Emperor realm that this ability truly demonstrates its importance. Upon learning that there is the ability to silence after reaching the Holy Realm, Qianchen was greatly disappointed. Because in this way, his attempt to replicate the opponent's immortal technique would not work, and he would have to rely on finding more techniques on his own, or even come up with more powerful divine text immortal techniques. Qianchen temporarily put this matter aside and then looked at the floating herbs next to the great Emperor Qiyu. What are these? The great Emperor Qiyu waved his hand, and all these herbs floated to Qianchen's side, then explained, these are all spirit herbs that I collected before I turned into this ghostly appearance. They will greatly enhance your cultivation of the Netherworld 9 transformation technique. However, if you want to cultivate faster, relying on these herbs will eventually reach a bottleneck, unless. Seeing the great Emperor Qiyu teasing, Qian Shen hurriedly asked, unless what? Last time at the Eternal Sect, you also felt that your body was somewhat out of control, right? Few people use the Netherworld Tyrant body, so most people don't know that it requires more peculiar body refining to provide energy. If you can absorb the body of one or even several cultivators who have reached the celestial realm and possess immortal bodies or higher every time you cultivate the Netherworld 9 transformation technique, it will greatly accelerate your cultivation progress. The great Emperor Qiyu's explanation made it difficult for Qian Shen to accept. This means that in order to successfully cultivate the Netherworld 9 transformation technique, a large number of special bodies are needed. The cultivation level of the celestial realm cultivators is already high, not to mention that they must have at least immortal bodies, making it even more difficult. Although this method is extremely cruel, in this world where the weak are prey to the strong, Qian Shen no longer has the gentle personality he had in his previous world. Of course, he knows that when the end comes, he must be decisive and kill the Holy Mother first. Qian Shen sat cross-legged, and with the rain realm of the great Emperor Qiyu isolating the outside world, he was not afraid of being discovered by others, and immediately began to cultivate the Netherworld 9 transformation technique again. With the blessing of the great Emperor Qiyu's herbs, Qian Shen clearly felt that his cultivation was much smoother than last night, and he gradually entered a state of bliss. He felt a heat in his chest, and as he circulated his energy, the immortal shadow was automatically activated and faintly floated behind him. Suddenly, Qian Shen's clothes spontaneously ignited, but he did not feel any burning sensation. Instead, he felt a warm flow penetrating his entire body from the top of his head. Once again, a faint purple light emanated from Qian Shen's body, conflicting with the golden light emitted by the longevity clock tattoo on his back. The intertwining of the purple and golden lights also slightly surprised the nearby great Emperor Qiyu, who couldn't help but mutter, is he really the reincarnation of an ancient deity? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying talent? Soon, the purple and golden lights dissipated, and Qian Shen suddenly opened his eyes, which were noticeably clearer than before. Is this the first transformation of the Netherworld 9 transformation technique? Although it has not been cultivated to the extreme, I also feel that my body has been strengthened a lot. Qian Shen looked at his own body and couldn't help but sigh. His desire for strength had reached its peak. Great Emperor Qiyu, thank you for your herbs. Qian Shen sincerely expressed his gratitude. It's a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. How did you consider the matter I mentioned to you last time? Qian Shen recalled the few things the great Emperor Qiyu had helped him with over the past 2 days, and he did not show any malice. He felt that perhaps the great emperor was sincerely seeking to cooperate with him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "You help me establish a force that can rival the 7-star sect, and after I become the emperor, I will help you restore your physical body." Emperor Qiyu nodded, then took out a token from his body, on which were written the words Order of Heroes. If you encounter an organization called Rain Pavilion in the future, you can use this token to directly take the position of the Pavilion Master. This can also be considered a small gift from me. Your power will gradually become stronger. Emperor Qiyu left the desolate courtyard, and as he left, the Rain Realm also disappeared. Qian Shen looked at the Order of Heroes in his hand thoughtfully. He took out a piece of clothing from his Qiankuan bag and put it on. Suddenly, Qian Shen remembered something important. How should he contact Night God Qian Sun? Before they parted, they hadn't agreed on a specific place to meet, and Night God Qian Sun had only told him to find a place to stay first. Damn it! Realizing this, Qian Shen was a little dazed, but soon he felt relieved. If it's fate, he will definitely meet Night God Qian Sun again, and if it's not meant to be, then so be it. It's just a chance encounter. Qian Shen saved her under the wall of the Night God royal family, and she also saved Qian Shen once, so they were even. However, according to the agreement, Qian Shen still found a temporary inn to stay in. Feeling bored in the room, he decided to go to the Beast Arena in Jinhan City. He hadn't spent the money he earned last time, and besides, he had already reached the level of the Azure Sky Realm, just one step away from the Holy Realm. Qian Shen was well aware that he needed to improve his soul power level immediately. At the same time, it was a coincidence that the elegant man with 3 knives from before also stayed at the same inn, and he happened to meet Qian Shen as he was about to leave. With just one glance, Qian Shen was surprised by the elegance of this young man. The elegant man turned around and smiled gently at Qian Shen. Without thinking too much, Qian Shen quickly headed to the Beast Arena. Compared to the Beast Arena in Kov City, the one in Jinhan City was much larger, but due to the extermination of the Sanlei sect by the entire sect, there were not many practitioners coming to hunt soul beasts here.
Xian Chen put on his white mask and once again transformed into the white Azura. This time, he bought a ticket to hunt Azure Sky Realm soul beasts. The beast arena, which had not many people, suddenly became lively when the host announced that someone was going to hunt Azure Sky Realm soul beasts. Damn! Even a Holy Realm powerhouse would be wary of Azure Sky Realm soul beasts, and there are hardly any of them in the beast arena. It's probably a Holy Realm powerhouse who has reached the early stage of the Soul King, wanting to break through to the mid-stage. Everyone was looking forward to this battle, and the title of the White Azura that Chen Chen left in the Beast Arena in Kov City had not yet spread to the Beast Arena in Jinhan City. Azure Sky Realm Soul Beasts? Let's see what level his strength has reached. The elegant man who had been following Chen Chen quietly took a seat in the arena. After going on stage, Chen Chen directly took out He Xiao. Facing the Azure Sky Realm Soul Beast, he still felt some pressure. Master Wuji, you only taught me one technique, and then you left this world. Thinking of Master Wuji, Chen Chen felt a pang of bitterness. Although he hadn't spent much time with the three ancestors, they had taken good care of him, and now they had passed away. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in Chen Chen's heart as he looked resentfully at the Azure Sky Realm Soul Beast in front of him. This Soul Beast was called the Phoenix Luan Beast, one of the few flying Soul Beasts apart from the Dragon Clan. The Fenghuan beast has a blue and white body, with wings that are 10 meters long, and 9 tentacles at the end of its tail, each with something resembling an eye, giving it a very eerie appearance. Chen Chen remained calm and composed. This was his first battle after mastering the first transformation of the Nether 9 Revolutions technique, a perfect opportunity to test its strength. The Fenghuan beast launched the first attack, spitting out a huge fireball from its mouth. Chen Chen, without even activating any defensive spells, stood his ground and took the hit head-on. The audience was shocked, as they had never seen a hunter of spirit beasts take a direct hit like that, especially from a beast of the same level. This kid must not be here to hunt the spirit beast, but to kill it. That fireball from the Fenghuan beast will surely turn him to ashes. It's the fire of karma. However, when the flames dissipated, Chen Chen stood unscathed, emitting a faint purple light. Indeed, after mastering the first transformation, the defensive power has reached an astonishing level. This is only the first transformation. If I can successfully master all 9 transformations, what kind of terrifying state will my body reach? Realizing the strength of his own body, Chen Chen grinned at the Fenghuan beast and disappeared in the next moment. The beast let out a cry and flew into the air, its tentacles emitting light, quickly locking onto Chen Chen's position. The beast then spat out several fireballs, but none posed any threat to Chen Chen, who didn't even bother to dodge. After a few shifts, Chen Chen finally entered the range to cast his spells. He gathered his energy and projected his celestial shadow, a huge blue shadow appearing behind him. At that moment, uncontrollably, Chen Chen uttered, Nether 9 Styles, Dark River Empty-Handed Technique. As he spoke, the arms of his celestial shadow turned purple, and with a swift motion, a massive palm print flew towards the Fenghuan beast. The beast tried to defend itself with its wings and spat out numerous fireballs from its tentacles, but it couldn't withstand Chen Chen's attack. It let out a wail and then turned into light, its soul entering Chen Chen's body. Damn! I didn't even see how the Fenghuan beast died. Ha! I remember my cousin in Kobo City mentioning a practitioner with a white mask who killed 2 spirit beasts of the same level in the Void Realm. They called him the White Shura. Could it be the same person? Even the elegant man sitting in the audience was astonished by Chen Chen's performance. Chen Chen, on the stage, looked at his hands in shock. This spell, which he couldn't control, had instantly killed the Fenghuan beast. However, he quickly realized that it was closely related to the Nether 9 Revolutions technique. He made a mental note to carefully review the technique when he returned. As he had killed a spirit beast of the same level, Chen Chen retrieved the fee he had paid. According to the rules of the arena, successfully hunting a spirit beast of the same level exempted one from paying the fee. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Chen Chen left the arena. He was still cautious as usual, making sure he wasn't being followed before removing his mask. He dusted off his clothes and walked back onto the street. Suddenly, he saw a ragged-looking teenager on the roadside, seemingly around 15 years old, with blood on his head, begging for alms. However, in the bustling street, everyone was indifferent. Passing by this young man, not a single person gave him a coin. Chen Chen frowned and walked up to the young man, taking out 200 gold coins from his pocket to give to him. The young man suddenly looked up, his eyes looking at Chen Chen with great warmth, and he sincerely said, "Thank you, big brother. Leave me an address, I will definitely repay you this money. It's just 200 gold coins, nothing to fuss about. You have a wound on your head, let me treat it for you," Chen Chen said, placing his hand on the young man's forehead and using medical fairy arts to heal the wound. The young man was once again grateful, and Chen Chen smiled and then left. The young man watched Qian Chen's back with great force, remembering Qian Chen's appearance. Qian Chen did not expect that his casual act saved an extraordinarily talented cultivator, and in the future, when Qian Chen was in dire straits, this young man saved his life. Humier spent a day learning all the behaviors of the cultivation world and entered the city from the depths of the mountains. He learned that there were many sects in this world, each with their unique beliefs and faith in cultivation. Here, finding a large number of followers for the master is the fastest choice for creating a sect. Humier named the sect he created after his master, Hunter God Sect. Using his divine power, he established a temple in the half-buried desert of the Eternal Continent. In the blink of an eye, a huge temple rose from the half-buried desert, and Humier began to look for the first follower for his master. Mortal, the hunter god is about to descend. Be the master's follower. After the master descends, only his followers will be spared from death. Humier stood in front of several cultivators who were also merchants in the half-buried desert. They looked at Humier as if he were a fool. The leading merchant was a cultivator in the reincarnation realm and couldn't help but curse. What kind of idiot are you? Get out of the way. Delaying me for a second, you can't afford it. Humier's expression instantly turned cold and he said, Mortal, do you know who you are talking to? The merchant saw that Humier was not receptive and immediately gathered his energy to reveal his reincarnation realm immortal shadow, preparing to release his fairy arts. However, Humier's eyes only flashed, and the reincarnation realm merchant instantly turned into a pile of ashes, blown into the air by the wind, turning into sand in the desert. His companions were all shocked. When Humier's eyes moved slightly, they all saw the faint black immortal shadow behind Humier. The black immortal shadow belonged to a cultivator in the Emperor realm, and the person standing in front of them was a true emperor. So, do you want to be the master's follower? If not, your fate will be the same as that person just now. Humier looked at the remaining merchants. The rest of them dared not resist and immediately knelt in front of Humier. Humier used his fairy arts to transform into the image of the hunter god and said, This is the master's appearance. In the future, you will be his followers. After Qian Chen left the beast arena, the elegant man also walked out. He looked in the direction Qian Chen had left, a meaningful smile on his face. Sure enough, Uncle Mo suspected at the 100 Sex conference that he was the imprisoned bird in the arena. I didn't expect this kid to have such an identity. He didn't use the black howl at the 100 Sex conference that day, probably because he was afraid of us recognizing him. The elegant man tore open a wormhole and used spatial jumping to reach the ruins of the Three Thunder sect. There were many cultivators here clearing the ruins and relics, coming from various major sects. The elegant man scanned the Three Thunder sect with his divine sense and found that what he was looking for was not there. Sure enough, that young man not only took the waist badge of the Three Thunder sect, but also took the sect's treasure. It must be the instigation of the Mendi sect. Mendi, you really are afraid of chaos in the world. Qian Chen returned to the inn alone and quickly took out the Dark Nine transformation technique, carefully flipping through it. Soon, after flipping through several pages, Qian Chen found what he was looking for. I didn't pay attention to these annotations before. It turns out that with each transformation, not only can the body be strengthened, but also a new divine art can be obtained. Wow, this is a good thing. Qian Chen sat cross-legged and took a deep breath, saying to himself, I didn't expect the Dark Nine styles, Dark River empty-handed technique to be so powerful. It killed the soul beast of the Azure Sky realm with just one move. It's really incredible. At this moment, Chen Chen also attached great importance to the Dark Nine transformation technique. Although the Dark Dominion body was a top-grade immortal body, it had no strong effect other than being of higher quality. Even in battle, the body was still prone to losing control. But with the blessing of the Dark Nine transformation technique, the Dark Dominion body almost became a monstrous existence. Not only could it strengthen the body, but after each transformation, it could also obtain a new and amazingly powerful divine art. Seeing that it was getting dark, Chen Chen began to worry about whether he could wait for Night God Shensun to return. The two of them had not arranged a place to meet again. How could they meet again in such a vast city? Of course, Chen Chen did not know the true identity of Night God Shensun, always thinking that her name was Shensun, not Night God Shensun. With nothing else to do, Chen Chen sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate the Dark Nine transformation technique. Because this time there was no support from Emperor Chiyu's herbs, the cultivation process became very slow. At the same time, he also began to ponder how to obtain special body refining techniques of the Azure Sky realm and above in the future, or similar rare herbs that Emperor Chiyu had given him. Thinking of this, Qian Chen once again called out Emperor Chiyu's name. Emperor Chiyu quickly appeared in front of Qian Chen, who couldn't help but say, Why are you always so fast? I seriously suspect that you are constantly monitoring me. Emperor Chiyu laughed and said, Little brat, you can eat your meal messily,
but you can't talk nonsense.
How can you call that monitoring? I am secretly protecting you.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't know how many assassination attempts you faced.
Humph, you brat, don't be ungrateful.
Being secretly protected by an Emperor realm cultivator, in the entire ancient continent, who else has this treatment? Forget it, those who want to claim the bounty are just a group of holy realm cultivators. Although they are one realm higher than me, my perception is enough to sense them before they make a move against me. Emperor Qiyu smiled meaningfully. I didn't say it was those who came for the bounty. Xianchen was somewhat puzzled, but didn't dwell on it, and asked, you said that in order to accelerate the Dark Nine transformation technique, I must have a large amount of special body refining techniques of the Azure Sky realm. Besides killing cultivators of the Azure Sky realm, are there any other ways to obtain them?
You've asked the right person. Go to the half-buried desert. There is the largest underground black market on the ancient continent. On the black market, as long as you have money, you can buy anything.
Not to mention a body of the Azure Sky realm, even the body of a holy realm cultivator can be bought.
Half-buried desert? I remember that it is the territory of the Yao sect and the Qingyun Pavilion.
At the 100 Sects Conference, I used the divine art of the Yao sect and defeated the disciples of the Qingyun Pavilion.
If I go to the half-buried desert now and am discovered by the people of these two sects, won't I be in big trouble?
Xianchen couldn't help but shiver. Facing the second and 10th of the 10 great sects, he still had some concerns. After all, he was not yet an Emperor realm emperor. The Emperor Qiyu shrugged and replied, danger and opportunity are proportional. Since you want to cultivate the Nether 9 transformation technique early, you have to bear the corresponding risks.
Ahem, let's discuss this later. Besides, do you have any more of the herbs you gave me? If not, where can I find them?
Xianchen looked embarrassed. If he really went to the semi-desert of Ban Song, he would be in a difficult situation. The herbs I gave you were all collected in the Starry Night. The entrance to the Starry Night is in the extreme cold land. With your current walking speed, it is impossible to reach there in a short time. So, if you want the herbs, you have to go to the underground black market in the semi-desert of Ban Song.
Xianchen smiled bitterly, so I have to go to the semi-desert of Ban Song? What else? Xianchen sighed and nodded to Emperor Qiyu, then took out the map of the Henggu continent. The semi-desert of Ban Song is not far from the Golden Han City. If he doesn't stop on the way, he can reach it in about 4 days.
After making the decision, Emperor Qiyu, who was still there, looked at him with doubt.
What, do you have something else to say? Emperor Qiyu nodded and then said in a low voice, the semi-desert of Ban Song is not very peaceful recently. There are too many gazes from the gods there. You should be more careful when you go there.
In the Gate realm, the Gate Emperor slaughtered most of the practitioners who joined the Zhuming Palace, in order to enhance the realm for the Black-Masked Youth. With a roar from the Black-Masked Youth, his immortal shadow gradually changed from deep red to black.
He. It seems that you will soon break through to the Emperor realm. Have you thought of your Emperor name?
The Gate Emperor smiled satisfactorily. The Black Youth said lightly, as a shadow, I must have the determination to be a shadow.
Let's call the Emperor name Dark Shadow Emperor. Xianchen spent another sleepless night and practiced the Nether 9 transformation technique all night.
The next morning, he decided not to wait for the night god Qianxuan anymore and prepared to go to the semi-desert of Ban Song. Before leaving, Xianchen finally decided to go back to the place where he and the night god Qianxuan had said goodbye to take another look. Maybe she was waiting there. After arriving at the place, he only saw a few vendors setting up stalls and passers-by, and did not see the night god Qianxuan. Forget it, it would be more troublesome to bring her to the semi-desert of Ban Song. Maybe she doesn't want to travel with me again, so she deliberately made up this excuse. Xianchen muttered to himself, then prepared to leave the Golden Han City with the black howl on his back. At this moment, Xianchen's eyes were suddenly covered by someone, and a unique fragrance of a girl came with it.
Guess who I am?
This childish but lovely behavior made Xianchen, who was already a little lost, suddenly tremble in his heart. Then he deliberately said, is it Xiaoyu? Sure enough, when the night god Qianxuan, who was standing behind, heard this, her smile instantly froze on her face, and her voice became cold. Who is Xiaoyu? The night god Qianxuan's hand was removed from Xianchen's face, and when Xianchen turned around, he only saw the indifferent night god Qianxuan. He knew that his plan had succeeded, but still pretended to be surprised. Oh, Qianxuan, I thought it was.
You thought it was what?
The night god Qianxuan crossed her arms and squinted at him. Xianchen suddenly felt that he might have gone too far with the joke.
He hurriedly explained, ahem, okay, I was just joking with you, don't mind. Where have you been all day?
You didn't arrange a place to meet with me. Fortunately, I was smart enough to wait for you where we separated. Unexpectedly, the night god Qianxuan persisted, don't change the subject.
Who is Xiaoyu? Really, it's just a casual remark, just to tease you, I swear. Looking at Qian Chen's sincere appearance, Yesen Qianshuan finally withdrew her suspicious gaze, then pushed back her silver hair and said, you didn't even think to arrange a meeting place with me, and now you're blaming me? But you didn't say anything either, so why is it all my fault?
I don't care, a girl should be reserved.
If you don't say it, I won't say it either.
Qian Chen had no way to deal with this willful and lovely girl.
He helplessly smiled and then said, I'm going to the semi-desert of Banzang next. Are you sure you still want to come with me? Why not? The semi-desert of Banzang is quite dangerous.
I offended the Yao sect and the Qingyun Pavilion during the 100 Sects conference, and both of these sects are there.
I'm afraid that when they come after me, it will affect you.
Yesen Qianshuan looked at Qian Chen with a smile, then shook her head and said, it's okay, let's go together.
I'm not as weak as you think.
Qian Chen wanted to say something more, but several sanctum powerhouses appeared in the sky not far away. Afraid of being recognized, Qian Chen quickly pulled Yesen Qianshuan and stealthily headed towards the outskirts of Jinhan City. To reach the semi-desert of Banzang from Jinhan City, they had to cross 2 large mountains and a forest. Qian Chen had originally planned to fly there on his sword, but Yesen Qianshuan told him that there were many experienced cultivators in these mountains, so it was better not to attract too much attention. In the end, Qian Chen reluctantly agreed to Yesen Qianshuan's proposal to walk. The scenery of these 2 mountains was quite beautiful, arousing Yesen Qianshuan's playful nature. As they traveled, they played and enjoyed the scenery, turning what was supposed to be a 2 or 3 day journey into nearly a week. I say, Qianshuan, we've been in these mountains for almost a week.
Aren't you done playing yet? Qian Chen looked at Yesen Qianshuan, who was still squatting by the river watching the fish, and couldn't help but smile wryly. What's the rush? We finally made it here.
During these 6 days, they traveled half a day and rested in nearby caves at night. To prevent experienced cultivators from passing by, Qian Chen sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, practicing the Dark 9 Revolutions technique. This not only alleviated his fatigue from lack of sleep but also ensured Yesen Qianshuan's safety. Little did Qian Chen know that every time he practiced with his back to Yesen Qianshuan, the girl behind him would secretly laugh. Finally, the 2 of them crossed the 2 mountains, and after 6 days of cultivation, Qian Chen's Dark 9 Revolutions technique was about to reach its peak. I'm just a little bit away from completely mastering the first revolution. I can start practicing the second one soon. After coming out of the forest, a golden desert came into view, the largest and most mysterious desert in the ancient continent, the semi-desert of Banzang. Why does it feel like there's an indescribable power hidden in the semi-desert of Banzang? Am I imagining things? After seeing the semi-desert of Banzang, Qian Chen felt that there was some mysterious force attracting him.
Hearing Qian Chen's muttering, Yesen Qianshuan explained, that's for sure. As long as a cultivator has reached the reincarnation realm or above, they can sense the divine aura in this desert. The semi-desert of Banzang is where the last deity of the cultivation world appeared.
The scattered remnants of its divine soul can be found everywhere here. After entering the semi-desert of Banzang, Qian Chen found that there were more people here than in the previous 2 cities.
Why are there more people in the desert than in the cities?
Qian Chen was puzzled to see that there were many buildings and even many merchants setting up stalls along the road in the desert.
The trade in the semi-desert of Banzang is very developed.
It has the largest underground black market in the ancient continent and many rare resources, so many people like to gather here. Otherwise, why do you think the Yao sect and the Qingyun Pavilion chose this place as the permanent residence for their sects? Yesen Qianshuan glanced at Qian Chen, speechless. How come you don't know anything? It's as if you're not from this world. Qian Chen raised an eyebrow, his heart couldn't help but beat faster, and he hurriedly said, Ahem, I rarely know about these things.
I'm just learning now that I'm out. TCH. By the way, why did you say you wanted to go to the semi-desert of Banzang?
To buy some things at the underground black market.
I need to earn some money now, the money I have on me is not enough.
Qian Chen planned to use his skills to write a book of immortal techniques, and there must be an auction in the vast Banzang desert. He also planned to capture and sell some soul beasts in the Void Star realm. He estimated that a special body of the Sky realm would cost at least 200,000 to 300,000 ancient coins. At this moment, an old man walked up to Qian Chen and Yesen Qianshuan. The old man smiled at the 2 and said, Little friends, would you like to join our hunter god sect? The Lord will descend soon, and those who become his followers will be spared from death and will follow him to a new world.
Hunter god sect? What is that? Qian Chen was a little confused. What kind of sect was this? Yesen Qianshuan was also puzzled, looking at the old man in front of her and said, Grandpa, are you joking? There haven't been any gods appearing in the immortal world for thousands of years. How could there be a god descending? The appearance of a god describes the birth of a deity,
while the descent of a god is a metaphor for a deity appearing in a certain place. The old man smiled and continued, "The Lord does not belong to this world, but he will descend here." At this point, both Chen Chen and Yeshen Qianshuan realized that the god the old man was talking about was not a true god of this world, but a deity from outside the immortal world. A foreign god descending into the immortal world, isn't that a catastrophe? I'm sorry, we already have our own sect. We can't join your hunter god sect. Before Qianshen could speak, Yeshen Qianshuan declined the old man's invitation on behalf of the two. The old man just nodded calmly and then disappeared from their sight. Qianshen looked at Yeshen Qianshuan in confusion and couldn't help but ask, how can anyone believe in the evil gods during a catastrophe? I don't know. Yeshen Qianshuan also looked puzzled as she watched the old man leave. She had never heard of the hunter god sect, but she felt a strange energy from the old man just now. After entering the Banzang Desert, they encountered many vendors selling goods and local delicacies along the way. Yeshen Qianshuan pestered Qianshen to buy her some food, and Qianshen had to agree to her request. After all, she had given him a top-grade revival pill. This amount of money was not even worth a tenth of the value of the revival pill. Finding a place to rest, Qianshen used his skills to write 100 Demon Roar into a book of immortal techniques. Although this divine art belonged to the demon sect, he was afraid that no cultivator outside the demon sect would dare to use it without authorization. But Qianshen also knew that there probably wasn't such an immortal technique book on the market, and even if someone wanted to use it, they probably wouldn't be able to. It was better to write it down and take it to the underground black market to sell. After all, identities were strictly confidential in the underground black market, and no one would be able to find out his true identity. Then, Qianshen said to Yeshen Qianshuan, who was eating nearby, "You can play around here for a while, and wait for me here in 3 hours. Oh, where are you going?" "To the Void Star Realm, to capture some soul beasts and sell them." When she heard the 3 words Void Star Realm, Yeshen Qianshuan put on a surprised expression and said, "Wow, can you open the door to the void with just the Sky Realm?" Qianshen coughed lightly and modestly said, "Keep it low-key. In fact, I can open the door to the void when I'm in the Void Realm. Will you take me in to play? I've never been to the Void Star Realm before." Yeshen Qianshuan's eager expression made Qianshen feel a bit awkward. Previously, he had caught a few black gold apes, offending the chief of the Black Gold Ape tribe. The last time he entered the Void Star Realm, he almost lost his life. If they were to encounter the chief of the Black Gold Ape tribe again, Yeshen Qianshuan might also meet her end. Qianshen sternly refused her, but he couldn't resist Yeshen Qianshuan's coquetry and ultimately compromised once again. However, Qianshen warned, "Once we're inside, no running around. You must stick close to me and follow my commands. Otherwise, I might not be able to protect you if something happens." "Got it." Seeing Yeshen Qianshuan assure him, Qianshen led her to a sparsely populated area and began reciting the divine text to open the gate of the void. After a moment, the gate of the void opened in the sky, and Qianshen pulled Yeshen Qianshuan into the Void Star Realm. Kobe, who was hiding in the shadows, was about to join them, but he saw his younger sister frown at him and reluctantly stayed behind, waiting for the two to come out. After entering the Void Star Realm, Qianshen immediately summoned his immortal shadow and remained vigilant, watching his surroundings to prevent the sudden appearance of the chief of the Black Gold Ape tribe. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, there were no abnormal movements. Qianshen and Yeshen Qianshuan drifted through the war fog and soon encountered 5 three-headed wolves. 2 of them were in the Celestial Realm, while the remaining 3 were only in the Void Realm. Qianshen didn't feel much pressure facing these 5 spirit beasts. However, he faced a very tricky problem. His most powerful immortal technique at the moment was the Nether 9 Styles, Nether River Barehanded Technique, which could instantly kill a Celestial Realm spirit beast. But his goal was to capture, not to hunt and kill, so he had to consider using other immortal techniques. However, other immortal techniques might not be able to subdue all 5 three-headed wolves at the same time, posing a very awkward problem. "Qianshuan, how strong are you?" Qianshen asked tentatively. Yeshen Qianshuan blinked and smiled. "What, can't you defeat them?" "Cough, it's not that. I'm afraid that if I kill them all at once, I won't be able to sell them. Since you're in the Void Realm, your strength should be good. You can assist me with immortal techniques." Yeshen Qianshuan smiled meaningfully and blinked at Qianshen. "If I help you, what do I get in return?" Qianshen was taken aback and instinctively said, "I'll split the money with you? I don't want money. Just promise me one thing," Yeshen Qianshuan said as she revealed her immortal shadow, then turned to Qianshen. "I haven't thought of it yet. Let's leave it for now, and I'll tell you when I think of it later." Watching Yeshen Qianshuan fly towards the 5 three-headed wolves, Qianshen didn't dare to delay any longer and followed closely behind her. The 5 three-headed wolves sensed the approach of the two and quickly gathered together, baring their sharp fangs and glaring fiercely at Qianshen.
However, they sensed Yesen Qianshuan's aura and their ferocious momentum weakened, showing fear in their eyes, and even a desire to turn and flee. Divine punishment.
Yesen Qianshuan was the first to use her immortal technique. A golden circular array appeared under the bodies of the 5 three-headed wolves, instantly restraining them.
Seizing the opportunity, Qianchen recited the divine text. 100 demons roar. A huge roar sounded, and the 3 Void Realm three-headed wolves directly fainted. However, the remaining 2 Celestial Realm three-headed wolves were unaffected, and their bodies gradually became transparent as they prepared to flee.
Qianchen's eyes narrowed, realizing the situation was not good. Just as he was about to release another immortal technique, the 2 three-headed wolves suddenly lay motionless on the ground, leaving Qianchen bewildered. He hadn't even used a skill yet, so why were they scared? Qianchen did not see that there was a change in the fairy shadow of Yishin Qiansun behind him. The 3-headed wolf just glanced at it and immediately lurked. It's so easy to catch 2 high-level soul beasts. This money is too easy to make, isn't it? After Qianchen put the 5 three-headed wolves into the Qiankuan bag, he still felt somewhat incredulous. Just now, those 2 three-headed wolves in the sky realm were clearly about to run away. Their speed was surprisingly fast. Even if Qianchen had noticed them first, he might not have been able to catch them. But they suddenly fainted, which puzzled him. Yishin Qiansun smiled and said, isn't it because of the credit of this young lady? This time, it is indeed thanks to you. I didn't expect your fairy skills to be quite powerful. Clearly only in the Void Realm, you can actually trap the soul beasts in the Sky Realm. Even I don't have such a strong controlling fairy skill. This was not Qianchen deliberately praising Yishin Qiansun, but his sincere admiration. And he also decided to learn and apply Yishin Qiansun's fairy skills. When he displayed it at his level, the effect would certainly be more significant. After successfully hunting the 3-headed wolves, Qianchen quickly left the original place with Yishin Qiansun. He was afraid of staying here for too long, as the leader of the Black Gold Ape Clan would smell his presence and come over. In fact, when Qianchen had just arrived in the Void Star Realm, the leader of the Black Gold Ape Clan had already sensed his presence. But he also smelled Yishin Qiansun's scent, which scared him and made him not dare to come over, so he could only resentfully observe in secret. He was waiting for the moment when Yishin Qiansun left Qianchen's side, and then he would immediately make a move against Qianchen. Let's go, the Void Star Realm is still quite dangerous. I'm a little worried with you by my side, Qianchen said to Yishin Qiansun. Yishin Qiansun pouted discontentedly and complained, didn't you just see it? My strength is not bad. Do we really need to leave in such a hurry? Qianchen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stayed with her in the Void Star Realm for another half an hour. This time, following Yishin Qiansun in the Void Star Realm, Qianchen also saw more varieties of soul beasts. Most of these soul beasts were very large in size, and there were countless ones in the Saint Realm. However, as long as the cultivators did not actively attack them, these soul beasts would not easily make trouble for the cultivators. In addition, Qianchen also saw other cultivators in the Void Star Realm for the first time, most of whom were accompanied by several strong cultivators in the Saint Realm and a few cultivators in the Sky Realm. Occasionally, he would see a few groups of cultivators capturing soul beasts. Those who capture soul beasts are generally from various sects and arenas. A capture team must have at least 3 or more strong cultivators in the Saint Realm, otherwise it is difficult to handle unexpected situations during the capture process. After hearing Yishin Qiansun's explanation, Qianchen realized how bold he had been. When he was still in the Void Realm, he dared to enter the Void Star Realm alone and even launch an attack on the Black Gold Ape Clan. In the eyes of other cultivators, this was a suicidal act. Qianchen felt embarrassed and said, "You are only in the Sky Realm, yet you dared to come in with me. You are quite bold. Although you are only in the Sky Realm, I have never thought that your strength can only reach the Sky Realm. I can tell that you have a deep understanding of divine texts. Why don't you tell me how you recognize so many divine texts?" Yishin Qiansun blinked her watery eyes innocently, and Qianchen found it hard to refuse for a moment. In fact, he also wanted to teach Yishin Qiansun the technique of recognizing divine texts, but the most important point was that he had no technique, purely relying on his love and passion for English. This thing relies on talent. There really isn't much technique. Tisk, stingy, if you don't want to teach, just say so. Don't make so many excuses. Yesen Qianshuan said so, but she had already made up her mind. As long as she spent some time with Qianchen, he would inevitably let down his guard, and then it would be easy to learn the secrets of mastering the divine language from him. Just as Qianchen was about to leave the Void Star Realm with Yesen Qianshuan, he heard the roar of a dragon, looked up, and saw a huge blue dragon flying in the sky. The dragon was even larger than the Star Realm dragon of Void Kuan Laozu,
but Qianchen faintly saw the color of the Holy Realm immortal shadow on it. In the Void Star Realm, are the Star Realm dragons the most powerful existence? Qianchen asked Yeshen Qianxuan. Basically, yes, and the Star Realm dragons have been at the level of the Celestial Realm since their birth. There are many Star Realm dragons in the Void Star Realm who have reached the level of Quasi-Emperor. You won't provoke their attention, will you? I did attract such attention, but with my current strength, it's probably difficult to capture. My master once had a Star Realm dragon, but unfortunately, he has already passed away. At this point, Qianchen suddenly remembered what Emperor Qiyu had told him, that the three ancestors had used all their strength to send Zhongzhu Qi Ruyan into the Void Star Realm before the immortal explosion. Was she still in the Void Star Realm? Qianchen made up his mind that after mastering the second turn of the 9 revolutions of the Netherworld, he would enter the Void Star Realm to find Qi Ruyan. With her strength as the sect master, she would not encounter any danger in the Void Star Realm for the time being. Mount Taizong, the location of the Medicine Sect's Holy Land. Mu Yu reported to her father, the sect master of the Medicine Sect, about the fusion of the longevity clock and Qianchen. The sect master of the Medicine Sect was shocked. Who exactly is this young man named Qianchen? He can actually merge with an ancient artifact. No wonder the 7-star sect has issued a wanted order to capture him. He is indeed the descendant of the annihilated sect who took the longevity clock. Mu Yu explained, Father, Qianchen had already merged with the longevity clock before the incident at the Eternal Sect. I feel that there is something suspicious about the Eternal Sect. Qianchen had no reason to kill the 3 ancestors. The sect master of the Medicine Sect was a reasonable person. After thinking for a moment, he said, Your relationship with this Qianchen should be good, right? You should try to find him. Since he can merge with the longevity clock, he must be able to use it. It just so happens that it solves the problem I have been unable to figure out, how to use the power of the longevity clock. Bring him to the Medicine Sect, and he can make any conditions he wants. As long as he can use the power of the longevity clock to help me, then stepping into the realm of dominion will be just a step away. I understand, Father. Mu Yu left the Medicine Sect. She did not know where Qianchen was at the moment, so she could only rely on her intuition to find him. At the same time, the black-masked youth also emerged from the Gate Realm. He was looking for the opportunity before he became an emperor. Wearing the mask for a long time is really uncomfortable. It's really hard to live as a shadow. He took off the mask on his face, and there was no surprise when he saw Qianchen's appearance. Then he slowly blended into the crowd, thinking of heading to the half-buried desert. He had a hunch that he would find the opportunity to become an emperor there. At that moment, Mu Yu was flying on her sword towards the half-buried desert. Among a group of merchants below, she saw a familiar figure and immediately landed. Mu Yu saw his back clearly and confirmed that it was Qianchen, and she was very surprised, saying, Qianchen, it's really you. The black-masked youth was somewhat surprised when he turned around and saw Mu Yu, and then he suddenly had an idea. He quickly put away his slightly dark expression and pretended to be surprised, saying, Xiaoyu? Mu Yu had not yet noticed that the current Qianchen in front of her was different from before. Besides being surprised, she was also curious about the incident at the Eternal Sect. After Yeshen Qianxuan and Qianchen came out of the Void Star Realm, it was already evening. Then the two of them went to one of the beast-fighting arenas in the half-buried desert. When Qianshan released the 5 3-headed wolves from the Qiankuan bag, the staff at the beast arena were somewhat surprised. The speed of the 3-headed wolves reaching the realm of the heavens was extremely fast, and few practitioners outside the top 10 sects could capture them. One person asked Qianshan, May I ask if you are a hunter? Hunter? What's that? I'm not. Qianshan didn't quite understand the person's words. Night god Qiansun, who was nearby, lowered her voice and said, Hunters are practitioners who hunt soul beasts. They usually act alone. The beast arena likes to deal with hunters and is willing to pay a higher price to recover the soul beasts in their possession. Upon hearing this, Qianshan quickly changed his tune. Oh, a hunter, yes, that's me. I didn't know that's what it's called. The person's face immediately lit up and said, Since you are a hunter, the price for these 5 3-headed wolves will be based on the expert hunter's recovery, totaling 230,000 ancient coins. Please wait a moment, I will go get it for you. Soon, 2 people came back carrying a large box filled with shiny ancient coins. After Qianshan collected them, he was about to leave but was stopped again. Sir, since you are a hunter, would you be interested in joining our Beast Arena's hunter group? As long as you come to our Beast Arena in the future, hunting soul beasts will be free, but you will need to provide the Beast Arena with at least 2 soul beasts every month. Any level is acceptable, and for those above the realm of the void, we will pay corresponding rewards. Qianshan looked at Night God Qiansun, trying to ask her if this was feasible. Night God Qiansun nodded, and Qianshan immediately agreed.
Afterward, the people from the Beast Arena gave him a token, symbolizing that Qian Chen was now a member of the Beast Arena's hunter group. After the two left, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect to gain such benefits by becoming a hunter in the Beast Arena. It's really great. Although the treatment is good, you still need to provide the Beast Arena with at least 2 soul beasts every month. If you fail to do so, you will be blacklisted by the Beast Arena. And if you encounter other hunters from the same hunter group in the Void Star Realm, you will be hunted down," Night God Qianchen added casually. Qian Chen shrugged, thinking that it was just 2 soul beasts, and there were no restrictions on the realm of cultivation. He counted the ancient coins on him and realized that he had earned a total of 360,000 ancient coins from selling the Super Soul Annihilation Firecloud Immortal Technique Manual for 130,000 ancient coins and the 230,000 from selling the soul beasts. With this much money, buying 2 bodies should be no problem at all. When I sell the 100 Demon Roar book on the black market, I might even earn enough for another body. Qian Chen thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. At the same time, Mu Yu and the Qian Chen she had encountered arrived at the edge of the Halfsang Desert. Both of them sensed a strange aura. "Qian Chen, since the eternal sex matter has nothing to do with you, and there are people everywhere trying to capture you for the reward, why don't you join the medicine sect with me? I know people there." Mu Yu chose to hide her identity from Qian Chen. Shadow Qian Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's not the right time yet. I need to find something in the Halfsang Desert first. After I find it, I will consider this matter." "Okay, then I'll help you find it." Emperor Qi Yu sensed the aura belonging to Shadow Qian Chen on him. He used his divine sense to track down the location of Shadow Qian Chen and Mu Yu, and was shocked by Shadow Qian Chen's current realm of cultivation. I didn't expect his shadow to have reached the realm of a quasi-emperor. Now, with just one opportunity, he can advance to the realm of an emperor. What a terrifying talent. But why is this little girl with him? Could she have mistaken the person? This is going to be interesting. Qi Yu the Great Emperor chose not to tell him about the escape of Qian Chen's clone. He always felt that this was a very interesting matter. At this moment, the elegant man with 3 swords also arrived at the semi-desert, standing with his hands behind his back, and then went to the underground black market of the semi-desert. Unconsciously, several people with connections appeared above the semi-desert. The master of the Yao sect sensed a few familiar auras and squinted at the left guardian, saying, "Several distinguished guests have come to the semi-desert, including that little devil wanted by the 7-star sect." The left guardian said, "Master, I seem to have sensed the aura of the person who was protected by the Gate Emperor at the 100 Sects conference last time. I also sensed it. Let's not act rashly for now. Send more people to monitor the underground black market recently. It's not common for several emperors to come to the semi-desert at the same time." The left guardian nodded and then disappeared into the Yao sect. Qian Chen and Night God Qianchuan stayed at a hotel in the semi-desert for one night, and then they headed to the underground black market. "When we get to the underground black market, you must stick close to me. There are definitely many high-level practitioners inside, and there may even be emperors present." Qian Chen once again instructed Night God Qianchuan, fearing that she might encounter danger inside. Night God Qianchuan impatiently nodded, I know. You're like an old man. Stop treating me like a child, okay? Ahem. Okay." Qian Chen was suddenly exposed, as he had indeed been taking care of Night God Qianchuan as if she were his own younger sister in the previous world. They were very similar, but Night God Qianchuan had a touch of sensibility. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the underground black market, where the practitioners at the entrance issued them with orc helmets. No one's identity could be exposed here. Once one's identity was exposed in the underground black market, it would be very dangerous. As Qian Chen and Night God Qianchuan entered, Mu Yu and Shadow Qianchen also arrived at the entrance, and Shadow Qianchen immediately sensed Qianchen's presence. "Oh, he's here too. This is getting interesting." Although it was called the underground black market, the decoration here was very luxurious, and the space was surprisingly large. Qianchen was quite surprised by the magnificent appearance, as it resembled the palace of the Night God royal family, except that the things here were not made of gold. "Wow, this place is too luxurious. It's a bit inconsistent to call such a luxurious place an underground black market. I thought the underground black market was a very simple place. It really challenges my worldview. The reason it's called the underground black market is because the things sold here are not from legitimate channels, or the sellers don't want to reveal their identities, so it's called a black market." Night God Qianchuan and Qianchen walked in the hall, where there were quite a few people. In addition to selling things, there was also a large arena for practitioners to try out the items they had just bought. Qianchen found the place to consign items. "Here, as long as you fill in the information of the item you want to sell and the price you want to sell it for, it will be uploaded to the information database of the underground black market. Once the item is sold, you will receive 98% of the amount, with the remaining 2% as the intermediary fee of the underground black market. After uploading the 100 Demon Roar Immortal Technique, Xianxun planned to sell it for 80,000 ancient coins. After all, the 100 Demon Roar was not an immortal technique he had created himself, and it would not be a good thing if it attracted the attention of the Yao sect. Left Guardian, someone has consigned a copy of the 100 Demon Roar Immortal Technique in the backstage. Isn't this your sect's exclusive immortal technique? In the backstage, the staff discovered that an item like this had been uploaded to the information database, and immediately reported it to the Left Guardian of the Yao sect who happened to be here. The Left Guardian squinted and said, "Someone dares to sell the 100 Demon Roar Immortal Technique manual. They are not taking our Yao sect seriously. Keep an eye on this person. I want to see who they really are." After selling the 100 Demon Roar Immortal Technique manual, Xianxun brought Night God Xianxun to the place where bodies were being sold. There were many bodies of the Celestial Realm cultivators in the black market, the cheapest being a regular Celestial Realm body with no enhancements, which was useless to Xianxun. What he needed was a Celestial Realm body with a refined physique reaching the level of an immortal body, and at the very least, a low-grade immortal body of the Celestial Realm, which cost 200,000 ancient coins. Damn, it's so expensive. A low-grade immortal body of the Celestial Realm costs 200,000 ancient coins. If the grade is higher, wouldn't it cost 50 or 60,000 ancient coins? Xianxun was shocked by the price of the bodies. He had originally thought that the money he had on hand would be enough to buy 3 or 4 bodies, but it turned out that he could only afford one. This underground black market is really dark. Xianxun felt somewhat desperate. He had worked so hard and spent so much time to earn over 300,000 ancient coins, and now he had to spend it all just to buy one Celestial Realm body. Night God Xianxun looked at Xianxun and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to buy a Celestial Realm body?" "It's needed for a cultivation technique I practice. I didn't expect a body to be so expensive. I miscalculated. If I had the chance, I would rather find a better one myself. Where would I get so much money to buy several bodies?" Xianxun lamented, and in the end, he spent 320,000 ancient coins to buy a medium-grade immortal body of the Celestial Realm. It is likely that the absorption effect after being refined will be more significant for a higher-grade immortal body. After obtaining the immortal body, Xianxun wandered around the area where herbs were being sold. At one stall, he saw a type of herb that the former Emperor Qi Yu had given him. "Excuse me, how much is this pearl herb?" Xianxun picked up one and asked about the price. The herb seller lazily raised his head and casually said, 15,000 ancient coins for one. Damn! Xianxun was once again shocked. This herb actually cost 15,000 ancient coins. The former Emperor Qi Yu had given him over a dozen of these without batting an eye. Those herbs added up to at least 2 million ancient coins. He hadn't expected these herbs to be so valuable. It's not surprising, after all, they only grow in the special realm of Xingye, and the entrance to Xingye is in the extremely cold region. It is an extremely exhausting and time-consuming task to pick and transport them to the ancient continent. Xianxun suddenly wanted to go to the extremely cold region. If he could stay in Xingye for a while, these herbs would be inexhaustible. In such an environment, practicing the Nether 9 transformation technique would probably advance several levels in no time. At this point, Xianxun made up his mind. After leaving the half-desert, he would find a way to enter Xingye first. As for the Temple of the Heavenly God, there was no rush to go there. It was especially important to advance several levels after mastering the Nether 9 transformation technique. Moreover, there was no warrant for him in the extremely cold region, so he didn't have to worry about being arrested. Thinking of this, Xianxun immediately asked Night God Xianxun beside him, "Xianxun, how do I get to the extremely cold region?" "You want to go to the extremely cold region?" "Yes, isn't the entrance to Xingye there?" "I want to go inside Xingye." Night God Xianxun looked at Xianxun with a complicated expression and said, "Your cultivation realm doesn't have much significance in the extremely cold region. The cultivators in the extremely cold region focus on cultivating their soul power level. If your soul power level is too low, I advise you not to go there." Xianxun nodded. He didn't think his soul power level was low. He had already reached the level of the mid-stage of the fiery soul, which was considered to be at the level of medium soul power. After that, Xianxun, with Night God Xianxun, planned to leave the underground black market. Although there were many good things here, he didn't have enough ancient coins to buy them. The urgent matter was to go back and absorb the low-grade immortal body, and then start practicing the second turn of the Nether 9 transformation technique. Just then, 3 disciples of the Yao sect appeared next to Xianxun, blocking their way. "The immortal art of 100 demons roaring is the one you put up for sale, right?"
the leader asked Qian Chen. Chen Chen frowned. All three of them, like him, wore helmets to conceal their identities. How had his identity as the seller of the 100 Demons Roaring Immortal Art been discovered? Suddenly, Qian Chen realized that something was wrong. The three people in front of him were very likely from the Yao sect. It's not me. You've got the wrong person, Qian Chen said calmly. The three disciples of the Yao sect were instantly stunned. This was the information given to them by the Left Guardian. How could there be a mistake? Could it be that the Left Guardian had made a mistake? Just as the three disciples of the Yao sect were dazed, Qian Chen grabbed Night God Qiansun's shoulder and disappeared in an instant. The three disciples of the Yao sect immediately came to their senses, cursed under their breath, and the leader said, "Quick, chase them. If they escape, the Left Guardian will kill us." Qian Chen and Night God Qiansun had already appeared outside the underground black market. He realized that he had been targeted by the Yao sect and needed to leave the half-buried desert immediately. Not good, they're coming after us. Qian Chen hadn't run far when the three disciples of the Yao sect had already caught up, revealing their blue immortal shadows. All three of them were practitioners of the Azure Sky Realm. "Bold traitor, you have privately learned our sect's immortal art, and openly written it into a book to sell in the underground black market. I, on behalf of our great Yao sect, will eliminate you." The leader of the pursuing disciples of the Yao sect spoke to Qian Chen. Qian Chen took off the helmet that concealed his identity and squinted, saying, "Indeed, you are from the Yao sect. If you don't want me to sell it, then I won't. Why do you have to chase and kill me?" The leader of the Yao sect disciples angrily said, "How dare you? You cannot just learn and sell our sect's immortal art as you please. Offending the Yao sect means certain death for you. Is that so? Just the three of you can't do anything to me." Qian Chen's eyes narrowed. Since he had already yielded, but these three were still unwilling to let go, there was no possibility of reconciliation. In that case, let's fight. After all, the reputation of the Yao sect in the ancient continent was not very good. There were many rumors that the Yao sect used human blood as essence, and in order for each of their disciples to have a special immortal body, they had to kill many practitioners of the Azure Sky Realm every year. With such cruel methods and practices, it had long aroused dissatisfaction among many practitioners and sects in the ancient continent. But because the Yao sect was the second-ranked sect, many dared not speak out. "You have a big mouth. All three of us are practitioners of the Azure Sky Realm, and we all have medium-grade immortal bodies. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse would have to think twice before dealing with the three of us." After the leader of the Yao sect disciples finished speaking, he immediately charged towards Qian Chen in the sky. "Qiansun, you retreat to a safe place. Leave these three to me." Qian Chen protected Night God Qiansun behind him. Night God Qiansun obediently nodded, not intending to intervene in Qian Chen's battle. Qian Chen also revealed his immortal shadow and then laughed wildly. "Perfect timing. I can't afford the immortal body of the Azure Sky Realm, but you three are delivering yourselves to me. In that case, I won't be polite." The three disciples of the Yao sect formed a triangular formation, trapping Qian Chen in the middle. They each stood at one of the three corners and simultaneously launched their immortal arts. 100 Demons Roaring. The three of them simultaneously launched their attacks, and Qian Chen immediately used a defensive immortal art, then recited the divine text. Heavenly attraction of a myriad of forms. In an instant, the sky tore open, and instead of just a few dozen meteorites falling from it, now thousands of them were descending. Qian Chen had reached the realm of the heavens, and his celestial arts had greatly improved with his realm. Hundreds of large and small meteorites fell from the sky. Seeing such a massive group of meteorites, the three of them were surprised, and then they used their celestial arts to destroy the meteorites. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Chen broke through the encirclement of the three, and immediately drew out Heixiao. His celestial shadow also had an additional black sword, and he said, "Soaring Thunder Technique." A sword shadow struck one of the disciples of the Yao sect, but their special celestial bodies did not suffer much damage from the attack. Qian Chen looked surprised and said to himself, "I didn't expect the high-grade celestial body to have such amazing defensive power. It seems I underestimated these few people." The three of them had already shattered all the meteorites in the group, and then the leading disciple released his celestial arts again, 100 Demon Slash. His celestial shadow transformed into an incredibly ugly appearance, his hands turned into a demon blade, and the huge celestial shadow directly attacked Qian Chen. Ice Age. Numerous ice beads appeared around Qian Chen, attempting to freeze the celestial shadow of the person, but this only slowed down his attack speed and did not freeze his entire celestial shadow. At this moment, Qian Chen's eyes narrowed, and he no longer underestimated the three disciples of the Yao sect in front of him. He took a few steps back and accelerated the speed of his celestial arts. Super Soul Annihilation Fire Cloud.
Numerous red fire clouds appeared in the sky, and 3 fireballs flew out from the fire clouds, each hitting one of the 3. Seizing this opportunity, Qianchen released his celestial arts again, Nether 9 forms, Nether River unarmed combat. As Qianchen's voice fell, his celestial shadow's arms turned purple, and a huge purple palm print flew towards the 3 disciples of the Yao sect. In order to completely defeat them with this move, Qianchen released a controlling skill he had just learned from Yeshen Qianshuan. Heaven's Punishment. A huge light array appeared under the feet of the 3, and their bodies became stiff. They tried to use defensive celestial arts to avoid Qianchen's 2 attacks, but their bodies soon became unable to move, and they could only watch as the celestial arts struck them. Ah! The 3 let out a miserable cry as the huge palm prints solidly hit them, and they were instantly thrown out, their bodies bursting with blood mist as many blood vessels were ruptured. Qianchen flew in the air, looking at the 3 who were already seriously injured on the ground, and sneered, "I'll take your bodies." He held Heishou and prepared to deliver a fatal blow, but the bodies of the 3 suddenly underwent a transformation, visibly growing larger and becoming distorted and ugly. In a matter of seconds, the 3 of them turned into 3 huge and extremely ugly demon beasts. Qianchen was surprised and quickly retreated. He remembered that the Yao sect's Shashan had used this celestial arts at the Bai sect's grand meeting, called Transforming Demons into Saints, which would greatly enhance the caster's abilities in a short period of time. However, Qianchen was still a step too slow, and he was grabbed by one of the transformed disciples and ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Qianchen got up from the ground, blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away and said in a cold voice, "You've got some strength, you've angered me." Qianchen reversed Heishou into the ground, then leaped into the air and once again released the Nether 9 forms, Nether River unarmed combat. This time, however, Qianchen used more than half of his soul power, concentrating half of his soul power into this palm. This palm struck the 3 transformed disciples of the Yao sect, and they couldn't resist it, instantly falling to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Qianchen also jumped down from the air, looking at the 3 who were now unable to fight anymore, panting heavily. "I didn't expect their strength to reach this level. It's really a bit of a stretch to fight 3 practitioners of the heavens at the same time." However, Qianchen did not notice that one person quietly gathered energy and performed a fairy technique. His hand turned into a demon blade, ready to stab Qianchen with all his might. Even the onlooker, Yeshen Qianshuan, did not react in time. Her face changed drastically. "Qianchen, be careful behind you." Before Qianchen could turn around, the demon disciple was just a step away from him, and the demon blade was about to pierce Qianchen's waist. At this critical moment, Qianchen knew that he couldn't avoid this attack, and his waist would definitely be pierced. However, the next second, a flash of light from a sword cut off the demon disciple's arm that had turned into a demon blade, and it fell from the sky. When he realized it, his hand was already covered in blood mist, and his severed arm was still spurting blood. "Ah!" He let out a miserable scream as he fell heavily to the ground from the sky. Qianchen was also surprised by this sudden turn of events. He turned around and saw a man in a white robe standing behind him. The elegant man held a sword in his hand and had 2 more swords hanging from his waist, with a faint smile on his face. Qianchen realized that the man in front of him, probably a swordsman, had saved him. He quickly thanked him. "Thank you for your help, sir." "Ha, it was just a small effort. I just couldn't stand the sneak attack from these scoundrels. I only made a slight move, nothing to be proud of." The elegant man smiled slightly. Before Qianchen could say more to the elegant man, he quickly took out his black howl and gave the 3 demon disciples lying on the ground another blow. As their celestial shadows gradually dissipated, it also meant that the 3 of them had completely died. Qianchen took out his Qiankuan bag and collected their bodies. Just now I spent over 300,000 ancient coins to buy a body, and now I have 3 more bodies. It seems that killing is still the best option, buying one is too expensive." Qianchen was pleased with himself, then said to the elegant man standing there, "These are disciples of the demon sect. You should leave here quickly, so as not to be implicated by the demon sect people later." "So what if it's the demon sect?" the elegant man said calmly. This surprised Qianchen once again. He didn't expect someone who wasn't afraid of the demon sect, which made him very interested in the swordsman in front of him. "Sir, my name is Qianchen. May I ask for your name?" Qianchen asked tentatively. This person was very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have saved him in the situation just now. The elegant man smiled and then put away the sword in his hand, saying, "I am Hua Bujan." "Hua Bujan. What a great name. You look like a swordsman, and your sword is very fast." Qianchen praised. Hua Bujan just smiled lightly and then looked at Yeshen Qianshuan behind Qianchen, frowned slightly. He felt that this girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Yeshen Qianshuan was also in a panic. She recognized Hua Buzhan's true identity at a glance and was afraid that her true identity would be exposed. She subconsciously took a step back, but soon noticed his puzzled look. Yesen Xianxuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems he didn't remember who I am, scared me to death. Xianxun flew down from the sky, and Yesen Xianxuan quickly said, I was so scared just now, that person almost stabbed you. Indeed, I couldn't even dodge in time, thanks to Hua Buzhan. Xianxun looked back at Hua Buzhan and smiled again. At this moment, the 3 waist plaques in the hands of the left guardian in the underground black market instantly shattered, and then turned into energy, disappearing in his hands. The left guardian's face changed, all 3 of them are dead, and this kid actually killed them all. When I personally make a move, let's see where you can escape to. A divine thought was cast towards the location where Xianxun and the others were, and Xianxun immediately sensed the dangerous aura, quickly saying to Yesen Xianxuan and Hua Buzhan, not good, it's a strong practitioner from the Yao sect, retreat quickly. Xianxun knew that it was impossible for him to outrun a strong practitioner, so he immediately opened the gate of the void and pulled Yesen Xianxuan into it. Hua, come in quickly. Hua Buzhan also entered the void star realm, and then Xianxun immediately closed the gate of the void. The next moment, Zhua, the guardian, appeared where the gate of the void had closed, looking down and sensing the gradually dissipating spirits of 3 Yao sect disciples. Selling exclusive immortal techniques of the Yao sect, killing my Yao sect disciples, if I catch you, I will skin you alive. Zhua also opened the gate of the void and then entered it. Inside the void star realm, Xianxun looked at Hua Buzhan who had followed, and apologized, I'm sorry, Hua, for involving you in this to save me. It's okay, I'm a wandering swordsman myself, with no shortage of enemies, what's one more from the Yao sect? Hua Buzhan said calmly, seemingly unconcerned about being targeted by the Yao sect. Ahem, may I ask what realm of cultivation Brother Hua is in? Saint realm. Xianxun was slightly surprised. No wonder Hua Buzhan wasn't afraid of the Yao sect, he turned out to be a strong practitioner in the Saint realm. However, as the second-ranked sect in the ancient continent, the Yao sect probably had nearly 100 strong practitioners in the Saint realm, and their strength was equally formidable. At the same time, what surprised Xianxun even more was that Hua Buzhan, who looked to be at most 25 years old, had actually reached the astonishing Saint realm. It was worth noting that many elders in the sect who had reached the Saint realm were almost 100 years old. It seemed that Hua Buzhan was also an exceptionally talented individual. Miss, have we met somewhere before? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hua Buzhan said to the silent Yesen Xianxuan. Yesen Xianxuan was startled and deliberately showed a surprised expression. Huh? Have we met? I don't think so, you must have mistaken me for someone else. May I ask the lady's name? Xianxuan. After hearing Yesen Xianxuan tell him her name, Hua Buzhan silently repeated it several times in his mouth, feeling familiar, but ultimately unable to remember who she was. After a moment of doubt, Hua Buzhan smiled and said, Xianxuan, are you 2 siblings? Xianxun looked at Yesen Xianxuan with an embarrassed expression. Their names did indeed seem easily mistaken for siblings, and he explained to Hua Buzhan, we are not siblings, just ordinary friends, it's just a coincidence that our surnames are the same. Hua Buzhan smiled apologetically, and after waiting for a moment in the fog of war, the 3 of them opened the gate of the void again and left the void star realm. When they returned to the semi-desert, Xianxun just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Now that they had been targeted by the Yao sect, if they stayed in the semi-desert for a while, they would probably be hunted down by many powerful practitioners from the Yao sect. At this moment, several strong practitioners in the Saint realm arrived from a distance, and Xianxun immediately recognized them as people from the Yao sect, causing cold sweat to break out on his back. So many strong practitioners in the Saint realm, and almost every practitioner from the Yao sect had extremely powerful immortal bodies. Xianxun knew very well that with his current strength, if he were to fight these several strong practitioners in the Saint realm, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. So many people have come. Do you 2 want to hide with me first? I have a hiding place nearby, Hua Buzhan suggested. Then I'll trouble Brother Hua. My friend's cultivation realm is not high, and it really wouldn't be a good thing if we were to fight. Hua Buzhan nodded, then quickly disappeared from the spot, and Xianxun immediately grabbed Yesen Xianxuan's hand and followed behind Hua Buzhan. When the several strong practitioners in the Saint realm landed here, Zhua, the guardian, also emerged from the void star realm. There are 3 of them now, their realms should not be high. Kill my demon sect disciple, this is a provocation to the demon sect, he must not be allowed to walk out of this desert alive. The left guardian angrily spoke to the several holy realm powerhouses who had come from the demon sect. One of them said, Left guardian, the leader seems to be Qian Shen, who is wanted by the 7-star sect. It is said that he is carrying the ancient artifact, the longevity clock, and is on the run. Oh,
It's that brat from the Eternal Sect. No wonder his aura feels familiar to this guardian. In that case, capturing him will also allow us to seize the longevity clock in one fell swoop, and the sect master will be pleased with this. The left guardian licked his lips, then personally joined the team to pursue Qianchen. The news of Qianchen's battle with 3 demon sect disciples was completely witnessed by Shadow Qianchen, and when he saw Huo Buzhan saving him, he felt slightly surprised. Heh, I didn't expect him to have quite a few strong allies. It seems he has quite a bit of luck. Shadow Qianchen muttered to himself, then glanced at the dusk rain beside him and chuckled. Qianchen, along with Night God Qiansun and Huo Buzhan, arrived at a not-so-small city in the middle of the Semblance Desert. According to Huo Buzhan's introduction, this was a sanctuary built by the Sword Sect for the many swordsmen in the Semblance Desert. It was called Sword City. Most of the people in Sword City were practitioners from the Sword Sect, and the rest were some swordsmen who played with swords, specializing in sword-related immortal techniques. Many of them were famous swordsmen on the Eternal Continent. I didn't expect to find such a city in the desert. It's really quite impressive. Qianchen curiously surveyed the entire Sword City. He also possessed the Black Howl, which was considered a famous sword. From an objective point of view, Qianchen was also a swordsman, but he only learned immortal techniques related to swordsmanship, with only the Thunderous Ascension technique. Huo Buzhan led Qianchen and Night God Qiansun to a house, pushed open the somewhat old door, and then said, "This is a room I used to live in years ago. No one will come here, so we can hide here for a while." "You used to live in Sword City?" Qianchen looked at Huo Buzhan, somewhat puzzled. "Before I became a wandering swordsman, I lived here. In recent years, I have been wandering around the Eternal Continent, so this place has become vacant." Qianchen looked at the 3 swords on Huo Buzhan's body. He knew that the better a person's sword technique, the more swords they could wield. With Huo Buzhan carrying 3 swords, it showed that his sword technique was very powerful, able to use 3 swords at the same time, which was truly a triple sword style. "Qiansun, let's rest here for a few days. I need to consolidate my techniques. There are people from the demon sect outside now, so it's not a good idea for us to leave the Semblance Desert." Night God Qiansun nodded and said, "If Big Brother Huo doesn't mind, we'll stay here for a while." "Heh, of course I don't mind. You can buy anything you want inside Sword City, and people from the demon sect generally don't come here." Huo Buzhan smiled faintly. He was curious about what techniques Qianchen would be practicing. He knew that the talent reward Qianchen received at the 100 Sects Conference was the Netherworld Overlord body. Although it was a top-grade immortal body, it was not easy to control. However, he had seen Qianchen use the unique Netherworld 9 Forms immortal technique in his previous battle with the demon sect disciples. Night God Qiansun and Huo Buzhan left the backyard space to Qianchen alone. Qianchen quickly took out one of the celestial realm immortal bodies and began to practice the second transformation according to the method recorded in the Netherworld 9 Forms. After starting to practice the technique, the immortal body slowly floated up from the ground, and the soul power on it began to merge into Qianchen's body. Qianchen quickly felt the wonders of the second transformation of the Netherworld 9 Forms. With the immortal body joining in, the process was much smoother than when he had absorbed herbs before, greatly increasing the speed of his practice. "Hey, it feels like the longevity clock behind me is also providing a faint energy. Could it be that the longevity clock can also assist in cultivation?" Qianchen faintly felt that the longevity clock on his back was slowly emitting energy. He tried to activate the longevity clock behind him. Perhaps he could slowly use it, rather than having to reach the Emperor realm to use it, as he had heard when he fused with the longevity clock that day. Qianchen concentrated his soul power in the center and behind him, and indeed felt the longevity clock respond, releasing some power from it, which then slowly spread throughout his body. He felt that his bones had been tempered. "Great, I can indeed harness the power of the longevity clock." Qianchen was overjoyed, then softly recited a divine text, "Double the cultivation." A golden light emanated from Qianchen's back, and a semi-transparent longevity clock began to envelop his body, while occasional purple light emanated from his flesh. At this moment, in this mansion, Night God Qiansun cast his divine sense to observe Qianchen, while Huo Buzhan also released a strand of his primordial spirit from his body to observe Qianchen cultivating the Netherworld 9 transformation technique. Both of them were shocked by the strange phenomena displayed by Qianchen. Who could have imagined that not only did Qianchen fuse with the ancient artifact, but he could actually use it? He can actually use the ancient artifact. What kind of monster did those 3 old guys from the Eternal Sect take as their disciple? Huo Buzhan murmured. Night God Qiansun also smiled with a beautiful curve on her lips. "Not bad, his talent is even higher than mine. Perhaps he is the opportunity to help me become an emperor." As Qianchen cultivated the Netherworld 9 transformation technique, time flew by rapidly.
The celestial body in the celestial realm quickly became withered, indicating that all the contained energy had been absorbed by Qian Chen. He quickly took out 2 more celestial bodies from the Qiankuan bag. This time, in order to speed up the process, he immediately used the shadow clone technique. In an instant, there was another Qian Chen in the courtyard. The 2 Qian Chens sat back to back and began to cultivate the Netherworld 9 transformation technique at the same time. The 2 people who were secretly observing Qian Chen were shocked by the sudden release of the shadow clone technique, staring in disbelief at the 2 Qian Chens.
He can actually use such a divine technique. How is this possible?
I can't even comprehend how to release this divine technique.
Night God Qian Sun was completely stunned by Qian Chen's abilities.
Huo Buzhan also took a deep breath. I only learned this divine technique after reaching the Emperor realm, but he learned it in the celestial realm.
What kind of terrifying level has he reached in the divine texts?
As Qian Chen used the shadow clone technique, his other clone also quickly comprehended the second transformation of the Netherworld 9 transformation technique. A whole day passed, and his body was already soaked in sweat, but he had already successfully cultivated 40% of the second transformation. During this time, neither Huo Buzhan nor Night God Qian Sun disturbed Qian Chen's cultivation. 2 days later, Qian Chen had already absorbed all 3 celestial bodies in the celestial realm that he possessed, and had also completed most of the second transformation of the Netherworld 9 transformation technique.
It seems that I still need 2 more bodies to complete the second transformation. Phew, I didn't expect that just the second transformation would require 5 celestial bodies to complete. I wonder how many bodies will be needed for the subsequent transformations.
It was already late at night, but Qian Chen felt particularly energetic. After completing the second transformation of the Netherworld 9 transformation technique, he clearly felt that his body had been greatly strengthened.
Moreover, even his soul power had been greatly enhanced.
He had a premonition that he might soon break through from the mid-stage of the fierce soul to the late stage. Walking out of the courtyard, he found that Night God Qian Sun had already fallen asleep in bed.
The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was very large.
Even though the sun was scorching during the day, the temperature would drop to an unbearable level at night.
Qian Chen took off his coat and draped it over Night God Qian Sun.
Night God Chiharu, who was very sensitive, felt the warmth of the clothes draped over her by Qian Chen. She didn't open her eyes, just a very nice curve appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Have you finished cultivating your technique?
Huo Buzhan appeared silently behind Qian Chen and asked lightly. No, this technique takes a long time to cultivate successfully, but I have run out of the auxiliary materials I need. Without the auxiliary materials, the progress is too slow, and continuing to cultivate is not of much use. Facing Huo Buzhan, Qian Chen had no reservations. Huo Buzhan nodded silently, and at this moment, he was very sure that Qian Chen had indeed obtained the ancient book Nether 9 transformation technique that had long been lost. I didn't expect him to have outstanding talent and abundant cultivation resources.
Who exactly is the master behind him?
Just then, Qian Chen saw practitioners flying their swords in the night sky, constantly scanning the ground, obviously looking for something. The disciples of the Yao sect have already come to the Sword City. It seems that it is not suitable to stay here for long. Qian Chen looked at the disciples of the Yao sect flying in the sky and said worriedly,
Brother Hua, do you plan to continue staying in the Hafsang Desert? Qian Chen looked at Huo Buzhan beside him. Not necessarily. There is nothing in the Hafsang Desert that can continue to improve my strength.
I have been a wandering swordsman outside for these years, and I only returned here recently.
Qian Chen was delighted and said, Why don't you accompany me to the land of extreme cold?
After entering there, we can go to the Starry Night, where there are many herbs for cultivation, and there are also a large number of soul beasts that can enhance soul power levels.
That's a good suggestion. I can consider it.
Qian Chen had his own selfish motives. Since Emperor Qiyu told him that he needed to establish a great force in order to confront the Seven Star Sect, Qian Chen also understood this truth. No matter how powerful he was ultimately just one person. In order to confront the powerful sect of the Seven Star Sect, which had an Emperor Realm Emperor and countless Holy Realm powerhouses, he must have his own force.
Of course, this strength does not necessarily need to be numerous.
Even if there are many people, if the strength is not up to standard, they are just a group of people for show.
Qian Chen only wanted to find powerful cultivators to join him.
At the moment, Qian Chen had the intention of pulling Huo Buzhan into his own force.
A swordsman as powerful as him was indeed a rare talent.
Report to the Left Guardian, we still haven't found Qian Chen's whereabouts, but someone said they saw him at the gate of the Sword City a few days ago.
The Left Guardian snorted coldly, a bunch of useless people.
He is just a cultivator at the Celestial Realm, and you, a group of Holy Realm powerhouses, have been searching for him for so long. Subordinates deserve to die, but his strength is indeed very strong.
He alone killed 3 celestial realm disciples of the Yao sect. Nonsense. The reward he received at the 100 Sects Conference was a top-grade immortal body. His body-refining physique has already surpassed those 3 disciples of the Yao sect. It is not inconceivable for him to kill them. The Holy Realm cultivator of the Yao sect added, Left Guardian, we later went to the scene to look for the bodies of those 3 disciples, but found nothing. According to reason, they all had medium-grade immortal bodies, and it is absolutely impossible to destroy their bodies unless a special force is used. It seems that Qianchen took away their bodies. Oh, there is still this matter. I remember the top-grade immortal body he obtained was the Nether Tyrant body. Could it be that he has a way to cultivate the Nether Tyrant body, so he needs the bodies of the Celestial Realm, and it must reach the immortal body level? The Left Guardian fell into contemplation, naturally knowing the hidden secret of the Nether Tyrant body. But he still didn't believe that Qianchen could obtain the Ghost 9 transformation technique. This ancient book has been lost for a long time. Otherwise, the elder ancestors of the 100 Sects Conference would not have used the Ghost Dominator body, a fairy body that can be cultivated to the holy body, as a reward for talents. What the Left Guardian did not expect was that at this time, Qianchen not only obtained the Ghost 9 transformation technique, but he had already cultivated to the second transformation. This amazing speed, even if he were to cultivate, would be impossible to achieve. In order to capture Qianchen as soon as possible, the Left Guardian cast his divine sense in the direction of Jiancheng. After a search, he indeed sensed Qianchen's presence. Kid, you are indeed hiding here. The Left Guardian led a group of demon sect cultivators to Jiancheng, and at this time, they were at the gates. Morning quickly arrived, and Qianchen quickly sensed the energy that had surrounded Jiancheng. He looked out the window and found that there were demon sect people all around Jiancheng. Oh no, we've been discovered. Hua, Qianshuan, wake up quickly. The demon sect has found us, they are all coming for me. I'll attract their attention, you guys find a way to retreat. Yeshen Qianshuan woke up, rubbed her eyes, looking sleepy. What demon sect? So what if they are all demon sect people? Hua Bujan also silently drew his sword from behind and said, so what if it's the demon sect? I can't abandon my companions. I will fight with you. Looking at the 2 people in front of him who showed no signs of backing down, Qianchen felt a warm feeling in his heart, but still worried. You 2 go first. I definitely won't confront them head-on. There are at least 10 Holy Realm experts outside. We definitely won't stand a chance in a fight. After you leave, I will find a way to escape. Then I will go with you. My speed is not slower than yours. As long as you can escape, I will definitely be able to as well, Hua Bujan said calmly. No, Hua, you take Qianshuan and leave first. Her cultivation level is not high. If she runs alone, there might be accidents. Hua Bujan wanted to say something more, but seeing Qianchen's resolute expression, he ultimately did not insist. He looked outside and saw the Left Guardian, but he did not have any intention of going out to fight, because once he went out, the Left Guardian would recognize his true identity. At that time, it wouldn't just be a simple matter of the demon sect coming to capture Qianchen, it would be a conflict between 2 sects. Yeshen Qianshuan was not worried about her identity being recognized, because she had hardly appeared in public over the years, and almost no one outside of the Yeshen royal family knew what the daughter of the Yeshen clan leader looked like. She had originally wanted to stay and fight alongside Qianchen. With her strength, she could definitely ensure that he would not have any accidents when facing the demon sect. However, Hua Bujan unexpectedly compromised. Let's go, Qianshuan. Since Qianchen doesn't need us to stay here, you should leave with me. If we stay here, it will only make him unable to act freely. Yeshen Qianshuan looked at Hua Bujan and frowned. If you want to leave, go ahead. You are clearly a cultivator of the Holy Realm, yet you are letting Qianchen, who is only at the Celestial Realm, confront so many Holy Realm experts from the demon sect. I don't want to either, but Qianchen doesn't want us to stay here. I respect his wishes. Yeshen Qianshuan was so angry that she stomped her foot, but she couldn't confront Hua Bujan, as it would expose her identity. Helplessly, she quietly left the house with Hua Bujan. At this time, Qianchen had already walked out of the main gate, and the many demon sect cultivators gathered outside all revealed their celestial shadows at the same time. Heh, you've come to Jiancheng early in the morning. Your demon sect people are really diligent. Qianchen also did not show weakness, revealing his own blue celestial realm celestial shadow. Leading the group was one of the elders of the demon sect, named Zhang Ming. Originally, this old man was curious about who dared to kill our sect's disciples, but I didn't expect it to be just a little brat. Zhang Ming has reached the age of 100, considered an elder of the Yao sect. Qianchen squinted at Zhang Ming from the ground, with a hint of disdain in his tone. Heh, a young kid has already reached the realm of the heavens. I bet you're at least 100 years old, right? Just reaching the holy realm, if I were at your age and only at the Holy Realm, I would definitely be so frustrated that I'd want to bash my head in. What a slick talker you are. Today, Jiang Ming, I want to see what kind of arrogant capital you have." After speaking, Jiang Ming immediately displayed his immortal technique, preparing to charge at Qian Shen. "Elder Jiang, please don't be hasty. Let me have a few moves with him first." Just a mere practitioner of the realm of the heavens is not enough for Elder Jiang to personally take action. A practitioner of the Holy Realm volunteered. This person was an older-looking man, but his strength did not seem as formidable as Jiang Ming's. Qian Shen drew out his black howl and flew into the sky, taunting, "Does your Yao sect have no one else? Why is it all a bunch of old men? How dare you?" The old man displayed his immortal technique, his immortal shadow changing unpredictably. Qian Shen quickly retreated a step, feeling extremely surprised. What kind of immortal technique is this, to make the color of the immortal shadow change like that? Oomph, just a little trick. Just a simple immortal technique has made you retreat in fear. I thought you were more formidable than that. The old man saw Qian Shen continuously retreating and felt greatly pleased. He sent out 13 strong practitioners of the Holy Realm to capture Qian Shen. He thought he was facing a very powerful opponent, only to find out that it was just a glib-tongued practitioner of the realm of the heavens. This time, he was determined to show off in front of the left guardian, and maybe even secure a position as an elder. He recited divine texts and also used the power of silence. "Oh, this is my first time battling a practitioner of the Holy Realm. I just happen to have mastered the second transformation of the Nether 9 Revolutions technique. Let me give it a try." Qian Shen did not dare to be careless, as he was facing a practitioner of the Holy Realm, and the difference in strength was still there. But the opponent would definitely be complacent at the beginning because Qian Shen was only of the realm of the heavens. Qian Shen could use this psychological advantage to catch him off guard. Nether 9 forms, Nether martial arts. Qian Shen directly displayed the first move of the Nether 9 forms, a huge purple palm print flying towards the old man. The old man was shocked by this powerful ability and quickly activated a defensive immortal technique. However, the defensive formation he launched showed fluctuations, and he had to immediately reinforce it. Such a powerful force. A practitioner of the realm of the heavens can display such an immortal technique, indeed has the capital of arrogance. But in front of the Holy Realm, the realm of the heavens can never win. Heavenly Demon's secret. Under the power of silence, the old man used a divine text immortal technique. Between the old man's lips moved slightly, and then a strange change occurred on his immortal shadow. The huge human-shaped immortal shadow gradually transformed into a very ugly demon, and then a purple light shot towards Qian Shen. Not good. Qian Shen chose not to use a defensive immortal technique to take this hit, knowing that any random immortal technique from a practitioner of the Holy Realm could seriously injure him. So he dodged the attack with a flash. Then he recited divine texts again, Ice Age. Qian Shen did not intend to freeze his opponent with this immortal technique, but to slow down his movements, and then take the opportunity to launch another immortal technique. At this moment, Qian Shen also noticed that Huo Buzhan had already taken Night God Qian Sun and fled from Sword City. He no longer intended to linger in battle and prepared to find an opportunity to leave. A mere parlor trick. You think you can trap me with this level of skill? The old man chuckled lightly, and the freezing that Qian Shen had initiated almost had no effect on him. Heaven's punishment. Without delay, Qian Shen once again displayed a controlling immortal technique he had learned from Night God Qian Sun. This time, the immortal technique had an effect, indeed delaying the old man's activation of his immortal technique. The old man frowned slightly, and at this moment, Qian Shen once again displayed an immortal technique. Ascend and Control Thunder Technique. Qian Shen displayed the long and used Divine Flying Thunder technique, and with a swift slash, a shadow of himself also swiftly struck out. Due to the speed of his sword, Qian Shen's arms left after images as he struck 3 times in quick succession. 5 strikes in 1 second. This technique consumed nearly half of Qian Shen's soul power, causing the elder to retreat in defeat, much to the impatience of Jiang Ming. You're actually being driven back by a celestial realm cultivator, truly bringing shame to the demon sect. Jiang Ming personally took action, directly using his own divine technique. Feeling the immense power of the technique, Qian Shen realized that if this elder Jiang made a move, it would be difficult to escape. He seized the opportunity and unleashed the second stage of the recently mastered Ghostly 9 transformation technique. Ghostly 9 forms, River of Darkness. After chanting the divine script, the surroundings turned gray, and a black-gray water appeared behind him. His shadow also underwent a peculiar transformation, stepping on the black-gray river and creating a massive wave that surged towards the demon sect cultivators. Quick, activate defensive divine techniques. This technique's power is incredibly immense. Jiang Ming's expression turned grave.
Although he couldn't believe that Qian Shen, only at the celestial realm, could unleash such a powerful divine technique, he couldn't afford to face it head-on for the sake of pride. The demon sect cultivators simultaneously activated their defensive divine techniques, but Qian Shen's unleashed technique was immensely powerful, overwhelming their ordinary defenses. Several Saint Realm cultivators were directly sent flying. "I won't play with you anymore, I'm leaving." Seizing the opportunity, Qian Shen opened a portal to the Void Star realm. However, at that moment, the previously hidden Left Guardian suddenly appeared, using a barrier divine technique. Despite chanting the divine script, the portal did not appear. Stunned, Qian Shen saw the Left Guardian retreating in the sky. Trying to escape to the Void Star realm, relying on this trick, you've played around with the Saint Realm cultivators a lot, haven't you? But in front of me, your trick won't work. The Left Guardian stood in the air, exuding a powerful aura. Qian Shen knew that this Left Guardian was formidable, likely reaching the Quasi-Emperor realm. Selling our sect's divine techniques, killing our demon sect disciples. You were originally doomed, but I heard that you stole the Eternity Clock and fled to the Eternal Sect. Hand over the Eternity Clock, and I can leave you with a complete corpse. The Left Guardian looked at Qian Shen indifferently, seeing him as having no way out. In the barrier divine technique he cast, Qian Shen's cultivation realm was not enough to break through. Standing on the ground, Qian Shen realized that the demon sect had sent such a powerful cultivator to capture him. This is bad, my soul power is depleted, I'll definitely suffer a great loss if I fight them again. Clenching his fists, Qian Shen realized that his attempt to escape to the Void Star realm had been exposed, and he had to find another way out. He took out the high-grade soul rejuvenation pill given to him by Night God Qian Sun and consumed it without hesitation. His depleted soul power rapidly began to recover, but it was only a temporary boost and couldn't fully restore him to his peak. Qian Shen could only buy time, as only with restored soul power could he have the strength to fight. However, he knew that it would be difficult to escape the hands of the numerous Saint Realm experts of the demon sect today. Your sect's divine techniques? Who said that a divine technique can only belong to your demon sect? How domineering! Qian Shen retorted. The Left Guardian sneered, think what you want, but if you think you can recover your soul power with that pill and fight me, I advise you to think again. I've been in the Quasi-Emperor realm for nearly 100 years. Even if you use all your tricks, you can't possibly defeat me. You're just a mere celestial realm cultivator. Ah! Qian Shen was surprised, thinking to himself, the Left Guardian in front of me is indeed a sly old fox. All my thoughts have been exposed. It looks like I can only seek help from Emperor Qiyu now, otherwise I might really die here today. The reason Qian Shen was at ease letting Hua Buzhan leave was not because he had much confidence in himself, but mainly because he was very clear that even if he couldn't defeat the Yao sect, there was still Emperor Qiyu, a true Emperor realm cultivator, secretly present. How could Emperor Qiyu just watch him die? Qiyu, old man, how long are you going to wait? Qian Shen shouted, somewhat worried that he was trapped in a barrier and Emperor Qiyu couldn't hear his call. However, there was no response from the surroundings after he spoke. At this moment, the Left Guardian laughed and said, what's wrong? Is there still someone secretly helping you? This Guardian will give you a chance. No one who comes today can save you. With that, the Left Guardian was not worried at all about Qian Shen escaping, and lifted the barrier he had set. Qian Shen then shouted again, but Emperor Qiyu still did not make a move. Damn, could this old man really be ignoring me? Qian Shen was a bit confused, as Emperor Qiyu did not show any signs of appearing. Ha ha ha, your true companion is probably scared off by this Guardian and ran away, right? Stop wasting time, bring out the longevity bell. This Guardian will leave you as a complete corpse today. Dream on. Qian Shen's spiritual power had already recovered by more than half. Since Emperor Qiyu refused to lend a hand, he could only rely on himself. Nether 9 forms, Stygian river waves. However, just as Qian Shen was about to use his divine technique again, he clearly felt a very strange energy suddenly surging within him, obviously not belonging to himself. At the same time, he heard Emperor Qiyu's voice in his mind. Kid, I can't show myself in public yet. I'll lend you some energy. Rely on this energy to get out of here. That's the Left Guardian of the Yao sect. Your current strength is not enough to defeat him. With the added power lent by Emperor Qiyu, the divine technique he used this time was even more powerful, and the Left Guardian quickly noticed this. Oh, I suddenly feel your strength has surged. It seems there is indeed a powerful figure standing behind you, but he dares not sacrifice himself, fearing this Guardian. You must have obtained the Nether 9 transformation technique, right? This Guardian will give you one more chance. Hand over the longevity bell in this technique, and this Guardian may consider sparing your life. Qian Shen ignored the Left Guardian's words. His mind raced, considering how to escape in this situation.
Use the divine technique you learned from that girl. With my Emperor's power, the effect will be greatly enhanced. Once again, Emperor Qiyu's voice echoed in Qian Shen's mind. Qian Shen fully believed Emperor Qiyu's words and immediately recited the divine script, Heaven's Punishment. As he spoke, strange black runes appeared on the bodies of the Yao sect cultivators, rendering them unable to move. Even the left guardian had these strange black runes on his body. What? How did you do this? The left guardian's face changed drastically, and Qian Shen was also surprised by this effect. He quickly recited the divine technique to open the Gate of Void, and without hesitation, he fled into it, then closed the Gate of Void. At this moment, the left guardian broke free from the restraint, cursing angrily, "Who dared to act behind my back?" A mere celestial realm cultivator was able to use a divine technique to trap this guardian. Left guardian, should we enter the Void Star realm to pursue? Jiang Ming asked cautiously on the side. The left guardian was furious. You bunch of useless people. You let a celestial realm cultivator escape from right under your noses. The location that appears after entering the Void Star realm is random. Even if we pursue now, we won't be able to find him again. After Qian Shen entered the Void Star realm, Emperor Qiyu also appeared at this moment. If you had not acted later, I would have died at the hands of those people from the demon sect. You really are merciless, not planning to act until the last moment. Shen Shen complained as he looked at the Emperor Qiyu in front of him. The Emperor Qiyu smiled bitterly and replied, I didn't want this either, but unfortunately, you happened to provoke the demon sect. My current ghostly appearance is closely related to the demon sect's leader. If he finds out that I'm not only alive but also appeared in the semi-desert, he will definitely spare no effort to hunt me down. Ah, the demon sect caused your physical transformation? Qian Chen exclaimed. Not only the demon sect, but also some other forces. It's all because I was too arrogant and attracted too much attention back then. After learning about the grudge between Emperor Qiyu and the demon sect, Qian Shen was clear that he had completely made an enemy of the demon sect this time. He was only at the Azure Sky realm, and he didn't have many allies. Yet, he had already offended the 7-star sect and the second-ranked demon sect. These two colossal existences made it difficult for Qian Shen to find a place to stand on the ancient continent. If the members of these two sects discovered his whereabouts, he would likely be hunted down all the way. By the way, why didn't the power of the Nether 9 forms become remarkably stronger after I received the Emperor's power you gave me? Instead, I was able to control a Saint Realm expert using Qian Sun's control immortal technique? Qian Shen asked Emperor Qiyu about his doubts. Qian Sun's seemingly low-level immortal technique unexpectedly saved his life at a critical moment. Emperor Qiyu smiled meaningfully and said, the immortal technique you learned from that girl is not a low-level one, but a very advanced divine script immortal technique. I once saw a great emperor use it during a battle. When you used it at the Azure Sky realm, it couldn't exert its original strength. But after you obtained my emperor's power, this immortal technique displayed its true power. So, in the future, as your cultivation realm advances, this immortal technique will become even more powerful. Shen Shen was shocked to learn that the immortal technique he casually learned from Night God Qiansun was actually an immortal technique used by a great emperor. But where did Qiansun learn this immortal technique from? Shen Shen scratched his head. Emperor Qiyu laughed and said, perhaps this girl has a very powerful master, or maybe she has extraordinary talent. In any case, being able to learn this immortal technique, this girl is definitely not simple. Now that you have offended the demon sect, and their main base is in the semi-desert, I cannot always help you. It would expose my existence. So, you should leave here as soon as possible. I understand. I plan to go to the land of extreme cold next. The entrance to the Starry Night is there, and didn't you find your herbs inside the Starry Night? I want to enter and cultivate the later stages of the Nether 9 forms. After a moment of silence, Emperor Qiyu said, I advise you to go there when you reach the Saint Realm. The land of extreme cold is not like the ancient continent, there are strong individuals everywhere. And the political structure is more complex, with the possibility of war at any time. It's best not to go there without strong power, as they are very hostile to cultivators from the ancient continent. After hearing Emperor Qiyu's advice, Chen Shen temporarily gave up the idea of entering the Starry Night. Well, it seems that I will have to rely on finding Azure Sky Realm immortal bodies for cultivation in the future. The Nether 9 forms are too taxing on the body. Qian Shen sighed helplessly. So, it is most important for you to establish an organization now. Once you have subordinates with considerable strength, you can order them to help you gather what you need. Then, you won't have to exert much effort and can still obtain many bodies. But now I only have the realm of the sky, even if I can find subordinates, they are only some low-level practitioners. I'm afraid the highest I can find are practitioners of the realm of reincarnation to follow me.
However, Emperor Qiyu smiled meaningfully and said mysteriously, "This is not true."
Who said that in the realm of the sky, you cannot find subordinates of high realms?
Your mastery of divine texts is more powerful than those who have entered the realm of Quasi-Emperor. Not only can you understand all divine texts, but you can also write numerous super high-quality immortal arts.
With this advantage, you can find many followers.
Of course, the premise is that you do not expose your true cultivation realm. Just then, a practitioner passed by, and Emperor Qiyu disappeared instantly. Chen Chen knew that he did not want to expose his own existence and did not care about Emperor Qiyu's sudden disappearance. But Emperor Qiyu's words enlightened Chen Chen. "Yes, I don't necessarily need a high cultivation realm.
I can pretend that my cultivation realm is very high.
Even if I am about to be exposed, I can push Emperor Qiyu to the forefront and show off my strength.
I can find many followers with extraordinary strength here." With this in mind, Chen Chen excitedly left the Void Star realm.
At the same time, in a certain place in the Void Star realm, a masked woman was hunting soul beasts wantonly, and her soul power level was increasing at a terrifying speed. Many soul beasts below the realm of sanctity around her fled at the sight of this female demon, fearing that they would become the nourishment for her soul power increase. After coming out of the Void Star realm, Chen Chen followed the direction where Night God Qian Sun and Hua Bujan had disappeared, and soon sensed the presence of the two. They stopped in a deserted oasis, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qian Chen return unharmed.
"I just saw the left guardian of the Yao sect.
I didn't expect them to be so aggressive,"
Hua Bujan said to Qian Chen.
In fact, he was very worried that Qian Chen would be caught by the Yao sect.
"Indeed, I almost didn't escape."
After Qian Chen finished speaking, he immediately said to Hua Bujan, "Hua, I am planning to create an organization.
Do you have any intention to join an organization? I have always pursued freedom and do not like to be bound by any force. Maybe I should pass."
"Don't be like that. My establishment of this organization will not restrict you in any way."
Qian Chen thought it over.
Hua Bujan was a very strong practitioner, and it would be a good choice to have him join. No matter what, he had to make him join even if he had to beg.
"The organization I am establishing is called Showman.
It is different from those sects, and there are no cumbersome rules." After weighing it for a moment, Hua Bujan finally decided to join the Showman established by Qian Chen. Perhaps it would have an unexpected effect on him in the future.
"Alright, then I will join this Showman."
When he heard that Qian Chen was going to establish Showman, Night God Qian Sun, who was standing nearby, was also eager to try.
"I also want to join Showman, and give me a position of authority."
Night God Qian Sun walked to Qian Chen's side and shook his arm.
You are only in the realm of the void. Maybe you should forget it.
I originally planned to only recruit practitioners above the realm of the void."
Qian Chen was a bit embarrassed.
His plan was to recruit a group of powerful practitioners, otherwise, if the cultivation realm was too low, it would not be of much use to him, and it would become a drag on the organization. It was not that Qian Chen looked down on the weak, but in the future, this organization would have to fight against the Seven Star Sect, and even fight against the Yao Sect. In this case, a low cultivation realm was likely to become a sacrifice.
"You look down on me just because I'm in the realm of the void."
Night God Qian Sun pouted.
"And being in the realm of the void is no longer considered a low realm.
Among many sects, being in the realm of the void is also a strong existence. It's just that your perspective is too high."
Shen Yi suddenly realized that the words of Night God Qianshuan were not wrong. The void realm was not a low-level cultivation realm.
It's just that his starting point was the void realm, and he had never experienced the process of advancing from the Stillwater realm, so subconsciously he felt that the void realm was not a very strong existence. In fact, cultivators in the void realm have already surpassed 90% of the cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Qian Chen remembered the words that Emperor Qiyu had told him in the Void Star realm. The heavenly punishment divine art used by Night God Qianshuan was a very powerful existence. She either had a powerful cultivator behind her, or she had a very formidable master, so she had a strong background. But based on this reason, Qian Chen was enough to let her join the Autumn Gate. At that time, Night God Qianshuan would also be a trump card of the Autumn Gate.
"Well, I'll make an exception and let you join the Autumn Gate. Then give me a position of authority."
Qian Chen was somewhat helpless. He always felt that she was joining the Autumn Gate just to satisfy her own whims, without any sense of responsibility as a member of an organization. Qian Chen sighed and then said, "Since there are not many people in the organization at the moment, I'll give you the position of deputy leader."
"Great!" Night God Qianshuan jumped up happily. Then Qian Chen said, "Let's not stay in the half-buried desert any longer.
The demon sect now knows that the longevity clock is in my hands and they are searching for me everywhere."
"Qianxion, have you thought about where to go next?" Hua Bujan asked.
Qian Chen shook his head. Originally, he had planned to head straight to the extreme cold land, but with the warning from Emperor Qiyu, he decided to make plans after reaching the Holy Realm. Now, suddenly without a destination, he felt a bit lost. Well, let's leave the half-buried desert first and then make plans. The people of the demon sect are watching me, and I dare not continue to cultivate here. The three of them immediately prepared to leave the half-buried desert. In order not to attract the attention of the demon sect, Xianchen decided that the three of them would act separately, but not too far apart, maintaining a certain distance. After that, Xianchen, Night God Xianxuan, and Huo Buzhan made some simple disguises and set out to leave the half-buried desert. To leave the half-buried desert, they had to pass through a place called Sand City, the largest city in the half-buried desert, where there were many cultivators from the Qingyun Pavilion and the demon sect. At this time, Elder Qi Hua of the Seven Stars sect had just arrived here. Elder Nalan sent me to the half-buried desert to find that kid. This is the territory of the demon sect. I heard that the kid used the demon sect's divine art at the 100 Sects conference. How could he dare to come to this place? However, at this moment, Qi Hua saw a man in a black cloak walking on the street not far away. He kept his head low, obviously intentionally hiding his identity. Qi Hua approached the man and his guess was correct. The whole person was Qianchen in disguise. Unexpectedly, he had been met by Qi Hua. I didn't expect to meet this kid in this place. It's really effortless. Capture him and take him back. The sect master will probably promote me. Qi Hua was delighted, then quietly revealed his immortal shadow, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Qianchen from behind, thus avoiding Qianchen's desperate actions. But Qi Hua only showed a hint of killing intent. Qianchen quickly noticed something was amiss, and without hesitation, he released a defensive divine art and dodged Qi Hua's attack. Qianchen turned around and saw an old man he didn't recognize. "Why did you attack me?" Qianchen frowned and asked. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Qi Hua no longer concealed his intentions and said, "You are a wanted criminal of our Seven Stars sect. It's your honor to meet me, an elder of our sect. Here, hand over the longevity clock and come back to the Seven Stars sect with me." Qianchen's eyes narrowed. He had just evaded the pursuit of the demon sect, and now he was being chased by the Seven Stars sect. It was really an unlucky day. Qianchen was very worried. There were many practitioners of the Yao sect in Shachang. If he were to fight the Holy Realm powerhouse of the Seven Star sect, it might quickly attract the attention of the Yao sect practitioners. It was feared that Zhua Protector would soon find his way here. Your Seven Star sect killed many elders and disciples of my eternal sect, and yet you still shift the blame onto me. How despicable. Qi Hua's face turned cold. Many people had already noticed him here. If the secrets of the Seven Star sect were heard by these people, they would quickly become targets of the entire continent. So much nonsense, you are seeking death. Qi Hua said angrily, then immediately displayed his immortal technique. Qianchen had just fought many practitioners of the Yao sect, and his spiritual power was already depleted. He had only recovered some after taking the soul returning pill. Now, he had to rely on the few remaining spiritual powers to continue the fight, which definitely wouldn't last long. Moreover, his opponent was a Holy Realm powerhouse. I can only delay time. Huo Buzhan will be here soon. He is also a Holy Realm powerhouse and can fight this person. Qianchen made up his mind and prepared to delay time, waiting for Huo Buzhan to arrive and deal with this elder of the Seven Star sect together. While dodging Qi Hua's attacks, Qianchen ran towards a place with fewer people, occasionally using immortal techniques to counterattack. This behavior finally angered Qi Hua, who directly used his boundary immortal technique to trap Qianchen within his boundary. "Kid, I want to see where you can run now," Qi Hua said coldly. Qianchen knew that he couldn't run anymore, but he also saw Huo Buzhan coming late, which made him very happy. "Brother Hua, over here." Qi Hua turned around and saw an elegant man in a white robe running towards him, with a sword on his back and two swords at his waist. Qi Hua was very familiar with this appearance, but he still couldn't believe that this person would appear here. After seeing Huo Buzhan's face clearly, his expression changed instantly. "You are Jian Gu." However, Qi Hua didn't finish his sentence. Huo Buzhan slid past him at an incredibly strange speed, and with a swift motion, 3 sword lights flashed, and Qi Hua's voice abruptly stopped. The huge red immortal shadow behind Qi Hua gradually dimmed until it finally extinguished. Qi Hua knelt down, blood gushing from his body, and his head slowly slid off his neck. Qianchen stared at Huo Buzhan with wide eyes, taking a deep breath in disbelief as he watched the scene. Qi Hua was a Holy Realm powerhouse of the Seven Star sect. Although not as powerful as Nalan Songhai, he was still a terrifying existence. Yet Huo Buzhan had killed him with just 3 ordinary sword strikes, without even revealing his immortal shadow or using immortal techniques. Damn! Xianchen knew that Hua Bujan was very strong and that his sword skills might have reached a terrifying level, but he never expected him to be able to kill a Holy Realm powerhouse with a single strike, especially without using spiritual power or immortal shadow. Qi Hua didn't even have time to react. "Brother Hua, your strength is so great that it makes me feel a little fearful." Hua Bujan smiled faintly and said, "He was just careless, not expecting me to strike directly. If he had reacted, I might not have been able to kill him so easily." Hua Bujan turned back and glanced coldly at the now headless Qi Hua. If Qi Hua hadn't recognized his identity, Hua Bujan wouldn't have easily revealed his strength. But it wasn't time for him to expose his identity yet, so he had to kill Qi Hua. At this moment, Yeshen Xianchuan also arrived late and was shocked to see the headless Qi Hua. "My god, this is the elder Qi Hua of the Seven Star Sect, and you two actually teamed up to kill him." Xianchen smiled bitterly and pointed at Hua Bujan. "It was Brother Hua who killed him. I'm not yet strong enough to kill a Holy Realm powerhouse." And Hua Xiong didn't even release any immortal techniques, he just used a regular sword strike to kill him. Xianchen had a feeling that Hua Bujan's use of the sword was probably even above that of the Ancestor Woji. Even Ancestor Woji didn't easily kill a Saint Realm powerhouse when the Seven Star Sect invaded the Eternal Sect that night. Let's go, each elder of the Seven Star Sect has a special way of sensing. Qi Hua has fallen, the other elders of the Seven Star Sect will soon be able to sense it. Hua Bujan looked at Qi Hua's body and said calmly, "Wait, I want his body." Chen walked to Qi Hua's side and put his body into the Qinkuan bag. Compared to the immortal body of the Azure Sky Realm, Qi Hua had reached the Saint Realm, and his immortal body grade was at least high grade, at least equivalent to the bodies of 3 Azure Sky Realm cultivators. This is an unexpected gain. The body of a Saint Realm powerhouse, even if bought, would cost nearly 1,000,000 ancient coins, right? After collecting Qi Hua's body, Chen, Hua Bujan, and Night God Qian Sun did not dare to delay and immediately left the Sand City. Not far away, the left guardian sensed Qian aura and came flying over, leaving only a pool of blood. "Oh, it seems that a Saint Realm cultivator has fallen. Did that kid do it?" Just as the left guardian was puzzled, the right guardian also came quietly flying over and said to the left guardian, "The sect master wants you to return to the sect. You still haven't caught that kid from the Eternal Sect? You brought out so many Saint Realm cultivators, and yet you let him escape? That kid has a powerful backer. If it weren't for him, I would have caught that kid long ago." The right guardian sneered and taunted, "You can't even handle such a small matter. The sect master will definitely hold you accountable. He has now transferred this task to me. You incompetent fool, watch how I bring that kid back." "You!" The left guardian pointed at the right guardian, but in the end, he just sneered and then led his men to fly towards the demon sect. The right guardian looked in the direction where Chen had left and fell into thought. The left guardian soon returned to the demon sect, went to the main hall to report, and saw the demon sect master sitting in her seat. Her graceful and enchanting figure exuded a very seductive aura all over, making people completely unable to meet her gaze. The demon sect master, the demon saint emperor, was actually a woman. Sect master. Left guardian, I heard that you brought many Saint Realm cultivators to capture the person who took the elixir of eternal life. You can't even handle such a small matter. What use are you? The demon saint emperor's voice carried a bewitching tone, but in the left guardian's ears, it felt incomparably chilling. The left guardian knelt before the demon saint emperor, cold sweat seeping from his forehead, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sect master. This sect doesn't have time to punish you now. Just now, this sect received news that the Black Gold Ape Clan chief in the Void Star Realm has broken through to the Emperor Realm." The left guardian was shocked. Emperor Realm? The Black Gold Ape Clan chief has actually reached the Emperor Realm? Shouldn't it be the only spirit beast in the Void Star Realm to reach the Emperor Realm? The demon saint emperor nodded, then extended her slender finger to beckon the left guardian forward. The left guardian knelt forward, and the demon saint emperor said softly, "No matter what method you use, find a way to get me a drop of that black ape's blood." Now that the 10 major sects are all restless, this sect must also prepare for the coming disaster. The left guardian looked embarrassed. "Sect master, when the Black Gold Ape was in the Saint Realm, it was already very difficult for us to approach it. Now that it has reached the Emperor Realm, if we want to get its blood, I'm afraid." Difficult? The left guardian suddenly felt a murderous intent and was so scared that he kept kowtowing to the demon saint emperor. "I understand, even if I have to risk my life, I will get you the Black Gold Ape's blood." In the void of the Starry Realm, standing in front of the huge bronze door that Chen had encountered before was the chieftain of the Black Gold Ape Clan. At this moment, he had already transformed into a human form, and he spoke to the bronze door, "Help me become an emperor. After I find my son outside, I will come back to help you get out from inside." A burst of laughter came from inside the bronze door, and a voice slowly said, "My matter is not urgent for now.
After you reach the Emperor realm, many humans in the outside world will have their eyes on you. Your essence and blood are precious, so you should be careful." The chieftain of the Black Gold Ape clan snorted coldly. "When I was in the Holy Realm, there were hardly any humans below the Emperor realm who could threaten me. Now that I have reached the Emperor realm, even practitioners of the Emperor realm will find it difficult to approach me. In any case, you should still be careful. When you reach the outside world, remember, there are two things in this world that should not be looked at directly, the sun in the sky, and the human heart." Soon, Xianchen and the other two passed through the Sand City and arrived at the edge of the semi-desert desert. With just half a day's journey left, they would be able to leave the semi-desert desert. "I always feel that there is a strange power in the semi-desert desert, not from the pressure of the strong, but rather a power that does not belong to this world." Xianchen looked back at the semi-desert desert and said to himself. Huobujan calmly said, "The semi-desert desert is the last place where a god appeared in the cultivation world. There are many secrets here. Moreover, a natural disaster is about to come, so it's not strange for mysterious powers to appear here." Huobujan had long figured out the anomalies in the semi-desert desert, but at this moment, he had no interest in dealing with these matters. The sun in the semi-desert desert was extremely scorching. In order to avoid attracting attention, Xianchen and the others had to leave on foot. The sun made Yeshan Xianxuan very uncomfortable, and she kept asking Xianchen to use his fairy art to cool the surroundings. "I say, Xianxuan, you are too delicate. I used up almost half of my soul power to cool the surroundings and block the sunlight for you. If we encounter enemies later, my combat power will be greatly reduced from the beginning." Xianchen complained. Isn't Huobujan here? His strength is so powerful that it doesn't matter whether you are there or not. Just obediently cool the surroundings for me. I have delicate skin and tender flesh. I feel sorry for myself being sunburned by this sun. As a big man, don't you know how to cherish and protect jade?" Xianchen sighed helplessly, thinking that he had brought along a spoiled lady. After looking at the map, Xianchen realized that after leaving the semi-desert desert, they would need to cross a high mountain to reach the next city. Xianchen had already realized that he had reached the realm of the firmament, and the soul power consumed by the divine arts he used was extremely huge, especially the two divine arts brought by the Netherworld 9 transformations, which consumed nearly 2 to 3 times the soul power of ordinary divine arts. So now, he was only at the mid-stage of the fiery soul in terms of soul power level, and his soul power was clearly insufficient in battle. He had to quickly improve his soul power level. "After leaving the semi-desert desert, I will absorb the body of Chihua first, and then I should be able to completely practice the second transformation of the Netherworld 9 transformations." In addition, Xianchen had already begun to plan how to recruit high-level practitioners to join the Autumn Gate he had created. The more people joined, the sooner he, as the gate master of the Autumn Gate, would be able to issue tasks and establish positions such as elders, gradually expanding his influence. In the evening, as the sun gradually set, the horizon turned into a golden line, and Xianchen and the others finally left the semi-desert desert. That mysterious power suddenly disappeared, and Xianchen suddenly felt extremely relaxed. The three of them headed towards the mountains, and Xianchen said to Yeshan Xianxuan and Huobujan, "Let's find a cave to rest first. It will take at least 2 days to cross this mountain, so there's no rush for now." Regarding Xianchen's request, the two of them didn't say much. Huobujan was originally a person of few words, and Yeshan Xianxuan didn't care either. She followed Xianchen's words very obediently. In the evening, the three of them found a well-located cave, and Huobujan suggested going to the nearby stream to catch fish for dinner. Yeshan Xianxuan also expressed her desire to take a walk in the mountains, ultimately leaving Xianchen alone in the cave. What Xianchen didn't know was that both of his companions had hidden their true identities. After they left, they didn't do what they said they would do. However, after the two left, the Emperor Qiyu appeared quietly next to Xianchen. "Little ghost, it's quite unexpected for you to obtain the body of a Holy Realm cultivator. This is much more powerful than the bodies of the Sky Realm cultivators you had before." The Emperor Qiyu was in a good mood because the faster Xianchen's strength improved, the closer the day would be for him to recover his physical body. "I didn't expect Huobujan's strength to be so strong. He killed the elder of the 7-star sect without even using his immortal techniques." The Emperor Qiyu smiled and said, "That person's strength is not simple. In today's world, there are few swordsmen who can use the 3-sword style, and he is probably the most terrifying among them. Even your master, the Infinite Sword Saint, is not as good as him. Alright, I won't disturb your cultivation. If you absorb this Holy Realm body tonight, you will probably be able to comprehend the third transformation of the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique. Your cultivation speed is truly terrifying.
If I had the Netherworld Tyrant body and then cultivated the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique, it would probably take me a year to reach the third transformation. After the Emperor Qiyu left, Qianchen immediately entered a state of cultivation. He released the Holy Realm body of Qihua from the Qiankuan bag, and after scanning it with his divine sense, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Qihua's body was actually of the highest quality. Qihua probably never expected his own strength to be so great, and to be directly killed.
Qianchen sneered, then began his cultivation.
He could clearly feel the powerful energy contained in the body of a Holy Realm expert. He once again activated the energy of the longevity clock to accelerate absorption. Before long, Hua Buzhan returned with a few fish skewered on his sword. Seeing Qianchen still cultivating, he did not interrupt him, but silently started a fire to grill the fish. After several rounds of cultivation, Qianchen had already mastered the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique to perfection, and the flow of energy within his body was extremely smooth. With the simultaneous operation of the longevity clock, his cultivation speed had reached a terrifying level. Qianchen did not notice at all that his immortal shadow had already been activated.
He was originally at the Sky Realm, and his immortal shadow should have been blue.
However, due to his cultivation of the Netherworld 9 Revolutions technique, the blue humanoid immortal shadow gradually changed, and a faint armor-like appearance appeared on the immortal shadow, emitting a purple golden light. Hua Buzhan, who was on the side, was also attracted by the sight, and was surprised to see the change in Qianchen's immortal shadow.
Is this the blessing of an ancient artifact?
Without the blessing of any spirit beast's blood essence, relying solely on the cultivation technique to cause the immortal shadow to undergo such a change, this is truly unheard of. It seems that before the cataclysm, he may have the potential to become the youngest Emperor Realm cultivator on the ancient continent. At the same time, the shadow of Qianchen, who was still in the half-hidden desert with Muyu, also sensed the strange change, and began to emit a purple golden light. The shadow of Qianchen murmured softly, then began to use his divine sense to sense the changes in the main body of Qianchen, showing a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't expect him to be able to cultivate his body refining to such a level. It really broadens my horizons. After pondering for a moment, the shadow of Qianchen smiled at Muyu and said, Xiaoyu, let's go. During these days of getting along, Shadow Qianchen has developed a different kind of feeling towards Muyu. I will take you into the Void Star Realm, capture the Star Realm Dragon. With the Star Realm Dragon, your strength will greatly increase, and breaking through the Holy Realm is just a matter of time.
Shadow Qianchen glanced indulgently at Muyu. During the cultivation period, Qianchen never stopped except to eat the grilled fish made by Hua Buzhan.
This time, absorbing the supreme quality immortal body of the Holy Realm took Qianchen 2 days and nights, but this time his absorption was more delicate, even his soul power had improved. Just a little bit more, I should only need one more battle, and my soul power level will reach the late stage of the Fierce Soul. Qianchen thought to himself, but he had absorbed all the energy in the late fire body, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Qianchen's second turn of the Nether 9 transformation technique had been completely mastered, and he could start practicing the third turn next time.
Phew! Hua brother, Zhenshuan, sorry to keep you waiting. Qianchen stood up from the ground.
He hadn't moved for 2 days, and his muscles and bones were starting to ache. Hua Buzhan could see the change in Qianchen at a glance, realizing that his body refining had reached a new level, and his physical skills had reached a terrifying level.
Night God Qianshuan also easily noticed this, and she couldn't help but admire it.
In her opinion, Qianchen's strength was becoming stronger and stronger, and in the future, she would have more reason to tell her father that she had set her sights on an extraordinary man.
Not bad. It looks like you're about to break through to the late stage of the Fierce Soul? Hua Buzhan looked at Qianchen and said lightly. Qianchen was not surprised that Hua Buzhan could see his soul power level at a glance.
After all, he was able to kill a supreme quality immortal body holder of the Holy Realm without using immortal techniques, so this ability was simply not worth mentioning to him. Qianchen nodded and humbly said, just a little bit more, but compared to Brother Hua, I still have a long way to go.
You are progressing very quickly.
Although my strength is currently above yours, I think it won't be long before you catch up to me, or even surpass me.
It's just a matter of time.
This was not Hua Buzhan's flattery to Qianchen, but a heartfelt sentiment. Qianchen possessed the longevity clock, which was an ancient artifact.
Once he reached the Emperor Realm, Qianchen's strength would immediately undergo a qualitative leap.
Even though there were already dozens of practitioners in the Emperor Realm, none of them could use an ancient artifact like him. At most, they could only borrow the power of the artifact. And Qianchen, who was only in the Celestial Realm, could use the energy of the longevity clock during his cultivation. Night God Qianshuan pouted and said, every time you get a new body, you have to stop and wait for you for several days.
Next time, can you find a more interesting place so I can go out and play while you cultivate? It's because I'm wanted. It's easy to attract the attention of the 7-star sect and the demon sect when I cultivate in crowded places. Those are just excuses. Qianchen shook his head and then said to the two of them, let's go. I just looked at the map, and the next city is Sancheng. The arena there is very large. It just so happens that I need a battle to help me break through to the late stage of the fierce soul. After that, the three of them set out on the road to Sancheng. At the same time, the gate of the void opened in the semi-desert, and a figure leaped out from inside. He was burly, with dark skin, and looked like a man in his 30s. Phew, is this the mortal realm? Damn humans, if my two sons have been killed, I will tear you to pieces. This burly man was Yuan Hao, the chieftain of the Black Gold Ape clan who had transformed into human form after reaching the Emperor realm. He closed his eyes and deeply felt the surroundings, quickly fixing his gaze on a location in the Banzang Desert. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't expect this kid to be so close to me. At this moment, the shadow Qianchen, who was 10 kilometers away from Yuan Hao, quickly sensed that he had been locked on by a powerful figure, sending shivers down his spine. Oh, I've actually been targeted by a certain emperor. It's really surprising. Could it be that kid causing trouble, and this emperor has locked onto the wrong person? Shadow Qianchen muttered to himself. At this time, he had not yet reached the realm of an emperor, and he was unable to resist a true emperor-level powerhouse. Moreover, he was accompanied by Mu Yu, making it even more difficult to act. Xiao Yu, let's enter the Void Star realm now. Someone is targeting me. Shadow Qianchen said lightly, then opened the gate to the Void Star realm. However, even after Qianchen and Mu Yu entered the Void Star realm, the surveillance on them still existed. Obviously, this surveillance was not eliminated after entering the Void Star realm. Shadow Qianchen felt puzzled and made a decisive reaction. Door Emperor. Shadow Qianchen didn't care about exposing his relationship with the Door Emperor in front of Mu Yu. At this time, he was at the quasi-emperor level, just one step away from the emperor level, and he couldn't afford any mistakes now. The next second, a door appeared in front of Shadow Qianchen, and Mu Yu exclaimed, "This is the gate to the Door realm? Qianchen, when did you join the Jinxian Hall?" Mu Yu covered her mouth, looking at Qianchen in disbelief. The actions of the Jinxian Hall at the 100 Sects Conference had long been spread, and Mu Yu naturally knew about the Jinxian Hall and the Door Emperor. Now seeing Qianchen directly contacting the Door Emperor, she was stunned. "I'll explain to you later. Now I've been targeted by an emperor-level emperor. I can only evade his pursuit by entering the Door realm." Shadow Qianchen didn't waste any words, and led the still unresponsive Mu Yu into the Door realm. At the moment the Door realm closed, Yuan Hao had already torn through the impulse and used spatial jumps to reach here. At this time, Shadow Qianchen was nowhere to be seen. This kid actually ran so fast? Yuan Hao's face darkened. Qianchen, Yesen Qianshuan, and Huo Buzhan had already arrived at Sancheng. The wanted order issued by the 7-star sect was posted at the gate of Sancheng, and Qianchen's portrait was prominently displayed on it. In order to proceed smoothly, Qianchen immediately recited a divine text, "Disguise." Soon, Qianchen changed his face and successfully entered Sancheng with Yesen Qianshuan and Huo Buzhan. "Qianchen, I just looked at the wanted order. Your bounty has reached 2 million Hanggu coins, doubling." Yesen Qianshuan smiled. At this time, Qianchen's expression was somewhat unpleasant, undoubtedly because Huo Buzhan had killed the 7-star sect's elder Qihua, which had caused the 7-star sect to become angry and increase the bounty again. As the saying goes, where there's a big reward, there's bound to be a brave man. Alas, I'm afraid I'll have to be more cautious in the future. 2 million Hanggu coins are enough to make many Holy Realm powerhouses join the pursuit. After entering Sancheng, Qianchen and the others first rented 3 rooms at an inn, planning to stay in Sancheng for a few days. "I want to go to the arena. Do either of you want to come with me?" After packing up, Qianchen asked Yesen Qianshuan and Huo Buzhan. "No, I want to have a good sleep. I've been in the mountains these past few days, and sleeping has been very uncomfortable." Yesen Qianshuan yawned and waved her hand at Qianchen. "I'm going to the auction house to see if there's anything I need. If I have time later, I'll go to the arena to find you," Huo Buzhan said. Seeing that neither of them wanted to go to the arena with him, Qianchen didn't say much more and went to the arena alone. The arena in Sancheng is quite famous in the Hanggu continent. Although there are no particularly famous sects in Sancheng, there is a very large family here, the Shao family. Before going to the arena, Qianchen walked around the streets, and Emperor Qiyu appeared next to Qianchen in a black cloak. "Hey, old man Qiyu, you dare to appear on the street now? Aren't you afraid of being seen by others?" Emperor Qiyu laughed lightly under the cloak and said, "When I can appear openly by your side, I am sure that there is no one nearby who can expose my identity." "Oh, If that's the case, then both Qian Sun and Huo Buzhan might be able to recognize your identity, so you have never appeared when they were around me? Emperor Qiyu still smiled and said in a meaningful tone, one is a girl who can use the Emperor Realm divine art, and the other is a swordsman who can kill a Saint Realm powerhouse without using divine art. Can their identities be simple? Xian Chen fell silent. He had always thought that the identities of Night God Qian Sun and Huo Buzhan were not simple, but when he heard from Emperor Qiyu that their identities were not simple, he still felt surprised. After a long time, Xian Chen asked, what are their true identities? Since they haven't chosen to tell you, it wouldn't be fun if I were to blabber, but now it seems that at least they're hiding their true identities has no intention of harming you. If someone hiding their identity by your side threatens your life one day, I will naturally intervene to save you and tell you their true identities. Seeing Emperor Qiyu say this, Xian Chen did not ask further. Emperor Qiyu also fell silent. It seemed that his appearance was not meant to tell Xian Chen anything. As he was about to leave, Xian Chen suddenly spoke again. Can you tell me how long it will be until the calamity arrives? Emperor Qiyu was surprised that Xian Chen would ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, he said, if nothing unexpected happens, the calamity will arrive within 5 years. If someone like the person who cooperated with the Gate Emperor and used the divine art forbidden technique at the 100 Sects conference does it again, the calamity will accelerate, and it may even arrive as soon as tomorrow. Xian Chen nodded. At this point, he had also arrived outside the arena gate, and Emperor Qiyu disappeared from his side. The calamity. Only by advancing to the Emperor realm can one increase the chance of survival during the calamity and find a way to return to the original world. Wearing a white mask, Chen Chen entered the arena. Because all the information in the entire cultivation world's arena is interconnected, Chen Chen's identity in the arena is called Prisoner Bird because of the successful cross-level battle in the last match, and his current record is 2 wins and 0 losses. Soon, Chen Chen was matched with an opponent, who was at the same realm as him, both being practitioners of the Tsangqiang realm. Xian Chen stepped onto the platform and heard the host begin to introduce the information of the two players. The red side player is a competitor registered in the North Cold Island arena, named Prisoner Bird. He successfully challenged a higher level in his first battle and currently has a record of 2 wins and 0 losses. The blue side player is a competitor registered in the Sunqing arena, named Xiao Zhan. He is the second young master of the Xiao family in Sunqing and also holds the record of 15 consecutive wins in this arena, with a total record of 54 wins and 10 losses. After hearing the opponent's information, Xian Chen felt a wave of surprise. It is very difficult to maintain such a high winning rate in the arena. Moreover, the opponent is the second young master of the most powerful family in Sunqing, the Xiao family, whose influence is definitely not to be underestimated. Registered in North Cold Island? Humph, my third brother died there. You came just in time, consider it avenging my third brother. Xiao Zhan said angrily. North Cold Island? Third brother? Xian Chen was suddenly reminded of the second talented youth challenged by the black-masked teenager at the Bai Zone Grand Meeting, a practitioner from the Yao sect named Xiao Shun. Could it be that this Xiao Shun is from the Xia family in Sunqing, and he's precisely the third young master of the Xia family? Xian Chen was somewhat speechless, thinking that Xiao Shun was not killed by him, but just because he was a competitor registered from Beihan Island, does that mean this account should be settled on his head? Brother, your third brother's death has nothing to do with me on Beihan Island. We are just competing fairly. There's no need to have the mindset of killing each other. Xian Chen advised. He just wanted a battle to improve his soul power level, not a life and death fight. Xiaozhan snorted, stop the nonsense and come at me. Xiaozhan's killing intent surged, and his immortal shadow was directly exposed. As a practitioner of the Tsangqiang realm, the blue immortal shadow faintly revealed a black gold color, which was supposed to be a human-shaped immortal shadow but looked a bit like a black golden ape. Ha! Is this a special ability? The immortal shadow actually has this. Xian Chen looked at Xiaozhan's immortal shadow and felt puzzled. At this time, voices of discussion came from the audience. Why is Xiaozhan's immortal shadow so strange? Xiaozhan has taken a pill made from the essence blood of the black gold ape, and the immortal shadow has evolved, so it's different from normal practitioners. It is said that after the immortal shadow evolves, it can derive new abilities. It's really impressive for the first family of Sunqing to capture a black gold ape. They really have courage. Xian Chen learned from the people in the audience about the strange reason for Xiaozhan's immortal shadow. It turned out that he had taken a pill made from the essence blood of the black gold ape. I can't be careless this time. If he has cultivated an immortal body, his strength may already surpass mine. Xian Chen looked at Xiaozhan very cautiously, realizing that this might be a very difficult battle. 5 Thunder Sky Pierce. Xiaozhan first launched his immortal technique, and suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky.
Xiaozhan stood in place, pointing his hand towards the sky, and as he swung his arm down, 5 thunderbolts struck from the dark clouds. Without delay, Xianqian took out Heixiao from behind and directly displayed the only immortal technique taught to him by the ancestor of Wuji, Ascend and Control Thunder technique. Because Qianqian had already reached the Zhangqiang realm at this time, even without using the divine version of the Ascend and Control Thunder technique, its power had reached a terrifying level. As Qianqian swung Heixiao down, bolts of thunder also descended from the sky, mutually cancelling out the thunder launched by Xiaozhan.
You have some strength, but this is just an appetizer. The real deal is coming next.
Xiaozhan started again, and his immortal shadow also raised its arm towards the sky, with strands of lightning surrounding it.
Xiaozhan's immortal shadow swung its arm, and countless thunderbolts descended from the sky.
Xianqian immediately dodged around, but still couldn't help being hit by several thunderbolts, feeling a numbness all over his body.
Damn! This technique is like using cheats. With so many thunderbolts, isn't he afraid of depleting his soul power?
Xianqian encountered such an opponent for the first time, who started off directly with a big move, as if he didn't care at all about his own soul power consumption.
9 styles of the Netherworld, Nether River Barehanded Technique. Fighting against Xiaozhan, Xianqian felt extremely tricky.
He never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent in the arena. Xiaozhan was just a practitioner of the Zhangqiang realm, but the pressure he brought to Qianqian was comparable to that of a Saint realm expert, especially with his frantic speed in using immortal techniques. As soon as Qianqian's immortal technique was launched, Xiaozhan's attacks became even more frenzied. Qianqian didn't even have time to guide it, and the immortal technique was released very unstable, directly deviating. Humph, the blessing of soul power brought by my immortal shadow is several times that of a normal practitioner, almost comparable to the soul power of a soul king. At this realm of the Zhangqiang, most practitioners only have the level of a fiery soul, so I am almost invincible.
Xiaozhan's face showed a look of madness. Not only Qianqian, but even the audience in the stands were stunned. What? After revolving with the blood of the black gold ape, the immortal shadow actually has the function of increasing soul power? Doesn't this directly raise the level of soul power? How can we still fight? This prisoner bird is doomed to lose.
Just with Xiaozhan's one immortal art, he has almost no power to fight back. Xianqian continued to evade Xiaozhan's thunder attacks, but he was still occasionally hit. Xianqian realized that if this continued for a few minutes, he would be defeated under this relentless bombardment.
Damn, it's just thunder strikes.
His immortal art has actually inspired me to develop a new divine script immortal art. With a flash of thought, Xianqian dodged the last thunderstrike and flew into the air, reciting the divine script, 10 million volts. However, after reciting this divine script immortal art, nothing happened.
Xiaozhan on the opposite side was stunned, then burst into laughter. Haha,
I thought you could release some powerful immortal art, turns out you're just shouting nonsense.
If you haven't mastered the divine script immortal art, go home and practice. Let me send you off this arena.
Xiaozhan's immortal shadow raised his arm again, and several huge and incomparable thunderbolts descended from the sky, directly striking Qianqian. However, this time Qianqian did not dodge, allowing the thunder to strike him. Many spectators in the stands covered their eyes, unable to bear watching Qianqian's impending misery. However, the next moment, several thunderbolts all struck Qianqian, but he was unharmed. However, there were lightning threads gradually appearing around his immortal shadow, just like Xiaozhan's immortal shadow.
How is this possible? Xiaozhan was dumbfounded.
That was a charged thunderstrike just now. If a practitioner below the void realm was hit by this thunderstrike, they would die on the spot.
Even a practitioner of the firmament realm would at least faint on the spot due to heart paralysis. But the current Qianqian was unscathed.
Xiaozhan refused to believe it and struck Qianqian several times with thunderbolts, but Qianqian just stood calmly in place, looking at Xiaozhan with a calm expression.
Now it's my turn.
Qianqian leaped up, and his immortal shadow was already filled with lightning threads. With a thought, he gathered all the energy of these lightning threads in his palm, and once again launched the divine script immortal art.
Nether 9 forms, Dark River Empty-Handed Technique.
This time, the purple palm print of the Dark River Empty-Handed Technique was surrounded by lightning, and it rushed towards Xiaozhan at an extremely fast speed. Xiaozhan was unable to dodge and watched the huge palm print coming towards him, and was directly knocked out. Qianqian took advantage of the situation and recited the divine script, Heavenly Attraction of Myriad Forms. However, before the dust on the arena had cleared, a huge figure rose from the arena, easily blocking Qianqian's attack.
Qianqian was surprised and kept retreating.
At this moment, he found that Xiaozhan had actually merged with his own immortal shadow, enveloping his entire body. Under normal circumstances, immortal shadows would keep their eyes closed, which was the biggest difference between immortal shadows and physical bodies. But at this moment, Xiao Zhan's immortal shadow had opened its eyes.
Damn, what ability is this?
Even in the previous battles of the Holy Realm, I have never seen a practitioner merge with their own immortal shadow.
You don't understand, do you? This is the ability brought by the blood of the black gold ape.
It's called the true form of the immortal shadow. Xian Shen heard the discussion from the audience, and for a moment, he felt like giving up this match. Xiao Zhan's immortal art had exceeded his understanding, and continuing the fight might bring unnecessary harm to himself.
You are the first practitioner to force me to use the true form of the immortal shadow.
Your immortal art is indeed mysterious. At least in so many years, I have never seen.
Xiao Zhan's voice also became very magnetic, like an electric sound.
Chen Chen was about to admit defeat to the host, but the next moment, Xiao Zhan launched another attack, forcing Chen Chen to immediately activate the power of the netherworld body to strengthen his body. If I had known that the black gold ape could bring such miraculous effects, I wouldn't have sold those two to the arena.
At this moment, Chen Chen realized the usefulness of the black gold ape and regretted his foolish actions once again.
Xiao Zhan's speed was extremely agile as he wielded a thunder-formed electric trident and forcefully thrust it towards Chen Chen.
In desperation, Chen Chen pulled out the black howl to block the attack.
However, to his surprise, the black howl showed cracks, causing Chen Chen to retreat repeatedly. I didn't expect his strength to be so powerful that it cracked the black howl with his attack.
Chen Chen was somewhat angry, as the black howl was the only thing left to him by the ancestor of infinity. Netherworld 9 forms, Stygian river waves, divine punishment.
At this moment, for some reason, Chen Chen felt a tremendous energy about to burst out of his body. He felt a dull pain in his back, and the next second, his clothes exploded. The longevity clock tattoo on his back emitted a golden light, quickly enveloping Chen Chen's entire body. When the golden light dissipated, Chen Chen's immortal shadow was already holding an immensely large golden clock, which was the longevity clock.